you should bring the Patos as an example. And you're like, why? To say that those are content too. I don't know what I'm doing. I never really seen the shit. I need to listen. What do you think? I'm going to try to make it fucking. I'm going to come on later. Oh, let's see. She says the word call. It's a good point. Come say it inside. Who are you? Hey, who are you? Okay, I'm going to call. It's good. Who am I? Say it. Well, there's no every single look in the world. But the remainder, the one in the world, is highlight infrastructure. So you know if you're going to have any other two or the first mission of the sector is about to be ready to start taking the don't worry, the first mission says that if you bring a Minify, you can become called the wrong card. It's not a thing that the Minify's not perfect, because the Minify's not fast, or whatever. The only thing that brought the card is to be in line. Too many countries it does. So I think that the second mission has something to like making that card, because the first one doesn't go there. The nice one doesn't go there. The nice one doesn't go there. But what if they're driving to the other night? I'm reading more tomorrow's resources. So the men who donated $500,000, something about so you got it, no? That also gave me your present. Oh, I should say four was 500 guys. And the guy, I said it, I'll say, I don't know if I told you this year. There's a guy, a young looking guy. Let's call him his plumber. See, next time I know it's $500. And then it's so long over to one of his apartments. And go around. I give him another $500. I give him $500 and give it over a year. That's how the $500 been so much there. We need to lift it up and go. That's unbelievable. Example. You might rock me. Anybody see it? Sorry. On the round, you unlock it. Very funny to you. Individual is slow. Because the soul is only 5 10, 19. Tell me all please. Those who come down. It's a slow book. But it's no good. Put it back into the pot. It's the problem. As of tomorrow, you know what the problem is. I'm not now. This makes possible. You want to know you misunderstood. My puzzle about the opposite. Yeah, it's possible. I put it back in the pot. It doesn't make it back. You have to know how to say that. So what in the world is this to say right now? You know the question is not how to say the same exact same thing. Put it back in the pot. You can invite what you say. Just put it back in the pot. You know, this is the thing. I'm not even a Kobe. I'm a dog. If a jar is a pizza, he just puts the comments back into the queue where the newspaper is. Well, I get it. Okay. Don't like the pizza. What am I going to do now? Huh? Okay. You know we've got a problem. I know what I'll do. I'll go home. You got to remember. No, that's a good idea. That's the put into the Fakamuni, your new parts got made to cool. Let's say we go to commercials. What are the commercials in population? I'm going to go there. This is silent. The what? We're going to try to the young ones that basically know them. We're going to hold the use of the clean and make it a uniform. You can't just go home and dress and tell you. So it's probably young ones that basically know them. So it isn't a point. You have to look at the first thing down. It's very simple to do. He showed that law for 4 years. The pain is still a thing. As a Gemara, but the rules and Mishnah don't seem like this. Why? Because it should say, go to your house. What do you say? Go home and bring them flowers. Let me say that. The only one zero in the house is that the only one zero. Then what it should say is zero in the house of the oven to base. So go home. You might let the house you can be the oven. That's what it should say. So the Gemara keep on Rav. We're going to say Rav was not talking in Chacham Rav. Rav was only talking about the shita from the city.
He's that kid in the west side. Yeah.
That's
what we say. So what Rav say? He's going with the city that he didn't have. But they might come to they can not strip from the city of the smoke. Rav didn't have a whole list of commitments. And because when you are learning these things, we said that apostle, that also goes back in the bowl and to restart. I would think of them so he's talking about the left hand versus the other stuff.
Gee.
Okay.
Where's podcast?
Let's see what we do with that. Mike's a small wine the left hand. Not even like cherry before. When the Kohen can hold all the stuff together, he has to also hold on to the players on his shoulder. There's a lot of users. There's left hand. So you see, there's an exception to the rule on the left.
Restream.
So you scroll, you see the exception that he can do. So yesterday, he was not considered one of the four. Hello, I'm zero around, and now the more going to debate. Nice
pipe.
This is exactly the way it is. We don't understand it. So the third said it should be like that. That's it. You can't do it any differently. Get the big workout. I'm going to tell you that how is the tummy? How is the water? There's two things. Something called touching the gap, which is a very high level of like when I take an animal, I say this should be a man. So that is the high level of touching the gap. Low level. I donate an animal to the base of meat. The upkeep of the base of meat. You can sell it, do whatever you want. A part of Duma is in the lower category. Picturization. I did that. What they call the oil change. You need a cut in the lower category. In the higher category, when you tell me even in the lower category, I'm certainly in the higher category. Is that thing that you hold up there? So what's crazy is there is 3 full bags of plasmas for 3 hours. You just keep bags of orange juice. So I did that. So I did it for 3 hours. What is that? That's all like the fatty lipids in your blood. So that day, I think that's what they said to fast. This is the bench energy not supposed to something. So even though I had they had to give me because I thought I was going to so I did. So then they fed me after 3 hours. You're pretty lethargic. So you did big questions for like right now. They know it's like my eyes are like red. I feel stoned. How do you know that certain things that you have to go into the hospitals, they don't have to come off, even though it's like you put on the doctors, right? So it lowers your immune system at once. Peptides, stem cells, steroids, TRT. The next thing, I've never felt it. Is there energy filled? See, well, I always feel good. And I always feel good. Because I fucking energy through the goddamn roof. So in hospitals, apparently they put people in quarantine. They do that though, because you can get also not true. So this has been around for a hot second. Some specific circumstances. Right. So did you have the? So you fasted for no reason. Yeah. I fasted anyway. I fasted anyway. Man, this was at like... Good morning, boys. That's easy when they told me to do it. And then they were like, hey, now I took the... You ate, right? Just modified law. I thought I was supposed to fast like we told you. From Park City, Utah. This is where I'm sitting right now. This is the beautiful table. My daughter does tutor is Jewish. There's a lot of people that do Park City. This is created a long time. This is the start. This is a table of chocolate different things. Pastry, chocolate tasting. That's for me. And so I had a little bit of delay. So anybody that was waiting online or something, I apologize. More than a little bit, it's almost an hour delay. So, Rabbi Sai, it's a very exciting day today. We'll show you a video taken by some random stranger with no idea what it is.
Wait a minute. Is there a bill?
You can tell just from morning tomorrow, right? Morning tomorrow. So thank you. It's like a fire. Learning fire and enjoying together. It's unbelievable. There's a beautiful, beautiful film in London. That's literally only that day. And your immune system for the next 6 months is on steroids. The surface, look what he brought as a prop. A real head of a sheep. He's showing that it has only one set of teeth, doesn't have upper teeth. Okay, beautiful. So I'm going to turn this around for a second. There's 2 new locations that we're trying to get going over here in Queens. The satellite is in Orakora. And in Cedarhurst, I did Hava over there, where I went, I was doing call. We had a little bit of a shear there the other day. Remember, I went to the thing and then I was my software on my computer. We thought it was not. We thought it was internet to one for adults and some issues. So, Mahila, but he's doing a lot. A bunch of guys that together. I don't want 1,000 people from nothing. And the reason is because people like Dave Salmon and the phone man and Ethan Drew and Jacob Wood, CBN, all our colleagues, David Salmon's new underwater contributor, their podcast for the group is growing by the hours. 35 new members in the first 4 hours. That's what makes it 35 new people, and including the accountabilities and being confident, and not in a annoying way. Just not always make sure that everybody. Very nice email here. Before the belly, if you all see no maybe Shabbat possible, I want to share a brief but heartfelt expression of our partial pleasure for the free calculators when the calculator is powerful and authentic way that see why it's very bad. The reality is clear that it's not simply a well-organized region, but a hopefully private experience. That the order itself remained steady, the steady increase throughout, grounding inspiration, consistency, and data commitment, while allowing studies to express life and deeply relevant. The pair shared over the course of subtones, meaningful and uplifting. The message is delivered by Rabbi Yoel Gold from the Ivan Shushan of David Golaz, David Golaz, by Aaron Minders, agreed by Epstein, they were not consulted, and Avi Kamiansky, each contributed depth, clarity, and meaning of food. A particularly impactful highlight is Rabbi Yoel Gold's continuing declares discoveries with all gold precision and human meaning. I want to talk about it a little bit today, because today I'm now adopted to talk about today. fucking cruise from hell. Yeah. So all the people on the cruise. The way we brought out everybody with consistent perseverance and innovative both. Fascinating movies. Visiting the session titles, behind the scenes, presenting itself footage. This real life story shared honestly, and sensitively, open heart, and created powerful sense of connection. The walk shot is created every moment. The miracle at the street is singing the choir, the overall atmosphere of warmth. From every topic, too much love created a sense of detail and unity was truly felt. Shazam also brought player vividly to life through carefully prepared visual elements, including the novelty of music and scale. So, he sends a few pictures here. Let me just jump forward because some over here you can see the picture, you can see the size of this. You all think the bench, you know, those ropes look like it's like 2 ropes long, and it was very, very large. But brought some real animals as models for runners for you guys. So this is what really blew me away. This thing is like literally, I would say, 40 feet tall. You can see people standing in the background just to show you the height. He pulls out of wood and foam. It is huge. There's so much wood goes into it. And what is this? This is the entrance to the top of the thing over here. Just the detail here. I'm zooming a little bit. See over here, how it goes. And it's 40 feet tall. Look at that. Crazy. This is one of his men that did all for free. He didn't charge any more money. This was the seal in the white and change your photos around, make it more effective, more seamless. And this was, I was on Zoom, I visited it. Okay. On our side, I timed it to take 18 seconds a day. This is our new sponsor because the officials, my officials, donated a lot of money for the shop, and the Ryan Lee family donated. And every day, I want to say the person who donated back to his dots. We did spend $1,000 on the dot, and I first paid them. We didn't say we were going to do it, but we'll do it. And just talk them all for us. So, we need to start timing. The official edition of the White Sox was set by the Ryan Lee family. Paris, Tiny Mickey Mouse, the family, Williams, Classic, the Bell, Governor, the Henry Logan, and the Mercer Day. Lord Rachel, the Galleys, and Honor, Zayla, Bella, Kaya, Willis, Daria, and Laura. What's up, responsibility? Tell me we're going to get a memory of your mother's small balls and kind of players. All these sponsors should be 2 minutes. Let's do this. What's up, responsibility? Guys, please, like $5,000 and I'm for full working. You guys, college and families, and nations, business class, rather than full power than next. The next is evil, and tell the person to keep in America. Somebody fell. I wonder if it was like a candle or something. This Anonymous, which was on the moisture, and Anonymous, for beautiful Emma, and everything for love process. Show my feet, two places sitting out before the face up. We're so proud of you that work like super excited. There's been 7 sponsors from the York family. And the island, UK, and I was always thinking, my meaning was like, Holy Almighty, Yossi, Smart, then all the police consultant in the white, and public health spot. All these boxes I signed with 15 all the money broke the million. Then as you like, it's still making taxes in that. That's walking from my customer, every common town, walking in, it's 40th birthday. Oh, you're right. The most become business is sponsored for 1 day. This one is sponsored the whole month. And she tells you, that when you become 100, she's gonna fly me in. Square. She's not just, she has a past for 50 years? I don't think so. Anonymous, for God, we thank for the species of son of player, using the older father, and Connor's in first second affiliates in any layer. Then it's having another generation. Anonymous, a member of Mazel Pathway, the Sonata of Messiah. Anonymous is supposed to break was good and open and revealed ways to more coming back to it. I like this. But it's not I want to prove that I get off the sky or whatever it is. I don't know. It's sort of like shows what this boyfriend is. Beautiful. We just conscious. Let's say September. Remember the other money guys from the telling us they never know what it's because like Yoshi Rice. Yoshi Rice. So let me tell you what happened over there. I know Bobby's here. He's doing in honor of Monkey Belsky for the Demon Swap on the great team of the idea. Monkey Belsky went over to Yoshi Rice and gave him money at the tournament. Yoshi Rice said he has a policy he wants big money, which I'm upset at him. I gotta talk to him about it. He's fucking messy. So I don't want money from people. I donated it back from him. So that's not good. I want to change it. Someone wants to give a tip to Yoshi. I think that's okay. So anyway, our people should not be advocating that we're not a problem. But if somebody in the village can have given you a gift, then I'm not take it. Ladies sponsors, Lazy Rostry, new limit sponsor, Yemen, Real, then Yoshi and Shire. I'm taking it. Elvis, Gensburg, thanks for everything. We miss you. I love you, Elvis. Shut up. Anonymous, the Newsman, Zay Gary, Ben Elias, Rafil Supplement, Newsman, Kim Rossi, Nancy Rosales, and Henry Rossi. And who I are, Anonymous, Business High Surf, and that's where I got. It's going to be on the connection of the world. And I'm working on it.
It's a lettuce. This is the worst podcast.
Cruises are not. No, but this is a different company. You saw the price range. I noticed yesterday, and this could answer your question. How come in Bucking in the Mecca? You were asking me how come there's so many words in the titles and you know, sometimes some stuff is you don't understand the word. You go to the art store and puzzle the words over there. There's like a whole there's an agenda for everything. So there's a lot of concepts. And I'm making you in charge. You count the concepts. Let's count concepts. Here's the one. We spoke yesterday about that. We're going to talk about it a lot today. There's a whole paragraph about it. The Omer is a mincha made out of barley and a sheep, and that allows you to eat the new crop. Because any new crop, wheat, barley that grows, you cannot eat it until the second day of Pesach. When you bring the Omer in, it's either something more, perhaps it's that will build up positive, or it's from yourself. Here's a question that maybe you didn't know. The Omer that comes on the second day of Pesach allows everybody to eat Cheerios, all the wheat products that grew before Pesach. And I bring wheat products, a minute on the food now Pesach. Now, but on the phone, and I bring Mansour is the word of Joe. They let them use it's not your wheat product in the meat. So that's missing number one. Right? The whole thing's a favorite outcome. The shaman service in this class. So let's go back to the set. We had the Shita of Rav, but they went out to the argument night. Rav says that if a carbon comes to allow you to do something, for instance, if you are a Messiah or a Nazi and you bring a carbon and allow you to go into this and this allow you to drink wine. If you're a woman, you give birth and drink carbon allows you, the woman, to eat carbon. Such a carbon, or the Omer, right? It starts with the Omer. You bring the Omer. Why do you bring the Omer? So you could eat the produce of last year. Or you bring this Omer and you have the wrong intent. It's not a carbon Omer, it's not a Mithas Omer, it's a Mithas Nidava. So says Rav, since the purpose of this carbon is to allow you to do something, and you mess up, so take whatever you're doing, throw it in the bag. I didn't want to ask questions, so sorry, I wasn't going to have one, one or two things. Keep that to me because we're going to go to the third one. Okay. Mason, also with service and speculation. Did you pay attention to Paladin that the first word on the Paladin is okay. It's one of the examples of loud broad as a carbon that it's a carbon that is not a part of, but as a mock. It's something that allows you to do something. Also with soda is one of the examples. Niche consolation. Being chefed it in. You can tell that's not also with soda. What's it to my life? Also, you don't know how to run. So, it was basically what you what? Put a piece of rubber in your mouth, chew that, and see how you do. I couldn't get through it. I would say that goes through a very lengthy stop. Probably one of the longest ones, not the longest. Different things you have to do in order to be inspired. One of the things is, because there's blood, that's the author, and put the zero in. See, watching on YouTube video. It's called stress. Oh, wow. Really? That's my joke. Anyway, he puts blood on his right ear, on his right toe, and then late 50s medium wrinkle comedian I'm looking at it right here. Sorry. Wait, now he takes oil. After he puts the blood, first his blood, then his oil. Remember that. And something about the cheese just wasn't sitting right with me. He puts 7 drops in the blood, and then he takes oil and he puts it on top of the blood that's on the ear and on the thumb and on the toe. So this is all these curls were there, and it's like. When you meet them, he's going, I got to put the blood on the. By the way, I love the pause. Every time I say this, once in a while. I don't know if you have the privilege of breaking your phone. In the kitchen, and there was mud water on it. It was dirty water. Jamming something back over it. They scored to play last time. So if you didn't play basketball for 2 months and you go play basketball, you jam your fingers sometimes. Boom, and you can't use your thumb for like a week. Well, you can't use your thumb, so you can't tie your door. You can't open up a door. You can't open up a pallet. You can't button your foot. It's like, and then you appreciate the thumb. And then you look at a photo. And you're like, I'm a finger. Monkeys have a thumb, so they're very capable. They're like way ahead in all other animals. But the thumb is super important. Imagine without a thumb, try the thumb would be very, very hard. You gotta appreciate it. So I raised the older guy with it. It says over here that the ashram continued. According to Rab, what we do this ashram on each other, since it's there to allow the Torah to do stuff, and you must stop, so throw it out. And over here it says, I raise the older guy with it, put it on his bed. It's a problem. So you need to put it on his bed, throw it out. Now there's something you can get to wine. It's a fucking Makalachira, now you have to be a second. So you figure out, because there's a massive content. Okay. So now we have an opposing sheet of the rock. So we love this one. This is not sorry. There's also another message that I have one idea that we're learning from, another idea. Going her. Then he was the silverback was next. Yeah, when you're next to the silverback, yeah, Bonobo's quite tough guy. So the thing is athletic, man. One of those guys that constantly. There's something about it. So he asked somebody, one of those from the show, and the first day of school, someone says, "You be nice to me today for your girlfriend." He actually, March is first day, so he's okay, now I'm going to be nice to you. So you got your he has a face tattoo. Yeah. Okay. So Minchas all I know. What is really small? Says we started by arguing that. Rob says he's started business possibly for a ring. But I say not only is it not possible, it's cautious. And you put on his back and say, just what? You're well, even if probably Minchas my parents. The leftover of this liver you can't eat because you need another element. Because the second element is going to make all the food look so including the first element. So those are the ambiguous of these. The third chicken we're going to see is this exact thing, minus the authority of the second element. It's kosher, the yolker, you could eat it, do whatever you want with it, even the shirai you could eat it. The chicken was really enough on like the ask the Gemara, Mikra next week, how you put the first mincha on the Mizbeah. Why? The Mashki Yisrael, Mikra Yisrael, here's another concept called the Mashki Yisrael. The Mashki Yisrael means that in order for something to go to the Mizbeah, that has to be edible for Klal Yisrael. That has to be something juicy. The Mashki is juicy, schmack. But we can also learn it in terms of a drink for Klal Yisrael. It's edible, it's drinkable for Klal Yisrael. Since the first ordinary is not edible. Why is it not edible? Because it's other. It's from the new crop. You can't eat from the new crop until you bring a mincha. So you can't eat it. How do you put it on the mizbeah? That's the remark, yeah? You can't put a chaza on the mizbeah. Why can't you put a chaza on the mizbeah? For a number of reasons. One of them is because you can't eat it. Yeah? Any food that you can't eat, you can't put on the mizbeah. After you put this ointment, no, so what's a good shot? What do you want? You say shot now? You gotta guess. So what I'm going to say, because if you put it, it's going to be like that, it's dead. So it's all within that day. So it's like, it's missing 2 hours, but you got to take care of some business, and it'll be, it's not like it's great, but you can never eat it. It's just not edible right now. Okay. Of a guy that was like a 6'4", like just one look at dude. You gotta see how it is. Prior to domestic violence. So many matches. So many matches. And that is that no such thing as, oh, it's not, it's you have to wait when the waiting is that day. You just have to wait that day. It's not considered waiting. Oh, just thought about it. There's a good Muslim that maybe that's what the Cholim and the Zohar and all this stuff. So they don't like this idea. It's not considered waiting. It was that day. It's not waiting. They want to be the one to tame him. Okay. You understand. And the insights. And the Muslim's mind. The way by way. It's not considered that you're at its off limits. It's not a sports betting part of the NBA brings in excitement. That day you're going to be able to get it. So right now it's considered live and only on DraftKings Sports. There are a lot of the action all the way through. There are a bunch of things that groups that's being this amigos. Yeah, so my love is that's a little bit of that. And yeah, you can know some of the resources. Also, we got a number for further. This way is always fun to do. Two people could be a partner on a bird, but not by me. Look this week apart. The person who dissolving the other, when the days they want to become part of the other, come out of the cross, what are they called? Then, we're still not completely part. They must wait for the following day. To bring the part, what kind of part? When they bring a part, but they don't bring a move. There are a lot of shipping around there. There's a lot of extra work and stuff done to see what practices. I wonder if the arts will read it. You're working with how we see about another concept, another hard thing that you need a bunch of lines to explain it. Working with long consumer code is 4 words, which has at least 4 lines of explanation, maybe 14, I don't know. But basically, very simple. Meaning that although it's also to do this, yeah, look at this, what's this? This is what we do. This is to take your thumb and cut the back of the neck of the bird. You do that in part 2 you cut. The bird is straight. It's in a bird. Yeah, the tiger allowed this to make something. You get these monsters. So birds kill them. The Malika is mutter look like this. In the visit. Mashiach ain't even nothing. There's nothing wrong with the mitzvah that he made it Muslim. The mitzvah is always good. Okay, these are the pros that don't have that mean nothing. This mean nothing. What's so good about it? Look at the good. Coming up with this food. You must put the flour in the special golden dish. Put the flour and then you shuffle it like you shuffle a little back and forth up down. You're going to have and you bring it to the what corner of the side? Southwest corner. The yes, I'm very excited when we get the southwest point from the home. No.
And then she got him to
believe she was in
the right. And then she said to him, I will help you. Get girl that in there, I guess. She's like,
you don't have a private book. What kind of business? You have to get a $4,000 tomorrow. Doesn't even sound like a reverse like this is how they could have flown back from on your flight to flights to be able to survive share. And that means that if we're going to 4 in the morning, that's what? You don't get up at 4 in the morning. It takes half an hour to get there. Yeah, okay. And you can go to sleep. That's anybody. And he saw the Menachos. Oh, I want to tell you the story. Don't forget. Then he saw the Menachos and the Chancellor if you want to arrive, this flower of the miracle, which is also the first one, what are you waiting for the second one? And you put the first one on this back, even though you cannot eat any of it. And we have to question that's what it's the Mashki Yisrael. It's something that's also for you to show you put on this back.
So when I first went to LA, I was broke, and I didn't know greens were, and I didn't know anything.
It's like a bird. It's a bird, you know, like Malik
so
but
first
I
it
made a
takes me down
special
Skid Row to get there.
dispensation.
Where I was going, which
Word that I'm allowed
because
to
I knew it was a bad omen because
this.
at first I
I
said,
have food that I can't eat. It's not edible. And I made a special dispensation that I'm allowed to.
never, unless it's a fake joke. And then
But I'm
we're
right
chasing
there.
it with a machete. And I'm like, this is a problem. This is Skid Row.
I'm drunk. Me and
Yeah,
Shmuel.
so fuck. And
This
he said,
people
"Jimmy,
were
it's
throwing
not a beginning of a bit.
with the
It's
side
never a good sign."
Okay?
So
You don't got time,
why
but
the Jake Paul
put
is
the
so
camera up. You
because I
can
go with
see
machete.
the
Yeah, so
You know,
I didn't know where I was at first because I've never been to
I
Skid Row,
live
so I'm driving through this and I'm like, I need to get the fuck back.
I live
So you look like the Purge.
Oh,
So I get off the street and it takes me a different way to get to, and it doesn't say Cecil Hotel, it said something
in the
sweet.
world.
It changed
It is
the
no
name.
former
Yes, because
item
that's
in
what
the
I
group,
would
right?
have taken him
Am I
to
right?
Cecil Hotel. I pull up to the front space, there's a homeless guy shitting in his hand and just
Yeah,
staring at it like, oh,
you
and I'm like, oh, this is fucking, I have a bag of McDonald's and I'm
Wow.
taking them. I forgot what it gets scary. So they tell me not to take us to certain floor. They let me in. And this place is, it seems like it used to be really nice. It looks like you guys used to have something nice.
They stopped recess when I was there for 2 weeks because we were playing Afghana.
Cold, eerie.
And Afghana is
And it just
that
felt
some
wrong.
kids beat up
This
the
where it gets fucked
school.
up. I
The
go up
Nazis,
to the
they
floor,
told me
and
I
when
was
you go
the
below the
beater
ramp,
upper.
it's around the corner.
That was a big mistake. He called me in Nazis, and then they beat you up. Nazis! They said, oh, you're beating people up, we're stopping you. They said, now you have to go from 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. No reason. Anyway, we're talking about Nazis. It's a great speech today. I'm talking about 40 years, little more important. Love you, Mara. It's crazy. We're seeing two of us. So, imagine your life. When you saw me, that's all I was about to my Facebook. They might even find here I had a situation where the food is offered to eat. Why? So I understand. You want to put the first owner on his back, even though it's very thoughtful. You know, you can't even. Oh, there, it's a little problem. Oh, no. This is not. I anything that has to say about this, it's going to become Muslim that day at the end of the way. When it rains, the second night. So, even though right now you can't eat it, it's not a big deal. Also, what it says, we're talking about a guy has restriction on his skin with some white spots. Goes to the client and says, no, it's like, he has no clue all the time. What do you say? He actually checked the checks the Asham, he gives 3 bottles. One of the Asham. So one, put it on his palm, on his first of his ear, right thumb, right thumb. So what happens if he did it in the wrong order? Matan Shemen, the Matan Dog. Put the oil on before blood. You notice when we have to be Shemen after Matan Dog? You should do it over. You should do the oil again. After you put the blood off, you put the oil on. And then, Matan Dog is the Matan Dog. Oh, yeah, the rest of the oil, you put it on the side. So, what if he messed up and put the oil on the field before they did the stuff? The sprays for the oil. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we do not oil, you should redo the whole thing. You should fill up more oil and do it. Yeah, you usually tell me no such thing as waiting and being late or being early. That day, I might have to read this. Most days, you do it out of order. I love it all. Let him just do it out of order. No, you can't do it out of order. Since it says the word Havayo, it means that that's exactly so. It's a certain order. What my person says, Kia, personal Torah. Kia means as is. I told you to put the blood first, boil second, don't go out of order.
This woman
Most of our
was there and she said,
now, in the order of the Korbanos,
and I can't help it because he was schizophrenic.
let's see the Korbanos.
And he would just disappear. And she was like, and it was so heartbreaking because there's no medication. It was just crazy.
Oh, yeah,
He would just be on the street. He would disappear. They tried
the
to
first
find
one
him.
is the chef is the Asham.
Dude, when I went to go film that last
Then
episode,
comes the top.
honestly,
What if you did it out of
not
order?
only is it just
It's
insane,
like somebody
it kind of feels like a museum of a cool town. You can fix it.
went out of order. You did it
It's
out
just
of
like
first instead of second.
first
Well,
movie,
yeah,
it was
I'm
cool.
emotional, don't know.
The first time I
What
saw
it
your
says,
stand was back in
throw it out into the
2018.
garbage.
And I
Don't
was just
sit
visiting.
there
It was
with,
cool.
shaking the blood so that it doesn't congeal.
Probably
Ela
2019
tudo
is
que
where I
lança
started
no
really
peito
getting sick. And then
tudo que
during the
lança
pandemic, it
is
just
another
became like,
concept of
this is
life.
no
All
longer.
it means is
Had
Nina.
problems because the
It
weather was
means
so good,
that
so
you
you
leave it
could like
overnight.
hang around.
Leave it overnight there. You know,
Yes, you
once
could
you
always
leave
go
it
there
real
and you
quickly,
wouldn't freeze to death, right? You could just hang.
then
And
you
so
check the animal,
from
you
places
can
and they
down.
would drive across country there and get high and just. But when did you first get to 1995? That must have been the coolest fucking hike in the world. That is super.
That's the meat from the lobster also is left overnight on the ground. So the blood, the kids are overnight.
And the cop, I said,
Moving to also means that you make something happen to the actual animal that it changes.
I said,
How would you describe it in English?
see that fire hydrant? Yeah, he goes.
Change the way
He
it
said
is.
a fortnight ago.
But all it means is that it stayed overnight.
It was so weird. A fortnight
Once
ago.
it stays overnight, it takes a little bit this way. You don't want to take a complete
Somebody got
good
shot
animal
right there, shot
that
and
the
killed
meat
right
is
there.
shot
He goes,
and
you'll have
burn.
people
It's
run
not
through your
a
yard.
public foot carver.
You
You let it stay
used to be
overnight.
the shoreline prince.
Oh, now it's
And the
possible.
bloods, I think,
Now
they used to
you
have,
burn.
they take a constant fun. It's still good.
Now,
You know what they did? They made a
the
deal.
question
They
is,
said you can sell your rock.
so what if you went first,
If
the
one
hot dog
car
before
is
the
broken,
Asham, at the end of the
if
day,
one house
there's no
is broken,
difference
if one person
in the same
who's
day
not
when
in
the
your
person's
family
time,
shop
way by
or
the sign of work
robbed,
and all the things.
we are going to bring the hammer down. And that's then when I got there.
And that's
You were
so
fine.
there's no
I had my phone stolen.
time limit
I
in
called
that
my
same thing.
phone. My phone guy
I
answered
see
it.
tomorrow,
I
what
went right
do
to
you
the
mean?
park.
There's no time
He
limit.
said, let me take a look
We're
at
a Papa who's the all my Chinese doesn't say to do Rabbida. We already answered that. There is a problem with the title. Because if the Torah says here, that means it has to be exactly so. You can't go out of order. Asham is first, if you see this chart right over here, Asham is first. So it's first. You can't do Asham second. So you do Asham second. It's throwing in garbage. It says here. Directly speaking, in Moses Manu by Bayoy.
This is so crazy.
It's the same day, it's no first second. But not now.
It was so entrenched. But what brought
So
then the Mexican mafia said,
No.
you cannot just drive by and spray because you're killing bystanders.
You know when you have to be very mindful, 1, 2, 3, when you do performing in Avodah. She's a lot of Avodah. But shechting the happens before that is not a problem, right? Because even when you struggle to keep
Because that means you have to stop and you have to take aim.
yeah?
Because otherwise they
When you
were
struggle
taking
to
too
keep
much
it,
heat.
that means keep is not an Avodah. It's not an
Get this.
important.
So what brought them to their
How do you say about
That's
English?
like tag, like when you're a kid. What
One
brought
of
them to their
the-
six elbows?
One of the
Literally, because it was bad for his
One of the
That's in the picture.
I don't see them. Okay, so I got to tell you this story.
Let's take a little break here because you
So,
know I can't just use any toothpaste.
The question on the sheet is 3 times a day. That's why I since it's not in the central advice, if you don't talk to do it, what should we do? 6 fractions a day. That's water. Man's tooth powder uses real grass. Let me finish this. I'm kind of stuck. You're asking me, why does the fucking say
Apatite. Yes, sir. The same mineral structures as your actual teeth.
put the builds your enamel naturally. That's why you mineralizes the strength and so good, man. Remember these
Zero
things.
fluoride,
The
zero
master
S, no
control
acid,
says
zero foaming
it
agents.
has to be edible, but it's not edible.
Because
I
anything
didn't
you
put
put
it
in
on
that
this
mouth
payout.
should be.
That's the
Alright.
first timer.
Without that growth
What I said, I'll tell you why. I was telling you something, and you got my ear. It's not the carbon that allows you to
production. Okay, dude. You're not
do
just
crap. It's the sun that comes out. The sun comes out. Now I have food that's edible. The first one is edible. You have both first. The cooking is not edible. And how it's not edible? It's not much use for all that. It is much use for all. You could eat it. Why did you eat it? And when the sun comes out, on the second week face off, that's when the new crop comes.
Real ingredients, no exception.
Eu sou da minha trabalho, eu digo que você não descai, tá? Ei, não tem. Ei, eu digo que pessoal, então estuda, quem ainda não sei, mais história. Agora é o que eu estudo gostando mesmo, quando os lados já descobrem qual faz, né? Primeiro, eu vou, hey, something like that, do the top. Thank you again. Primeiro, eu vou do the top. What's the easy story? It might be so hard for this.
And pretty soon all of them were like, I can't
We're going
lift
up a lift.
I can't even fucking lift those. Guess what?
And
Let's
it's
say
me and one of my sons. My other son took the lift
but he's having you and I do the dirty
right in
work.
front of us by
When we
mistake.
get arrested,
Usually we go 3 of us, and we take the whole lift.
so before those,
But we went 2,
guys,
so
they
it's 2
couldn't
on the lift.
track anything.
Choose like,
They're like, we're just getting a
come sit down next to us.
So then they
Okay,
like,
go on.
you're getting flagged.
Halfway up, and it's on the smooth thing. She's like, they were really hopefully got this. I was like, you like your own food? She's like, yeah, well, and I see you really open, but what is blue, what is red? The different glasses, they for different weather. So yeah, mine is all red, but it's just whatever.
The judges
Where
were
are you from,
super
Yassi?
woke and left wing.
From
And he
Israel,
goes,
from
I'm gonna
Chicago.
get judges. So the first
Where
thing
are
he
you
did
from?
before he had that, he
New
went
York.
behind the scenes, he was building this whole police
Where in New York?
infrastructure and
Long Island.
jails. But he knew he had to
Where in
get
Long Island?
judges. And that was okay, his thing. So he got fucking judges.
Seven kids live there, like, oh,
And
that
that
must
was
be
what
Jewish.
could you imagine if they tried to do that here? That would
So,
never work. Well, so
Just
we would allow so like, well,
I
that's
said,
the reason
you
we
ever
don't
heard of
have
the
crime problems.
She said, you ever heard of that?
Is like
He says,
comparatively
yeah.
crime
Oh,
calls.
did you do that? He says, no.
Right, like New York City.
And
Is
then he
because
says,
of
how about
AI
you? You
and
do that?
county stats.
I said, yeah.
What New York
He
City
says,
does
you
not
know what
do
those
is
students in high school?
the New York
So he
Police
said,
Department
yeah,
is
you know those
basically a
Tennessee.
military force.
Michael Shire, I thought you guys were Shire.
Police per
The
capita
current
than any
state
other
of
reason.
those
Here's what the
Redskins.
cops realize. This is what science,
You look,
like justice scientists figure out.
and then he looks at me,
People that are
wait a
fucking
minute, wait a minute.
It's like at most in all 5 boroughs, 600 criminals. 600.
So I gave him the attitude of something I didn't show up.
We know exactly where they are. So in one day, they will
He
go
said,
and arrest
I went
500
to base with my
500
brother-in-law.
and they're all in jail. And they just take all the trouble
It was
makers
crazy.
off the street.
You don't know. I'm so, you don't know what to do. I know I did school. I really had no clue.
Back in the day, in the old days, before
Oh, okay. First time somebody asked me, like, who's out with those two fans?
kill every criminal
What?
in the jails. Kill them all.
Let me know.
Thieves, everything. They kill
I
everybody
wanted to
because
come
they're
so you
like,
could say over the store because it's like, it doesn't make sense.
the jail's gonna open, they're gonna come out, and they're gonna
Really
make
happy.
havoc among our own people. So one of the things the way to control is they would just kill it.
I'm like, so,
I'm saying when during
something like, Mashma guy said that he doesn't lie. Mashma that I do. I don't lie either. But
came out, they were the ones doing a lot of
so could you?
Could you imagine if
Oh,
I'm trying to do
well,
it,
other
you know,
stuff
and
I'm
have the
thinking
military
about.
march to the street?
So this thing that Joe just said that when you practice muscle when something comes out, he didn't say before. We could understand from this way. It's not. And maybe in the past, you have to stop at a regular pause. And maybe in the past, you still bring your or because look how simple it is. So there's a little difference in the before. You don't bring before, you don't bring it before the oimer, before you bring it. You bring pauses, but it's not. But here's that like I said before. I said before you bring the regular voice, that's bring the things to regular. That's what's not good. Any new car, a new car. So what I think, you shouldn't bring anything. You may be fine. Like if you don't think she's attractive, you did bring this car. I'm ready to run this car. Very good this car. Let's run around she's not this far. She saw us second in face out. Maybe caution. She's not how long is material. But some of it is up about why the fuck are we on the second in face out? Because right in the morning when it comes to why is that not he's just like everybody else is over there what's the right? He's not supposed to remember what's like that. Like there's another maybe that thing. That person what the hell is going to gorgeous. That's true. But you know, this is why 18-year-olds guess because they're on camera all the time. We know I'm very it's like, oh, probably gets turned up, this is that's just like, okay, she was close. She was trying to say, no, right now, hey, kid, I love her. You should check her out. You can't eat anything from it. I should do that. I'm just going to say, I like your rap also. I say, it's good. It's something good. No, this is how much about the situation. Share us. You're allowed to keep the lesson. Ain't no, this is what he had to express with him. But ain't no, I'm not going to have to be the second one. NFL quarterback, that's a big deal. Quarterback, he's as much as an NFL quarterback as I'm an NFL tight end. He hasn't made the teams. He's undrafted free agent. No, that's a problem, and he's super arrogant problem. And so you're arrogant to make it. Like I said, and that's what was fucking. You don't even need a second one. Watch him. Follow my LS. Hello, the mission right now, buddy. That's me. It's more than enough. You're claiming that doesn't have a who will cover or right out, buddy. No, who will fucking right out. What does that mean? The mission right out, buddy. That's somebody that's available to read out, buddy. That's what you claim. It can't be. Okay, that hasn't. Who will cover right out, buddy. This is what we're looking for. Now, quickly, middle class. Oliver, the Lord has you. Since the Oliver is so special, it's the only time of the years 8 years following for every other new car with you. This is such a thing because it's something that's not available in Maylaw. I don't think. Well, how tall is Mahomes? 6 feet. So, that's why you start what he says. The reason why you don't need a second argument, is because the person, forget the person, it has to be Mokim Aroy and Misha Roy. Don't worry about it, I want to make sure you guys are alive. I encourage people to make a movie. If someone's kid doing it, so that's not important to us. The middle thing that's important to us, and that's why whoever says you don't need a second one. You need to be a total of right line right now. Excuse you,
she moved and it was just
I'm about to that fish you have in the tech has a dominant and the defect you can't do doesn't turn about. Wait a minute. You know what you're about. Yeah, keep sitting there. Cousin Days says, you're not bucking from the cat. Yeah, we're going to minute.
Listen, man.
The question is, why in Pakistan
Finding a
does it
doctor
work?
that you like feels like discovering a diamond. I'm sure you want someone
You know, a loyalty is a staple. You cannot use it for Lebanon or as a male.
someone who likes to listen.
It's wrong, whatever. It's not going to live a whole year. You cannot bring it as a part. Think about it. You eat an animal that has a moon. Yes. You eat an animal that has a staple. No. Right? That's what they do. They open up all the animals that we check for. They open it up, and they check the heart, the lungs, the whole thing. They check all these things. And if they find something that looks like some sort of defect, they pull it. Sometimes it's something that we don't need. So too, you can't do such an animal on these things. No matter why you're under the positive, you're not bump guard, that's the word. That's basically I put a bottom down. Why would you do these tools? I have a fight. But they do it. That's like a fight. My bum should be glad you guys with money on. Very, very simple fight. About them, an animal with a plastic broken leg. This is shafted and it brings the Romanian meat. So sell it, no problem. So we'll put it like broken leg. Good meat. Nevertheless, also the one that he can bring it in his bath and bring with his meat like right back. That's what I said. You cannot sell a trade for Romanian meat. And it is, that's what it is. So they can't bring it on to his bath. Here, for whatever reason, you decide to make it a climate beautiful sound of a climate in a visual. It's very hard to do a climate.
He probably exploded.
And that's Balmon. Balmon, no, taking no good. Balmon, that's good. So, this is try to put up with trade on his back. I don't know what's going to be good. Balmon is not going to be that. It's really not that. Okay, now we understood it. I think we understood it before it. Great.
Yeah, so apparently it's really hard to get to that area. It's just you have to drive a long way. So far to run down the runway.
Yeah.
It might be a suicide or something. Yeah,
It's a
that's a lot to go through. What's the game plan? Also, that's a lot to go through. I'm going to drive. Job.
Hey, it's not a great company. Because they're fat and the blood is that's the level. A private person in Romania and
It's got to be suicide, though. I imagine. Did he get struck or did he get hit by the wheel?
can't sell a file of blood. Okay. So I'm gonna buy it.
It was during takeoff. I didn't hear that.
But you could put it on his back. In his back.
It's bad, but I
It's blood. Once you can't bring it right if it's other people. So
everybody else do it. It's like, man, that's
it's more than a bit.
I think he was trying to.
Kill the dam.
It's not.
He's buying the cow head. Yeah, but the kill the dam, maybe because of the
It's weird too. Like people would see his parts of his body.
That's why
Pictures and selfies with him.
they are moving that. Or the traders plus the trader didn't hire them or comes out. You know what I'm right? Believe it. Like that.
Now everybody's stuck on a tarmac.
Holding your thumb through the back of the neck of the bird. The cool is it's one and then also outside of the I saw that. With that, so here's the rules you gotta play. You can't prove everything from a private person, but still, this bird is also privately, it's one you didn't believe it, but it's more for the best amigo. Now, the league goes from
the pilot's like, please stop taking pictures.
this was inside. Wait a minute. It's different because it's actually literal inside of the amigo. That is the mitzvah. The mitzvah is to be moral. That's its not.
Guess why I'm late? That's gonna get banned on TikTok.
Bottom line is, now you do have a complaint from Lumber. Why did you have to say, then Buffett and Tommy and Ken had a paper when they had the complaint from the Lumber? That's the fear. So tomorrow, he likes to keep these parentheses. Apparently, the way I understand it is someone along the line, some double or somebody, put him like his own shot into the Gemara. So the printer thought it's part of the Gemara, but it's not from the actual text. The one text later on, the original text is not there. It might be just shot, but it's not part of the text. So there's no way in the Shasta, which is also a very strange, I don't even know if it's ever in the Shasta word. then the doctor. And if you want to give a carrot, she went there and I boxed her math off. Same time alone. This is a favor. If you have a great answer to the carbohydrate. So I want to have a carbohydrate. So now I need to know why the people are ridiculous. It's all this.
So wait, this lung cell is different from MC lab, right?
It should be said. There's a thing now. What's the shit answer to my carbohydrate? What's my carbohydrate? No, just tell the question. What?
That's his girl.
Talmud is not a private person. It's also done as bad. So a trefa, which is also a private person, which is also done as bad. Why do I need the word shamba? Simon, Rukia, Marado,
so good. Yeah, just that one image.
Or rather, should we go name because you have a type of primary from a private person that can be where it's also to a private person, but it's not the amigos. So just because something's also the right person doesn't mean there's also good business. How does this oil marriage to make out a problem? What could you have in mind? Oil marriage is very special because it's really powerful. It allows you to use the nuclear. You don't know for speed. And speaker doesn't allow you to do crack. There's no nuclear. So you know, it isn't crack. It's not just going to hurt speaking. Things that go by themselves don't speak. But things, that's what Bible comes in Matthew, even on the 70 years. They want to know people are going to speak about soon. Behold, that the nuclear is referring to says after the time of the deer, is a concept of deer unto because that is when the animals stop eating that particular crop. What's the deer? So yesterday, by the way, I don't know if you saw it yesterday. Today we saw moose. Again, moose, you saw? We saw moose yesterday. We saw moose yesterday. The guys over here, they're so wild. So moose, where is it? So the pictures you saw deer and moose on the trail, on the speedway. So once the moose is whatever they're eating over there, then you have to burn lots of particular products out of your house. So we have apples, and there's you can no longer eating apples off the tree, as an example. I don't know if that's a. So then you have to get rid of the. It's not good to get rid of the apples from your house. So Rashi says he's talking about speaking apples not good. Oh, they're rapping about apples. They're actually. They're a Cuban animal for it, but I still have a fear of them. Cuban man, if I saw him, she came up there, studying football. You can't bring any rabbit from the Eimer because it's so powerful. It allows you to eat the new produce in America and England, Australia. That's okay. But then man, all my cousins are so not the right. You need to tell me that something on the right side. And everything is like, well, after it lasts, it's so powerful that it's not yourself. You have a whole bowl of barley, you take the barley, but when you take the barley, and you put it on the scale, that barley, you put it on his bed, allows it to eat itself. You can then eat the rest of the barley in that barley.
I need to make sure
that I'm this corner really lucky because another part of the pocket like you take off. You have a little bit of hole in the heart, you have a nail that went through stomach. You must be yourself. El protocol. Now the niggas are anything trouble. What Riley doing from the owner when the coach tells you use the barley or also that's how you do this, that's the only way to do it. It's always something that usually you have to do like a trade. You have an animal that's not trade. You have animals that are trade. So you can't be mad for a trade for great. But over here, by the owner, the only way to do this is to use produce that's also. That's the mission. So you can be manufacturing.
Let's talk a little bit about Progressive Insurance. You ever think about switching insurance companies? See if you can save some cash. Well, guess what? Progressive makes it easy. Just drop in some details for yourself to see if you're eligible to save money.
It seems like you're working tomorrow.
The process only takes minutes. It could be
hundreds of dollars.
Visit Progressive.com for details. See if you can save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates potential sales will vary. Not available on all states.
So let me just show you this real quick.
You see this video? No.
These are the different, the 11 different summer months that you mix right, right? See, I can't see. Fire is Ravina, Ravina is pregnant with Mars, Tobin and Harper and Charlie, Hoish, she was Nerd, Kinnaman, Lucifer, Zia, Open. This is how they make the
Oh,
tires.
he sucks. Let me see the chance to pass down. Yeah, look, actually, she went like this, but then he also went high on the whole face. Salt kick. That was a good kick. That was a really good kick. My friend was holding back from the crowd. Did that and literally dropped him. And that's her? Fuck. That's her, Jim? Oh, that's AI. Is that her? That's not me. She's got a tape. That's not it. What's about this shit? This is happening everywhere now. What? There's gonna be a pretty girl sitting in a baseball stadium right now? What? She's a comedian from Los Angeles. No, she's Nasia. Nasia Korea. What? That's Nasia. She's official. She is a rapper. Yeah, that's nice. Is that nice? No, I think that's right. This is what she is. No, she's a comedian. Yeah, that's it. Oh, yeah, you're right. So it must be just a trend where they just like put themselves into these baseball scenarios, right? Like, hey, I don't know. Because I've seen everyone, there's good people like her. This girl, I like her.
Well,
She's good people. She's
okay.
She's cool. Yeah, I like
So,
her a lot.
to repeat the story that I said already, maybe I'll add something I don't know. But one of the most emotional things for me on childhood was the girl called Restream. And he spoke at length about this scientist, this archaeologist that came from the United States. And he got a license to dig in the Qumran. And he dug. And he dug 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. And facing it on some sort of safeguard that says if they hit the vessel, and it was in the Qumran somewhere. And he's digging in the. He dug for 15 years, and he dug more, 20 years. Then he dug more, 25 years. And then he dug another 5 years, and after 30 years. After 30 years, he found something. He found something very strange. It was ground up spices. He took it, and he sent it to a lab in America, the top lab here. And the guy checked it under a microscope, and he found that it had 11 spices. And the 11 spices matched exactly, and he brought with him to the Shabbos, he brought a purple stick, the report on the spices, and they matched these 11 spices exactly.
Like a high school girl. She wants it.
And it says that he looked in the microscope, typically speaking, when you grind something, let's say you grind cinnamon, you look into the microscope, you see one piece is larger, one piece is smaller. This is perfectly ground. It's like covered piece of paper. Very, very funny. He goes on to say this whole long story, how he wanted to get the spice, he wanted to know why they closed down the city, the whole thing. He got his hands on a vial of this stuff, which they believe to be original peppers from the time of this image. Now, they went through with Riley Secretary, and Riley said, bring that pizza. It was the snow. Riley said, sunset, some music, new tires, some new tires. But then when Riley said that there's no producer to it, because it wasn't put into the showers. And since it wasn't in the Kujar, it's not big touch. Yeah, and the guy first did, and it smelled like a crazy smell. There's no flour, all nice. And then in the middle of the speech, he pulled it out. It's in a little thing. He says somebody offered $250,000. You know, he's himself. And as he's talking, I'm thinking, like, oh, wow, this would be such a great top for NBY. I could use something like this for NBY. You know, he bought me a spinner thing, what do you call it? Like,
so let's just do this one. Has officially left.
This is such a shot of these real shots. Someone even bought me one of these. It's good. Bought me a mortar and what do you call it? A mortar and chicken. Although, I bring up, pull it out, wow, this is really good. And then it's a $50,000 like today. I'm never going to get pack of motorcycle. So, but the mindset, it's basically, now I want to do this as a gift for a better. I'm not getting into it about it. It's the quality stuff. You get the quality stuff. The whole place was wild. I started experiencing it. It was very much one of the highlights.
same time,
and then I don't ever hear it. I was with perfect now. Pull it out, you know. Not all that too. It was like, yes. And some guy gave me real golden coins with over $1,000. You know, when I took it out to gold, the silver, and not the special. I know. I didn't want to select it out. I'm well aware of the name. I've been in situations where people call that. Another person will come out alive. Hello, Thomas. There's other also four of the kind of individual insights. Finally, you know, saying, that's the way you mix it with something like this. You get a whole animal on one side, have a wonderful day, plus what's improving for coming, keeping the company, have a safe perpetual.
That's just like this, just from nature's Wednesday, no leg day. Boys are gonna take over Fire the Kid. No leg days, you guys got the Philippines episode dropping. You boys are taking over Ryan's leaving town. Yep. Where you going, buddy? San Francisco, Idaho. Yes, some spots in Idaho. Yeah. Just worship. Where you at next? I will be in San Diego. That's not on there yet. It's on the 21st and 22nd. And I need to. Yeah, I got Alberta. And then I'm in Chicago, June 4 and 5 at Chopper Improv. If I ask you to hit me up and ask me to come up with you on that one. Yeah, you go. Alright, kids, that's it. What's up, Iron Kid? We're out.
So over here, they said I missed a few lines. So we got out. Just to the sheer the slopes. They're really trying to do it for the English also, even without missing. This I didn't want to shift the whole thing. Let me see if I could You guys snowboard or ski? Anyway, it's snowboard? No,
Yes, sir.
So you won't know.
Morning, man. We are so back, fam.
Okay.
The UFC
Yes.
is back. It's a UFC summer. It's a white boy summer. It's a white boy American summer. Strickland got it done. Strickland freaking got it done. Doesn't it feel like the old days right now? We have something to be excited about. We got great fights coming up. It's just a good time to be a UFC fan, man. It's a good time.
I was in Toronto yesterday.
Because it translated from hardcore and online stuff. It translated to casual. I can't tell you, I know every fight's going to be from the baseball field and before the fights, guys are going to be up tonight.
He sat here and he learned
Things are going
his
to get done, man. How about
but he had the power of them opening the spirit of his mouth.
dudes who check out,
Is another.
1 out of 10
It's a dot thing.
cards are talking about, like, this is going to be big.
Oh, I want to show you a song that is not the song you made for the seal.
Because Sunday, right? It was a tournament card. Saturday, Sunday. People have for his mom on Mother's Day. But the thing is I knew this was going to be a big thing. Because come Sunday, I got fight every time they thought Strickland won. Fight every time they did their job. They did their job. I'm going to just sit up here and look up something horrible for me. I didn't go 5 for 5. I'm not some horrible. Listen, the fight game's tough. And you're damn right, I don't get a lot of them right. I get the majority of them right. That's why we're on the line. But with the Strickland fight, then like as soon as that fight was announced, whenever there's a big fight announced, people will discuss it. Almost so I go, as soon as the announcer, ooh, Cowboys, and I go, Strickland has a chance. He goes, 1,000%. That being said, I think Ryan's going, oh, he has a chance. He's going against the narrative, where it just means something's going to blow the doors off. Because that's what the majority of the public or the fan base thinks. And stylistically, Strickland poses a lot of issues for Alonzo. And I think for a armchair quarterback Sunday viewpoint, people go, man, Alonzo kind of has some holes in his game. If you've been following Hamza long enough, he deserves the hype. He deserves the hype. If you've been around the game as long as I have, along with a lot of other people, there are signs that he's not this indestructible, once-in-a-generation talent. As far as goes in the off the cover, there's been some question marks that you still need an answer before you go. He's that dude. He's that dude who's going to go on a generational run that was competing. And those questions haven't been answered. So it's okay to have questions. It's also okay to believe the hype. I think I added to that hype. Let you guys know, in training, Hamza's the most dominant fighter I've ever seen. To this day, I still stand by that most dominant fighter I've ever seen. That being said, that doesn't equal most dominant fighter I've ever seen. Never said that. As far as training goes, so I think one of the issues Hamza's having is the domination and the risks that he takes in training and the confidence he has in training are not seen inside the octagon. So he's first team All-American in practice, and he's really good in the octagon, but it's not translating yet. How many fights have 15, 16? Which is, compared to a guy like Strickland, Strickland has a lot more experience than he does. So I think also Strickland has a lot more experience, a lot more fights under his belt. He's been in bigger fights, he's been a champion. So I think for Strickland, what you see in practice is exactly what you're getting come fight. With Hamza, he hasn't figured that out yet. And the other issue Hamza has, and one of the reasons I was picking Strickland for this fight is because I know in Hamza's mind and his camp's mind, he was going to win the fight at 205. Just before he signed the Strickland fight, his goal was to jump to 205 and then the moves he wanted for it. And the Strickland stuff happened, it's fluffy, roll out the brakes. We actually need to fight at 85. So that kind of changes things, especially when a guy who has struggled in the past with endurance and cardio issues add muscle that doesn't make for a better cardio performance. So when I know a guy's put on muscle mass and then we got to strip that back down, he's going to make the big head extremely tough. Okay? That's a family chat for sure. Okay, this can be good for sure. And then obviously I have close friends in the UFC. And the text I get, dude, weight cut, night. That's all I got. Night. That's not good. That's not good. Okay, if I'm betting, put some more chips in Strickland's glory. Because, again, my whole breakdown of this fight was if Strickland can survive that first round, he's going to take him down. I'm going to take me. He's going to take every single person he ever fights down. He's going to get Strickland down. Can Strickland survive? He can. And when I tell you, I think I did 9-7, 9. There's some shit like that first round. I tell you, second round, if that even cuts in half, or if he gets down to 2, it's not done. It's about Strickland. How'd it go? How'd it go?
While you're sitting, like, actually, almost 80 lane go.
It was 9 total throughout the fight.
At the Miami State Show, right?
The first round,
it was 26
multiple takedowns.
26 people during the fight, right? You got to tomorrow, and it's unbelievable. And I put the video stream live.
He's an
So
amazing
let's Texas.
amazing
Got to watch Dallas see him, Boston see him.
hasn't translated
Looking
inside
for
that
this
for
routine.
whatever
Oh,
reason.
exactly.
Goes
So,
for finishes,
this is a
getting his
face bar.
cardio.
And
It's just that
this is
one
really
and the water
excellent
is not there.
beautiful.
I just want to give a shout out to Barry and MDY and all the amazing work
Yes,
that is done behind the scenes. We're coming off of the Charlottesville where we had this amazing Charlotte standing here in Auschwitz under the Albert Nachfrei sign. We mentioned on Shabbos that anybody fighting our need to exit the Torah. The one who is the true free person is the one who's exit the Torah. When you hear the sound, when you hear that sound, you're truly free. You're feeling freedom into your house. You're living like a free, true, out of that time, somebody who's learning and growing and dominating. Thank you very much for all your amazing work. Thank you very much.
And one reminder I want to learn, this is brand new. We're going to do lots of learning on the time. Check it out. I'm doing the time. I'm slave. Do it now. Official edition Heavyweight Shots. Accepted by the Iranian Rudy family, Eric, Connie Nobelski family, the memory of your brother, Susa Belsky, Roland Rachel Devalius, the memory of David Davis, other than Tiff of Pearl Rock, the second spouse of Solomon, the memory of Robbie Murray, for Boston and Steve Burns of Pearl Rock. The second sponsors over Dallas Springs, and Father Jabberjay, and other with the Rapper, Senator Daniel, Andy Island, UK, and honor the very receipt my meaning of life. The second sponsors and others, you see the same thing, you can start hearing that changing your life, doing something new, you should not put in the make sure, then Nada, eu tive funcionando lá na questão de ler, passar as coisas, e tornar que quando eu explico na aula, eu sou cara de Mordecai, keep fighting. But I want to mention something amazing. Como a gente pode ver a lot of the guys are really just ready. They look at the corner, the second is like in Park City, that came to see, and they're really learning to play on that.
This is a fact.
Somebody's very excited
There's
about
no significant punching around.
Riley got together on Chops and walked me and Aliyah. It was crazy. One of the crazy things with Chops is emotion. I was a rapper. I feel a rapper. We spent $180,000 on Aliyah. They all got together. Out of $180,000, I think close to $100,000 was paid off the road. So it's a reminder to people, if you want people, you didn't forget us, you did forget us to a good time. Putting out money, it's a lot of money to collect. From 120 was already collected? Wow. Wow, I'm very, very impressed. That was very impressed. The collect. Out of 180.
There's no debate there. Second and fifth round for Strickland.
We don't know who they are. That's the thing. Everybody says that $2,000 is crazy.
There's no argument to be had.
Here's the guy who gave $4,000 in spell. $4,000.
If you don't give Sean 2
$2
and 5,
plenty of money and all the celebrities who done this. I didn't have time to think about it. He gave a Romanian young woman. Romanian is the best top meat in America. And it's available now around America. You get it? You just got RomanianCulture.com. They have already FDA approved to send all over USDA. And every room got a Romanian salami. He was in a hospital. What is it? You hang it in your kitchen for 2 weeks. And then you eat it. It's the schnock. It dries out. Then you eat it. You have to know what to do. You know, play on money.
So when you put all that together,
I believe that this plenty on money is fun sitting in the room. Plenty on money. You'll see Mark and Benny and all the issues associated with MDY. Talking some fun. I'm pretty sure it's that. Because he's another sponsor. And And some sponsors $9,000. That's $9,000.
But Sean has trained before.
Does it make sense? Does it
So
use
he
the money?
knows
It
how
does.
the magic's
Yeah.
done. He
I
knows
used to
how the hot dogs made.
before the
He's
money
not
talk to me,
buying into this. This guy's untouchable. This guy's
that's
the
what
beast. This guy's never lost a round. Sean's like, not trailing.
the longest
Good. It's just another
of all time. And I'm
It's real
what
good.
does the guy go to?
He's human. So Sean has advantage. Everybody else hopped on fights. There's this unknown mysterious connection here. Fucking monster. Sean's been in this trailer. He's seen him probably some positions, probably give him a hard time. Sean, he's just he's kind of tough guy, but married by such an advantage to such an advantage.
Nicht
It's all Hamzat's camp today.
ständig
And
sales
they're sitting around the
at
table.
what a
They don't
Shabbos.
talk about that.
Hashtag what a
But
Shabbos.
we'll get to that.
I guess it's also ständig ständig.
Um,
And he
if
wants
I'm
to pay
Hamzat's
off
manager,
the money.
coaches, we're
So
sitting
take
around
$200 million
this table,
is
right?
people
And
bought
we're like,
$800 spending.
what the
Much
hell?
better.
Where did we
Pick
go wrong?
Yaakov Yegan. The non-obvious
What
supply.
can we
Thank
do?
you for all you do for
What can we
NDY. Right up Yaakov.
I would say
NDY is dead. Anonymous.
number
Yes,
one
my high service.
is
Muslim Yonah can
just
anytime
being
them
a
show
really
the
good
Muslim
grappler
have an
wrestler
expert
is
who
not
just
enough
knows that he was
for
there.
these
Then
UFC.
I yell at Esther.
Guys are
The
really,
Lord said,
really
here you
good.
go. We're holding on the people
Even
on
if
the
they don't have
case.
a wrestling background, they're really good at getting
And
back to the
just
field.
a quick repeat of what we learned yesterday.
We're gonna get guys down, but we're
We
not
have
winning fights by just taking people down.
sheet of Restream by
Hamzat,
we're
we got
living in
that
that.
check.
It's not
Getting guys
it's either
down
the first
fucking
time
check.
or
We
not.
can do
So
that.
here we go.
Clearly.
She started today. And a lot of people started now.
My
You guys
emphasis,
here.
if I'm
A lot of people we
Hamzat,
have
is when we get them
close
down,
to
that's when
3,000 people that started putting
that's when the significant strikes should start to
So, you know, definitely
we gotta get better at ground and pound
but
and making
I'm talking
them
about
pay once we do get them down. And if it's not
So,
done
we
through
have
ground and
a type
pound,
of carbo,
we have
but it's
to
made out of
look for
flour.
the finish.
I like a carbo where
And then
it's
I'm
an
like,
animal
yeah,
or
I know, but my cardio.
touch him and touch the column.
Boom.
Very,
Now
very
we're talking
similar
about this
to a
therapy
carbo
session
we
with
have.
Hamzat's
I mean,
therapy.
somebody who either plays it because he's
So,
sin,
the reason
or
why you're not
wants to do
spending
it as a
energy
relation,
down there and going for
brings
the
him in.
finish,
That's the
whether it's
double.
ground and pound,
Because
elbows,
things
maybe
like
12
nothing
six elbows.
is
Now,
a little
what
bit.
are we doing?
The
We
thing
got 12
about
six elbows
we
now.
have a mythos like pressure.
No elbows. The
Not
fuck you
that
doing?
are the same exact ingredients, just to make
So
it a
we
bit
got no
like
elbows.
so
You're
one is
inflicting no damage to him.
thinner and
And then you're also not going for finishes. Unless you get the back and then we're kind of playing grab ass, trying to choke you down. It's not happening.
another one is larger and it's the same enough
Because
for the
I
oil.
think if I do the first submission and I've overdone my
much
cardio, and then, you know, like in the second
So
round,
just like in something's bucket,
that second round, I was like, oh my god, that's so embarrassing to be at that level. That's a good back and you failed. Take that attempt. He just flopped on his back like, oh, he could. He's good.
it is mine.
You know,
As
fast.
it's
So
shocking,
I would say,
it's not an oil.
my
It's
method
himself
Hamzat
loose,
on this
it's
camp.
an oil. It's himself farmer.
What are
So
we
you
doing?
wound it for
Where
the
you're
person
so
doing it, but he didn't even wound that
hesitant to
It's
go
so
for a
easy.
finish. Where you're so hesitant to land
I don't
vicious
think
strikes
it's
in the
similar
ground.
law. If
He's
you
going
take
like
some mind,
cardio.
but
Okay. There's
I'm
the
not
ground
touching
coach.
pressure
One
instead
of
of
the
a
best. He
reflex.
trains out of his garage. You know, he's
Not
training
about
DJ Dillashaw and Pico and
But
the resume
the
of studs.
only difference is that a flour milk costs $1
I see this
and an animal
even as
costs
a kid.
$100.
I see this all the time. Right? I coach football, baseball. I see this all the time.
So
Because you're really
the same
good
size,
at
you're probably
throwing
slower just because I'm
kettlebells,
I get it.
because you're good at the foot ladder drill,
The guy who
because
Toronto,
you can, you know, retire and you keep your heart rate up for whatever it is, 15 minutes, however long you're doing it, or you're doing these lunges or these wall squats. All that's good, and I'm sure because you got Hamzat and anybody else in that garage doing all the work.
Anyway,
I got news for you.
so
That's
that's
not
contradiction
fighting.
in Shumba. Shumba
If you want to get good at fighting,
says,
you know, you
and
get
one
at
that
fighting
you bring
like fighting.
a mid-fight.
If you
Train
wanna
thesis says that it's a different
Build
type
your
of mid-fight.
cardio up in the
Cross
grappling
it out.
department. Do you know how to get better
throwing the garbage. The other end says, the next one says it's perfect. You don't know, you're doing it and doing another one. So we have a deep shot. We want to do like this. We'll set the shot as we go along. Because it's basically yesterday's video. And we're going to go through it. We're going to ravel it out. The reason why I did the chart is because you can see who the cool is. See the cool is. Robert Rabbit don't say like that. What does Robert say? Robert says the difference between the prices is that the client in one price is still like another owner, not another member. He thought that this was brought by Shimon, not by me. So that's a mess. That's a toss out of the contract. That's why I just brought up. It says it's okay because you just mess up with you, the owner. You, the owner's roommate, thought it was a different type of mistake. Not my question. It's not going to be brought up in the lab. Because rappers are actually saying that when a person messes up, then it's holding the hand of my precious, this that's it. And he's calling it a mock. Those of you who know, sometimes you look at prices, functions, whatever. Like, and then you go to the next thing, and then you finally get his name right. So after you cause and it's all bullshit. So he making a mistake. His mistake was so ferocious that it's not even a mistake. That's Robert. You think it's because when you make a mistake, himself up to all these digital devices, he's at the KPI, he's running on there like pretty good, 2 more minutes. You think it's because he has someone doing blood work and check his lactic acid levels? Next one, that's all so easy to see. A lot of these things are very easy and Sean has great cardio because he spars non-stop. So his cardio comes from doing what his job is. Your job is not CrossFit. Your job is not throwing fucking medicine balls. Your job is not to take a hammer and bang a fucking tire. When you figure that out, that none of that is going to get you a UFC belt. That's what it's like. Oh my God, we're going to be cooking. And that's wrong with the and I see this across the floor. And he also does it his dad has this kid doing fucking foot ladder drill 6 days a week. He fucking hates it. He has him go to private training, jump boxing, do all this shit. Hasn't done some medicine balls. All the numbers are under one umbrella. Because I don't get it. I don't get it, man. He's dropping balls. It's fine. His outlook doesn't look great. But they say, wait a minute, you're going to the bus, there's a so your son's the best at exercising. He has to bring a pathos, but he doesn't results. Why do you have to toss that hot shot? Specific sport he just does it. And therefore, they don't agree with the Robert's shot. The Robert's shot. The guys think they get this false sense of confidence. And I'm sure Hans busts his ass in that garage. And compare his numbers to DJ and Pico. And then your size little good. You have better appeal levels than fucking TJ Dillashaw. Yeah. When you mess up from a mentor, you can consider what you're doing. I'm bringing him a how are your VO2 max levels when you're fucking shooting 13 double-ups in a row have to chain so this monster and they're fighting back and they're reversing you. You gotta create strands. Seriously, shit. That's it. That's it. And truly, oh, the person wants that excited to believe it's a fucking shit. It's a fucking smart IQ. But why? He's not doing anything things. So he's not in there. He's only spitting back to spitting yellow balls. Nothing smart. He's good. He's doing what his job is. There's nothing fancy. This day and age. Look at the people in the fucking youth level up. This day and age, everyone's this new technology and have you heard of this peptide and if you can this cool tub and shut up. I can say, because you guys didn't hear it, Anybody with them be watching, be watching my stuff. We can say at least one time. Like I said, I'm a kid. What is Rocky? There's a kid. And a guy asked me a question. People sit in and says, that person is so bad, it's not even true. It's not even true. Finally, then a guy asked me after this. That's true. It's so bad, it's not even true. It's bad. He's holding it in his hand. This spinach is cracked, and he pulls it a soft drink. It's a bad mess out there. Everybody in the school will do it. Why caution? Why? So Robert says when so obvious and it's kosher. Robert says the best option. Robert says it's so obvious. It's such a bad mistake. Why is stuff with the fuck? Okay. So yeah, you can Robert and Robert. But nevertheless, the butler will retire with that question. The butler that will retire with that. Mental conception, not only or what's the opinion when a person messes up and he says, this is crazy. Oh, a mental it's made out of flour and oil. And he says, oh, this is another one. And Lord will name this carbon. What kind of carbon? The person knows kind of animal. He's up on the table. I know this stuff. Yes, the oil is always wrong. A hot dog is always in a cave. So, it's not a yuck or not a cave, but it's a bread. So, what is it? What's that like? I mean, here's the fact that it was such a bad mistake. It's not possible. Well, I believe it. And this is a bad mistake. It's called bread. But the rubber beans, this was an info that all the rockets are under one umbrella. That's a info. They can stick to it. But the info, then it's fine when you give you a pass. But when they can stick to it on the umbrella, look. Remind me, maybe after everybody goes. I want to go to the camp, really, especially on this problem. Now he's convincing that I think maybe that's no Julie. I went on the pageant, you know, I'm putting pageants in sentence. I feel this is right now. Just potatoes. Right before you get hurt. I had this idea. I know. So, I don't know. The idea was not to talk really hard. How do you feel for it? It's one of the top practice items. But it seems somebody fucking. I think once you guys know what it is, once it's like people doing something. Probably trying to come into the conversation, you get very, very weird. Some of these things without you know, I'm not going to go. Maybe you can agree with them. That's one of the top places that even round up, but you hear the conversation coming throughout the information, you pause, you stop, you listen to it, you come on, and you're saying it's not good stuff. And then I brought this thing that I didn't already say. I've made it say, many families where it's good enough to say about it. That you talk really confident. Then when you sit some time to you, I know also, I think, you sound with it. You're talking really fast, talking really fast. It makes sense that I really kind of good. When I can play, it's not very fast. I feel it's one of the real fucking time to maybe school with other years and stuff. It's not 12. I mean, it's weird because it's something in the world. It's not the whole shot, it's not the whole people coming. A lot of people took it upon themselves in schools. We had a whole school in my childhood, which entire school set up there with music for another school. But one thing that I noticed is shop is only one shop. But 900 people in town. That's it. Zero. I don't know. I looked around and people coming to me. You notice that nobody told me what the shot is. Nobody told me about it. You know, that's not a fun narrative in the ones Sean Strickland should not be here. All these other Pakistani guys, all they do is wrestle. This is their plan. They have resources. They might not have a ton of money, but their culture is wrestling. Sean Strickland in California is not, and he did it. Not
only did he do this is the Matt Jordan Strickland did. Not only did he beat fucking Izzy Adesanya, one of the highest, most elite strikers to ever fucking do it in all of the UFC, in the history of strikers in the UFC. That motherfucker's creme de la creme. He beat him striking. Let that sink in. No wrestling. Zero wrestling, went toe-to-toe,
in other words, he said,
world class, Izzy Adesanya.
we have three explanations how to explain the contradiction, and each one has a hole. Each one has a problem.
To DDP, which I thought he beat him in the first fight, whatever.
Abaya has a question on Rabo
And then
that
they give him the top contender, Fluffy Hernandez, and he outclasses him, beats the shit out of him. Cool.
between the owner
And then he gets
and
Hamza.
the guy that's not moving free
So
and shit,
world class
or mess
grapple.
up in the midst of
So
and mess up is not a problem.
Izzy
That's
all
a bad
strike.
choice. The Rabo will be trying to make it
Beats him, gets the
before.
belt.
But Habs also gives us a player as a full coverage in the water power. You should get a free pass to the next guy. So you know,
They get Hamza.
the right one challenge is
The
pushing the
undefeated Chechen
the Rabo.
who only grapples. So the way he won his belts were the toughest ways to do it. Izzy, world class striker, outstruck. Hamza, world class grappler, beat him. It's insane. And you gotta give it up to him. It's fucking mind blowing. He beat the odds more so than any other champion we've ever seen. Like if you hear the story about Francis Ngannou and fucking blood diamonds and walking across the desert, that's crazy stuff. You hear about these kids in Chechnya, war torn country, came up for nothing. Those are fun stories. Heartbreaking stories. The Dagestan kids, man, was the only way to make it cool. John Strickland's that story. He's American.
Which is sad. If you mess up,
He's not privileged in any fucking
doesn't
facet.
mean
He
that
should
you're
not
just
be.
war falsely and can't afford to be
And
a
also,
fighter.
in both those fights, he was a massive underdog.
Flower.
He never gets the credit.
It messes up, let's say, goes in this amigo
It's
from
crazy.
coming,
It's crazy.
three, a flower.
One note. In Newark,
Now,
New Jersey,
the way to
it's
remember
one of
it
the
is
only
like
places in the
the
country
fight
where
dog,
12-6 elbows aren't about
fight
so
in this
it's
dog,
also gone.
fight
I don't know
dog,
why they still go play because they have unified rules. In Newark, New Jersey is one of the few places they don't allow, which is weird because you think that
but
it's
the
you
difference
would go,
was,
but I guess
is
their
the new
commission
thought of
has their own version.
a cycle. So
Wow,
I
they said
actually
that at
just
the
was
beginning
speaking
of
about this, there was a
the
bunch of
during
time
the
where
prelude,
it
I heard them
was
talking about it.
that technology today
Because that's a
way
problem.
more advanced.
But besides that, I mean,
There's
spot on.
many steps in the cycle. So
I don't know if
originally
you
this
heard
was
this.
fast,
Might
on
never be
fast speed.
but he's
The
the
husband of
greatest
wife,
underdog
not
of all time.
vehicle that never met.
Hands
So
down.
listen, stop it.
I'm not even
Yeah. There's a whole long process. That's
the level of difficulty. That's my thing. Like,
other clothing, they have the other
GSP lost his belt to that set.
it's
There's a
a
fluke, then they rematch it with the fuck up.
You know, it's like that everybody knows.
For a guy to lose his belt and they get it back, he's too cheap. So it's not like he just beat Joe Blow, who just got the lead, the second greatest middleweight to ever do it. At his John, he beat him striking.
So the one that we have here is for wrestle fishes or
Loses the belt.
tomorrow.
And then you're fighting a specialist completely polar opposite.
It's not for sure.
We'll see how it pans out, but one of the greatest grapplers we've ever seen was here. Beats him. It's bananas. Now, you might not agree with all the shit he says and all that stuff, but what did he sell a fight? That's the other thing. I'm on up to date. I can't wait to say that's the other thing. Let me know if you're watching.
Yeah,
This is also why I bet text my brother, put more money on Strickland. When I realized that he got pulverized and they don't actually, there's no real animosity. When, you know, most security guards I've ever seen, he had some ball game, Joe and they tapped right before I saw it. So I see him, you have all that security, and then when they bring him close, I'm like, oh, they're gonna hold these two guys, oh, here we go. And so many people do this, it's real kids, they fucking hate each other. Don't do that, it's like, let's do it, brother. Oh, it's good to see you, brother. Oh, fuck, we got some, yeah, that, it bothered me. Like, oh, this is, oh, it's making fat. Oh, that's weird. They agree to it. I'm like, oh, definitely would lose. Because
So,
for
you want to
Strickland,
more
it's
stuff.
another
Also, they do the rest,
sparring
no?
session. It's another day in the office.
In the car, in a way.
So now Hamzat doesn't have that
sports, and they do the rest.
blood red
You
anger to
do
hopefully
the
kill the big mouth.
so right.
Let's take a little break here, fam. Listen, you ever actually read what's in your toothpaste? Your boy here has to because I have crazy sensitive teeth. I have so many teeth issues. So I gotta be careful with what toothpaste I use. Some of still hurt my teeth. Or they make them too sensitive, so it's a nightmare for me to look at. And then there's also a ton of chemicals. You're putting all those chemicals in your mouth twice a day, unless you super crazy. You're doing 3 times a day. Big toothpaste has been selling you the same toxic formula for decades. Doesn't work for me. I look for an alternative. That's where Van Company is changing the game with their miracle tooth powder. That's right. You want to ditch your traditional toothpaste? Buy the thousands. Van Man's tooth powder uses real grass-fed cow bone hydro concentrate.
Basically,
The same mineral structure as your actual teeth to remineralize the strength enamel naturally. That's what your boy needs. My enamel's all messed up, so I need zero fluoride, zero SLS, zero foaming agents. It's completely edible because anything you put in your mouth should be. You don't want all those chemicals wake up without that gross film in your mouth because there are no foaming agents destroying your natural saliva production. Make the switch to real oral care your boy has. Go to vanman.shop/shop, SHAB. Use the code SHOP for 50% off your order. That's vanman.shop/shop. Use the code SHOP for 50% off your first order. Van Man. Real ingredients, expectations. So I wondered, does Hamza still have that? When he was younger, he had that rage in him, like, I'm gonna kill everybody. I think as he was gone and his heart is less in it. Like, when Sean says, like, you're doing this because Kajiro wants you to do this, you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't, he's been a lot more chill over the past, I don't know if it's age or just his level of evolution to that's the other thing. He'll never like you be driven by the leech. He took out Kevin Holland. Good fighters. But elite, has he ever blown the doors off against the lead of the league? I guess Robert Whitaker. You remember Robert? I'm not dating him, that's great. But Whitaker came up with a pre-existing injury to his jaw. He's using his jaw in both states. So probably the Whitaker would have been out of ruthless. But outside that, like Grossman, Gilbert Burns, the DDP ones, you learn one positive from Dogger. One might be from Dogger. You know? So, the side lover was a girl. Look at his like finishing kick. I'm not saying he can't come there, but your boy, it's like it's that kind of savagery, you know? I remember I texted you before the fight too, where I said someone told me to put the house on Strickland because Hamza might have a head injury. I don't know if I believe that, but I do think that in that fight, he's never been so concussed before. Because going into the 5th round, he actually asked his corner, and he said, well, how do we handle that clip? So it's not that clip, I'm telling you, I'm shooting for it's fucking clip, dude, and it goes.
And that money goes
He didn't know where it was. It goes like this, and didn't know where he is. I just I told his corner. Should I say, like, you're okay, man. It's 1-1. You know, and then it was all about striking. Sean broke his spirit because that spirit of I'm going to keep on taking down the way Rob fights, or he's like, I'm just going to keep on spamming takedowns until I get you. I think he won because there's a certain point as a wrestler where, like, if you know you start taking, terrible shots, you're taking shots on halfway across the mid-time, and, like, that's when he got stuffed and pulled apart. That's when he just took no setup, no nothing, thought he could just spring across the mat. And I don't even think he even had the confidence that he was going to take the down. I had to take confidence. Like, expensive. It's just for 25 minutes. He shoots doubles like Sean Jeffs. Because he just knows. I know I can shoot 20 times and still perform.
Now, anytime the Marty does that, almost every time, you want to write anything up, you want to
confidence on the first round. Yeah, he got him down pretty fast. But when you realize, I can't do anything to this guy.
See, I mean, what? It's 11 by each other. What?
Again, if you're betting,
Marcus,
it was never a threat. Like even when Sean, they're screaming, "Oh, he's got his back! He's got his back!"
So what's the point? The point is about that. More said, it doesn't have to be just not only doesn't have to have the same spelling. It has actual butter, but even if it's a completely different word, it's still good to call it one of the words doing the same thing. What's inside? You don't even know what's happening. So the word then, although you're also in betting, but you know you're also. If you don't want, you don't know what's wrong, then it's still actual butter. You are not. You are the only way you're small. The shots are the butter. When it's collapse or mega, or the mega on a wall of the house,
there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there too, which is it's so ridiculous because they're like, oh, they didn't want him to win, and he was 4-5, so he just threw this.
So what? Because of it, sorry, continues on like this. It's kind of a little studio, just to show the version of himself. I couldn't find, I don't know. I'm not good at it. And then, because you come home and you see some sort of drop, instead of on your hand, you see the white thing in your hand, and you see it on your wall. It's a rookies thing. That's all kind of. And 1 week, come back to check some like this. If you guys are coming back, this is the shark, this is the bar. But this is something you can do. Well, you just have to bring the first thing something. Why it's not even the same word? It's different word. The shark, but Zushi the same thing. Same thing. Oh, hold on. So I played the rock now. I didn't know that. Did something. Wow, so we're gonna go.
I think he beats Ankalaev when he's healthy.
My silly thing that
He's
you
just a
joke.
better rapper, and I don't think that he's gonna stop. I said this about Sean.
So you got very fun. Wow, you got very fun. You got a whole headset. You're not machine. Wow. You got a furniture.
It's like TV gets up his face is fine. It's like at some point it's like, can he get in, climb down? Absolutely. I just noticed, especially with a bigger guy, and Clive can wrestle, it's kind of like, oh man, this could pose a problem.
Big down the
stone. He's so trained, and when he's lost now, when he does 205, it's awesome.
You're not very funny. That's literally a very funny. Oh, yeah,
I was like, oh, fuck it, I know for sure now.
You know what else he said? If you know if you get a shovel or not. If you want to get a shovel, then the 2 options go with the one that's more similar. Okay, I don't know, it doesn't really make sense. I'll go for it.
There was horrible bad blood. That's
it.
He's talking shit.
What do you want? Modern steel support. Doesn't make sense. More. So they're also the city of Yagi and Masa. Yeah? The word of this word option from the
doesn't want to see that again.
I don't know. Yagi didn't show the words of the government. More of the I'm looking for a source for problem when it messes up. The new site, I think the look at second floor. I want to learn the topic versus no. I'm not going to learn the topic. We're going to learn the topic. Things like the expert goes, the stuff that goes to the top, I'm not stuff that just makes the special fun with his breath.
But I would have liked to see, because Hanzo was so tired, I don't know if it was because Sean was a little more winded than he usually is, but he wasn't throwing body shots. The same way that he had ended that fight by just throwing body shots was 1,000 winded.
But the person knows Sean's best performance is far. I don't like. You lied.
He was a little winded, I think.
You probably know. So,
I don't know if his corner was saying it or not, but
he said it. He was saying it. He's a resident.
a lot more winded than he's not a Kamzat's not a fourth and fifth round guy.
Americans want to do fights like not really good. So there's something wrong. Something wrong. You know, like fights for our ratings over. Something wrong. Shit. It's not such an argument. If you know the fact is that you're selling you, it's not going to like this, it's not the guy to do it. Even now, well, it brings you a lot of, it brings you a source of money, a lot of money. So I just,
showing you
because
your
it's still
body
enough
shots,
dollars.
but I just feel like I would have loved to
I think
see
it's super important.
because I think you would have put
So I
thank
think
you
way
on
we got like
yeah,
2,000
because
people to
you're
join me up.
jabbing on
This
the
is
head
a
over
lot.
and over again.
But
Yeah, it's
think
getting
about it, it's a
through
little fast.
all
A
the
lot of people
time.
feel late. I'm gonna get up to breakfast to the end and start the knuckles on
Which
those
is the
hustling.
safest that I've seen
And
him
the
really
answer
fight.
to that
Because
is
he was
look
just like, I'm
extremely
going to
counts.
like do
For you,
what I want to you, what I
counts
like.
begins with enough. For you,
That was
when you
yeah.
can look
Once I
extreme
pointed
counts,
down and then
you can as well.
things about showing
You
down.
know, Lenny didn't start off with rough. For sure, I don't think he started rough. I'm pretty sure when you see it's not. But the thing is, that's the first one, for whatever reason, start money just that because it's rough.
I don't want to
That's
see him at that
not,
weight
people
five.
don't know, like saying it, that's not the same shots. Same shots to be. We made 10 guys make some shots. That was our left foot. That was our dream job. It's the first shit. It's the first. Wherever you get on, that's where you get off. It's why most fights focus on block. So they get on with block. You get on with block. That's a fireworks show.
Because you know they're not going to shoot you.
So,
you know they're just going to stand and bang and it's going to be
the point is, my point is that you need to play the maneuver. Meaning, if you such a pistol, this is somebody, I don't know, he doesn't live in West. He's supposed to walk over the way, you really know what you're doing is wrong, so he's alright.
oh, you saw the hooker from looking for him.
So,
He was in the background because you could see
if you see a
Guerrero
guy,
and his coach
I really believe
like
it.
celebrating and
You
you
know,
see
if he's doing the right
in the
thing,
background.
stuff, but a lot of dreams, he's not forward. A lot of really focus. But it's thousands of
sees it as a
swing guys. Once you can get your own way to work, you're in healthcare, you're in real estate, whatever they're in, they're working 24/7. You know what? It's not going to work. And that's what you're doing. It's funny to like the weed, those are the guys that you have a kid, go to the guys who's working that video. You have a funny on a kid, go to the guys and say, hey, this thing's your life. You can learn to play that, you know, do a program, get a big mark, try it out, push stuff. And that's why a lot of kids, these guys say, these guys are, I know, as a company, the fencing and whatever, he sat there the whole day. So we had him up. So why? He knows that it's he saw the history himself. He wants to use it. Doesn't mind. And he damages other, so he can go with you. He can use it for the next job, but once you do this, you're going to learn. From the house, you have to learn all that from the house. You can't just work half. It's only for that's the money that goes to buy for luck. That is no money on the top of it. You have to meet it right. Typically, you have to do the whole good stuff. Well, it is somebody's summer time. It's to meet it. Unfortunately, material, relational school, you have to all that time to do. You can mess it up a little bit and think about something else. Our question, baby, it's not change, but all of the questions, if you come to think about the wrong type of partner, you continue with that partner. The bottom line is, I'm back to the original question. How in the world do I know that each student offers the mental of the city and the mental of the center? So if you kind of think about a mental of mission, how do you say mind in the football team? If you were to okay, now I mean, it's good for who?
I don't know if there's any truth to this rumor, but the rumor was that Hamza was gaining all that weight because he wanted to fight against Yuri.
Doesn't really matter.
Because that didn't play out, he was like, oh, fuck, I
Yeah.
gotta cut all this weight.
So by
He lost 43 pounds for this fight.
by
So much for a guy like that. It's not like
Tsunami as tomorrow.
that's what they tell me. And again, he's not a super active guy, so he
I
likes
also was like this word.
he told him, here's the plan.
And so you should say
So get ready.
that doesn't
So
matter.
his whole thing, and they take forever.
Well, it's sorry, it messes it up. And also doesn't matter.
Yeah, really.
Last time I was
No, he's at 85. So then he's like, damn.
right, just remember, it's not the right song. Again, it's one of the
It
old
seemed like he was over the fight even
goodies.
when
And
he
I
was
learned
fighting.
from
To me,
her
that's how he was just done with it.
as a kid. I
Like when
learned
it was
for
over, he's
years.
like, somehow giving the belt.
Where it's just like looking at me.
I love seeing him
It's
against
a,
a guy
I
like
remember the little things.
I love seeing him
And
against a guy like
it
Yuri.
just reminds me because the
He
most
really does have he will have problems with.
key and the gears is who crosses his hood. Literally, the other says,
You guys, did you? I don't
what if
really thought it inside.
the man gave a woman producing, but she still had real producing. So what if she gave him the solution? So it says, no son who from Marie. Por isso que você se deu. Não sei nem como Marie. Porque não sei nem como Marie.
I'll say this.
You guys, oh, these girls, you say me. Don't know me, but you say you do me. It's all the same to me. I already told you that.
As the like, well, like
Anyway.
against
Who
Gilbert Burns,
we
you kind of saw him
also now
come
it's
along
cool.
then against Usman after he kind of gifted the first round where he kind of swallowed Usman. He saw me a little bit bigger than his time on. Now the look again is he's not a boogeyman anymore.
Every animal has
It's like when you see how Dick Clay does it, you're like, that's cool.
when you serve the public and you know before, this steak is very different than the first steak. It separates, divides between
Listen, when I started this podcast, it seemed like I had to figure out a whole lot of usual scripts and filming schedule, logos, merch, it was super overwhelming. Every day seemed weird. Just a new decision I didn't answer.
that goes up his back
Seems like your to-do list keeps growing every day with new tasks,
Now,
and that list
what
can easily
the
be
person
a part of your life.
doesn't put it on his back?
Putting the
If
right
he has
tool in it not only helps you out, but simplifies
I want
it. It can be
this
such a game
because it's
changer.
perfect.
Millions of businesses and that tool is
The other unique technology,
Shopify.
power guys put in
Shopify is the
that.
commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world. It's 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. Nowadays. Big brands, household names, and small brands just get started. They got e-commerce. Get started with your own design, e-commerce, branding, templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. You get the best customer service on board with 24/7 customer support.
When the
Got
customer
all those
is
important
it's
tasks in place.
asking you what to do,
Inventory,
by us,
the
which is
payments,
not
the
an important
analytics,
time.
and more. You
The
just
word
say
is, we
multiple
don't really,
websites are trying to figure out what
we're not
platform
dirty
is
people. We
hosting
don't care so
the
much
tool
about it. But
that
what
you
does it do to work?
Everything is all in one
So,
place, making your life so much easier. Start your business
not
today
like
with
it's
the
more
industry's
than
best
it's
business
I
partner,
also know
that's
that
Shopify.
not like it's more.
You can start
That's
here,
much.
cha-ching.
It's more cost.
Set up
It's
free
cost to
$1
be
month
you
trial
don't
today at
do more.
shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. That's shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Cha-ching.
He's smart. One of my favorite videos of
I mean, that wasn't even my biggest.
There's not a law car that if you
And that car, that wasn't even the one that
if it's
drove
going
me
to be
as crazy.
let's say,
I
$20.
find on the card,
So it's not just Shinichi Logo. It's one of the five
I got so many
cars,
DMs
but unfortunately, what do you do? After the other guy, you can't feed it and do anything. But what is the same thing I did with Austin? Austin
after
McCarthy
the
is
fight,
very
we're both
famous.
going to be training any
They
wrestling
come
for
for
this fight or any
another.
jiu-jitsu.
The guy is excited enough. I mean, he doesn't have a chance. He has a
And he
hard
shows
time.
a boxer.
Now
He's
what
like,
do you do
be in
about it?
here. I would.
I
So,
didn't hear about this before.
you
They do.
let it
Judges had 30,
grade.
20.
You actually start. So here's our version of
No,
you
it
actually
was
start.
like
Let
bully beat
let it
down.
grade, and you
I
hope that
actually
it
one time
breaks
a boy
apart.
wanted to beat down.
It becomes about more.
It was actually
Okay.
lucky. That's
So,
it. You're talking devastating.
let me show you this
It's
video.
one thing to
It's
go
real
out there and
classic.
you lose, but
He
it's like,
said,
oh, you guys aren't even the same ballpark. No, it's like pro to amateur.
That's still
I
not
think
the
I-
one that drove me the most crazy.
guys, a heart
I
attack.
think you saw my story, and I think I texted it.
So which one? The Volkov?
No, I mean, yeah, I don't agree with that decision.
There's a
I mean,
contract.
that gotta go
It was awesome, but its owner died. So we did send it to Kevin's line.
Come on, dude. Tatsuo, like, I've never seen someone wrestle. Because before that fight, I said, I was like, I
Then
don't
you'll
know
go
enough
to
data
that's your
on
shot.
Joshua Van. The data that I had on Tatsuo
You're
is
not
that I
allowed.
knew that he's a good wrestler. And
What?
we saw in
Then
that
you're
fight
on the get.
that
Then you
Joshua
go get
Van
a.
is susceptible
And
to
that's
the
then
takedown.
you traded it. You take the injured
Tatsuo
one in the
doesn't
fight.
do
And now he lost. And the other
when
one
he's
goes
on top of you.
to
It
berserk
was the
on
most
his back.
romantic
It's
top
his
control
back.
I've ever seen in my life.
He was
Usually
literally
just hold him and just look at him directly.
When
in the
there's
eyes.
a down point in his back.
It was
He's
one of those fights
looking
where,
running.
like,
He's
you watch
driving
a
his
girl,
other
they
thing. Both
see
the money.
wrestling,
The
and they
injured
go,
one.
that's kind of gay.
That's good.
Like fair.
So, where are we going to be now? Wow. Pretty nice. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to base. I'm a base for a time. You know, it's more. Roll it up. Everything in real color. See, I have this premise, this awesome guy running around in Kazakhstan trying to become a bum. And somebody walks over and grabs him and checks him. What is he? Is he an idol or not? He started out as an idol. But we're hoping he's going to get him home. And once he gets him home, we're going to sell him and take the money and buy him idol. So obviously, we use some time, husband tonight.
yourself
It
a
comes in
chicken
our
split the fight another day, and it's like,
you
oh,
can't put it in the
that would got
That's after you forget. When you pick it up and give it to the pepper, the glaze over there instead of slime. No, why is it like boom. You didn't give it to the pepper when the remains is awesome. And this I learned, that's what it is with root. I learned that a lot from the root. I grew up but the other year to remain as is to learn. All my life, you know, so Irish is much as the smart to what is onion? Onion.
The first one where he was destroying fans, all him at it. The other thing we're just saying is he's doing a better job marketing him. I know he's busy.
Hold on, let me just tell you. I know from the years. I had a train close to $20,000 a year for a bunch of security guys. And it's taking 4 days. 2 guys, 4 days. Come on, it wasn't as nice. It wasn't as sharp. Now, one guy come up with 1 or 2 of these videos a day. Now, these are very talented people, obviously. But they're giving it this was no longer the history channel. And you are history.
And just dogged and has
Before anyone could use the voiceover.
5.5 years ago, this motherfucker was not even training user friends. In 5 years, he went from
That night, people gathered porches.
to number
Three
one
messages
ranked
stand
fucking
They call out.
fighter on the planet.
At the sunset.
Yeah, how smart can you do that? See, how smart can you do that?
Yeah.
I told you guys, I've been a fan of Ultimate Ninja since the Ultimate Fighter kicked off I never like him a lot. I think that he's so much of a harder fight. Because like his grappling is so good. And he also has so much more power. And his striking is so much better. I mean, he's not a better boxer than Van. We also saw how easy it is to get Van got taken down almost. I don't know how many attempts. Pressing back. Yeah, you'll have to chop him when you go against him.
That's part of it. 13 fixes. See the
His boxing is great, but he needs to work on his takedown defense because he was getting taken down at will. And it was making me, it was driving me crazy because I do think Tetsuo, if he actually was able to strike on time, throw an elbow, throw a punch, step over, it's not what these guys do. No, and it was driving me crazy because I'm like, this would have been totally different. Joshua Van got more punches, shots landed from the bottom, and so Tetsuo got it from top.
This is like Motsi Paisa, and you're trying to get the pizza. Okay, beautiful. Now, I have to mention, because every time I mention Reimer, I have to say this because I have trauma from when I was a child. My father is not good.
First amateur fight was in December of 2020.
It's actually,
Sorry, the amateur, yeah.
it's a very right, so it's not a chumla, it's a very right. Now, the reason why people are not so mad in America is it's a back. It's not a back. It's a massive kula that started in Europe because they couldn't eat everything. It's not like today where you get the flour, the old crop. So,
How much longer it's going to take for Manto to come back from the surgery?
That made me funny.
I think Judge Van keeps
Once
the
the
belt
bacon
until
asked
Manto just heals, and
woman,
then we're
yuck.
we get Manto
Some
back.
guy in line,
I think Manto win. Actually, like Joshua Van had that fight, has that wild card where he was so fucking hard, he's so good.
So, when I hear the word, I want to explain to people in America, people in the know, because they're right, there's none of that. You eat
I think,
Cheerios from the new crop, or whatever you're eating on pizza, yeah, try to be back, why not? It says a lot of stores say it's really much easier to do, a lot of stores, part of my place, it's even hard to find, back in the day, when I said, and I'm selling a lot of products that are not 100% healthy. Remember, it's very important to most people, as you show you, it's the last thing
but if he does land, it's a fucking problem. It's
no,
hard.
the people that you're not going to every country in the world,
The same problem that someone
but there's other fights that it's infusing the fire. So yes, what's in the on the second day take out, you bring party that you saw, and by bringing a few numbers back together, you can bring
Tutsuro had any
That'll
finishing.
get beat all the
Anything to
crap.
do on top. He could have ended the fight a lot
If you
sooner.
don't
He
do
could have
that,
actually ended the fight.
can't beat the crap.
Phenomenal wrestler.
So it says the Gemara.
Regardless, like he's doing something right.
Not just crying.
He says something's going on there.
Both say
He's
he's
doing
a
something right.
I'm a cowboy. All right, but listen to this. What if I'm in a situation? So we're talking about a guy playing messes up his mind, saying himself, it's not a Oimer. Oh, I'm thinking now, I'm going to my Texas. Nothing to do with
It's
that.
not even hate. It's just
You're
more
in
just
the
like,
dark. Tell you
You
what's
don't
not
realize he's
related
only been
because it's
competing
fun. What is the end of
he's
thing?
in 5
It's
years.
like food.
Just Pete.
And you didn't accomplish
Guy
that.
in the world.
So what's the point of
And so
continuing
I
being
think we
dark?
look at it like, oh man, he's
So
good.
they'll come out with a big house.
This
And
we
this
need
is
to
his
fix
last
this.
thing.
Culture fans
And
do
then the other thing. The point that I was
You know, maybe just
and
lose
all
more
that,
weight. He
how
had the
very
bell.
sorry, it happens to
While
the
having
smart.
those,
The same thing would apply to the apartment of the Nazi.
he's a blue
The
belt in
Nazi,
jiu-jitsu. And
we don't really have it.
we're the
We
champion.
have Nazi, but we do one. We're not talking about this. We're talking about this in a second. I'm not going to person who satisfy himself not to drink wine, not to be mechanical mace, and he messes up. Yeah, let's see what I'm going to do for you. And in the middle of the year, he goes to a funeral and
Against
goes to
Pantoja, that's the only
hey, the first is
He's
the
still he's an incredibly talented guy, but Pantoja is just very, very skilled. He's been around. He's a vet.
Pantoja just dominated Moreno.
He's only three going to get new Restream.
Shut the fuck up. Like, I wouldn't just assume.
Remember, it's like, how you know,
Yes.
do that, do it again.
So it's like he's to inside. I know on paper, when he's looking like, man, this kid has levels.
So,
I hear you. There's something that makes that motherfucker undeniable.
this Nazir has a great apartment.
He's
Also,
just a fucking dog.
Basham Tzaira. So, person who's in Tzaira who has Tzaraf, and who gets done with his whole thing.
There's no one who.
Let's call it 10% down. Let's go on another is a machine. Machine means it allows you to do something. If you're not, it allows you to drink wine. If you're a woman who gave birth, it allows you to
So you're picking
keep
that
touching.
I wouldn't bet
And
against
then
him.
you
There's some X factor. Be really young, right? A little delusional.
So, right, when I'm with you, since it didn't come with
Having all the models
throw
and being a blue belt, it's kind of like, fuck
now we
it.
have the same fucking test.
And it's
Oh,
fucking
nothing to do with the one chip. You have an app?
There's some X factor there that the
A
youth
Mishnah
is on his
that
side. I don't know what's going
a
on there.
Mishnah that we didn't do
When you think that Pantoja was as if it
it's
was not
tough.
his division,
Well, we just
I wouldn't see anybody even
What?
really giving
What
him
is the two exceptions?
too
One
much
today.
problems.
Okay, you have a spicy, you have a small. You don't have a soda and a soda. The reason if you're correct, using them to move us out there, I don't know anything down the third one, which is this environment. So you want to become a body of the yeah, you're right. All you do is part of it, but it's not an mission because you're just talking about
They fight like anime. You
private
can't see half the
What's
footage.
your religion? Another funny, wrong, relax, and come on itself. Wrong, relax, you're not making money. Diamond is together with the partner, with the animal. So it's not as
She's got power for
another
someone at that
funny,
weight.
how much is the woman's mind? When is Diamond from? Second day Pesach. Every year, same day. That's not interesting. That's not an element. We're talking about something that is on any day.
He has the young Brian Callen haircut.
Oh, well, it's not like something special day. Oh, no. לכן עדיין נראה שבוע של נוזל, ואשם מסוים שצריכים לשמוע צור. ובאשם הבנוזל, באשם הבנוזל, because it's possible for the guy to tell you what Ashman will choose because it comes a lot of these. Everything we all about is the outside is good. Nah, the scene is like something different. Listen, the first mission is something which says the same thing as I do. It says the list of the programs we make up in my shop. You have to throw out. What are Rabbi side? What are the two components we make up? All the have to throw out. Achatos and eggs. case, was, but it is that more, we just said, the also of the sorry, the also really knows it. Yeah, it's not really struggling with his mom. Sharing no shows, that we should put this because it's that. The reason, you're right, this is not the quick motion, is it?
So much harder.
The ball after this, they come to allow somebody to do something, they don't get this harm. They didn't have that. This is more team league also zero. I'm using it. Within the category of offense, you didn't have the offense. He's also zero. I'm saying it's a person like that he didn't steal. Shamila, the playoffs, if you use something from the base of music, like you do, okay, you also have to pay. You guys know how much you have to pay? So, just me up. They pay 25%. Fine. You look at it. Why it is? Well, when's the financial? What?
All this, that's like when you work at corporate K, listen,
So now we're in England, it's 25%.
Okay, but I need the money. I was watching the fights with my guys.
You're right. I love saying that when it says when everybody goes,
My guys, girls.
it's like that. It's 20%. The price is 20%. You're right. So the practical term is 25%. So
they're going to feed King Green to the Sharks because he called them out on the
which
bonus
I
thing.
realize
And
the
he got
argument comes
Daniel
together
was
to 25%.
like,
I
I'm
thought
going to get you
it's
fucked up on the
like
next
a
one.
part
He's like, oh,
not to
sick.
be anxious.
Yeah, I'm
Therefore,
going to give
it's
you a
like I
shot.
can't just
So
toss out one word and say awesome because it's some I told us to come for a couple hours, some come for a month. And therefore, no one on record for like, you know, up in London, they're trying to play the ball afterwards. And then that means it's also really in Europe, and that goes to part of it. Oh, so, that means
listen, we talked about in the back, it's kind of strength of schedule. Like, you thought Journey State
I
was
just
like 30 and 27.
to forgive somebody for effectively did it, you didn't accomplish that because why is it?
Impressive
Why
as
is it have to be
John
another person?
Strickland beating
Just
Hamzat,
being
or
the
Joshua
cover of
Grant
everything
beating
that their owner,
Tatara,
the
Rashad
Yankees
Brady,
wasn't like that. So, you
Tom
know,
Rock, and Joaquin
if you wasn't
Buckley.
like that, why would you
I
pass
don't think so. If it was me,
tomorrow?
and it was
Or
like,
even
who
if
you
you
end up
the
giving
president,
it
the
to,
company,
I'm giving it to Josh
you're
Grant.
not me. The company is going to also happen in some two months
That
with
was
those
my favorite
happen.
fight of the night. By far.
I have an example from tomorrow where the person dies, you would use the carbon if it came as a match, not if it came as a part. For instance, a woman in the it's not an industry with a bunch of people, all of the girls is people. Hot personality. Now, she's sitting in the wall, everybody knows she swords to her guys. Was up for sure next week. Okay, which one of the two punches for the pet? Which one of the two punches for the pet there? He punches.
It doesn't matter how old he is.
The
He's
hot
still
personality.
going to standardize
What do you say? Hot for the pet? No. The other is for the pet. The hot is for the lot of people. So you give a hot personality, so it's really good. Look at it. You died. You do listen to us. The young people, if you bring the island, why? Because the island is for the pet. The rest of us, what do you do with it?
Just cats and him fresh meat.
If you brought the island, if you brought the island inside, then you don't bring honey seed, like you bring a papaya after you got now, after you play. No one can get a papaya after you got. It's very important. People are, they live in a lot of land. I met a guy on Shabbos, I couldn't believe it. He's not watching TV. He's something really really funny today. And he wasn't learning something today. 62 years old and spending sport. He said, how much time is spending the news? He's spending half hour in the news and 10 minutes of later, he's going to that up. And I asked him, I said, how do you think you're going to live? That guy, I'll give 40 years for me. Yes, as a addict, so where did he get 40 years? Maybe he's going to live 100.
He fought the Mexican guy for the Fast and the Furious.
So that's the thing about it. It's nothing. People, they really call him. Look, they're not going to die. That guy decided he was 48. It's his neighbor. It's not him. He's not a different. He's part of a different group of, the dying people. If that guy had 10, no, it's close to everybody. We had a guy, we can have you know, number one, the LG member to his day, he works for the in the factory, over in Kurdish and all those fancy, especially in the school. He's one of the workers there, he's walking, and team spread out balance stuff. For 2 hours taking that. You don't know when you're doing come. So you got a couple of runs. My point is that 2 days is only in your life. You can use as much money as you want to go to the beach for dollars and sugars or in a space and don't mix water. It's not going to be for fun. Might have a squash or whatever, you just come out of your major.
If you're eligible to save money when
I know how it works, so
the process
so
only
when
takes
over
minutes.
here, you can keep reading the apartment. That's because she's going to get an apartment.
See if you can save. Progressive Country
Yeah,
Insurance
can't
Company
get an
for
apartment.
potential savings will vary not available in all states. Progressive. That's not correct. Overall, good night of fights, my man. Good night of fights. Thursday show, we'll get into Netflix and maybe cards this Saturday.
That's quick and quick shout out to the dog, Grant Dawson. Did you see his post fight interview? allows you to do something that you put
Joe was like,
not
man,
the
you
only
had
thing
this.
up to
I forgot what kind of
I'm not
way he did it. Joe was different. And he goes, yeah, so I was like, and then he goes, I saw on Instagram 2 days ago. He's like, we're kind of chilling out.
not as much as somebody's in Nazir.
Yeah,
So I
I
did this
feel
whole
like
interview right the day before we learned Nazir. I interviewed on the top of the English Rabbit to the all the road on the farm. He's in Nazir. He was right in Brazil.
excitement.
So throughout Nazir, we used him as our protocol for Nazir. Our video series also, Smiling to Space, his eye is beautiful. So, even though we know he's going to have to make people I bought a card once. I did not try. I bought it for
It was real easy for them to stand out.
and then why?
We had UFC that didn't happen. And all those fights were MVP didn't really show off.
I don't think
All those fights, but then when you have Khamzat, Rashawn, and you have Zalatola, terrorist, and this and that, it got stuffed so far down that people were like, wait, what is happening?
You took some money aside. So the head of the money. You're not going to benefit from this money, but guess what? If you do, you're not over them. You don't have to pay the 25% of the why? Because another how many alarms do we look at? Really tough. You know, it's only a country side, not a country power. Yeah, you do that a lot, probably not.
So this, when Gina has been out forever.
If a person puts aside a woman and you benefit from something you don't have to pay, that's what you do. You don't pay, so when they like these people partners, what is people partners are going to do? Check this out. So that
I will guarantee
touchy
it doesn't get
from the severe category. Then you have one public funding, one all around the left. I can tell you, put all my money, what do you do with that funding? If you lose money, do it funding. And then funding is money, like, well, you don't get the funding. No, it's what you die, but you're not still doing more than money. But I don't do it. People don't know about it. So the other thing making seem like the money goes to the adults. The production, what you specify what the money goes for, what the money goes for. Maybe how does the other three, I don't know. If how much money is, how much money is about that? How much money is about that? We go, $10 million, I'm going to go into it because it's here. It's five, another one. How much money is about that? How does that the owner die? So we have money. Or for $4,000 owner die. We love the money. What do you do? Also, you know, some situation around on this side of the police, you know, that's because now you can never get it out of here. So it's anyway, money. But benefit from the money, you don't have to pay it too much. Why? Because it's designated for you to swap. Since it's designated, you can swap. You're not over on it. You may know, what about the money that was set aside for them? You have to go right. It's not a factor. It's all right. Buy another way. What I would never do for you as a Nila, to be sure you can comment, and if you set aside money for funding, you buy funding. You never really have to do it. How many days did you use funding? We're dropping those now.
Yes, only because Netflix is the most common platform. So more people have it, so it's a lot more chance. Like, just numbers-wise, more people want to see it. Like, you said, will there be an editing? Not a chance. Not a chance. And, I still don't think the fight's gonna be that good. That's the other thing. It's that too. It's that too. But the problem is one. It shows the power of the UFC because when the UFC really starts cooking, you lose all interest in all other platforms. Because there's been times where people are like, oh, I can't wait to see Francis and BFO. Good, I'm glad he went over there. But then, like that, around that time of year, the fight started really cooking. When's Friends is running again? Yeah, people have to go, oh, your friends fight right now. Oh, shit, that's right.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you see on Instagram. Yeah, after it happened. Oh shit, I totally forgot that was tonight.
Anyway,
Yeah, let's
so
do that with UFC. When the UFC's going.
I don't feel that.
We got
No
about
one's
it.
talking about it.
The whole
No
battle.
one's asking about the matchup. Like, there's no hype for this.
No, when that was happening, I was like, I'm not booking any comedy
So,
shows
says tomorrow,
the same
I'm
time
gonna
that
bubble
I was
up.
on.
I'm just all my review.
If someone asked me to do this Saturday,
You're
I'd pack a bunch.
You're
I'm not
not
going
sure
to
that you
do
have to do that. But now, something that's
That's good, too.
you know that you
Yeah, so
all my
mentioned it.
you
Right
have a lot
after
of
the fight,
social media. This video
I
is
said that
showing
Hans
you here.
Albert stream because I'm going to go up to 205.
On
That's what
one
I
of the
was
people
doing
was
next. And then randomly, this happened later that night.
You were
His
just
team
right
was
over
ready.
here.
We should probably say something.
And the man was wanted to say
So I'm
that
not tweeting out.
what he meant to say is that it's a
struggling.
something that's
So now that I know that it's fake,
that is something that doesn't come after me. So, but a regular user actually comes after me. So, the one side have a wonderful.
That's not true. I don't believe that for a second. That's strictly 205. I don't think they have no one wants it. It's kind of weird to see that. That's why his team, it's a pride thing.
that's his team. Be like, listen, leave the door open. We don't know. Yeah, but I'm all set on that. Yeah, so apparently they were the closest to the Conor. Their press conference was closest to the Conor McGregor, which is massive. Yeah. I mean, like, and I know it's cool to hate on the UFC, right? Remember in New Jersey, like, you'll see other outlets like, look at these ticket sales, so in the depth. The highest grossing game ever at the Prudential Center. They sold out. Crushed it.
And tickets were so expensive.
But yeah, it's cool. Like, UFC's going such in the depths. They've only got 25% of tickets sold. It's like, buddy, you did that fucking 4 weeks ago.
But they only done properly is to, like, when the UFC puts out, like, its peak product, people will come. It's like they build it how they build it.
UFC makes an effort. They're gonna sell it. They know.
Those fights that are kind of like, I guess,
UFC knows that. UFC's like, yeah.
So, yeah, I just think that it's kind of, I think a lot of people already talked about this, but the fact that there's just such a high demand of events that needs to happen and not enough stars yet, because when those stars are aligned and they are fighting, they outdo themselves. Yeah, it's just, they have too many cards to fill.
It's just not enough. It's impossible.
And I'm missing somebody.
Oh, the old 9-fight win streak curse. So Hamza is on a 9-fight win streak. Lost. DDP win streak ended at 9. Israel ended at 9. Whitaker ended at 9. Ryan ended at 9. All as middleweight champions. That crazy. That is pretty damn good. Like, yeah.
Toronto. Beautiful
That's interesting.
sound showed up
Yeah, it's
there.
like the 27-year-old curse.
Yeah, that's the champion.
Standing relation
Cool.
to Toronto, starting
Like Kurt
7
Cobain
years
and all
ago,
that.
Congo, I was well. I was switching to the scene.
I don't know, but I know what you're
Yeah,
talking about.
I remember it was
So
such
Dan was saying he's in
years ago.
first for the job. Oh, yeah, this is all up to
And
the
it was
no,
beautiful,
it's not.
beautiful.
Dale at the press conference.
And
See, that's on Friday,
it was
May.
so good.
That's on local. No, not Tony told. So at the press conference, they asked him about it, and he goes, "So you're taking part in the Fury Joshua?" He goes, "We'll see."
I think he was being vague on purpose because he's doing something behind the scenes right now. He's definitely pulling some funny business.
But he could be involved in it.
I think he's more involved than we could think because
And I know the guy that Smirk was just very how involved he is. He's just promoting
yeah, like
it.
a smirk on his face. I go, we'll see. And I was like, what does that mean?
Boys, I don't forget. Just starting
So
to
this is
see
him,
that
and
it's
you know,
not
it's
too
like
late
not
to do
it's
this
just
kind
gonna
of
be so
responsibility.
it's
To
not
get on
like
your
he's trying to
status,
But then also what he did is they asked about Conor at the press conference. And he was
90
like, nothing's
people,
official
90
yet,
new
but,
people
I was pretty confident. He says, I'm very confident it's going to happen.
70
That's why I was
plus
like, see,
people
I see what you
who
did.
status.
This is how I think.
Shimmy
I
J,
do think it's basically a dead
that's
deal,
the
and
status.
they're waiting on the
Also,
right time to
doing
do it.
people in.
And I think if Rousey
Anybody
and
has a
Jericho
status,
had
they don't have to have
more,
50,
they would
100,000
drop
people
that
status.
trump
You have
card
1,000
Wednesday
people
or
in status,
Thursday.
200
Like,
people in status.
Google it,
It's
and
been
they
way
still
more.
might do that.
Just
But
post
I
your
think
own
they're like,
message
yes,
and
they
put
can
it in
take care of it.
status.
Let's
Not a lot of work.
not take away anything from
And
players.
it's the guy, this
Honestly,
person,
you know, funny in
every
that press
last week.
conference,
You
he
have
was like, after he said
1,000
that about the
people
Fury
join
and
his
all that,
consulting
he's like,
office.
he goes, have
And
I
I
ever
hope
set
they
something at a press
don't mind
conference
the
and
fact that I'm
not,
forced
and I'm
through
like,
the
hey man,
United
you promised to
States,
go
through
step
Toronto.
personally, he was going to come fight
Now
the
I'm
White
in
House.
Park City.
He
And
goes,
this
I
is
started doing
back
target
to
habit
New
and
York,
don't
back to
care. He's
the
like, I
New
never
York,
over
Miami. Love to see
promise.
about Miami because
What's
it's
going
just
on with Nina there?
it's
They're
up in
smoking
there.
cigars, a little whiskey. He's like,
Tom's River, look at this voice
Joshua,
album.
like, it's starting to come out.
People
That's a
with
weird relationship.
beautiful.
It
They
is
have
weird.
a very, very strong satellite with people going. Because of them, we're
Yeah, I'm promoting that.
super seal. Look
I
at this. I
don't
love
think
this.
it's weird.
When he was like, let me see your feet, that was weird.
He said that.
That was a couple
Well,
of
no, he showed a big thing online about her feet, right? People are obsessed with her feet. He's a pretty talented girl. He's the face of the company. I don't think there's any funny business there.
I was like, let me see your feet. You guys nice toes.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, it's a little weird.
Yeah. Yeah, did you see Dana on the Breakfast Club?
Yeah, I didn't see it. I saved it so I could watch it later. I didn't get a chance to watch it.
So, but that's what Sean May does, right? He just goes in. He goes in on it's the first time Dana too, like he's outside the bubble. Like they took the guardrails off of his bubble and they took the kitty bumpers off.
Oh,
Because usually he controls all the media,
nothing
tossing
nothing
cupcakes like
now.
slap fights incredible. How do you do it? Hey man, you know, and so he knows the questions. You know, Breakfast Club. And he's like,
Hold your feet to the fire.
oh, did you haven't seen it? No, it's
Los
awesome.
Angeles,
They dated back in the day, you just were like these people would be ready to go. But they
That's
must
what
have
they
read to the questions before.
We're in the village
No,
from
and he's asking
25
about
p.m. and I'm on the way
why
to
don't you
Korea.
take accountability for
Some
hitting your
folks
life?
this is
The fighters too.
you
You're
mentioned
supposed
that
to take
someone
4
was
weeks off.
over
You
my
took 2 weeks. Like
one thing
he's
to do right now
It
is
is a lot of questions.
probably
It
2
was-
weeks over
and he
Cuba.
Dana
I
just
just started
wasn't
to
ready.
now
He's
see
never
what
going back there again.
phones and we're
He's like,
doing
what
there.
the fuck? I'd be
Shots.
Charlemagne's pressing
I like
numbers.
shots. So
Dude,
that's
this
too
one
much.
you
So
watch.
feel bad
It's
about
worth a watch. I
it.
think
Phone
Dana
that
handles
was
stuff
tight.
fairly well
I
considering.
received the
Yeah,
email.
and answer the questions. He was like, no, use the tablet all over. Usually he wasn't
Okay,
like,
yeah,
well,
yeah.
he's usually ready to
Take
go. But he's like,
the rub it looks like it's
time. He's like, it's
Also,
tough, you know.
point
But,
is
you know,
that
my mind, yeah,
goes on that
I take accountability, and it's just like,
on one
I
signal
know you
for
were ready to
Chavez,
go at all.
it's like
Hold this
speaking
for
about
like, I need to see this because I don't know what you're talking about.
Soon as possible, simple, fast, fast, and at all.
This is okay, you know, we didn't see the signs up of the Freedom 250 bubble, so this is the size of it.
So nothing, the higher plays that itself is considered some sort of height, kind of as a writer. So it's one part shot, and that's something that you know, I'm not concentrating on promoting the relationship, not being a change of person, that struggle. Doesn't mean that you should be breaking Chavez. That's why it's as much as you keep, you get tired, whatever style that also means style for that number. And then I began listening to Sheer, said the exact same thing. Wow.
I just want to show you the slide,
The
which
early
is going to be
fights
the White
from
House.
he was still telling me they were thanking that's what
Yeah, cool, man. So anyway,
Besides that,
he's not
this is
hardcore.
another-
He's like very cool.
I'm over in the California for a few days now, and I'm still riding the high with the most amazing experience. I was listening to all the stories, and I realized, okay, what I'm not going to do, I was telling what I've opened up tomorrow. Now here I am, 1,200 shots from me. I'm looking forward to 20 shots with you. What a sport. So this individual, Larry Jackson, is $511. Anyway, I've enriched my life in so many ways. Never stopped being, I guess,
They all come from
is that what everyone has left?
just mentioned. Less mentioned.
20 shots. Yeah, makes sense. 500 days is more than a year. Yeah.
So
Anyways, I enriched my life in so many ways.
Ohio
Please
is out
understand
of
how my
Detroit. That's
cheers and
another
my
loss,
shoes less
which is
than
not a
all
huge
you.
one, but that's definitely that's fine. Yeah,
But
like
that,
matchup wise.
unfortunately, I wasn't able to be with my
You
friends
can
today,
make it
but
over
I've
because
seen
of
all the
these
pictures
issues,
and videos, and I
these
can love
issues,
them. I'm
these
all
are
ready
all
for
things
you
like
to
you would imagine that they would have
I
that
was treated like
figured
a
out by
close
now.
everyone. Marketing
It's
lessons.
all things.
Mark Ashkenazi
But then
on
he's
the
fine
computer
now.
right now.
He's
I'm
gonna
the
be
CEO
fine.
forward
He's
on
someone
the
that
road,
really logo is
and
top
this is
developer,
mine,
so
our
like
CEO.
Netflix of all
And
people
how
could
did
get.
partnership represent something
Yeah,
so
I
real
know
and
there
real?
is. I'm saying
You
I
don't
see
even
it
have
on
to
fight.
publish it. I actually saw a picture for the computer. And I'll
But
see you
still,
the
the
same
power
thing.
that Netflix has,
Mark,
you see it.
which is at the Yarmouth,
But Netflix
that's
is
the account, his
worldwide.
Yarmouth, this page you did.
But they're not dealing with commissions.
You don't even have to
Yeah,
claim the
that's
shit
true.
to
On a
pay back.
TV show, you could
Those are
fucking
some
make
stuff
a hell of a
you
good amount if you try to get
It's a
the
fighter.
fighter.
I
It's
know.
still
I hope
weird
he's not
from
talking
a
about
third world
the
country in the United
he's not
States for a
starting.
fight. Yeah.
He's
Right, this is Daniel Cormier
yeah.
kind of messing up on it.
And a part of it
That's
too,
what's hard.
working side by side with such harmony.
I
It's
was
really
listening to
unbelievable.
this and I was like,
If I may
it
add one
happens.
small
It happens.
you constantly start something up and shit
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
well, let's just do some of that.
I was
You know,
like,
I don't
Joe
hear a
should
lot
be
about it.
fucking
I
Islam.
don't know reach me. Not
Did you
everyone
say
has
that?
WhatsApp.
Like a
Just
long
the
time.
more people connect to
He
this,
says that
think about it.
fiction too DC. He's like,
Chat to
I've
change
seen
life,
that
saving
fan
life,
question
putting life.
before, and I'm like,
Don't know
what the
without
fuck are they
these
talking
black
about? Like, what are you
thank
talking
you,
about?
Russell Cats.
Yeah,
But
like,
I love this picture, this kind of picture.
That's our speaks to
This
actually
is the father is watching one of the lives of the all people climbing around him. Watch. And finally, push the lugs. That's the limit that we have for the lugs. I don't know if you've seen Game of Black season else that he does that. He said he does. Other learning points that he except that he can find out. I also
I'll tell you what happens
yes,
to a special
it's the time.
Yeah, they're not being able to forget all
That's
over
great because a lot of people
it's not the most serious division. Like you and I gotta look up some shit where I'm like, why are they
looking at stuff like
Well, that means I've got to look at the division before you start. To be fair, flight the Blink of the women's division and flyweight, just hey man, be cool. We're talking about heavyweight, light heavyweight, middleweight, welterweight, 155 over here. Yeah, outside of that, it's a little dicey.
and get more further
God, listen, I'm a Hogan fan.
Suddenly, talking about
And
how
he's just a product of society and everything.
100%.
And I get what he's doing. Obviously, no one's talking about him. It's almost too much for him. Like, guys, he's gonna fucking up this good thing.
And we all acknowledge Ilya's ability to find the chin no matter what he does. Right before the face. Yeah, right on the chin.
It's just uncalled for. Like, I can understand, like, doing it to your opponent. He's going for a bone time. He's going for aliens. It's just, I don't know, it's kind of cringy.
Send out
But again, that's what he does. You know, here's my question. I'm a Hogan fan. I love his football background. For those guys, right? Because we kept from St. Paul. I root for him.
and the idea is to get them going.
Is Hogan just is he one of those guys where in a year, let's say he was loses in a year, you remember that hockey guy really crazy shit because right now we're putting up with it because he had that insane performance. We're like, dude, this is okay, dude. This is what he does. He wins. As soon as he loses, but there's no more press conferences. There's no more interviews like this. They're not giving him the ability to do this wild shit. So his trains, as long as he's winning, as soon as he loses, this is
We've seen it before. Conor McGregor, as soon as he won, he got choked. He still can't live down no matter what. If he comes out, he can make a post about like little kids' health, and people will show McGregor McChicken, he got choked out by Khabib. Like when you do that much talking, you have to back it up because the minute that you lose, people can't wait to jump on you.
like Conor's really not going for other guys like outside the division or like why is Peloton catching trades? Why is fucking Ilya like there's a lot of like people there's people who just like hate to see someone doing that well. Because they just want to see someone's downfall. I see the downfall is almost as big as seeing them come up. Yeah, with Hogan though, just it's I don't know, man. I love Sean being so unbothered. This whole time, dude, how about Sugar Sean didn't ask him a single question. I forgot he was there. I know.
maybe pull up a little
When
bit.
they
Yeah.
just was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do the glow up.
The boy
Well,
side,
there you go, this news
Hollywood
reporter here,
is doing
right? He was like
a
that
share
kid from that TV
live
show.
at 2 p.m. New York time, Miami time.
People hate on Bunny
Get
Hotel.
together at 8 o'clock at night.
So yeah, you guys basically pretty much summarized everything.
Shabbos at 1 o'clock. What's a Shabbos?
It's just where, Ilya kind of stands out. Watch how he gets him right on the chin, too. This is what Hogan wants, right? It's a very WWE thing.
Cool. Very cool.
Look how small he is, man.
I like it.
Ilya's got that dog in
Oh,
him.
I just wrote
100% he
myself
was
2
fine.
notes. That wasn't really
And then Alex stands up and goes,
it's a good thing I wrote it.
Ilya's not scared of anybody.
I was interviewed by famous world famous Dr. Langer.
Hear the comments, Nick wants to suck Ilya's dick. Ilya's a tough dude, but that'd be a tough
So
No, he's not going to win that.
for a long time.
I'm kind of with fucking Strickland.
I liked it.
I'm all for wild shit. Get your name out there.
So I'm a little
Sean
bit
Strickland
more.
goes, this is wild come from me, but Josh goes way too far. Taylor's wife really delivered his eggs. Those WWE things is too much. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of Sean. Like, yeah, that's a lot, man. There's fun. Cody Warriors. Like, Josh is funny versus himself. 16% said be himself. 32%. Oh, there's no going back now. He's just like, I'm on a shtick. Now that I'm at a high level, it's like, it's like you after telling you've had too much sex. Yeah, it's wild, right? He's like, you need to show out. If Sean Strickland says it, you gotta calm down a little bit. Like, you go after Chandler, Victoria, it's like,
That's one problem I have. Yaakov, just Red Devils, Robert.
And I root for Hogan, I want to see him win, but it's just like, this stuff's tough. I do think you're gonna win, though. It's fine. That's how I fight. That being said, I don't know how Swan's gets a little higher in the division. Because Derek is, Derek gave up last week. Yeah. That's better announcement. That's no foul. I don't know. I like him. Oh, yeah, that's the funniest I've seen. It was all the goats talking to each other. Makes you like this guy got impressed there, but he does like Chuck Liddell and it's so the GSP. And then the door opens and it's because it has like the label over it and it said Cody Garbrandt for 5 minutes back.
Jussie, Clark, Benny, and all the East
Oh, is that it, Chick? I guess so, man. We've got so long today. We'll get to fake questions on Thursday's episode. Of course, Sunday is all fake questions. If you want to submit your fake question, go ahead and submit it in this episode right now. Leave your comments below. But fake question, Nick Jensen, I read up Dave answer. We do on Thursday show. Do on Saturdays. Thursday will be happy. MVP Netflix card. I'm sure there'll be some other news. Alright, love you guys. Yeah, see you around the field. Come say what's up. I'm all over the place. Until next time. I'm out.
His 2 sons, and he says next year's coming with his Spanish brother and his wife, and I stayed, in my mouth. I signed my first ever Audio Murray program here. Jimmy Azulay, if you came up as the thank you, Jimmy. He posted us. He had a caterer to come to his house. Phenomenal caterer. Great food. In Toronto last night. Shkoya, I still walking with me. Now we put my husband coming to town and walking in his 40th birthday. And then his brother, you guys, will see this event. Shishana Leah, we look at the government of Chad, and now it's pushing up here. It's been 10 years later. The hidden side of the generation. And now it's a memory of Mazel back, Leah, the Senado, and this year. Anonymous and specific verdict that is good and open and revealed way. There's a more kind of factual layer of May. Weekly sponsors was Heston and the cover memory about the beloved Mother Asra, about the legal elements they take to telegraph upon his 50 yard size. Anonymous has a special success in fertility treatment, among other things. A bunch of people came to me and asked me, and I feel very comfortable every single time. They ask me for a drop out to suicide prayer for fertility. And it's a thing that a lot of people struggle, and it's a very, very difficult struggle. I struggle from giving a bracha on my birthday. Why read the rabbi? So we should give you prayer. And why continue with the Avodah Hashem. I'm still an emotional wreck. What he means is,
the emotions that we went through, in Shabbos, were so overwhelming that it literally causes pain for your brain. It's like it drains your whole brain. That itself makes you weak. Um, to see Mr. Goldstein with his camera taking pictures, and all of a sudden the camera just drops, and he's crying, bawling from emotion. Anyway, our analysis can kind of high sort of can also go up between the only having the show block of which the more than the next level is the music and the best. So boy side, here we go. You are the second day of the office. Today we have an easy daf. The most of the daf is going to be discussing this idea that we learned yesterday, that according to Rav Shimon Bar Yochai and Rabbah explains Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, that Rav Shimon Bar Yochai goes with time of the crop. Let me look into the reasoning behind what the Torah says. And when you could tell that what a person is doing is false, it's shtusim, it's when we ignore what he's saying and doing. When a person is saying that he's bringing a flat mincha, but in fact he's bringing a very thick, soft one, so just ignore him. And you say, okay, he said it, but he didn't mean it. And therefore it doesn't ruin it. Whereas when you're doing a carbon, you can't tell. Because every shkita looks the same, and every Kabbalah Saddam looks the same, every Zrika looks the same. So when a person tells you that I had a mind to bring in an Ayla instead of a Shlamim, that ruins the carbon in a way. But by Mincha it doesn't. So basically, what we're going to be doing today is going through a lot of different cases. Let me throw an example. The carbon basically knows a little sheep, less than a year old. So if a person shows up to this Amigdash with a cow, and he brings a carbon Pesach from it with a cow, he says, the guy is crazy. The guy, he didn't mean it to be a carbon Pesach. So it's a joke. Ignore it. And I'm saying, so when it's very clear that what the person is saying and doing are so different and the opposite, then his actions speak louder than words, and therefore his actions are what count, not the words. That holds true to everything. That's why we're going to go through different cases. What if you bring an animal? Another example. What if I'm supposed to bring a 1-year-old animal? I want to bring a 2-year-old animal. Are those actions that speak louder than words? But perhaps only different between them. What if I was supposed to bring a male because all oilers are male and you brought a female? What if I was supposed to bring a female because all chatas are female, most, and I brought a male? Is that an action that speaks louder than words? That's today's subject. Like I said, easier stuff today. And here's wow. All I can say is wow. Emotional shops on all levels. Great picture. Shkoyach, Mark. Zokting Mark. We're only 10 lines from the bottom of phase on the base. Simon, great. Now some tears in the eyes. Simon, Oila, Molak, Ritza. These are all the different questions that we're going to bring on this idea of actually speaking louder than words. I'm sorry, question. Tell me how the S says the Gemara. Oila, Sa'oi, Shemoka, Lamala. Okay, so for this we need to explain a little bit. And here it goes. There are two types of birds that we bring in the base of English. A pigeon and a dove. We bring a oilas ha'oif and chatas ha'oif. That's it. There's no shlomim oif, there's no oiva oif. There's only two. A chatas and oif. There's no shechita on a bird. Although today we get chickens with a knife. Not in the base of English. For that we do the lika. This is what the lika would look like. The nail of the thumb goes from the back of the neck, and that's how you kill the bird. It's not a secret killing. Now what is it? There's something called Azar, and something called Mitsu. Azar is the bird, and you don't touch him back, you roll the bird sort of, or throwing motion from the right hand towards his back, and the blood from his neck goes flying up to his back. That's Azar. Mitsu, you take the bird and catch it on the wall of his back. You squeeze it onto the wall. Let's see how that looks.
Drawing tonight's episode is right there, lit up. He's drawing right now. He's already started. While all you lazy fucks sit there enjoying a comedy show, he's drawing tonight's episode. You're
Now
going to
notice,
see that print at the end of the show.
Cheyenne is standing above the red line. There's a red line on the staff. It's called the
All those prints are available right
He's standing above the red line. That indicates to us that this is an idol bird, because an idol bird goes above the red line. And then one other bird that goes above the red line, that's a campus animal. Everything else is below the red line.
There's a bunch of shit you always forget. It's
So,
great.
if it's a campus bird, it will go below the red line. An idol bird, all you do is use a campus bird, you do both. You have Azar, and then you do you sprinkle it, and then you do this, let's see. And you'll notice here he's standing below the red line, and he tosses the bird forward against the air. The blood comes flying out and hitting the. That's called Azar. And what he's going to do now is say, look, from the fact that he's doing it above the red line indicates to me that he's doing an oath. Or from the fact that he's doing Mitsu, or let's say Azar is only for a contest. Right? He's doing a contest. So for a contest, the word, his action is showing us whether it's an oath or a contest. Depending on where he's standing for what he's doing for Azar or Mitsu, I'll know whether it's an oath or a contest.
Holy shit!
Again,
This show's fucking crazy. We're gonna have so much fun tonight. Brian Redman's here to my left, ladies and gentlemen.
And then Mitsu, which is the squeak. Okay.
We have the great Brian J. Ebo drawing tonight's episode. He has a flagship paper in front of him. All crazy as he'll sit there and enjoy the show. He's literally drawing his special drawing of tonight's episode. Why does he have it?
And you say it's a campus bird
So is
with
the
you above the
official
red line.
protocol
The fact that you stand
Shout out
in
to
the
the power
place
of
that's
Jamie Burton on the
is
HD camera in the back.
reserved for an
And,
idol.
the great
So that's
scene
telling you
with
that
the
it's an idol.
short,
The
not
fact that
quite
you
spoken
said
enough.
that
We're
you're doing a
having some
contest,
amazing building. Periods end up in the
you
comedy
haven't spoke,
store.
you misspoke.
Being
Your
our happy
action
home.
of being above the red line is
Shoot,
louder
it'll be
than the
4
words that you
years.
spoke.
It's 52 weeks a year. This is episode
Perhaps
220.
we could
This
not
show is also
why,
going
not
to
some
be
people
in
in
Austin, Texas,
the fact that you're standing above the red line means that you're being not good, all over bird, not a connoisseur. You guys are crazy because people were, the Lamata of all the to be standing as this picture below the red line.
Other than that, we're touring.
No,
Check out our
it's not
website,
alright.
blah, 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 blah.
But
Who's
the
ready to start tonight's
connoisseur,
motherfucking show?
but you
Let's
can't
jump right into it.
perform,
I'm gonna bring up your
travel,
two
to
guests for
above the
tonight.
red
Your
line.
two secret, not so secret anymore,
Oh,
Tony
no.
guests. Every
Humans,
single
the
episode,
lot
I always
of
have
some
two
of
of
them
the
in the
funniest people,
if you
my
perform the
funniest
movie,
friends in the world
come,
as guests on this show.
you kill the bird with your
Put your hands
thumb
together for the great
above
David Tell and Ron White.
the red line, you know, to accomplish this potion. So just the fact that it's standing above the red line
Holy
doesn't
shit,
tell me that it's
holy
not
shit,
a
holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit.
Oh, that's all. It's
The great Ron White. The all-powerful David Tell.
double the knowledge should have this right granted. So now we might start this
Welcome, my
like
friend. We got some number
Kind of
one
special.
tequila, which we've already
you're doing
indulged
an
in.
idol
That's
bird,
Ron's amazing.
but you didn't
fucking
need
tequila.
to, which is squeezing above
Ron,
the
this
red
is your
line.
first time on the show.
And you said to
Welcome.
yourself that you're doing a contest.
I thought it was going to be a
It should be good. Why not some of people know your actions prove what you're doing? Go outside. I'm proving that you're doing an idol. You compensate for the participants with the contest bird. Where do you do the meat to the contest? You below the red line. I'm not God overall.
First of all,
Gaza. So first of all, two problems. First of all, people deliver what they want. Second of all, you see the person throwing, not just squeezing. What you do is throwing. So the more angry you can see what it says, it's going to get you the both times. Well, maybe you just noticed was the squeezing of the neck of the bird after you already performed Gaza. In other words, people from your action is not conclusive. Yes, you squeeze the bird, but that's how you're supposed to squeeze. Action is possible. First you do Gaza, you do Nisi. So now I caught you doing Nisi, but the red line, it doesn't mean it's another red. It's happening. I'm doing Nisi after it's Gaza. Come on now, you don't have to do one without the top. Nisi don't have to mother than that. If you do Nisi, but down, anyway, but the red line as well, it's also why? Because the main part of the contest is the hazah, the sprinkling, not the music. So asking my third question, I was like, should you go to the Monaco? What else do you? You take a contest bird, and you say that it's an oil, and you do hazah. Now hazah is reserved only for not for oil. My son was thinking I'm allowed to compensate for you like 50 years after the fact that he has that it's a contest and not a law. The other places because you're not law. You're not allowed to you do a bunny line. That's number one. And number two, you need to have over there. You wouldn't do Hazah. You don't do Hazah for you. You only do need to. Only do the street. Says the more now the more on this case. How can you rise? And if not that case, you put the top of the boat. You said it's an oil. You didn't need to. Sorry, you did Hazah. To the top of the Hazah, which means that it's a hot
So let's just get into tonight's show. This is the first time ever I think we've even reached 70 comedians signed up for the show.
What we were saying is that the Mincha,
Unbelievable.
you can see the actions provided by Mincha,
Signed
but
up,
not
but
by
we only get through
animals.
so many, but they signed up for the opportunity to do 60 seconds uninterrupted on this very stage, on this very show. You know your time is up. You know your 60 seconds is up, and you know the sound of a kitty. That means wrap it up there, or else you're going to bring us the angry ones. That's what it sounds like. You
So
don't think you're that. Or else, that means the grand light.
There's welcome to the life. Country production. Now, another question.
Ron has listened to every episode.
Country production. Shocked on the chain.
So let's just get into it. You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? Anything can happen.
Let's see if we can zoom in on that. This guy right here, this is definitely. Now, where is the Mizbeach finishes? You can see the ramp of the Mizbeach. That's the southern part of the Mizbeach. And then you have this square on top. You see the Mizbeach. I don't know if this is going to work.
We have a lot of favorite characters that
This area, right over there, this whole area is the northern part of the Gaza. Alright? In other words, right over here, which is the end of the Mizbeach, and upward is north. From this area down over here, it's south. All touchy. Now let's go to the list of touchy.
There you go.
Touchy is a chatos, an ashram, Talmud Tzibur. What else? Oil. Touchy. They must be shafted above the red line, above the northern part, not inside. All touching columns can be shafted even in the south. It's hard to understand Moore's question though. Moore's saying, well, the question is that in the south, allow that it's touching columns. But no, touching columns could be in the north as well. It's also be in the south. That's Moore's answer. Touching columns, the shopping from the touching columns, you're actually if you pay
Here she comes. Surreal human being. This way. Come on, me.
So
Whitehead Senior thinks.
it is insane. The shepherd in the green box.
A new level of voter fraud.
But you have in mind that Shadeen
Eddie is a homeless
and
guy.
Shlomo missing picking over, which belongs only in the green box. They say it's a Shlomo. It's obvious in the actions that you're accepting somebody you're not a Shlomo or saying it's more than because the question you know why he's such a talented because he's such a talented don't have all the blue accepting in the south. So it's in two places that
Surreal human being. This way.
typically speaking, there's always chefs in this
Come on,
provision.
make some noise for Kelsey Lane, everybody. Here we go.
If they had an emergency, not enough food, then they also shut it in the north. So that was the most happening that you could see from his action that it's a kutch and not a kutch and count. In fact, they shut it in the north now. Simon Amos Omer Afon Africa. You don't really talk in the north. First said you could check the kutch column also in the south, not only in the south. So you can check in the green box as well. So in fact, you check in the green box and you tell me it's kutch and not kutch and count. This not no. You can check it anywhere like this. Because I'm coming to go and shoot the car. Now another question. What if I say, touching column? My voice is still sharp and sound.
I smoke cigarettes because I'm an organ
What if you take a slug and you put it on the start nicer and you chef it and you sell? Now it's impossible. Because sure, you cannot take an oil or obviously chef them inside. Those are reserved only for the north. So instead, chefing it. You're showing how you take the slug and you say, but I'm chefing it for oil. Now we have a situation where my makes it. His actions prove that it's not an oil because he wouldn't check an oil this time. But it's not just on the road, because the question you're absolutely right. As in people later, you can prove his actions because of how he must be that he's really checking the comments and misquoting and stuff like that. Because it's checking not only the enemy, it was the oil, he only checked it in the north. More versus something brand. I mean, such a touching me. It's in fact, well, the happy with the over the top of the window. And it was over. Yes, you took him over. And it was over. So now this opens up a box of the orange to why. And once we go that route and say, oh, this is the over. So actions don't speak loudly. So if you take an action and you think over in this one. So the same thing would apply to the mincha that we talked about yesterday. If he's trying to do a thick, soft mincha, so what if he said that it's a thin, hard mincha? Actions speak louder than words. Or maybe not, maybe it's over. Yeah, and I'm not messaging my pressure. So the person makes a machas. So there, let's see what a machas. Let's see what I can right? This is machas, my precious. The top one is my precious. The bottom one is machas. It's spinning. But here, this is a little bit better. More precious on the right, thicker. On the left, softer. Same amount of ingredient for the larger pot. This was the inner frying pan for the steak, so it comes thicker and harder. Not necessarily not precious, not even just say something highly thick coming from my precious. The fact that he said in his mind that it's the thicker one. Come on, I will take this one, but it might say not nice, we're in efficiency. And I'm going to go over. He's been over. That was not nice. And he put it in one street and it's fine. So the more also, not even precious, since he said his nether was going to bring him out precious, he might say the mafas out. Once he changes it and he brings it in a mafas, it turns into mafas. This time we learned, why am I really with mafas, maybe with my precious? He says, I want to bring him out. But he brought the precious. No, my precious really He said, I want specifically. So now, it doesn't change. You don't want to zoom. You think of zoom, the hobby will not have it's not. Zoom, the hobby will not have any numbers. He says, I want this flower to be a mouth. But at the end of the day, it's what it is not. There are times that they do not. I raise it to you. So that, he said, zoom. So the murder, a bone of a man. You ride according to a bone. However, the Shimon is normal. Shimon can't even need a lot of things. The Shimon says, I will use the man of the room. Will you say to me now? And say, oh, I want it to be something else. The fact that you're doing A, and you're saying you want it to be B, his mouth doesn't ring. So look, Lotion on my Zoom, Lotion on my line, it doesn't matter what he says, what word he uses, even if he uses the word Zoom, it doesn't change anything. So I thought, says in the Gemara, oh, so we continue, we're still probing, we're still pushing. And at the end of the day, when we see there are certain things that actually speak louder than words, even in the Bible. Eliminate the oil to show how the same type. If you take an oil is supposed to be male, and you say that it's a kappa, which is always none of it is supposed to be correct. One. And it's already paid for oil is always male, and kappa is supposed to be female. Says the Marno to do the sorry Nasi is opposite. Since the kappa that the Nasi brings, but that particular kappa is a kappa. So it's not 100% that what you're bringing here, the Zachar is oil. There is a practice that is a Zachar. Maybe whether or not the message is even not too real, it seems like from the Soviet, the fact that there is a possibility of somebody starting from the side would be confused, then it's not an action that speaks louder than words. I'm going to say Kappas that now the Gemara keeps on going, keeps on pushing. But there is a Kappas that's guaranteed to be female, and you can say, not say that it's an Nasi. Why? Because I'm going to say Kappas is the opposite, it's the individual Kappas, not the Nasi. Like remain, you can say that. The series, what about the reverse? What do you think of Kappas, which is a female? He said it should be a Noila. A Noila is always a male. So it can't be an oil. It must be a prophecy as you just bring out in the word. So you're going to tell me that, hey, it's a girl. But how do you get all the record? This is more than passive area. So that sheep. And sheep, traditionally, unless they change us, because in our generation, they cut it off, almost like a Doberman picture. But like true, an original sheep is something like this. They're very, very large toes. And you can't tell whether it's a male or female. And that's considered like the fattiest part of the sheep, very, very cautious to eat. Okay, now I think that that's great if you bring the sheep to have this kind of excuse or reason for it, and not know we did it to the rock on the table. I just see where my the work is brought. So, how would you know? You should know the difference. Hello, being funny, it is not like a parody, but to make the differentiate. When you see a dog in a park, and somebody asks you 2 days later, was it a male or a female? Usually you don't really pay attention. It's not something that's on your mind. If you want, you can do this on Sherman Buckets.
We all did sort of go with it is defense. Like, it makes total sense.
He went to God, they wanted a brain transfusion. He went to the doctor.
You can go down on her.
And the doctor said, look,
13 seconds. And they'd be like, you totally
I
can't, right?
have two brains here that are one is a male and one is a female brain. She answers, and what's the difference?
What's your
So
special
the female brain is $200. The male brain is $100,000. So when you say that, everybody in the show up there, the women are very insulted. And then you just come in and say, because the female brain is very used, the male brain is unused. Look at him on it.
Yeah, there she goes.
That's
Kelsey
some
Lee, everybody.
You're seeing motion on your lap.
She's on Twitter and hits Kelsey Lee.
Carbon face up.
7 minutes, everybody.
Yeah, dude.
7 minutes is stand-up comedy. Can I ask the artist guy for a second? How do you draw an awkward pause like you just saw?
I forgot to show on the show this Ratchet before. Yeah. Too late now.
All right. They pulled another name out of the bucket.
I like this Ratchet. Ratchet said he passed you without a typo, so this is really weird. Like, I was trying to lay off. Yeah. Okay. It's already starting at the focus, so we'll just continue like that. And I had a little foul on the rack.
I haven't told my boyfriend because, like,
Okay, different. Look at Mark. Has a shot from the
I
shame.
think he knows.
Awesome.
You know, like, I write to sometimes.
Carbon
See if
basic.
he knows what's up.
That you
We're very
flip,
much in love
and
and
that
trying
was the
not to
first
have
person
babies.
set this weapon that I'm quite hesitant if you flip the designation from a carbon, you know, carbon, you toss that carbon in his
Just
eye.
life is hard, you
It's
know?
like I'm trying to see person in life. All they care about is to keep on bringing you. If the owner has to bring another carbon, it's not possible.
I mean,
The
cooking
carbon
for my
present
man
becomes
because I
very
don't want
sensitive,
him to
becomes
leave
possible.
me.
So if you said it's not a carbon present, it's a carbon also, why throw it out?
They can't leave.
It's obvious.
If
It's
they're
a carbon present. Why? Dive in trust. Dive in
I got you.
the carbon present has to be less than a year old.
He's
And
not
it
going
also
anywhere.
has to be in the second year, starting from the second year on.
Wow, look at that.
Keeping Zika Hashem if a person says they refrain from drinking wine, road stealing, not getting permanent notice, 30 days typically, and during those 30 days he touched some nerves. So you have to be in Hashem Anazu. Sorry, that's no. Hashem is a person who has Taras, is a really part of the Mitzvah. No. Now these are younger. These are sheep that are a year old. It's hard to tell. That's me. It's called Pesach. That is a year old. Or bad, I'm just going to change it. Like, if it's a girl, says this should be, we're just going to call for it comes together. So much time to and if somebody's loyal, meaning he takes something from this amygdash and uses it as hey, 25% fine, plus is the brain of carbon. It's 25. The Torah says it's a kindness, meaning 20%, but that's the job in English, it's called 25%. What's the carbon? You said it's perfect. I want to be such on zeros. Now that's the B, that's 2-year-old, it's obvious. The C what on zeros, you don't use the shop. Because without it, because we shown about it in the stage, they shot on. Again, I could tell from how old it is what kind of programs they need for. Tomorrow, then they shot it. Then they shot it. A lot of the categories. People don't realize the difference between sheep, how old it is. Oh yeah, this is a 2-year-old sheep. No, it's a 1. You know, when that's a one thing in sheep, to differentiate and make a whole big deal about it. Right, exactly. So we have a beautiful video of how the different ages of sheep is not something that we pay attention to. Maybe sheep, even the sheep themselves, sometimes think it's funny.
Are you funnier than him?
No.
Has he been doing how I can say it without I said he writes everything for you.
Okay, he writes everything for me.
Russian's still there. She's smoking like all the now and stuff.
I'm with you on that one. Feminist Jeremiah.
Young boy, please stand up and give the seat to the man who's studying the daily Talmud text.
I am not a man. I am a woman.
That's like a ballsy thing to do when you don't have a job. When you're strapping on roller skates and sending a lace around your ankle at one time, really tightening it up. That's ice skate music. Or wait, now, where do you roller skate? Outdoors?
I love this stuff. Great. Says Gemara. You're going to join the Makazi with Paul. Hello, Ben trying to go to Sean and Mother Kazuchi. We could be trying to be next to Ben. Somebody have a 1-year-old that looks like Ben Stein. We could be Stein, Mexican channel. That was my father's trick. I was 10 years old and he put me in high school because when I was 12, I went to Tip-Rock when I was like 10 and a half years old. I was very tall and he figured nobody will realize that I'm not a mitzvah. The only thing is like I didn't have to fill in or anything. At least they weren't rapping, so it's like us for nothing. So I got something that beautiful email about our last video of fucking sheep rapping. We was very upset about the rap is also. Okay, listen, you still real. I thought some kids look older than they are. Like, you know, I know in Israel when you try to have store owners, some kids, minors, so they always bring like a 17-year-old that looks like he's 26. And they send him in, and the store owner doesn't ask for ID, and he says, why do you ask for ID? What? No. Then he says, he's fine. So you never know. 2-year-olds with like 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds, it's not something that people readily differentiate. Now, just as a side note, there are young people, and this is normal for young people to think that they're older, and older people think that they're younger. So for both of those things are not the best. Like when a young person thinks that he's older and it's too late or whatever, that kind of thing, it's very negative trouble. But I was discussing the other day and saying, sure, it shocked me. I met an older fellow, he was 60s. He wasn't very healthy. And he's speaking as if he's, 15, 20 years old. And then he has this tremendous life ahead of him. And people say, but it's real. You gotta be realistic. You don't live forever, especially you. You're not taking care of yourself. I don't know how long you're going to live. Why do you think you're going to live so long? We're only here for a very, very short amount of time. When you're already in your 60s, you got to get your life together. You got to do this. Start doing some prayers, man. 10 minutes a day is not going to cut it. Sorry, you should show me some also relaxing. Another question. What about a goat that you shackled for an ashram? Now, ashram is a sheep. That's something saying. Ashram is only a sheep. So you bring a goat. It's obvious that you didn't bring it as ashram. So you know, maybe the sheep is black. Okay? In other words, it's not a goat. People don't realize it's a goat. They think that maybe the sheep got a haircut, says Rashi. And therefore it's black. What's the shot? Well, what's that? I heard you can take a sheep and give it a haircut that's black. Here, I have a shot for you. You want a sheep shot? It's not a sheep shot. It's not for a joke.
I'm neither of those. I'm a American. I am the only one. USA, baby. I know I'm an American because I love smoking and all. And whenever I see things around my house, it makes me stupid. I have great uncles.
Somehow she couldn't get it going after the year. Hey, little times you shuffle and get up to some crazy and the whole days. Hey, little times you shuffle and she does it. What if you brought a cat and a bull? So it's like everyone else goes to the sheep.
Yeah, Rafael Molina is
What's going on? I got a big going on. She doesn't love me right. You look like it wasn't right though. The reason is something more in now. You're right. You got one. You got people in days. Who makes love with great love? What the word said is that it is in many calls defensive, and not about. I don't mean offensive anymore. There is there's an exception to it. No being the draw the pool for a purpose. That would be obvious, but does not mean to bring it as well. Now, we go back to the question, and that affects the chin of chin by the heart. Chin by what he said. I want to say is that it's a human mincha. Do you think that it's not touching for the mincha? Well, you are late. Not only should you not late. What about really cash? You had to see yesterday, so you didn't go quicker than you. Time according to the culture. We didn't see what it's supposed to. That he said, that the mincha should be Amar Kashes. He was doing it with his head. Mincha. Mincha's not Kashes. Mincha's because it's no reason. He thought that bringing a cargo, saying that this is not a mincha, this red over here is party. He has a party. Anymore, mincha should be fun. There's a mincha. These are positive. They say this is the third that's all the mincha. The rock is the third mincha. So, if I get a between mincha and mincha, it's okay. I'm still kosher. I'm still with business. I'm with it. I said I'm not precious. I'm not precious. The Torah says you're all considered what? They're not asking for them. Beautiful all should go. But if I try to switch it off, it's crazy. Is that a place? The card is not included over here. So tomorrow, he says, not because it's just very opposite. It's not the love. Down and down, he explains once in your life. I'm not going to show you. You get to see something from his actions. It's nickel. It is. Obvious what he is. You would put that song. There's always person who goes, why? First, I've been doing it the whole time. Just letting everybody get their shots. Well, what does it mean that you don't have this vibe? I'm not. There's a reason why it should be. I'm not street opposite too.
Wow,
so even though there's one street everyone, and there's no concern that maybe people feeling first, I'm not going to say that for it's all about one prize, a mincha, and not to another person of voice. Early after I'm stage population of this down with personal irritated. Pretty fast. But blood of everyone practice as if he ate blood. These kind of gross videos. If you don't like blood, or not recommend watching.
wow, look at wow, there you go.
Now it's a show.
A lot of people don't know this, but Raphael has been up until this point was sober for the last 10 years.
Right off the wall, man. love it. Anything else, Raphael? Thank you guys very much, man. I hope I do one of these. I know what I'm going to do, man. That's what I want to eat off of. So thank you guys very much. There you go. Raphael Molina. Ay, 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 ay. There you go. Raphael Molina.
Shloy signing.
Okay.
And then the drink.
Okay, we should say that.
The kids
Kill
are
Tony San Francisco.
One of my
Shut her up.
favorite episodes.
So the person who's
She did
well,
so great.
there's the green,
The great
pretty
Dana, everybody. From
This woman is different.
She's got a lot of energy. She's a real wacky people. So I don't understand. I don't know why
chair of
I can't figure that shit
Toronto.
out, but
Don't recommend it. These things have a face on
love
it.
starting fires.
There's
Alright.
one love for all the parties.
Somebody's on some
I don't know how much. I'm sure it's more often I'm rewriting. When I'm sure that was it out of them. Well, I'm on it. Rather than space, I'm just done. So I'm coming to Zara. Stop. Show you up. In that why is it possible? There are one category of cars. Blood, sailor, charismatic, trailer. But the other companies mix it up. Why not? And you know, the big other companies around the truck is taco. Not really of masculinity, the food, all these other things have found a schedule. You mix it up. Why? The somebody saw the taco. He says it's possible. So when you chef it, you eat the the shape, keep that in mind. You're right.
Yes,
everyone.
Professional on the couch. Now, you can keep the left thing with you by the clothes. And the one on the side that you mix up a good club, the yolks and other ones, you're not able to like that. The claimants, not just the Shuma fashions. The claimants, the Minchas, not the Minchas. Let's today. If you say that it's a frying pan instead of a heat dish, that's not a problem. But when you say that it's a mincha of a machmas, that's a problem. Complicated minchas, machmas, the same mincha. Speaking the word mincha, that will be. Machmas from my friend says, the machmas machmas. If you just verbalizing what you're doing, not in terms of the type of dish, that doesn't make the difference. Minchas machmas, minchas machmas. The mincha, because of the machmas, you do a mincha that's different, that's really a problem. Oh, I know, but this is a different problem. Whatever she was called, so that you could see from the action. I'll be talking half of that problem. Half of that is speaking, half is the poor. You got the poor. But the poor, even though they all work the same, is equal to what you want to show up.
Tony, can I say something real quick?
Since you had a given thought in the actual puzzle, that actually
remind me of like the guy that would be a school shooter. He could jerk off the kids before shooting at the schools. Yeah, that's the
only
proper
the
music.
I didn't think I would say that. We should use somebody just trying to stand up after you.
for the first thing, a dry info. Yeah, this is amazing.
I think that's fair.
Dry, without oil.
I think it's hard in a minute to like lay down a conspiracy theory, you know, without the help of ecstasy. But I think you should start with the hair joke first.
And he did it with the intent. There's a nice tweet, so he did it with the intent that it's bubble, that it has oil. Why is it
I think it would have been slower.
it should feel about is that it's
Not a good.
Rashi says different ruach. They're like, oh, it's without oil. The okay, maybe when a person said, I'm bringing this oil for Shlomo, he doesn't mean Shalom is the party. Maybe meant shalom, peace. Peace with Hashem. Make peace with Hashem. More of the Hashem. Awesome. So that means shalom. No, the carbon is called shalom. It is something called shalom. So when a person verbalizes the word shalom, he actually uses the carbon. You see, the matter is that Hashlami. Hazard is that Hashlami. So shalom. When you say shalom, man, carbon. Often you can see from the rule of it. The milk was never called Kabbalah, mixed one with oil. Kabbalah is the rule of the Shabbat. The rule of the Shabbat is your rule. Kabbalah is your love. It says it causes a milk of that is mixed with oil. It's not called Kabbalah. For some reason, the milk by itself is not called Kabbalah. If it has oil, people with oil. The both sides have a wonderful. Mary discussed the spreading love throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
So Rogan is not believable. Well, I don't believe it. Yeah. So I mean, that's why you're. Do you believe in chemtrails and all that? Do you believe in Tower 7? Okay, Brian, that's enough. Jesus. Do you believe in God, boy? That's a good question. I think you were kicked out of Apple Code or whatever the fuck county you did. I heard you.
Live from the Randra boys side. Love. Good evening. It's morning. Hanging out stroll. You ready? Go for the boys side. Oh, of course, good. Live from Toronto. Unbelievable. Last time I was here, I was working now. You were smaller. And there are a lot of people that helped out. Look out for this people I want to say.
It's like a reenactment of a broken home right now. All right.
Anything crazy ever happen in your car?
We have a satellite location here in Perth, right? Upstairs.
We've talked to you about this before.
Thursday night?
We get some fun. That's interesting. You sort of look like Mario. Picture you driving. You look like Mario on Mario Kart.
7 years ago,
Even you have the pretty much have the exact hat as Mario.
Here, live on
What a nerd bash.
I consider myself more of a Robin.
video
You should spin an Effie bit and see what happens. Good job, dude. Awesome. You're welcome.
Yeah, it doesn't go said enough. Exactly. There he goes, Mike Diaz. It doesn't get said enough that the people that sign up for this show are ballsier than anybody.
I needed a single
That was a killer shot, but still.
in life.
So the 8 months. Something
I
for 8
walked
months.
into one of the stores in the country and public
All right, Mr. Mystic. I'm pulling your name out of the bucket. The name is Ramsey Botaway.
Ramsey Botaway.
Jesus.
Good
God.
That's a Craigslist name. Really? Are these real names?
And
How about Mikey McKernan? Oh, Mikey McKernan. I got a pop on this one. What does that mean? The crowd goes wild for Mikey McKernan. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Mikey McKernan.
And he became our ambassador in Toronto together with Irish
I look
Wow.
at a guy who smokes all his friends' weed. Friends like, yeah, Mikey, he's OG. Out of college, huh?
We have a new superstar. You'll know him. You'll get to know him. Steve Punzo. You know about the guy?
I don't like it when people ask me annoying questions. I think the most annoying question is, do you have
So,
any
you have a
talents?
thing to go around.
Yeah, I know how to make the cake dry faster.
People have great experiences.
Alright, some of you guys are not into dry humor. Comics, you ever written a bad joke? And then you try to cross it out and you run out of ink. And you're like, wow, I'm going to convince myself it's a good joke. And then you suck at comedy. Thank you.
Powerful Mikey McCurden, I love that. Right?
Should have ended strong.
That was fun. You were one of the funniest young Vietnam veterans we've ever had on the show.
That was a good time.
Really, really impressive.
When we started the second
You're an interesting guy. How long you been on stand-up?
It's going to be 9 years, March 21st.
a lot of
9 years.
people go
Like, how you do anything more than 9 years?
To be honest, being on this show.
That's great.
Being on the major.
What friends
Can I give you guys one of my stickers on my comedy? Says Mikey McCurden's not funny for those who didn't laugh. You can't have one. Yeah, thank you. That was fucking amazing. Yeah. I give it up for free. So my parents told me.
It's like a really bad upset
All
Shark Tank. I just kept away, dude. I don't know why I'm broke living in my mom's basement.
I had stickers and t-shirts before I was doing stand-up.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we talked about this last time.
You play Lieutenant Dan?
That was a good Halloween costume one year. Yeah, well, I work at City Walk and I dress up as Kenny G. And there's a guy up there who does a saxophone. Kenny G. Thank you guys.
You look more like you look like the kind of guy who knows everything about the 1 million murders.
I've never seen that movie. I don't watch porn.
That's it. You're definitely a crowd
Can I
favorite.
hit that? What's that?
Copy for closers, dude.
Dreams coming true on Kill Tony 200.
Guys, the war.
I'm on.
Oh, you think that's what she's going to be disappointed in?
Nice one, Tony.
What else do? You seem like such a cool character.
Right now, I'm actually getting in with some guys on Instagram who run Jumbotron at the Honda Center for the Anaheim Ducks game. I am a whore for being on the Jumbotron at hockey games.
Oh, I bet you're great on that. What are some of your dudes?
I wear a jersey and I put my arm. I wish you could fucking jersey. I put my hands up in the jersey like this. It makes me look very intimidating.
And they don't
What's something we would be surprised to know about you? Like, what, for some reason,
I
I feel like
later
there's
on,
something.
I haven't opened up to say, the guy tells me, I only learned, happens to be, I haven't learned the 15 years. But when I learn to heal. And that's proud.
Do Forrest Gump trivia.
We're about
You did one last time. Let's do
Nothing
it.
we learn to heal. Forget
That
about
was
it.
the
Try,
best one.
I get a Papusa, and a last
Should I just tell
Tuesday,
you?
then a last Tuesday, and then a
Once you
Papusa
drop
pasta,
CJ, take
and
your
then
money,
there's
just
two
shut
other
him out.
Papusa, and then you don't feel well, and you take you learn it 2 days out of the week. And that's not learning.
Acid. Now she's still suicidal. What was she on?
You can learn. You can learn every day of the week. Well,
That was Mikey hitting that great
the
shot.
only way that I know works is definitely the most consistent
Mikey,
program
what's your
out
love
there.
life like?
That
4 years.
consistency of learning
Last
clear
weekend.
every day, nothing like that. Oh, Brown was lucky to like fight up there. He started rocking. Again, they fell off.
Yeah,
Tried it again. Tried it again.
she likes that size.
Very. So
4 years. What is she
that's
doing?
why
She's a student.
after saying
That's
it's
it.
not about the dots, it's about the learning.
Anthropology.
It's not about the dots, it's about the learning.
Yeah, we got a future.
You have to understand that our biggest mitzvah that we have is on prayer. And most of us here, we wear tefillin every day. Somebody asks you, God got to wear tefillin.
Yeah, that's.
You got to wear tefillin. You learn every day.
That's
A lot of people like most people say no.
Well, it's interesting.
You
Man.
never say it on
I really like talking about hockey.
5 days a week.
Understanding tragedy.
But it's much more fun to learn player than to wear tefillin. How do I know? Because you say it every day. The top of player can make
Playing ice hockey in summer.
you put all the pieces on one scale, one side of the scale. Blue, Texas, everything on one side. And still, if you become a player on the other side, become a player weighs it down. And you talk to other possible that you're going to try a whole player. Those are the positions. Because if you ain't tomorrow with him,
Some guy
he
just
doesn't
got it.
want
Had
to
him
be
away. He's
for
got
it.
to skate.
He wears his clothes with ties in the next all the time. But now he doesn't open up a Gemara. There comes that learning. It creates a situation you don't have a choice. Tell you a mice of the oil that happened yesterday. We had a shop in Stamford, Connecticut. Unbelievable. About it for hours. One thing I want to tell you. I'm shopping.
Jerry.
Why? We got up.
Gerald.
3.5 hours. I was on the
Jerry short for something.
special project for women from Australia. She was like,
Talk to my girlfriend. I am now a part of the
speech, your goal.
trying to
He gave me a little speech. Brought it here. That was curious. Somebody offered him $250,000 for testing now.
I got 2 other minutes.
Everything there.
CalArts trying to make dress.
And the page shows me it said it doesn't have to be so perfect, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it's perfect. I offered $50,000. I'm thinking to myself, while I was speaking to the prayer, we had the whole thing comes out of the God. It took 30 years to find it. 30 years. I'm thinking to myself, wow, I do a lot of talk, and I'm proud. It's beautiful to have something like that, but it's just never going to happen. And as he's speaking, he says,
Hey, what's that character? I don't recognize him.
because I'm giving you the spirit, and that's
Ladies and gentlemen, the
visual,
President of the
and
United
something
States of America and
it was one
former
slide after
Secretary
another.
of
They
State.
bought me, this is
Loser title she gets, huh?
they bought me now. We
Okay, here they are, ladies and gentlemen.
put together money. We are
Trump and
just how much? $180,000, but not Canadian, U.S. dollars. The kids are sitting, and we're one speech, the other speech by a different time. We're a robot. And then the meal, and then nothing else.
So much shit going on.
The children are kind of
Hillary's really
lying
so
on
good,
kids,
right? I
comes
mean,
up,
she
11 years
really
old.
took that loss hard.
He likes learning.
Hillary's always looked this disgusting.
Loves learning. 11 years old. And this guy is suicidal.
I'm excited about that. What is that thing?
Life. It's their
Presidential thing that I know about her.
And then
Yes.
okay.
Okay. Wow! Oh shit! Here we go. See, black magic marker
30,
always an indicator of something exciting to come. With musical notes next to the name, I present to you so perfect for episode 200, one of our favorites, the great Aphrodite. Holy shit! Donald Trump, you might want to turn around.
show up and cheer. 3:45 in the morning is this shit. I'm gonna tell you right now, the administrator's not gonna be happy with me. I can say, but nobody will show up and nobody will care if you're learning because you have this commitment of doing a big job. But people said, okay, yeah, we're tired. No, not good. There's no verification. 365, we're doing it. We learn both young, face off, face off, just above 9. Not a single day that goes by. Whereas, so, and I'm not going to say, you learn. When you have to just learn, you're committed. Most consistent learning being more. Saga, bate em todos os metas. Vamos que tudo. Muda na cozinha, toma. Even I might say Trisha Bus.
A nightmare that you kept it on for 2 months without changing it. Letting it fill all the way. It looks like it has 2 months of shit hanging on the back. Right? 2 months worth of food. I mean,
It's not about the back. It's about the yoni.
Alright, another very, very important thing that I hear from people, I want to say 30, 40 people here. And one of the things I hear over and over is that it changed my life, it changed my life. And I think one of the reasons is creating a new habit. Creating a new habit means that something for 60 days in a row becomes embedded in your bones. So it's party. And the young people, I am, since all time, I'm the most consistent person. I started at 4 years ago, I've been 5 years, but I'm in real estate, yeah? So, when I just decided to build a house or a car or whatever, I started the whole team and all this to the last. Every book I ever read in my life, I usually get pages this, start the next book. And then this is the story of my life. But into that point, for whatever reason, it just happened that me and it makes me do it, but I haven't missed not learning, giving without knowing, preparing the spirit, all the cars and everything, over 6 years without missing a single day. And it's because it has not a soft or anything, or even just it's one of those things that once you get locked in and do it, and you feel like it's stuff, even when you don't want to learn, and you're tired, and you say, give it up and some stuff, and do it down. 2 weeks ago, you know what it is? It's not fun. It's not right through it. The idea of this habit, once you build this habit,
wow, that was impressive. I don't know what to say. I don't even need to say anything.
Health, exercise,
That would be cool if you also work from home. I mean, do your
if you haven't tried
got
it
some
out,
of that Bubba
you
Dump.
better try it. It will change your life. Here we go. Change your life. And finally, I'm just going to say this. You fuck up who you are. Family. It's feeling of belonging. Guy, I'm going to tell you a story.
What's about to happen here? Oh my god.
One thing that told me Walking guard and magic to NBY. A lot of you. A little bit of a really good magic. Even if you don't do the fast, it's the fast. Because it might be quite coming to do that.
I just want you to know that I already had this direction before we
And
started.
when you get another person to run player, you know what happens? You get the split of that person. Every word player that is learned. Every ball is off money. Every comment is 1,000 balls off money. And every word of player is 1,000 on it. Every on is loud. This is this magnet of part. Wow. Part of the book I'm part of. But up look at it.
It looks like you're giving directions with your ass.
That's right. We talk about this shit on the GPS thing, right?
With your nose. That's quite a rock.
That's right, baby.
You sell out what's coming from the area. I'm going to be the business friend. I'm traveling. I'm doing some traveling. By the way, anybody knows that some prices uploaded to Stream 5. MDY is looking for a private jet right now. It's flight this morning. Flying tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. flying to
Hillary, what do you think about the way President Trump is talking to us?
Miami, because of satellite location from there, New York,
Hillary.
and here I just want to tell you, over here, whoever does this and whoever's been not doing this is unbelievable. Last time I was seeing we passed out 2 bar parts. There's 3 apartments on the first level. 20 guests a day tonight, so fully loaded, stock, food, all kinds of food, everything.
That's what I thought. Trump 2020.
Cake, coffee, everything. In the basement, yes, in the cold, MYK. One true conceivable effort from every single night, every night, to watch, hear, eat, encourage them, smoke, smoking, put a cup on smoking, and there's a mixture, of course, and eating food and some type of thing. You know, friends, and the type of location over here. Get together, and some topic to laugh together, to learn together, to like food. These are some speakers. You use the Hebrew, then we people do the English. This is Robert Top. This is in his famous, okay? All right. This, when I was leaving, very nice, very emotional. You guys want to see something fun?
Even I can admit the blacks are talented.
Maccabi used to do the Zizra thing.
Joel, what are you
This
with
is
your
Robert Top, and then tomorrow, beautiful. So, if you watch, I just want to tell you what I'm thinking there is called. We did him a lot of mouth. I want to say this person by the name of Moshe Copeland has a famous ball in B'nai Brak, 2 balls. They just called together.
breaking news? Joel Jimenez has a microphone for the first time.
Famous cousin on the part of cheer, and he made a whole lot of mouth. 500 people showed up. Not really to do that. They had to belong to satellite. 500 people from satellite location. Let me show you what it looks like. Satellite location. You look like people sit together, unite. Over there, it's live. Get out live. It's not the camera. This is in the neighborhood. I want to tell you, you're going to the spectator office space. Look at that. Listen, if they have thought, they're unbelievable. They're not,
Team player, you gotta love it.
this is what it looks like on a daily basis.
Color, you gotta love it.
All right. Voice line, we're going to cut this down.
Another
This
name.
is the first time I'm doing this because we
Your
have
hands
Brandon
together for
Shop,
Michael D'Angelo.
Brandon Septa, and Meyer Fisher donated the entire time. So we're going to say, them do white Fisher edition. See that mark? Cut out on the first day. Indy White Shop, Indy White Shop, Meyer High Risk official set the offer of the NDY official tomorrow is sponsored by the Milani Music Family. NY Fisher Shop, Eric Collins, Hudson, Lean Initiative, Isabel David, and other nation members of the brothers, sister, close to the family, Eros Shani Mokadowski, Shop Page is sponsored by Bill and Rachel Dowling, and Chris Rose, Jack Dowling, Jack Dowling, and Rock. But the sponsor did Solomon dedicated menu about the Murray and Cora when it's time to be bright.
Plastic surgeons get
The
that
second
hand.
sponsor, we have Brad.
No nose today. No nose. Yeah,
Understand
like
that
everything was
before
okay.
people donated
Like everything was cool.
$1,000,
Total crud too. I walked up
we
to her.
still have
I asked her like,
put
okay,
in
you work
if
there.
you want.
She's
We
like,
need not Father Jack down is anonymous. I thought the room was pretty guys here. What's the problem?
my 7-year-old niece shot herself in the head. She didn't die though. I just think it's funny because she's a hate vegetable. Now,
Politics Family Foundation is
Damn,
looking
Michael
for a lot of growing
D'Angelo,
in the
Curie.
household. The nature to image is that Howard of the Logan and Bristol, one of the first Russian Cuban Americans, sent a growth of family, candy items, today in honor of the evolution, my meaning of life. Go ahead. Logan Spans died exciting and recruitment of the Murray Boston Million Junior July. Here's the house.
Really true?
Before Shrema Esther Nuno. Esther Wilkinson, Nuno. Esther Wilkinson, Robinson, her husband, Helen Washington, his 40th birthday. Anonymous, record died, but Leia, who was becoming top anonymous, the Leia, who had a relation anonymous, many of Mazda, Tapia, the Senator, and Ischia. The innovation will see we took Ellie Gillen, Spear,
So you're just visiting from
Vegas.
Vegas?
yeah, just visiting.
Cyber, many of the Robert Murray Oscar, Judith Pellinger, just like about from the George. That could be again. In honor of Marrakesh and Nazi, thank you for all that you do. The No More Cheetah Man. That explains when we were on the safari. Homeland is in rent. So he said, if you see a chase of an animal which is not shy, our private season that for a year, she'll donate $5,000 or something. How much was it? 1,000. Next day, like 5,000. Cheetah Man said like 9,000. If you call Cheetah Man, it says 5 minutes later, or 435 of them. We'd like to see a cheetah
They're really strong, dude.
chase /
Dude, hell yeah, they are.
which is the weirdest of the year, and we believe it happens to people because of stuff up. So we call it Cheetah Man. But he said, I don't want to be called the Cheetah Man anymore. None of the real Cheetah Man, Mo Landy, who starts the pledge of $1,000. Here it is. So I got tonight. Very cool. I can start back on the YouTube feed. The dedication to player learning and the sheer. In addition to see an honor of rebellion, which is Francis told us how to love our children as a sports back in the city of Vega and risk of living Yakaya. So tell us the story now. How long are we in this period? I don't have 37 minutes? No. How many? How are we? I read it. How long are we in here? Huh? Get there. 15? I don't know. Like, no way. I'll say the story one time. Ari Blau, Jimmy Azulai, Denzel, and their contract. So half of empty white records, empty rebellion, and new white records coming to the concept of the community is perfect. You guys. MUIR Anonymous. Doesn't the kite start with the rest of the put them when he can drop it. It's just a little bit there, it's gonna look.
What is it?
Are you kidding me? Ruth, that's what
You know those old school like straight razors
This is
that
what
were fucking walking out with in the barbershop? Yeah, man, big fucking neon yellow. Big fucking neon yellow.
Tell us more. We need more to this.
The way shy
People with fucking fast hands, dude.
Wow.
I mean, I still like him and shit. I'm just saying, like, I had a rock in my hand. I was like, man, I'm gonna hit this guy with this rock. I'm already like a slow white dude, you know? Like, you need to have like speed in your hands when you fight a black guy. They're quick.
Right.
They're fucking fast, man. If you fought a black guy, you know what I'm talking about. Dude,
Where did
that's
fought a black guy?
period of time
That's
where
fucking
guys
amazing. It's freaking like, dude,
Kevin
it's freaking
or
rock.
I remember
Their genetics are better than ours, dude.
stuff. We don't remember the number. A lot of people died because everybody should know enough.
where did this happen at? Where did this rock versus where did this literal game of
In Vegas.
paper scissors?
In Vegas. But it's actually, believe it or not, I was the one in the wrong. How weird, right?
A lot of people
Sweeney Todd's barbershop, dude.
when I
I
saw
was the one in the wrong, so I never saw the guy again. He never saw me again. I made his pocket.
and you walk into the hotel lobby,
Yeah,
and
bro.
the guy, she
That's
likes
the
to
downside of
spend
Tinder.
months, recreating the
Any of these easy ones you want to jump in or no?
It's like one of those cheap guys in the club palette.
with smoke, fire. They recreated the Rebecca Club. And I recall this company,
Honestly,
this is Rebecca
Tell
Club.
us more interesting
Pizza,
story.
and the tequila, and the
My mom
looking
did a lot of heroin. My
at him was like, wow.
mom would have made Ray Charles look like a
That's
blind piano
the
player.
fact. And the nice new subs. This is the shit for the
born on a craps table.
No, I was born underwater though.
Is that true? Where at?
At some hospital
He
where
said
they
it.
born people underwater.
And that's what that really does.
You know what I'm saying?
You send it away,
If you're a
how's your open? Again, this is that
That's great.
You ever been arrested, Michael?
I've been putting handcuffs a lot. I've actually never been taken.
Yeah, dude, just working nice white, dude.
very, very similar to the spot.
It's funny actually. I had a lot of black friends growing up, and they were like, man, always like every time they would like come, never take me above.
The difference is that he's welcome.
Yeah, that's
We're
freaking
talking about animal, part of an animal. And the knuckles, we're talking about a flower part of it.
It's the real deal, too. This is the guy.
Same way. But one is red flower, and the other is an animal.
This guy's fucking awesome.
What's your favorite
It's like
category?
whale you make.
Choke fuck.
So in the knuckles, the liquid is the way it's on, period.
Hey, you can talk about BJF or just regular JF? What's a BJF?
You remember, recall,
Choke fucking? Wait, what do you say? What's BJF?
Nothing. Michael. All right. Well,
Well,
that's fun. You single?
bring a milk cup to
No
the
way.
well.
Fucking stupid.
You just tried it in the head.
Dude, that
What if
shit
you
is
just out
really
on a like a shovel? You have to realize what you're
Do you live on that pirate ship in
doing. And
Vegas?
sometimes in the knuckle,
They don't even have that anymore. They got rid of it.
here's
Hey, when you
some of the
propose,
stuff that I
you
was
know,
part of
when you
together.
hey, will you marry me or whatever, you know.
This is red, it's not my fun.
I did
Yeah,
actually,
let them
she was like,
every week.
like a little note to self for anybody who's ever posted. Find out
Let's
how
go
rich
to
you
the
are.
top left. Yeah, look, that's my pressure.
Now she's
And
like,
look,
oh,
that's
no.
my. They're both very similar. Same ingredients. In fact, they're the same exact ingredient. But one, a little softer
Oh,
than the
Michael
other
is very
because it's
funny.
made in a deeper
Very
dish.
fun stuff. There he goes. Michael D'Angelo, ladies and gentlemen.
Pizza. Another one is a flat pizza. Because it's flat, the foil is
On
moved
this
out
show, we have a
quicker,
comedian that writes
so
and performs a brand new minute every single week. She holds
This is
down
enough.
a single solitary regular
So,
position on this show,
the client thinks
giving
themselves
away it all with the hardest things
that
in
is
the
bringing a
world.
mucus maculas, but in fact, the mucus maculas is messed up with me.
Regularly. You know her.
You
You love
messed
her.
up.
Put your hands together for her. The great
And
Natalie
therefore,
Makovsky, ladies and gentlemen.
the owner must bring another mucus. But what do you do with the mucus that is messed up? You do it. You go and fight it. You bring it. Somebody's gonna have to bring another one.
Oh God, this is nerve-wracking. I feel good.
Probably messes
I
up if he's
Googled
doing
one,
vlogging
and
instead of
I'm
a night
never
vlog.
really happy with the
But the
results I
owner over
get.
here can fucking like,
When I was younger, I Googled
$6
how to tell if I was
another
bisexual.
carbon.
And the Google
But just like in
results would
stuff,
always
I'm
come
doing
up. If
something
you're
to
Googling this,
this
you probably are.
carbon copper is messed up.
Nowadays, I
Or
Google how to tell if I'm gay.
then you take the carbon,
And
you throw
Google
it out
is
in the
telling
garbage.
me if you're Googling this, you probably haven't. I was recently with a guy, and I was hooking up with him,
Put them in nothing. And that's up.
and it felt like I was about to shit.
Hello.
And I was like, is this what coming is supposed to feel like? But I didn't want to push it because I was like, either way, this is a lose-lose.
That's the thing another card.
Oh, man. Okay.
Curious words. What you doing?
Can I go? There's like one short card after. Okay, so I can't tell if I'm going to shit. It's a lose-lose. I had to Google, I have acne, and I had to Google what color shirt goes with acne. Turns out any low-cut top. But then I had to Google, what does vaginal herpes look like? But I don't know if it's my acne just migrating south. Okay, that was it.
Damn, Allie Bukowski put in a minute and 40 seconds.
You don't combine skills, you don't know about
Making it look easy.
Just
working it out. Doing what she does.
That's the roller
And
coaster.
the test stands for anybody?
Full-blooded
Yes?
assassin.
That's the roller
He
coaster.
said.
I was here on the
Very
record.
good.
Were you here also?
Now the thing is cargo is coming.
I don't think I was here on the record. Yeah,
Really good. Really good.
that means a
They have
lot.
to be, can't afford the
That
cargo.
sounds sarcastic, but I'm being serious.
No, I
You're very poor. Get away without putting a $500 animal to drink. Something made out of flour.
Thanks.
Now, another thing that I
Before
remember
this,
is
I was freaking out. There was like 3 different
carbon,
jokes. I was asking all my friends in the back. I was like, how do I make
no
this
oil.
herpes
No
thing
oil.
work? And
How do you
everyone was like,
remember that?
I got
Because
nothing.
Mendy,
And then
he asked her, hey, can this guy that sins is going to benefit is going to pay money? In fact,
well, I hope it's
far,
taken well.
the effects is treated him like just being a very cheap kind of person. You're not going to be able to
hey guys.
honor your business with your cousins.
Josh
That was
Martin,
like,
Tony
no, no.
Hinchcliffe, and Brian Redman.
And you know that's nuts. When a husband suspects his wife of being a
It's great to
slap
be
with
here
another
with
man,
the greatest comedian in the world,
she doesn't.
Tony Hinchcliffe.
There you go. That's
She brings it to be something that we all know. It's like that. The whole process is very.
there you go.
Part of the process is she has to be in makeup. And
Like a teen wolf without the mask. It's pretty close.
Minchas Michael, Minchas Noise, mutton food. So, pizza, we know. I'll show you a little bit of a video here. Here we go. You guys ready? Check this out. Ready for today. Of some of the process of the type of the mincha.
Let's get back to Allie Bukowski. One of the
Yes,
greatest up and comers in the
finally.
world. The strength of 1,000 warriors. One of the best comedians built and bred here on Kill Tony.
Okay, let's
Sorry.
move on.
And first you pour oil on the bottom. There's 3 oils with it.
Yeah, it's like the
Then you
best.
put the flour, you put oil on top.
No, I'm not sick of it. It's just
Reload.
stressful because it's like when we have guests like this, I don't, it's like I don't want to do a new shitty minute. I want to like do the hits,
You did. You were the only person in the show's history to do a minute and 40 seconds. I don't know, 60 seconds. So, whatever that is.
A minute and 40 was their problems in the kitchen. I was
Right? They played the cat theory. They played the she hit the minute.
Then you break it up
the
into
Jeff
pieces.
Stretch. There was a problem. So, I think we met in the back and you mentioned that you don't drink.
Yeah,
So you
Like fries.
yeah.
And see, I need to blow my nose.
Before I was a comedian, I was in school, and then I dropped out for a year.
All right.
I don't know. I think it's
Next.
fine. Except
Minchas
I think if I did stay in college, I wouldn't
Oh, that's
talk
the
about
Lavoino.
homelessness
Yeah,
so much.
Lavoino. We're middle school. So you had
You know?
Lavoino. And
Wow,
now
look
we're
at Red Man hitting the sound
gonna move
effects
from
over
Lavoino
there
to the side.
straight from his cell phone.
Where's the pizza?
Red Band,
That's
let
not the
Allie
pizza.
get back to it. The audio is horrible on this
Doing
podcast.
like that. Okay.
Wow, that is so true, me. I could not agree with me anymore. Allie,
You put in another plea. You see another plea. Very good. You put salt.
Allie,
Great.
it's pretty
And
amazing. Allie.
then
Like every
put
single
that
one
onto
of your,
the.
I don't remember
Look at the size of
really
the
bad
large.
set you've
Great.
ever had. Like I think I pretty much killed it
Mama
every
is
single
real
one.
life.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's very
And
impressive.
then the leftovers will be right in the
Workload, and it's fun that we have each other for these outlets. It's
You
very
should have seen
cool.
yesterday at the shop house. That a piece of herring, and all of a sudden, the guy comes and grabs this little piece and over the plate. Whoa, wait. Dive into that.
Fan base of Filipino fans spread around the world. I sold out 10 shows in Australia, and those people all would listen to their
It
shows.
wasn't funny when you give me a glass of wine and I drink a little bit of.
10 shows sold out. Those peasants worship against God.
God. So,
But Allie, we absolutely love you. We killed it again.
Minchas heute wird
There you go.
Minchas
Allie,
neu.
Allie.
Much like you go like this, stick your hand in this way, straight in, grab 3 fingers
What do
worth,
you guys think? Go to
you
the
break
bucket
it
one
off,
more time.
come
Grab
in your
this
feet,
thing.
make sure it's exactly
What do you guys think? One more
very
can?
difficult to know what to do. And that's your meat. That's what goes in the bath, this amount. The rest is for the Kehanim to eat. But if you thought to yourself that it's not a minchas fight, it's a minchas in the Gava. It's not a minchas knife, it's a minchas fight. Whatever, you messed up the fight. When you did the kmitza situation, nothing the kli hila. Which is saying is, you were with us for, you know, and even if you weren't involved, I think most people know that there's 4 avodas when it comes to apartment. What are the 4 different things that you do that a kohen does? He does shchita. He does kabbalah. After you chef, after that, what do you do? Avodah, what do you do? You walk it. To where? To the mukah. And then you spray it onto the mukah. Those are the 4. Corresponding to those 4, we have also 4 avodas when it comes to mitzvah. The shchita and is the pizza. The kabbalah is the put it into the second key like you saw. First, we had it go. Molandi told me his father once bought a better. Gold better. In the 80s, $13,000 American. And then his brother, I don't know why they let the brother bring it to the Shabbos table, but of course, he dropped it. God, you know, because of the cow top, it's the best. You know, it's so.
Jesus fucking Christ.
We started.
Wow.
No,
Maybe one of the all-time great fucking minutes ever on this show.
What do you
Joe
do?
Snow, welcome.
I don't know what's worse. I create a cell phone WhatsApp, or you learn how to set is on there.
I've never seen anything like it in my life.
I
Yeah,
see
that's
everything.
all laughing very hard.
That was perfect.
Jay Snow, how old are you? Wow. How long you been on stand-up?
Videos.
Get the fuck out of here.
Ew.
My God. That's crazy.
I mean, it really is only one joke, but what a great fucking joke that
Top
is.
of the lower.
That's such a beautiful.
Wow. Okay, anyway.
You beat him up like that, you just tore it up in like 60 seconds.
So,
How many of those do you think?
no something, please. You did the Kabbalah, please.
I'm the one that brought it up.
The healer.
Let's not give him money to homeless people.
And he moved it, he walked towards his bath. What is that called? He lost. He got hit there. And one of these 4 avodas had the wrong job. He could ruin it in any one of the 4. Shaloi Lishmon, he thought it was another type of mitzvah. Or he started off good. He said, this is a minchas fighting. And then he flipped it to minchas knives. Shaloi Lishmon. Oh, you should like this one. It started off bad, and then he flipped it good. To it, Russian, that's the very simple question. If it could start off bad, of course it's not good. You can't take something bad and make it good. I hear a clip that you start off good and then you messed up. Okay, that's good. You start off bad. He says, what the fun are you doing? Hey, who's the person? You think, oh, start off good and then you went bad. That's bad. Why?
I'm friends with Snoop Dogg. That's true. I am really good friends with Snoop Dogg.
If you start off bad, in the studio. You went to
my friend Snoop just this week. I would love to have you on the next Ice House for sure. There you go.
For the last month, maybe opened by a nice. No,
this is all incredible, BJ Snipe. Especially your premises are extremely hilarious. Follow them through.
It's already money. This is simple stuff. What does it mean? You start off good and bad. You started off in because you wanted to make a fight. Just like then you went to the Midtown Dark. She learns more this one. How does it start off bad? You went bad. It's not a Midtown Dark. It's a Midtown fight. Before there's a Midtown Dark. You went to the Midtown fight. Great. As the tomorrow, what was the listener Ella? Why do I use the word Ella? Only. How does the word only start? Say this is the word other without the flavor. If the flavor message. The owner is doing another one. It says tomorrow's match. The balance of the writers, the owner is played by false here. I really explain it. The owner is not going to get a comparison. But he's doing what you need.
And I said, this shit is I'm leaving.
You look like a chair of a video. Just because you messed up,
thank you, Dave.
doesn't mean you messed up. You messed up once. Go back to it. You're supposed to be with us fight day. You go to the Memphis Brother. Now, you figured it out. Go back to the Memphis fight day. I'm going to Memphis fight day now. Who's doing it? Go bring another one. You just think that it's a shit. It's a rubber. Like I said, I'm a rubber. It's definitely small. Possibly using double flip. Rubber says that it's
this is another appearance of one of our all-time favorite characters of all time.
You don't say, oh, it's fun to forget it. I messed up. Let's mess up. No.
This is when
sprinkle the blood on the craft city itself. This is another.
This is when Joel Jimenez dresses up his penis like Dave Attell.
Either it's you or watch. He has a sorrow hell. It's not equal. Because he made a mistake. Well, I mean, it's not equal. He with his mistake. The voice I gotta tell you.
Do you happen to be a
drummer? Emotional story that I heard on top. I heard a lot of
drum battle the guy and I slaughtered him in front of his family. That's what happened.
See the guy here,
We still feel awful. It keeps me up at night, but you know. I'm here again. You don't play the drums that you
since I started doing
it could have gone either way, honestly. Looking at you, probably maybe you're really good at drums. I'm having a little trouble getting that line out. I like to take my time with what I'm saying. I want to make sure I convey myself in the proper words. Turns out when
she's
Joel's
being
asshole is pressed up against the leather stool.
Well, you said inside.
Can we go? This one, I just want to say
Inside
something.
check this
On
out.
Friday night, we drove in Anaheim, working 10 minutes right to the
Start here. You're welcome. I'm going.
What a way to close out a show. You just saw something diabolical happen. As one of our new favorite comedians, Jay Snow, will be opening up for the great Raw Fight this Friday, going 10 minutes of
Then it's like crying. Oh, stop it.
That's how it happens.
He was opening his head. And he came back to himself and he
Jay
didn't think
Snow. Taking it all back to that YouTube page and giving it all. Amazing performance. Didn't absolutely make me so happy that I went to that fucking last time. The great Jay Snow, ladies and gentlemen. He's on Twitter, Jay Snow. You saw it here. Live audience, make some noise. We did it. That's episode 200 of Kill Tony. That's 300 hours of content on the internet. The number one live podcast in the world. Tonight's showing from Ryan J. Evo. How about that? Look at that. That's David Tell, Ron White, Tony Brian Red Fan. It happened second. Anything else you guys want to plug? Grab that microphone real quick. Joel, anything you want to plug? Number one, tequila. Yes. This I believe to be the best drink liquor we can get on the planet. And if you go to TakersTequila.com, we'll send it straight to your house. And if you do that, then I'll love you forever. I don't like you folks that make a living by not liking you people listen to me. Give it a try. The great David Tell, ladies and gentlemen, is here as well.
Once again, happy to the fans of the podcast. You guys are awesome to help promote the new comics. Let the old comics have a word and support the band. And if you want to check me out, follow me at James Fucking Roll Up with Dan.
I promise you, the one love you. Say, listen,
Truly, three of my funniest friends in the world taking over, guys. It's Regan Watkins and Joel Jimenez, everybody.
Hey guys, reach out to me on social media and Jeremiah stand-up, and if I get serious for a second, I love Tony and I love Red Band, I love everything that they do for the comedy. I'm curious if you guys just give them a round of applause. They do so much.
Wow.
And they're some of my best friends in the world, so I love you guys.
Yes, and we love you very much. Make sure you check out Pat Regan. It's a new album, Bad Chat, that's available on SoundCloud, iTunes, absolutely everything. Follow him on Twitter at Patty Regan. Joel Jimenez. Hey, I'm mostly sorry, and thanks again, guys. This has been great. Episode 200, thanks for having me. Joel Jimenez. We're still in the Joel Jimenez getting serious in his bare feet with his asshole hanging out. Yeah, basically, there's a lot in comedy. Well, there you go. Very rich, ladies and gentlemen, I have done 200 episodes of this podcast. From movie theaters in Toronto to its evolution from the belly room to sometimes in the main room because Comedy Store will give us the main room full-time. Comedy Store, Mitzi Shore, Joey Hinchcliffe. Thank you guys. Thank you, live audience. Have a good night. Thank you.
I really want my son to learn something. And I need the oils to chip it. They're not going for the $1,000. I got, you know what I'm saying? Official was probably $1,000. There we go. So then, it's not working for $1,000. Let's the oil one time $10,000. My card.
Hey, this is Rippin.
20,000.
Live from the world famous Comedy Store mini room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
$20,000.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Very light, light, frisky crowd tonight. Make some noise one more time. Welcome. This is Ryan Redband, ladies and gentlemen. The one and the only Ryan J. Evo is drawing tonight's episode.
I mentioned in
Over tripods, everybody. Josh Martin is here. Thinking of tripod. Josh Martin, Big Martin. It's fun, Josh.
Better not to promise. Promise and not
It's okay, everyone.
Guy writes me a text with, I'm one of the guys. But that's enough. That's enough. That's the whole. He's never looked at 10. Came out of his pocket. Nobody. But this guy,
Yeah.
great guy.
Yeah, we're doing Houston 2
Promise.
days later at Embassy.
You guys are fine.
Really fucking cool.
How
We
you gonna
just
promise?
did like 6 months ago. We sold it out then, and we're going to fill it up again. So we need to take it
Little
as
bit of
fast as
both.
possible.
So, no,
Just go to
this one takes it all. It's not now.
We also have a secret
We're running.
following the Houston show.
Oh,
And
my.
Liz K. Gomez is right here, secret
Which
guest
of
there.
course,
Yeah,
famous lines today said over our
yeah, we have another secret.
Feeling is virgin. You're not with every aliyah there. Vamos. He said, how much? A mí sí me le toda la vacation. A mí sí me le toda la library. A mí sí, 100 to review on Xbox. A mí sí, not Kazakh, nothing. $60,000 for this. And then, please don't call me up. Please. Yeah, boy. Dice, mira, cabrón, soy a todos.
Wait a second.
Babush, he said.
Fuck yeah. What?
Huh?
My brand new and special
That's
on
it.
CISO.
That's it.
No business like shit.
Say it.
Even or ladies and gentlemen.
Just yeah, send them $80 later.
Double comedy album being released officially this Friday. You can
And they got a
pre-order now
letter
on
from
iTunes or you can buy the physical
you know,
copy
all
at
the people that
samtripoli.com. It's
donated
called Diabolical and Sam
all
Tripoli, everybody. Also the first
Not
human being to ever take me on the road with them. I opened for
What's
Sam
that?
Tripoli.
Fine. Don't get more.
2007, I did like a 3 minutes. Crushed.
So, here's the problem. Anybody that's part of MBY knows this because yes, it is silly.
It's true. We're gonna have fun.
What is this in another adult?
So these guys
Anybody
are
that
here.
doesn't
Let's
do
bring up the band. You guys know we have a band.
good stuff. Know the difference? Anybody?
Yeah, I've heard about them.
That
Every
doesn't
single
do
week,
that. Yeah, it doesn't stop.
we
No?
have a band. They always do something
The whole
different.
room,
A different
anybody know?
theme. You never know what they're gonna do.
Huh?
But they're a band. It's the Kill Tony band. It's
Very good.
Pat Reagan, Jeremiah
Who said
Watkins,
that?
and Joel Jimenez. Reagan and Watkins. The Kill Tony band.
You know that? What's your name? Huh? Justin, right? That's what I know. How do you know?
Wow! Look at this! Holy
What's what?
shit! This is the fucking
You know how to
greatest!
remember it?
This is so awesome. It's the Beatles and Buddy Holly.
Zoo. Where does the deer belong? In the zoo. So that's how we remember. Seriously. I'll show you this second. I met there, I raised a flag. In general, I'm going to bring a partner. If this one dies, I can bring another one. Bravo.
Joel looks like
Oh,
a Mexican Oompa Loompa. This is always a fun reveal whenever getting to
How do
see
you
you guys
remember?
about every
In the middle of the room, the dollar group.
My name is Ringo Starr.
The beer. This is beer for all
Well
the zoo.
played. You can tell we wrote that one on the drive over here.
Okay.
And then you have this chubby reservoir dog,
This one,
Jeremiah
right over.
Watkins. Mr. Pink!
The problem is that in the same fucking takes both words. This is the entire point of Dublin.
Reservoir Pig.
One says, Dublin, another one. Carly, never Carly and Buddy, pulling a ball. Hello? That is the darkness. So you remember? Yeah.
Paul's not real. He died in an accident. It's a fake Paul.
Great.
It's a fake
Here you go.
Paul. Stop trying to plug the tinfoil hat on. There you go. You got it in there. We don't need to do it again.
The place of pigs.
Nobody wants answers.
What do you have to say now?
Jeremiah, how does it feel to be one of the Beatles and to be working with Pat? Obviously, is Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Now,
Bill Nye.
that was what fucking
Bill Nye the Science Boy.
Putting the top, someone the dark way, just like the Encore House,
Where we jump right into the show, everybody. I have a bucket with over a bunch of names, a ton of names signed up tonight. We have a bucket full of fucking comedians' names. They signed up, or sometimes it's a human being that has never seen them before. Sometimes it's a crazy
This was
person
live.
that just signs up for any list that they see. It's
Like,
a boulevard.
you're not adults.
You never know what's going to happen.
So,
But if you get pulled out of the bucket, you get 60 seconds. You do
I got
60
off the
seconds
plane
is up, and you get the
in
sound of it
February,
hitting.
like,
That
loud,
means we're having a dinner.
out
We're
of
going to bring out
the
the
room,
angry West
you're
Hollywood
married.
Bear.
Give a shit. There is no price. The sheer.
That's how it works. You guys ready to start this bitch up or what? Oh, it's more fun on a Monday than us.
$1,000.
Guys, I need you to make some fucking noise right now. Welcome to the show.
If you're sure that
Fun and real. Sometimes you gotta
But
fucking
that's the thing.
spank them. Yeah, you're gonna clap again when I say the name Jeremiah Lefebvre. Oh, hey!
the same price
Lefebvre.
there he is. There he is.
Jeremiah.
Look, Gemara. Where are we holding time-wise, Mark? We'll go back. Now we're ready? So we have to do this whole 1 minute, 3 minutes. Okay, great. Anybody that does this app knows that a phase is much easier always. The way they designed the computer, a phase is always easier than a aleph.
Yeah, let's restart. Put your hands together again for Jeremiah Lefebvre, starting back from zero.
And you cannot do it on 1.5 speed. Plus,
There you go.
you're going to do it on 1.5 speed, 4 speed. So here we go.
One more time
Now
for
we're
Jeremiah.
not going like a
Triple stop.
It says, follow up and upper. If you mess up on your milford, instead of thinking that it's a milford, something things in the double, steroids, sponsor, the all of the problems. By the way, this is where the L was. Does the L of the Bible? It says the L of. I'm says more than that. Why does it say the L of? Why is it the L? It works. The guy doesn't have to bring another card. Not the opposite of what he said. The mission says it doesn't work.
Okay, there you go. Jeremiah
You never know
Lefebvre.
what's ball.
There's a lot happening there. A lot happening there. Yeah, I'm not doing this. Demon, the sound, see that we have the maker
Louder than words. If I'm making a thin minimal, obviously I'm not making a thick one. So I could say thick all I want, but it's thin. It's hard like a rock.
live show. David,
Soft,
are you around?
matter.
Yeah, we need like super
So
volume
I
in this
say
room,
nothing
man.
when
It
I'm
seems
putting
super
my
quiet in here.
actions
Like,
into my words. I'm not going to listen to my words.
super quiet. This is like you're trying to be
Correct.
quiet. Anyway, it's like acoustically adorable what we're doing in here, David, but we need it to feel a little more rock and roll, if that makes sense.
I could say whatever.
This is acoustically adorable is how I would, if I wrote a blog about how much I didn't like the show that I went to on this specific Monday, that's good. I would say it was acoustically adorable. It didn't really, see what I mean? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So Jeremiah, let's pretend like that's
This
the
morning, so we have a first time on stage. This morning, perhaps this is about
Was it the first set that you did that we restarted?
says, Marcas.
Not the first time. The same like you went up there and whatever mic that was the loud one.
And he wrote it.
There's a huge bass amplifier that was
the reason why it doesn't work in our Mishnah is because we made it kabbalic, so I'm speaking of minchah, not that I'm making a markesh instead of well, Robert
what show was it in the valley? Was it a show? Oh wow.
the name of Sunny
So
Valley.
are you like trying to go out other places or
I have like Robin, don't worry.
for fun or like what?
There's a difference. Another not to me. And that's Rashi Goy is talking about one thing and Rashi talking about another. No what? And he answers over this.
Like you own Comet Ping Pong and part of
The person here, myself,
I see what you're trying to say.
came up with plain.
Here's what I was saying to you, Nick. Here's what I was saying to you. You obviously can't remember
The
your
claim,
name.
the mess up,
Why don't you write it on your
so
feet?
the guy on the right and the left. So the okay, that's a big
You
mess
need
up.
to write it on your
It's different than thinking about
bullet points to write
what.
Yeah.
What? It says to the top, but it's like, not the end of the world. Everybody says,
So where are you
Good.
making crepes at? You really never got to react on that.
That's a problem.
Crepes, like the French pastry type of.
They're the transgender and
Now, this is talking about changing ownership. That rule.
How long you been making
Oh, my
crepes?
sister's that's tomorrow. My sister's going to the shoe. How could you say such a shot in our Mishnah? It's a foolish. God, you can't tell the shmum. That's what Martha says.
I'm so glad to get Joel is
This
so
is
like,
the foolish in our
hey,
Mishnah
Joel,
we're talking
let's get
about.
follow the show
What's the difference
extremely
between
closely.
48% for the
One of the gifts that we gave away on the 200 thing that we did is we added
the
like
problem is
the
that
entire
the
show, which
designation
they
is
said
part
couldn't
of the
possibly
mitzvah. Instead of a place day to the dog. Let's get to the you know, I'm
really
trying
kick
to
it
roll
off
and make
the
it
first one for this week.
go with roll, not rob.
Crepes
Tom,
and
the
wrap was the
I'm calling it I'm calling it Nicholas and Zed. Making a special talking to the carpet.
Oh my goodness.
And again, I can't say that. I'm a piece of Nicholas and Milk Party. First, let's love it. Let's move for cardboard. That's no good for me. No, I'm sorry, our business is good. But you know, I was talking about a minute for minute, so that's okay. Again, it doesn't bring down this right. It's only to really one. What's the motto of it? Shimon has double, Shimon has fighter. Bring it for our, but he brought it for this type of milk. Hello, the rabbi, Shimon, like we said before, Sugya, Shikhet, okay. However, Roman or Shimon other we do have a contradiction between Shimon and Sanya, Shimon Oimer. What does Shimon say? That if you mess up on the type of part, type of milk, get the word Shimon. We have a price that says, Sanya Shimon, praise the Lord of the Katzah. Says in the book, regarding a milk, talking about a milk, because a milk is like a tapas, like God. Really? A milk is like a tapas, like God. Engagement, massage. But I got to finish it in class because my sister, they don't like it. They want to see lower. See, bought me the silver cup. I've never silver cup, and I'm like, super, not nice. And I said as a joke, seriously. Next thing we're going to buy me over the silver cup. Oh no. She walked us. The second was my Rebbe gave me back. This is a Yiddish a Zubinish step. No. But my sister, so never Rebbe to watch it. She's in a new okay, great. It's one this. We're involved. You know, it comes to the last couple inside the soul. I'm just nervous that that's become true of me 2 times a week. Not the last soul for that doesn't force to be worse than the mainland news. First, for those of you guys who thought, yes, it's not even dog. Like, touching the dog. By the way, Mark, how many minutes since you said no? I would say your goal should get up. I'm telling you. You should use next week. Don't ever Yes, when you have this for Rosh Hashanah, I don't know the words you can talk about. Yes, when you have this in Hashem. Yes, when you have this in Hashem. This is not quite direct. Sometimes the mitzvah is like, much is so the no, yeah.
Are you going to dub this in Spanish so they know
you mess up on a conference, so the same thing by a movement you mess up, or just multiple money at the wrong intent while you're doing the grease up, and then also now, how is the mitzvah similar to the outcome? The mitzvah similar to I'm bringing a voluntary mitzvah. I want to give them the discipline first. I bring a bad flower. That's like a shit, much good. Honey messes up on the street and then she's always going to recover. It's a mitzvah. Payroll. Also. The culture, my also culture, in and around, stuff, and the double, in and around. The problem is that it's ready here. That according to Shimon, it doesn't work. I mean, Shimon says if you mess up, it doesn't work. He said it's like a contest. You mess up a contest. If Shimon's Mechulka, he holds that even by a contest, you mess up. He's good. Remember, we just read in the Bible that you mess up a contest, it's no good. Omer Abba, but the record guy, like that, I'm just going to play this time between guys. When mess up in the type of targeting, type of milk, that's partial. That's where the will say it's partial. Why does the mice is my fear? What's mice in my fear? I could tell what you're doing that you didn't really mean to say that. You say the wrong. call your kid and he has voice. He goes, he goes, Aaron, Katie, loves you, that. No, no, no. It means to say, the guy in front of you, you might see the kid right in front of you, call the wrong name. That, get your mouth. When you're talking about a Minchas, you call it a Minchas, whatever. You mean that it's in front of you. That is crazy. I'm a shoe bylaw. But another owner telling you another dealer that is the way you don't prove what you meant to do. That was in your shoving your head. Only about it. With my shoving the focus of my medication. I'm learning this from a Linwood and the Cairo. When it comes to Linwood, it's not making enough Kavina. Now you should play one should battle. You mess up. LA, my son, the summer. This is why it's not a Linwood and the Cairo. What's up is why we're fixing the life. You're Shimon Doric, time to grow. I was just thinking, I don't know if this is appropriate or not. You know, a lot of people are very interesting in those places. By then, like for England, is Imam, maybe the holy young people. I love but I see them, they always take a confused approach. What's going on behind the scenes? Why everybody should do this, like that? And they're trying to play drop shot, third, having to go. Right? Like when you take a master from somebody up to the back, you're nice. Let's say you're competitive. Don't mono. So it's broken to the reasoning behind it. They're also reasoning. But to know the Svara, something as far as the word. So what does Curry say? Curry to the beat.
I pulled another name out of the bucket.
You can see what the thinking of trouble was by the action of his statement. Since he's making a thick mincha, that's what he meant to do. So not only he said a thin one, he made a thick one. Tomorrow, the thing that comes to go, I'm going to need to talk. When you can't tell what you can do, that's possible. Probably the micro or Machshava. How much time do we have, Mark?
Introduce myself. My name is Frank Easter.
Let's go for the first. Time for notes. Hold on, I'm at the end. 57. Are you serious? So first of all, a cow gave us a very large donation for our Shabbaton. So I want to thank a cow. And over here we have Michael Bench's in honor of my father's Jack Bench's for attending the share in person. He said to me twice. So Malaysia and Michael's brothers there as well. A very, very big part of the DAF in Miami. And I heard that my father, Michael's father, Jack is a very big part. How long have you been doing the DAF with me? 4 or 5 years. You want to go on the cruise with us? Daddy and Mommy Cats, in honor of Chaim Aaron Cats from Gates of finishing shots today. 7.5 years in your belly. Unbelievable. That's a tremendous business. 7.5 years. It's very rare to have people that finish shots. First person that wrote in, Avi Kamyansky did a SEMA shots for this cause, why at Shabbaton. A lot of people start strong, but even if they don't start, like a sheer middle, they drop off the side. I don't know what they do. 7.5 years is a long time. It's straight up. Going to the side. I want to mention that I went to visit Avi Spiral, right? That's his last name. As ALS, he watched sheer MS. He basically is in bed and I heard it. He referred to me watching twice a day. He do about that. Expenses they learn Pharaoh. His son is here. He goes Pharaoh somewhere. So tremendous to see him. We're all crying. They're serious in his eyes. He doesn't shoot twice a day. So I'm not really edited version. So, a lot of purpose with the family purpose. Goldstein engraver and Snell family. Now, for the merit of the 474, the Rocha class, Ipal Lano, and Pini Osreiser, and Zeke Mishmash, Sebastian Shua, Osreiser, and Shorah, Yortek, favorites, Strong Mordecai, Bible, Sadik, with Elvin, thank you, Sparky, offering to come after a full day of learning. Yes, it's tremendous, and offering to come every day after learning. Who knows what? I don't know, play video games. When they come, they learn fire everything. Like Joseph Lowy, in honor of National Sophie, brown sports with a white stripe, yours truly, Remy. Those who know. I recall listening to my mother tell about this stuff. By the way, I'm very happy that I didn't read all of this before it did it, but it's causing crazy amounts of poor times for my mother tell about this stuff. This spell called Lantel. This thing that room that costs $1,000 worth money. There's no limit how to spend, make her enjoyable. But actually, by the way, our cheer costs us, we don't know this, but our cheer costs over $2.5 million a year to produce. And that's what we do for Perry to be Gishmak. You know what? Let me just short. I didn't leave off any Gishmak videos here. Okay, tomorrow we more Gishmak because Yoshi's back. Our artists are back in the show. But for having me on the voice side, have a wonderful day.
Merry Christmas is spreading joy throughout the world. Sponsor a cheer today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
What happened then? Call the police. Take a gun and you ever take a gun and shoot someone? You ever shot and take the gun?
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Welcome. Mazel tov to all the Messiahs. Last night we had an amazing scene in Bnei Brak. Full house. Hayoim, Tisha v'Esrim Yoim Shehem Arba Shavuot v'Yoim Echad V'Omer Lo'Omer. I'll talk about the Siyum in a moment, show you some pictures. This is in Hebrew, but this is a famous person on channel 14. And it says over here that it says in Hebrew, it says it quickly. He says sometimes MDY has higher ratings than our show.
המונים יוצאים את מסכת חולין, חלק מהם עדיין לא יודעים את זה, אני מעקר כפיות בשידור חי, אתם יושבים בבית ושומעים אותי ואתם לא יודעים שאתם הולכים להתחיל אף אחד בדף הראשון של מסכת חולין, אם תציגו יום אחרי יום, ממש בערב יום כיפור, תסיימו את מסכת חולין ויכול להיות מרגש, ולקראת סיאטים, יש לנו של הרב אלי סטפנסקי, שהוא חלקתי, לפעמים יותר מהחסות גדול
Oh my God. We gotta get him from the shirt this week. No, I'll be working on it. Belgian Seal. There was the Belgian Seal. The Muncie Seal. Staten Island Seal. Look at that. Wow. Listen. Horror Park Seal by Mendy Cock. We just showed this cover over there in the Dock Cave. This is in Yiddish. I'll try to. We don't have subtitles. I'll display. Horror Park Here Live. Okay. It's a very, very fucking top today. It's the last stop, and it's a Galita, it's Schmack. Let me translate a little bit. First of all, a lot of the words. He's speaking English, so a lot of the sentences are in English. He just asks him, in the middle, he asks him, are you doing this because you want to do the stop, or you want to do Ellie Stefanski? If he does something else, if he teaches something else, I go there. But it's interesting to see a real Vera sitting at a booth, trying to grab more people and convince people to learn Torah.
Ja, ze doen met de booth in. We hebben Ellie Stefanski met de zwaarste relatie achter de
Two sweating in glass. A listen to my cheese. That was not easy.
60 seconds, you said the N-word 73 times. That is a brand new
Simul got Zoom. Before COVID. Used to learn I'll show you the attitude. My face had on the picture.
I tried it once, I was hooked.
She tried to walk in your phone. That's also you did.
And started off. How much of it is that Naomi versus Ellie Stefanski? Meaning, is goed dat je zegt dat Naomi in niet op die richting van Chief, of de Ellie Stefanski whatever cool is. Great question. The answer is yeah, Ellie Stefanski.
Exactly. He learns.
McKinley is our sheet, is our sheet is 45 minutes. 45 minutes to do the job, animation, the videos, alles is gedaan. En op dit moment nog de dag dat Naomi, maar Ellie Stefanski style is wel exercise only the dag, all about the dag. It's not like 20 minutes, 8 minutes. 4.5
This is that he's talking about, where my face was made out of 100 people. Look at this. It says on the ad, 10,000 plus MDY members. I mean, just in Colorado, 10,000. We said this Chagiga. This is 4 years ago. Unbelievable. I always say this is a partial view of this. This is 2 walls. You split in half. Usually, they do 5 hasanas a night at this place. 5 a night. He has 5 halls. You got 2 out of the 5. Look at the types of people. This is a Iraqi kind of guy. We try to do a table like this in the middle, split the room in half. That's Elvis. Where's Elvis? I gotta throw him out of the chair. That's Ireland. Okay. Today's breakfast is sponsored by LCK in honor of my 2 recruits, David Mopkins on his 50th day at the dock and the Young Bergman on his first week. Keep it up, it will change your life. But imagine the more people you recruit, the better your life gets. It's Pesach Sheni today. We have matzah, we have a lot of stuff here. So I'm sponsoring reports at Murder Vision Shmita. So, a couple of things. I'm not going to remember everything. One thing just popped into my mind. Last night, Hillel Kamyansky, he was in Messiah. He said at a Siyum that he came, they never intended on moving to Israel, and he came to visit his brother, and he came to the Shir, and eventually he got stuck here, and he loves it, and Panas is great, some sort of Panas in different ways. And what did he say? What was his point of this? Oh. And the Paganese is Panas Ba'aretz. What else did he say? He said another line. And one thing, that was very popular. He reminded me that he learned here every single day till 12, 1 o'clock in the afternoon as Pabucha. So he started the day like 7. He was already at the Shila, so that's why he's not here. One thing is not a Machlokes. He's Mr. Machlokes. But, you know, when there's a Machlokes, I always think of him. What is it, Mr. Machlokes? He not only, besides all the support that he gives this year, he is very enthusiastic about bringing people this year. He brought many people this year. He isn't a Machlokes, whether he brought Benny or not. I fight over Benny, but Benny today runs the show here in Israel, and he's the one that's behind the whole scene. He was a massive shield last night. So he's strapped Benny. sit down. You have a seat over here. All right. What else? And also, I'm very possessive about being silent, saying the last words in the Gemara. But yesterday, I deferred and gave the cover to the Yochim Aronoff, a big part of the year in the Torah. He reminded us that they cooked the hair on 2,483 down a couple of weeks ago. Matter of fact, my Tabu said in the video after washing over there. What's your name? Samalation. Sit right over there. This is the seat. So you want a little business? Let's get in. I get it. I did shower. But, where was I? What was I saying? So he has tremendous jokes, stories, part of the animation now. He runs, he's like this for the animation. So he did the scene, the actual scene. Serious how he married with what's that more business street talk, but this is more of the swamp and Leia Esther with which Lema. David Dinberg, Malcolm Dinberg made his first scene with MDY, and he made Safiro Y. Anyway, called the corner month. I think he does coffee, you know? Doesn't he sell coffee? He has coffee corner, but that's not him. Part of that field committee doubting me at the Image in the second fashion by the Iran and leading families parent. And I was in the last second season, that's cool for you. The famous Daf, last Daf, anonymous. In memory of my father, Ruben, and the Frank Bishop Life. And this is a place talking to the area who was shown to have an Aliyah. David Salomon, the voice side, second sponsor. So today is the last day. We set the sponsors. Everybody besides David who gives us enough probably every month. All these people that I'm about to mention donated $9,000 towards the David Salomon dedicated memory of every man in the school for up and time to keep this money drop. He's going to be out with these recording sponsors. For these people, I don't know. So I'm saying you should write to them. Thank you for sponsoring an amazing reception. Don't get that with the English Master Father Jacket Dollars. Anonymous, I suffer Higgins and Gospels. The Father Family Foundation, the English Master Rabbi Goy. There's all about the dimension to you. Anonymous, before stating the Muslim is up. Anonymous. I believe before stating my name, it's young, Leia Bas Esther, Omeid. So my early thirds, keeping out these other customers, so proud you have the more fact, keep steiging. Sending Wilson family, can be out of the K and honor of belly, which is the meaning of life. Money, I just remember, I mean, you in the airport last time, what's going on? His brother, in the middle of the thing, I don't know. Think about playing that money, think about that stuff. Now see Mark and Benny and all the rest of the Turkey MDY. His born from Charlie Smart, Ari Simon, I'm not remembering, thinking about that, it's not the problem. Oh, you didn't hear my place. That's the problem. I'm not going to say the whole story, but he's stuck across. The father thought he's going to get stuck with something, and I told him he came up there. Okay. Everything, I can put up a plan and everything. NY kids, let me cut straight over here for a second. The eventually you'll see as a source, like he was simple to Vega, and Richie Luther's back out of Kaya, James Spicy, Guido Jack, Jason Miro, Senado, on his 21st yard side, he was showing having a Leo. It's all everywhere. Mazel tov, Avremi, Kari, Zevi, Abavis. That's it. Zippy, Zaka. How do you say it? Avoid. I'm finishing the seventh rebellion.
We're gonna get rid of you, Dante. You go back down to La Jolla where life is good. Everything's okay. I'm literally trying to control.
Shout out David, honoring the young son of his mother, Julie Davis, and the school of Basakino. I have to say, straight to my Kabirim, who sat on the table last night, and they heard the whole cheer and they came back. You too. All right, what are you doing back? You were there doing it?
He actually talks about
You stayed for the night. Everything that was non-player is related. You got to be smart. You had Nikita singing there. You had a guy in the face from, smart. Michael Fields, never a small bunch of them mayor, not a bad face. You did last night?
This is episode 201 of the number one live
You did?
podcast in the world. Yo,
You
Tony.
did? Straight to the welcome back. Good. Everyone wasn't there. Embarrassing, so like embarrassing in public. Finally make a scene here and it's show. The Mayor of Shmuel, Moshe Ben Meir, and Chano Bas Meir Yitzchak, Ben Maki Friedman in honor of the Hanochas Film of our grandchildren. Children, Gedalia and Nisano of East Meadow, New York, Mazel Tov. Leading sponsors, Mazel Tov, Zeitlin. Oh, check this out. And they sent in a video. How come we didn't make it? Mark, you gotta put it in for them. Slide 14. Got it. Mazel Tov to Zeitlin and Zeli families on being Messiah Menachas. Check this out. Dad Zeitlin, 4th seal. Hunter, Spencer, and Carter. Hunter, 7th seal. Spencer, 3rd seal. Carter, 1st seal. No, these kids belong here. The hockey players. Ethan Zelick, 15, 7th seal. And his dad, 4th seal. Hunter's 14, Spencer's 13, Carter's 11. Let's see what site this here was? This is Spencer, no? That's the older one. I don't know his name. Hunter.
They stopped doing that thing. So why they aren't doing that thing? They always
Yeah, Josh Michaels, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, Josh.
That's the only just doesn't go into their lives.
You were one of by far the top 10 funniest lesbians that we've ever had on the show. So let me tell you that. Top out of the top 10 lesbians.
It's not real work. You should be learning real instead.
You.
Josh, I love your style. Is that
I'm
true?
going to show you guys why all three of these answers are completely not true. Well, excuse me, sir? Excuse me? What are you doing right now? Oh, Mike. No, but what are you doing on your phone there? Oh, I'm watching the Gaviami and you ask. What? No, I mean, that's so good. I used to do the same thing. And what's your favorite part of it?
Since it's on the outside, check it out. It's on the
I was just enjoyable to watch the dog. That's really cool. But, you could be learning something else right now. You could be inside, or you could just be watching a YouTube video or something right now. But why are you doing the opposite? Well, I wanted to have fun, and why not learn while I can? That's really cool, guys. This is Mamish the Kiss from Hashem. Just as I mentioned, all the excuses that people make not to do that, I happen to walk right past this guy that I've never met in my life. And was doing it. Now, guys, look at what I just said. I just walked into this random hockey stick. And I find him folding his laundry while doing that. I mean, excuse me.
What country is this in that they hold laundry? What is this?
You said that you're right. How are you just able to manage the job every day while living a normal life?
I do it whenever I can. Sometimes I do it in the car. I go to the
That must be a really cool brother.
His mother's gonna kill him for taking the video in that room.
The time and opportunities I give you to learn the dots with MDY. Learning dots with MDY is so easy. You could do it on a train, on a bus, in the car. You could do all the beginning.
What is that? I have a bus right here. What's your name? Jim Mayo, and we have Spencer and Hunter over there. Learning. Mom is MDY, should be MDY. And we have Yosef Irvin with his gun right over there.
So, why are we going to keep saying, I can't? Just start backing.
Valde. Wow. Okay. Hunter is 14 years old. He's the one that Spencer's 13. Carter's 11. He doesn't stop. Carter's 11 years old. Doesn't stop. Don't judge a book by its cover. These guys know stop better than all of us. Okay. We're gonna start learning play right here. Yay! 18 minutes in. We are holding in the middle of the Cook Pesach Days Halloween Fair. We are repeating the story, basically, of Chanya. Base Chanya. was based on a story where Shimon HaTzadik was Mr. and right before he told one of the sons to be the Kohen Gadol. First story is he told the second son to be the Kohen Gadol. The Bechor got jealous and made up a story that we're going to see again. The second version of the story is no, that it was the first son that was supposed to be the Kohen Gadol, and the second son, the second son, he told the second son to be Kohen Gadol, but he deferred it to the first and let his older brother be Kohen Gadol, and the second son got jealous, not the first son. According to the Rameir, the first version of the story, Kanye ran away to Alexandria, and he was being marketed Korbanos by the Bizarre. According to Yehuda, he ran away to Alexandria to be marketed Korbanos by Hashem. Remember something new, by the Bizarre by Hashem. The Gemara finishes off the last line of the story. The Gemara says, Mazish Shimmy, who never got the job, he never tasted the cover, but he wanted it so bad. So somebody already tasted the cover. Certainly, the Gemara is going to say later on with Schultz. Certainly, he's going to have a problem. Yesterday, after she was over, and then he asked me, how did the person almost do the thing double? Go on and do it with his heart. Do it from his heart. He's supposed to be playing double 1 minute, and they do. And I thought it inspired me. That's a story from Restream. It's a famous, the same different variations. We share over the areas. It says that there was a kid who decided to take something from his friend in school. He pocketed his friend's toy, and the friend found out and he went to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe decided to figure out who the Ghana was. And he lined everybody up and said, empty out your pockets. And as he was doing it, the kid with the toy, the Ghana takes the toy and put it in his friend's pocket. And when the time came, the Rebbe came, and he emptied out the wrong gun, not the real gun. The other got killed. He finds the toy and embarrassed his father in a couple of rocks upon him. And his body came loving him after school. He said, I never stole. He apologized. He didn't want to apologize. And he said, his parents stole. And he apologized. And basically, things went downhill from that point. This guy comes to the Ghana, the real Ghana, comes to me and says, listen, I'm about to get engaged, but I can't seal the deal because I found out that this kid that I wronged when we were younger is marrying a shiksa. And how could I get married when I caused this to happen? So Rabbi Zushin told him that you don't have to worry about it. You were really young kid, and you were 7, 8 years old. It's not your right. It's mom has a right to the Rebbe. The Rebbe was wicked to that kid. He has to make it independent. Most times, you could ask the professional, most times when you see a girl that goes up to the boy goes up to the most of the time there's some crime. Let me say, some mice that have happened, or a bunch of mice that have usually not like a kid, a normal kid functioning and everything's good. I'm sorry, I want to go for that. Okay? Maybe even by adults. It's such a crazy situation where his brother made up a story and his brother wanted to kill him, and people are taking it out of the community, literally, physically wanted to murder him. That a person could go to such steps, you know. All I learned of Yehuda. If Yehuda says to me, wake up on your right, that wasn't the story. It's a lot of the details are the same, but there's a little variation. It makes a big number. Hello, when Shimon HaTzadik gets deathbed said that Kanye should be the Kohen Gadol, Kanye became an honor, and he turned to her and he said, no, I want to grab. No, that is the cover. Let him do it.
Is that what you say?
You know what happened? So here we go. He felt bad for his older brother.
Just to let you know,
I'm thinking it's kind of funny to see me off.
we're about to interact. Here it goes.
Jonathan knew what he's talking about. He chose him for a reason. Don't be smarter than your father. Don't be fool. And he decided for the moment. And then for the him, that's what I just let that slide. After being sounded, his brother, he's the one that came up with the story and tried to kill his brother. Weekend is gonna be funny and shimmy up. All our lawyers and told him what was his plan. What about I missed my city? I thought he was. Really, he should go weekly. He put him on some.
Alright, so we just sit there.
British clothing with a woman's clothes. If I go to the sofa, he gave him a build of a woman. Something like this, maybe. Don't tell me, I don't know. I haven't been by the legislation. Don't tell me that they're wearing these colors yet. Not good, right?
You've been doing this job for 2 years, and this is the best you got right now?
He went to his brother's behind. Well, here we didn't get to the point yet, but he told him the truth. They chased him out of there. Dramatic experience.
Somebody say margarita! You really do look like every kid who's so new.
That's from Unity, but it's game. Exactly.
Hey guys, get your newspapers here. Have you seen the new paperboy, Jimmy Johnson? Negro runs faster. Jimmy McApplebean.
Face Onion. I know exactly. Those, you notice those trains in the background? All right, very nice. So, all our lawyers, boy, by Nicholas said that, let me teach you how to do it. On the first day, like, everybody knew, you knew, you saw his father and just stuff. What is look all of them left was getting ran to the Harlem room and others in the tree house. Look at this letter that he promised his wife. That was, he promised his wife, every time she's trying to put his door off, elbows moving in the key. The after the teacher would say, I'm going to wear your clothing and your honor, my wife. Did you ever like in her life? No joke. No much around in this village. You want to.
I used to be a waiter.
That's great. It's a big gun. You're going to kill him. Something called right before the killing, he said, listen, let me tell you exactly what happened. My brother, he tricked me. Not me. Because I was funny. You're the one that was the college show. Well, we're going to tell you, Ruck was playing, so he ran away, Ruck to Afro. So Fanya ran away. Ruck to the Campbell, so he went into the police house. Ruck to Afro, he went to the Torre. So again, zero. This is the one, Like then all that plans and real from the time we put it in the spare, so when they put in the spare. What does it say here? A funny like 15 numbers what your name says. The all of the shame Shomayim. His Kavana was Shem Shomayim. Shonemai. Hoyo, Ayemahu, Yen Spare Hashem, Soy, Enet, Mitzrayim. What from your city? Hoyo, Ayemahu.
Biggest tip you guys $10. Are you serious? Why are you still there? Start selling the dope. I don't care how much you're paying. I know you should start. That job sucks. Just check out Applebee's at if you're getting 15% or less on your dollar. Something's not right. We're the worst waiter. Sounds like a hot day's night. So funny. Damn right. 12 minutes. There goes Josh Michaels, everybody. Fun times. There he goes. Go out to Kavita. Go get yourself some baby back bites, everybody.
ribs, you can get fucking crepes from somebody's
Yeah. It's, I'm just told that there's a video. It's not up there. Okay, so you'll play it while later on. Okay. והוי עלינו גיל נזכח השם, בסוד ארץ מצרים, ומצא ויצפו לו להשם, זה be נזכח מצרים, וממצא ודובי להשם, it's going to be for Hashem, not for his own. But the shovel חכם בדור ואומרו, did say something about it. מה זה? But we know. You ran away from the prophet. You didn't want to come here. You got up. Look what happened to him. Back to Slater's law. Allah has carved down by certainly a person who's searching to discover the book of God. Tanya already showed him prophet. But Kula, I laid law. If somebody would tell me the true prophet came to Nasi Sanhedrin, 70 daily oilam, 70 languages, you come out to the Kula. Why don't if you would ask me to be the leader and he quite still be listening to the area, I'll kill him. I'll put him in front of the line. I hate coverage. What do you want from me? I don't. But today, not even leave it later to now. You try to take it away from me. And he's not the law of Putin Chicago. And he's an ex of us. I had everything scared. I told you about this. But everything's scared. Now you have to listen to the stories again.
Charlie Winfrey. Yeah.
Oh, I should have done.
How are you, Charlie?
Should have done a stick on languages. Remove it. You have some hot water. Without tea is hotter. I want it without the tea. I'm going to show you the demonstration. What? It doesn't have the same effect when you don't have the real fish. So, he's the Rebbe that went through the lager, went through the camps, and he had a thermos on the table. Pour a little hot water, and let's say it was you, what's your name? From he goes right over everybody. Now half of it was still on the kids. And sometimes the kid that was very rarely the kid that deserved it. I mean, and he wanted to hit that. So I was interviewed by the fucking magazine Hebrew last night. Yesterday. And the guy who I've worked with. What? Donnie? Okay, it's going to be in this fucking magazine next week. So he told me a murder of nice verse in the Belzer Rock, which when he said it, I choked up. The photo was so episodic. I don't know why I choked up. Maybe you'll tell me. He said, it's coming. The High Sabbath is coming. I see him getting nervous. You see this hat? That's what he say. It's a warning.
What's your current living situation?
You're on the warning. Remember, hey, if you look at your watch one more time, you do anything.
I mean, they eat cats and dogs. You eat
Keep it on. Put your fingers on.
on a girl a little bit too much.
Yeah, bar park is good. Not the scare. But whatever. What's the scare is what the fuck. He has a shot. He said, look at the shot. That the guys that came out of the lager came out of the house. And it's a drunken people who's very, very hard to get the
By the look at your teeth, you probably teeth. You're the only guy with teeth and pussy. That's what you do.
And you can imagine what it meant.
Also,
Yes. Yeah, there's sorry when you're going on. It's very really to see the kids are walking. Today, when we have so much love and so much challenge, and we get a psychologist with them, and we understand how you kind of study them. How come? There's a lot of charges, a lot of kids going wrong. We said that it was powerful, gave a brought the prize rolls, because of what the prize they went through, we go full strength. But for 50 years, the parents, as bad as they are, they're not going to mess up. You get 50 years community because of the house. After that, you're back to being normal. So you're a regular parent, you mess up, your kids are doing normal. Right? Think about it. How crazy these parents were. They weren't 100%. How could they be honest? Okay. Weiter.
Charlie, over here.
Is that thing ready? I have a lot of stuff to show. Let's go. Let's finish it. Sorry, show far from middle. Show. There's a famous line in Hebrew. They say he's a Nefla Caleb. Nefla Caleb means someone to honor instead of show. Nefla Caleb. Big honor. They don't want. He ran away. He didn't want to be king. Inshallah, you know the story. Once he became king, he was the house. And he wanted to say, you want to take it away from me? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to make you squeeze up to my fire. May I crawl? You're using my other way. The Yiddish says, 5 lines up, when I take it to Tzvul Hashem, that it seems from the pasuk that his family was Hashem. So why does the mayor say that it was a Zarah of his family? The Bayer says it's the same. Something else. This pasuk is something. It's talking about the It's talking about after the fall something. You know something skill. What's the name of the creation branches of? This kid found the sons of the king sitting in golden wagon. He made them make a nether that they're not going to do Avodah Zarah. You come in Shari Bears, 5 cities in Israel. The Bible is not counted. In Israel. That reminds me of America. We have Monroe, everything. Over there they speak, what do they speak there? Yiddish. Not a word of English. Right? Garbage. And speaking Lashon HaKodesh,
What is it about the gangbang?
Paul Alexandria, I'm going to ask you, would ask people, you came and said, where's the seventh? So they called, you didn't think, they called, seventh, go, I think it's being Lion, the day driver. No, where's the seventh? What's the answer? What's the answer? The Shemesh is in Egypt, it's in Israel. Good to know, because there's some scary stuff about the Shemesh. Relax. The one of them, all of the same Shemayim, Shemayim, we in the chat, Hashem, the same as Israel. He's going in this bayah.
Do you have a new Mustang 7?
But you know who he is.
Wow.
He wants to get his money's worth. But you know he is back, Hashem, the same as Israel. You know what? If that is put it in, we'll do it. If not. Let's see. What's in there? Specialist in International Financial Services. I am Murad, before Shleim Layumi Rossi, Rana Lezla Baskana, Yisrael Sharkon Yisrael. I don't know if that helped me business though. I'm not sure.
He's a peeping Tom.
What's your name? Name what?
Craziest.
Great. But everybody have the back, my ship is so nurses. Here I have it, there's a city of destruction. My year ahead is Yom Le'Efos. Give a target of Yosef. Harto, city of Beit Shemesh. The city of Beit Shemesh. The offer of Nikhar is going to be destroyed in the future. This Amar, the Chadin and Oil, it's one of those cities. This city is the city of destruction is going to be destroyed. He's talking about, it's one of those 5 cities that we're talking about in this time. Who right there, Heres, how do you know the word Heres means? Shemesh, sun, the Siva, Oimer, La Heres. Ches and the A are interchangeable. Heres, Oimer La Heres in Israel itself, Heres, sun, and it's not the only two which are. Let me just show you this for a second. I said this last night before this year. These are moments of the year of Menachos, as we're finishing Menachos.
Charlie, they're shopping now. Ready to challenge Joel in the Great Mexican Drama. Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Winfrey. Look first, ladies and gentlemen, for your names go for Charlie Winfrey. Joe Solo for you.
Oh, you remember that? Okay, fine. Look at you saw that in your stomach right there.
I mean, do you have like a wrap it up thing? Wait, there it is, 4 minutes! Yet another person challenging his throne.
Came over here
And your for the rebuttal from the great.
What?
You know him, you love him, it's Joel Jimenez.
No, I'm talking about one day, he had something. Roll that he found it down. Rolled to the movie, went up and stood on the floor for a few moments, and then went back to his car. You wouldn't call that. I couldn't. Every day somebody says you guys couldn't something like that. You go, don't try, no, don't try. It's unbelievable. Then in the car told me I want that you sound like
With a black tube sock with Artemis Dick. For some reason, he only does the Mexican drum off with a tube sock on his dick. Powerful 12 minutes, one more time. Killing it. There goes Charlie Winfrey, ladies and gentlemen. He's on Twitter at Charlie Winfrey.
Don't worry. I mean, he dances with Kylie.
Seriously, not I'm making it like it is good. It was a little bit jazzy, you know.
I forced him to do it. It's like, I like it. Grab the guy. Over at Bonelo, go to Inshal Bubba. Should I do something like the bottom of this mamish again? We might do in America. I'm not going to say one minute because what happened the other day. America, people are
another Beatles reference.
they do rap. They do goers. They don't even stop. The guy that you show us a link to about good again. Man are more fun. One side is say our living like borders and the other side of the world. People believe sorrow. Other countries, they're not living it up like that. It's still very pathetic. The guys when you show us a link about it, they're a little bit more uptight, like women. Did I just say that? I meant it.
Stand up here for this joke.
Listen, 40% of the shit, all those numbers, all those 45,000 people know I'm moving. Every day another wife of the shit tells me, I want to see it. That was with my husband. No, that was all my life, I told you, it was Sheila and
I don't go over these dark jokes.
yeah, it was
I don't want to be racist.
it was Sheila in Chicago. She was in Chicago.
All I ever do is drive around.
I was getting off the plane and she tells me, I'm sorry, I watched somebody else's shit.
Ellipses.
I said, you ever watch this shit?
Are you ovulating? It always makes my smears and asks for fun.
What happens if she's a cross-eyed disaster. So she starts watching this shit, and all of a sudden she starts laughing aloud. And then the whole fight, anything that walks by her, you gotta try your shit out. You gotta try your shit out. She wrote to me later on. Okay, what's the shit? I remember these vlog, all around Islam. Family law. Shout out to the people. Family law, over at you, over out.
How long have you been doing this whole thing?
What? That's some shit. No, not my most.
Why do you think
Sorry about sorry, today it's Lebanon. The Lebanon. Look at I don't know what that is. They all know what the government is doing. No, they say it's not mom. You can't. You don't know.
It was a human being back then. It sounded like a nice guy doing.
Who made so lucky my room with that chicken puppy? Who's up there sitting to this tomorrow right over here? West, East, puppy. Who's up? Hey, my kids are so delicious. Certain parts of the world they don't recognize this part.
There's no way.
That's the American looking. Hey, Spade. Marcia the Rab, he said that the word. Shimmy, the son of Rab. Shimmy, Rab's son. That means his son is Rab's grandfather. Shimmy asked his grandfather, Rab, Golador, right? Rab was the Golador in Babel. Rab.
Was it like telling your
Hey, Jimmy, Matthew, Rab. The Midrash Shemet as the boy, it says, the Midrash Shemet, from when the sun rises, as a boy, until it's set, God will Shmi by Goyim. Everybody knows me. My name is great everywhere in all the nations. From Buckeye, in every place. I've been being in the place in the world that they don't recognize me as a Boston. I'm like, hey, shit out. So the bunch of challenge, you had to be ready to what? You're the one that falls on the phone. But there's a fascinating Rashi here, but it's better if you read the Rambam. So I'm reading the Rambam. Shimmy out.
I hit him.
I told you this, Shimmy. What? You're my grandchild. The fiction like higher is the holidays around here. I see what Rob was really sponsored. So I gave him an art, so he wouldn't lift his eyes from the ground in front of a man that Meroy Van Nova. He looked down the entire time at him. The new conversation with this is one of the things that Rob is going for. And then the relation among the scary thing, famous, but it's good to repeat once in a while. We're up to living the middle Zoom of Yosef Roshi. Famous of Yosef who's just sick, and I used to remind them, and Rav Sheshes, the famous Rav Sheshes from middle of the Nazi side of the earth. They wanted to be like the Rebbe, not to see anything. So they asked to be blind, and they blinded themselves. They were blind for the rest of their life after Rav was lifted. But I saw this. There's a video that went around back in the day of Yash going to be Menachem Avil. One of his sons was lifted. He comes in to be Menachem Avil over there, and they introduce his grandchildren, great-grandchildren. It's like he never saw them. He has no idea what he's about. Like, it's scary. Like, I showed it to my wife. She completely didn't understand. Like, what do you mean? So, prior day he learned, when his kids got married, he went to class an hour in, he went home. He went to learn. And the videos of him learning 3 o'clock in the morning. For me, one of the most emotional videos of seeing him in the clock since 2 in the morning and he's singing away. Something like that. He became God's daughter from his mother. And he said, this is your grandchild. This is your grandchild. Rob is saying, you're my grandchild. That's the second child of Rashi. You don't recognize it. You didn't see it. You never saw it. Yeah, why wouldn't you know it? You wouldn't think. You never saw it. The correlation. He says, the correlation. That the guy, of course, they know what the Rebbeinu Shalom is. And there are people, I spoke to people that have this belief today. Hey, listen, I believe that there's somebody, a creator. The creator is impossible that a human being has 2 eyes that can see over there, and ears, and everything, and the blood, with the clocks, and all these things. There's a creator. So what? He doesn't deal with the day-to-day. He delegates it to another God. That's why they believe in what is it called? Another entity. What? He's so great that he doesn't want to deal with all the little, like the ants on the floor and the birds and the thing and the human being. That's below it. So that's what he's saying. No, how do they believe they know about the Rebbeinu? They don't want to believe that he's a couple puppies and everything. In every place, there's a Torah, there's somebody, there's a card of Chamodim Sokodaita. Or a short man of Penny or Rabbi Yonah, Elu Tamid Chachamim, Moiskin, Bat Torah of the Chom Makoi. These Tamid Chachamim will learn Torah in every place. Baruch Hashem. And UI is growing. This year was a big year for the satellite locations. It became huge in the Hebrew. Today, we started another 4 locations, one of them in Eilat, which is unbelievable. 4 new locations. In America, it's going to start. Let me show you what the artist did for this. These are people that are learning Torah in all locations.
I really want to know what you got. What was it again? When you went to the edge? Oh, it's on the edge. Yeah. So it goes like this. No, I know about that. I got a question. What types of things with the versus the numbers? It's like M&M's. Well, here's the thing is
Oh, in the future it's going to be 3D.
They are.
These are all the locations, all style locations. Look up the ceiling, guys.
How long are you going to
Pull in. Gonna get wild here. Leave the doctor life if you set the switch. Sure. Alright. Malian. All the people learning in all these places. I'm going to come up with they're learning in all different places around the world. You get the videos in Singapore, in Vietnam, in China. People learning everywhere. It's as if they're bringing a carbon in my name. Some of the little player of the Usha, what is the mini race of Usha, married the woman then, you may say, Shira Malak. They bless Hashem, all the servants of Hashem, those who stand in the base of Mikdash at night. My beloved, what kind of religion is that night? All my Rabbi Yochanan, coming to Chachamim, Moitzim, Batorah, Balayro, Ma'ala Aleim, HaKosef, Pilasukim, Babos. The roads in prayer at night, it's as if they are doing the Loilom, place on Yishua. Omer, Gil, Omer, Zem, Mizbeach, Omer. You hear this crazy. There's a Mizbeach, there's the Mikol, Sarah, Dodo, and Mikol, Amala. Omer, Umashi, Holo, Torah. What does he mean? So, there's a wild places over here. Mikol, Sarah, Dodo, yes, we show him which way saying to everything. Look, our brothers is a mouse. They take the trouble of the Sabbath and muckers on his back. You ever know my time is not from last week? You didn't say like that's us. We just built an office. It's unbelievable. Right before the office started, one of the guys in the corner who knows shots word for word, every single word in the shot. He said, "You're gonna have a hard time in the office. I'm not gonna be able to help you out. I don't have any stories for you. I don't have any jokes for you. I have nothing. Nothing. Boring." And it turns out that in the office we had some of the best videos, the best. It was geschmack. There's some hard days. There's a lot of geschmack days. There's a lot of God stuff. There's a lot of good stuff. And a lot of people got connected start in the office. And we're gonna miss it. We're not gonna miss it. But when you're Isaac and Hilchos Habayit, when you're dealing with the Beis Hamikdash, the Beis Hamikdash, Ma'ala Alei HaKosef Kibul Midna Yemei, the famous Gemara, the article brings it that when you, if the Beis Hamikdash is not built in your lifetime, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed in your lifetime. Says the Gemara over here, those who learn the halachas of a mincha, what shaykh do we have to a mincha? When are we ever going to use the mincha? We're not doing a mincha now. We're not checking for buttons. You're Isaac. You're spending your time learning about the Avodah Beis Hamikdash. This Baruch Hu considers it as if the Beis Hamikdash was built in your day. You don't have to worry. You're not the one that destroyed the Beis Hamikdash. You're the one that built the Beis Hamikdash. The other guy that's not doing the job, he's the one destroying it. That's why you got to get him in here. That's our price to get him in. Today is a chance. I'm not saying it's the last chance, but it's a good chance. Call up, make that phone call, put it on your status. I'm telling you, you have no idea. Oy. A guy, it was in Hebrew, Kobe Sella, wrote me, sent me a message at 1 o'clock in the morning. He said the guy came over to him, was crying. Okay? His voice was shaking. The guy came over to him to see him and said, listen, you don't know me, but I heard on your status that you're going to do what? You changed my life, and here's a bottle of wine. And he said that he's so choked up, he didn't hear the guy's name. And he asked me if I could find out who this guy is. He's choked up. I changed this guy's life, I don't know who he is. And he came with a bottle of wine. He gave him a gift. Grab a Leonovi. You tell Leonovi. It's because it's so easy to do. You don't need a Leonovi. You take your phone. And you look at it, and you say, join Pluto, change your life. 20 days of your life, press send into your status. Boom, people are going to join. Everybody that's done it, people have joined. Try it out. It's a great chance. We're doing it now. Don't let your friend be the destroyer of the mistake. I like all that, huh?
Wow, holy shit.
That's what it is. I don't understand. This is like horror fucking. I don't say. Just have one of our favorite videos of Malachas. Okay, but the problem is the whole notion. The problem is it's music and you don't play music and you experience. So now I'm going to sing it. It's what a beautiful voice.
They're the greatest Mexican drum off of all time.
No shame. His voice.
That's fun when you're talking. I'm trying to get so here's the deal. I've been here 3 months. You ready to give up? 3 months in? No, I'm just trying to go.
So, on our way out of Menachos, we dropped it. So, I see my Torah. If you learn Torah, boy, you learn in the morning, you learn in the evening, you do weekend Torah. It's mamish as if you talk about Torah, Mincha, Ashba. Say it becomes scientific. The Torah says, if somebody learns Torah, he will pick your Torah. Where do we say? Many times in chapter here, he gets angry. He knew over the Bazar. Well, he was over the Bazar. You could take him and then give him Misa. No, it's Kilo. He says, we're talking. It's not mamish like you market. It's false. Kilo. Says, Rabbi, no, I argue. It's not Kilo. It's much better than a carpet. This is the one time. Over Rabba. I love the Mincha. Why did it say law? It say Allah. Law means one. You don't need it. You don't need a card book. It's better. It's better. Once again, you've seen shots over and over and over. Number one thing.
If you took off your suspenders, I took off my shirt and did like a minute, like a
and you never have to say reversal law. I looked up tomorrow, so I don't have to do a carbon. Carbon is going to be better than. But today, that we don't have it. Torah is more fun than that. Omer Rabbi Yitzchak, might have seen. Zoy's Torah Katos. Zoy's Torah Katos. Well, I see the Torah's Katos. You will leave your Katos. When we learn about Katos, we just finished learning Menachos, and Katos. And we learned about all of them. It's really good. So I see the Torah's Hashem. You make your Basho. Mamish is it. This is one of my favorite things. I'm not excited to share with you. You saw it in life. Like you take it to many areas. It says in the Oilah, Yishay Reach L'Chaya. It says the same 3 words 3 times about a behemoth So boy, so you should have the class. And the fire comes off it says, Jay reacting to Lord no this comes from Echo that man. The Echo that man. Uber Bash, Haven, Uber Shemayim. The number one thing in Yiddishkeit is in the head. You have to have Kavana. And if you have Kavana, it doesn't matter how much you say. You can say the entire Sefer Tehillim. A lot of people do. They have no idea what they're saying. That is not as good as saying one kapitel Tehillim and focusing on the word. And focusing on what you're saying. The Allah is brought down in the Shabbat that become late to show. It's better to say a little bit of Zimra, say Ashrei. And think about it, that the fly through the whole Humpty and everything, not knowing you. Everything, the way side is so that whatever you're doing, everything, we are so used to doing mitzvahs, we're so used to saying drop, we take a drink, you have no idea what you're saying, no clue. You watch your head, everything is, if you pause for a second and think, it makes it that much better. And there's another beautiful child, so from the Kuma on this mission. That's what I'm this gives you a physics for people. People that are too young. Even if you didn't accomplish a lot in your short life, a person who lived very, very short, but he has Savannah when he's learning, he's going to get the same Sahar as somebody who lives a very long life. You say it's not fair, he lives 90 years, and he's learning prayer for 90 years, and this person only 30 years. But if you have Savannah, and I love the line from Victor Miller. He says, how do you say it though? I don't want to mess it up. You're allowed to think about the Rebbeinu Shalom even in Muslim answer. You're allowed to think about the Rebbeinu Shalom even in Muslim. In other words, you've done this answer so many times. And sometimes you know how you got there. You're like there. And you have all these beautiful ideas that come up in Muslim answer. Talking about myself, I have a lot of experience with it. Some of the best ideas. If I maybe I should make a rule. The ideas that come from an S-ray, I'm not going to implement. And there wouldn't be any MDY, there wouldn't be anything. Over and there, my pro. Where do you see this in the puzzle? It's so ishmak, the sleep of that person who serves in the Beis Hamikdash. In Ma'atim Harbo. It doesn't matter if he dreams a large carbon, a small carbon, good thing, purple, with either. The matter I have all on the offer. Your voice has flavor, with all those flavors, the kavana. There are many eaters, many kavana. You're not keeping the bottle of back. The owner, the boss will have, he doesn't care if you brought a lot, you brought a little. It says, but you have to look at the end of the process. It's important. These last words that the mother's bringing down are the punchline. He's even the person knows the real truth, what's going on here. He knows whether you had kavanah for that story. He knows whether you had kavanah before. A lot of people, they don't even think when they put on the story. It's like such a habit. They put on the comes, and then they're off. That pause, that 2 seconds. Why am I going on my phone? Why? I want to be walking Hashem. I'm a single. Okay.
I've been wondering who he was. See, I wearing a red nose at the comedy store.
What's the line there? Keep in your roots, Amos. It's all about what the world sees. Hang your arms in the mouth. Glory and active parishes for bonus. Actually, never had the Lord, the Lord, Elohim, El Hashem. It says the Shem Havaya, which is singular. We didn't compare about somebody shouldn't say it's Elohim, it's a few, it's many that are enjoying this Kabbalah Knowledge. We then have a try God that says by the large animals, but what about that? Small little birds, the $5,000 cow, and the $3 pigeon. It says the same exact motion. In other words, when you get stuck up, you don't have the ability. You get $10 and the millionaire gives you $1 million. That's not my amount. If you have Kabbalah and you say, I'm doing this for Ratzon Hashem, the $10 has to $1 million. The famous line, the Malik said, Yeah, he might have said on this also. I remember exactly. It's famous. Say, Kavana adds a zero. So if you do a Maisa, you take action, and you add Kavana, you add a zero. You add a lot of Kavana, it's another zero. A bunch of zeros if you get them really. But if you don't take action, and you have a lot of Kavana, so it's a bunch of zeros without a one. The Maisa is the one. The Kavana is the zeros. If you manage a Maisa Shahaya, a guy told his friends, you don't understand what happened this place up front. I was McCobbin back to us, not so the people got these out and they were shopping and the whole thing did this. And then the other guy says, yeah, so I didn't go through that whole thing. I just like Kabbalah because Brooklyn and traveling is the beach mountain. Oh, that part I didn't, that I didn't think of. And everything, all the other Kabbalah besides that one. Okay. Vishem Ador Latino Tzara, it's a mega control to meet the Kabbalah. You have to get a little hungry. I'm like, I'm hungry, I'm not going to tell you. If we see anything with it, I don't need you Kabbalah. I have everything. You never you put ICR, I have all the animals in my favorite dialogue, all the animals in the mountains over there. You have to go part of my know all the birds. It's just so that you know everything that moves is mine. Right at the top is our beer. I'm going to eat beef. The dam has food mesh when you're doing this. Go blood. The Marta legends zip because they should turn as with soy to be as with soy. I think this is also beautiful soy. We're learning a lot of things today, but this is so important for us to remember. A lot of times people ask us questions. Oh, I'm so good about that. You hear this a lot. What's your virtual and watching me? I should keep Shabbos and I should do this and I should take a lure. Chacham, you think he needs you? You think he needs your Shabbos? You think he needs your tefillin? He doesn't need your tefillin. He wants you to have tefillin. He wants you to have Shabbos. For you, not for him. Give it to you. I'm not like a father or child. I want you to be. I want you to be the best work. It's for you. And to go to school is for you, not for me. It's for you. Chacham. Let's see this video. Which one? English. Here we go. So just to remind the Oilam, and I had a lot of my questions last night, Robin, that we have 5 hours out of our 6 artists. Unbelievable. It was it's a dream. I can't believe what the Rebbeinu did for me. And so because I had this dream 3-4 years ago that we're going to have a group of people, and I told people, give them sugar artists that work full-time for us and produce beautiful videos every single day. It's not a dream come true. It's like you can't even believe it. The best guys, the most talented guys, people in the one advertisers, the call us up, you do an ad for us. You can't find such great content. No, we're working on the job. We're not here to make money. We're working to make career better for other people. Those people came last night to see them, to get a bunch of people in total, including my nephew. But where do we come from? 3 years ago, those who were with us, remember, we hired 2 guys. For the lowest $2,000 a year, because what do you think? You wasting away. So I don't know. But we got to get there somehow. I don't know how. I didn't know how. I knew where I wanted to go, where I wanted to go, but I didn't know how. So get these guys, they're doing 3D animation. Every movement, like this. Look at the characters, they're here. It's very, very rough. And they used to tell me, what do you want? Something like this takes a month to do. You know, we need to produce 2 guys to produce one video every 2 days. This one's not a bad one. Sometimes it came up a little crazy, or a little better. This is what it used to be. This thing before AI and everything we have today. This left at all.
Everyone knows I can't code, and so I got a vibrator, and it just feels like I'm riding a motorcycle because my hands just shaking.
You are one of the laziest lovers I've ever.
Honestly, I can do that.
Jerk yourself off and self.
The real guy is named up. He looks about 6 pounds a day. 6 pounds a day, that's a passion drug.
What if that's the thing that's like
Still alive. He's never seen my thing.
the biggest laughs that happened on the show so far?
I know, I don't know what I mean on this thing.
So the size of dicks, maybe bigger dicks.
No, I don't want to do the type of homeless here.
Some of the black guys who thought it maybe nice to get by yourself, would that turn you on?
That's all hard. I was just not confident. The position I was in was just like getting something. I talked about it last week. I felt like I was about to shit. And I was like, maybe this is what coming feels like.
But when you were watching that, I was watching this kid in the back over there. Their mouths were open, smiling. You guys, you kids want this kind of stuff in yeshiva? Should we tell your Rebbeim to show it in school? I think the balloons for you. You want it? We'll make it happen. Nah, not gonna happen in this generation. But your kids will have it.
I love her style.
All right, so. We're about to leave this story. That's what somebody got to say me. I think let's make a scene here. Forgot, let's say copy. Because I think it's good. So, you might have to look at the answer. So, you have to tell me. But it's so you have to say from us. So, you can't have to say from us. Your story, and then change things to cool. So, after those shots, change things to cool. So, change things to cool, which means the Tyson, you have to have kavana. Again, once again, it should be with your intent. The word is, so now in the Sassi, because one of the guy is playing around with the knife, and by mistake, he slices an animal's neck. How do you know that it's possible? He didn't have kavana to do the shita. So then, my b'shachar is ben abakar, the shita, then bakar.
This is one of the worst episodes. More than 201 episodes of this show.
This is last night. You can see him sit over here. He said, if you don't remember somebody's name, it's no, he said, what's your name? What's your name? The answer is Moshe. No. And then what's your last name? He said, all right, Yodenu. No, this one I already knew. Well, I just wanted to know the next part. How do you know that you have to start over again to be another part of it? I'm learning how to say this is the cool and the guy. The voice side, you can say to see it with me. Mazel tov. Everybody together. Hagan Allah, Harei, Louis Sorroy, Louis Nicola, Louis Samson Office. Hagan Allah, Harei, Louis Sorroy, Louis Samson Office. Hagan Allah, Harei, Louis Sorroy, Louis Samson Office. Hagan Allah, Louis Samson Office. Hagan Allah, Louis Samson Office. Hagan Allah, Louis Samson Office. Remember that I told you to read the shakas and you don't remember yet you mean money at the bar. You also look up at the really high. Since you look at the 7 of skin that do not spawn up here with the same of little the language will let come with talking comes from the harbor. Please call out the line on the right of the Yam and Leo Zari. He comes at her with P, but being Zari. Zari. I don't know. This guy gives a lot of time for some from the small level. So it's scrap up. If you love to see the secret was 5. So you
Michael D. I know that it's anything for guys initial thoughts. Not at all.
Yeah, very Jesse.
All right, there he goes, Michael D. He was on last week. We talked to him last week. He's on Twitter, just sharing interesting comments. We had fun. He Manowar, ladies and gentlemen, is the newest special on CISO. He's one of my funniest friends in the world. He's an absolute beast. We go up every single night right next to each other, side by side. It's crazy. everybody was debut special. Your fucking like really special and crazy people. It's just came out this week. It's on CISO. You can get it on Amazon. Active little CISO extension. It's very easy. That's what I did. I fucking love it. It's called There's No Business Like Show Business. If you have business, make sure you see it. Send it to me. Let me know. Stand for confidence. Speaking of legends, great black belt, a samurai, super warrior, not getting blamed at all about anything for this show. The great Sam Tripoli, everybody.
I've done this show like 90 times.
I know, we love you. Sometimes
Weird shows.
Sometimes you have a little few more crap flashbacks than other nights. Sam, we love you. You have the brand new double album.
Yeah, it's a double album called The Dialogue. The first hour is just me killing. The second hour is called Friday Night Late Show. And it's where the crowd is so wasted and shit-faced that I just pop for an hour and I just go out. So it's 2 days. The Dialogue.
This drawing from Ryan G. he built is out of fucking control. Make sure you go up to him after the show and take an actual close look at it. The details are just mind-boggling. Look at Joel Jimenez at the top. Jeremiah Watkins. Great. Your hands go up to Jeremiah, everybody. I know it's so much more famous and gives us awesome and energy. And Reagan, Joel Jimenez. And Reagan is one of the newest albums on iTunes. He's literally my favorite comedian. This should be getting insane enough. Sometimes I fucking love Pat Reagan. It's because of him that you even ever get to see Jeremiah or Joel Jimenez. He's his man. He's the leader. He's the man. I love him. I love everything he does. He's on all the social media that Patty Reagan and Joel Jimenez with his microphone stole the show tonight. This episode was Joel Jimenez and fucking Allie McCoxley. I'm so sorry. And that's tonight's episode of Tony Hitch with Greg Ribbon. Make sure you can see so check out the Heat special. Make sure you can dial TonyHitchwood.com for all your tour dates. Also listen to Austin and Houston, Greg Ribbon.
Good morning, Rapo. One of the best real estate brokers in the show. Unreal. I'm going to tell you a little cheer. You're going to see Dr. Human is top notch. Not only is he a top selling guy, good as us. From the very every single day, besides when it goes a lot. By the way, we're opening up, seriously, opening up really a lot. Starting cool. Yeah. It's real. So everybody says, I said we didn't see what else is Mordecai. Reminder, I am one of the best young women are the us who was brought in there. And I want to show you a bunch of videos. A lot of came in. I can't show everything. Some of them are 2 minutes long. There is one that's about 2 minutes long, but I do want to show it. It's very important. This I'm not going to show. I did it already. This one, I don't know if it's in English or not. Yeah.
MTY? Hello, I need to
What? Okay, we're on our way. Hang tight.
You know what I love? Is we're back in the belly room for the first time.
Thank you, Rabali, for healing me.
Somebody invested a lot of time there. Go ahead.
Want to know what we do?
Start Tractate Chulin now.
Boy side. Boy, you know, hey, in the movie.
Two of the best comedians in the world. Two of our favorite guests on Keltoni. The Beast.
אבל זה הזמן שלכם להשתלב במצב רפואי. יום שישי הקרוב, איך הופך את זה? מבטיח לכם שאתם הולכים להתמכר ברמות קשות. יאללה, בואו.
This is Rabbi Koch here in the Clement.
שלום חברים, תמיד אני מבקש עזרה לעזור לחברים ואנשים אחרים. היום אני רוצה שתעשו לעצמכם. אני לומד כל יום את השבוע דף היומי, גרעין לסטופנץ, זה שינה לי את החיים. בואו תשמעו לכם את החיים.
This is awesome. 10-year-old kid has been evaporated for a year. 14.
A new show on Comedy Central. Motion capture. Very excited. Your own motherfucking show, man. I'm so excited, man. The format is nice that we can and then I just roast those boys, you know what I mean? It's like kind of just a cool idea for my brain.
Just a moment, Donald. משה כהן הזמין אותי לסיום מחר ביום חמישי בבני ברק. אבל כמו שאתם יודעים, יש לי איראן על הראש, לבנון ועוד כמה דברים לטפל. אז אני אשמח אתכם מרחוק את סיום מסכת מלאכות. אני מזמין את כל מי שלא נפסע עדיין, כי תצטרפו ל-MDY, הדף היומי עם רב אלי סטפנסקי. זה ישנה לכם את החיים. יום שישי מתחילים חולים. What do you say, Donald? When are we going to finish with the Iranians?
You guys.
You gotta clarify where I come from.
Okay. The Israelis are sending it in, packing it in. I'm writing today for Mark's Up and Up with 108. Tomorrow will mark my 1,000th daf learned with daf young with MDY. 1,000. I am only 70 years old, and I cannot believe it. He's one of the brothers who helped me in all sides of which campus actually graduated have. I love the job so much that it's helped me in all aspects of life. I know I'm only 70 years old, but I truly feel that I can say that that changed my life. I started at a position of base and never thought I could make it this far. And I wouldn't have if it wasn't for building the whole MDY family. I've only gone up from the first job producer at home. It's really the same until my senior shots in 3 years ago. Throughout these 3 years, where I've been learning the daf from MDY, my cousins have always teased me, saying, "You're not actually learning, you're just watching a TV show." However, watching their faces go blank, and they go silent after I respond to them and ask them, "What is Pura? What's Zila? What's Mitzvah Spashta?" Let us show them what true learning is and make it all worth it. Thank you. Yeah, thanks so much for keeping doing what you're doing. Your Talmud, AV.
Our new movie comes out this weekend.
Oh, hold on. Rabbi Side, this is interesting. I gotta tell you. This is super interesting. Where is it? This guy is a grave digger, and he's just from she's in the grave. All right, here's a special one for me. Happy bird. You know what the dot? What? Intense. Happy bird. It's Robbie Bird's brother. He lives right over here. He's been with us for 5 years. He's a new guy. He's a bunch of times. He's a shy person, so he doesn't want to do it. And he feels like he has to do it for athletic. So here it goes.
Hey, so if you're seeing this, it means I finally gave in and decided to record a video. Today marks exactly 5 years to the day since I started doing daf yoga, and honestly, that itself is a miracle. This was my 6th or 7th time trying to learn the daf. My previous record was 2 seconds. I've been doing this now since towards the end of summer. Previously, I used to bounce back and forth between random shiurim. I had converses off and on. I missed that a lot. And honestly felt like an imposter ever since I left yeshiva. But MUI gave me something I never had. It gave me a responsibility. It gave me a creative. It gave me a responsibility to myself. Every day, without fail, I know what I have to do. And it's not just what I have to do, but it's what I want to do. My commute used to be dealing with work calls, listening to meetings I missed, catching up on podcasts, and to ebook. Now it's just about growing as a Jew. But it's not just growing as a Jew, it's about the friendship and on laughter. And the MDY crew in the morning and all the crazes that are there on Saturday night and everything in between. It's the way I get myself energized in the morning, and it's the way I decompress on the right away from work. My Rebbeinu used to say that a Bentor is someone who never stops pushing themselves to keep on growing, and MDY helps me push my limits. The ripple effect is real. My 3 boys have watched me over the last 6 years, and for many of them, they never miss a day. My 3 oldest do not miss a day of MDY. It changed me, it changed my friends, it changed my family, and honestly, it's helped to change my community as well. Don't wait for the next big cinema shots. Jump in right now. Join MDY today, you won't regret it.
There you go, Aaron. All right. Excellent. Tonight, tomorrow's year is going to be the last stop of an office. Tonight, we're doing the big seal in how many are left? There's 30, 40 tickets left. We're going to have, I don't know, people already signed up. Beautiful amount. Tonight, it's going to be a big match. We're going to do the show. Something like this costs over 100 shekels to watch. To go into the Seidel and do it. So he's coming to us, showing us how to do shtei alechem. It's good food. It's a great deal. 100 shekel is a bargain. What is this? Oh, Eilat. Rabbi said this is the one in Eilat. Check this out. It's crazy. It's happening. It's large. This one is also, I said that this is a seal, but this is in Montreal. It's going to be a live Hebrew cheer. Shidur Kai, 2 o'clock in Montreal. A night of Achilles. I don't know. It says over there. Read the thing. If you want to go back here, read it. Knesset, Sharia, Chaim, Rastav, Abraham, Avinu, 55. Toronto Seal, a night of Achilles. Sponsor Street. What? Well, listen, afternoon, sponsor for a top, MDY official edition. It's a school with all the beautiful pictures with Paul showing and many other pictures. Only 3 presents still available. After that, already sponsored. It's your time. My boys, it's your timer. Supposed to have long division sheet though. MDY Coffee Corner. Covered at Felix Committee Dallas, Mimiat Koime. Official edition of MDY shots accepted by the Iranian Levy families. Perek. Anonymous. wie wir nicht mal noch ein Tweet, denn doppelt so high. Staff Proof Test. Anonymous, congratulations, young and sharp, for sharing the joy of the dance with his family. Shukaya, except sponsored by David Salmon, dedicated memory of Eddie Murray, Small Boston, Fancy Doge for the Europa. Jogi Dance, leaders was my father, Jack Dance, and I'm from the Ruben Gatsby, South Campbell, Anonymous, for sharing the music and the song, Anonymous, for completely consuming and so for labor, Sesame Show, Martin, Tessa, is a Friday, Yakimo, Steigen, celebrating the Candy Art, and Kane Honor, with W, change my meaning of life. But now, my else, Martin, Debbie, and all the ways to and be wife, and publish on the primary assignment. This is monthly sponsoring for Shlema of Emory book. WI kids get a vision to see. As it's school, so I can simple big and Rudy Stop Shop and Ohio. Daily sponsors for the Consortium. Martin is clearly strong. The Seahawks Cooling. Thanks, the Alliance. Michael Fuchs. And Mary Small Motion, Ben Mayer, and Fana Bax, Mary Yitzchak. The Price family, the Nishmat, Shai Groves. Ola Shalom, Yeoman, and Ilana Groves with Full Slimo.
I'm an HR admin.
Louis Nishmat, Shai Groves. Official caterer, son.
Oh, man. That's crazy. Obviously, Pat Reagan got a new sponsor meeting the rest of us.
The Full Slimo, Today's stop in memory of our son. Oh, Sean Messiah. It is. Today's stop in memory of our son. Sean Messiah. Thanks for belly. St. Patrick.
I like your approach.
Your website too. Lockdown, the original official. Anyway, well, Muslim, you're not going to be sure broke. Muslim won't have an Esther. So you let Daniel say, then I yell at Esther. Voice, we have a little bit of a lot of today. A long story. I don't say easier doc. And we're finishing off the Septus Malachim on the right foot. Schmuck. I just want to mention, before we get into it, I saw a lot of status. And I think a lot of people are complacent. They say, oh, there's a lot of statuses. They bring people in. So I don't have to do anything. No. You have either.
The first person I had to fire
every person that joins the background is 100 that are not joining. 100. So 100 people.
It's like I got hired and then my manager.
People that have excuses. Every day, people that started. Guys that live in people, guys that work, you know who they are.
For sure.
And you have a feel, yes, you have a feel. Give them a little note. Don't be too pushy, but a little reminder. Starting cooler. Starting a random session. I'm not going to have that after 140 days. 140. Here's your chance. I know there's a lot of statuses. I know. But what did you do? What did you do? You know the guy to play with.
It's hard for me to
don't forget. Make that call, make that status. Even if it's a silly status, you can call status. Look at the phone and say, hey guys, we're starting cooling tomorrow. Join. That's it. 10 seconds. You never know whose life you're going to change. 10 seconds. That's what's in the phone call. So, daily tomorrow. Here's the question, the mission. We're holding by the mission on Doc. Quick test, public face. You have it, unfortunately, you have an Israeli guy who goes to Thailand and Buddhist, I don't know what. He did up his art. You have it all the time. Unfortunately, a young guy starting out another religion. Comes back to his shoulders to rush. And he's a pious. Pretty Italian. You give him an aliyah. If you give him an aliyah, he doesn't get pious. The question of the Rishayim, something we're going to touch upon today. Because you're going to see that once you perform on the Zara, there's welcome to be welcome. That's his thing. But the mighty damage, irreversible damage, that you can't get out of. It's like a color. Okay, never. I want to be true, but that's it, you're a color. You can't perform certain things that are performed. Oh, you married. How come because I had this nothing Shvari Hector? I wasn't thinking about it without the mission. You said you have a whole ranch, thousands of animals. So one of the animals is affected. Which one? You have a concept. Oh,
Yo, I did hear about that. I think that's the thing that killed Spidey.
So, Heuler Eckert won because I had this weapon to destroy at war. He says one of my bulls, Heulerstein, only had I told you, I'm not miscounted greatness, gotta get the best. So now the fan said we apply the same reason we have to read. And he said the best, he didn't say the best. He says, I want to get one of the bulls. It should be the best. Which means 2 and 3. It says the Mishnah, Shloisha against 3. The middle one. This doesn't fit into what we just said. So we want to explain the government. It means also the middle one. Or the top one. So we find it great, we got to go to the top. Also the middle. So 2 of them are covered. And I have a problem. 2. I get out of 2. The more you do this. I remember designating one. I don't remember what. It's one of the album. My father died, and as he was dying, he said one of the boys is hectic. I told him she should take the number 1, top 1, largest, heaviest, most expensive one. That's what I go. So tomorrow, in fact, it's 2. You have to get the number 1. I'm around banging up about it. A person always donates with the largest, and that's good eye. Aim and save us. And what do we do with the middle page? Everyone's going to if you donate 1 out of 3, get the middle one. It's the number 1. I'll go back to trying to roll back. Oh my Shmuel, but it's not the way. I know. Only the middle one. It's also the middle one. The top one for sure goes to the head dish because your time is ready time you give the time. But also the middle one. You got me cut up. Hold on a second. We're getting there. All, if we finish the sugi and you have a question, let me know. We got cut up tiny up a little. Because the character, smallest one, he is called. I said, Laura, make you up. What you do? Each one is 5,000. And then see around, huh? 100%. Not even one actually. You do it. Wait. Until the real guy is either on the top one and not on the middle one, and even on the middle one and not on the top one, we're going to move the Kusha, the owner is going to move the Kusha as it has a look. I'm going to transfer the Kusha from the middle guy to the top guy, and only one is public with the tackling someone. Of course, what about we don't know what's going on. We know what's going on, great. We don't. We gotta make sure that we dot our I's, cross our T's. We used to all be like Omar, I'm not going to Omar Bravo Paraguay. He told me about Omar coming before the head of the picture one out of all my access, he could have meant the middle one. And when Omar showed this for it, he's a good one. The acts of all axes. So now the acts of all axes means number 1. There's no question that the guy says, the acts of all my axes. Show this for it, the acts of axes. And what if he says, house of houses? There's a bunch of little fixes, house of houses. What's my name? The biggest house in town. What did I just spend that? Okay. Short is far ahead. There's no question that a guy uses such a lesson. The acts of all actions, he means the best. How do you think it's going to ride himself? He's not the most cautious. Okay? In this context, a lot of people look at this. This kind of caution is enough. What caution is enough? Hey, vamos lá. One of our fields made the law. Buy these big see on the vertical law. I have a bunch of houses. I'm saying the house of houses. He shows him the attic. The attic in the time of the Gemara wasn't very good. You have to walk up the steps. It's hard to get to. There might be a little, there might be a little slant in the roof. It's not geschmack over there. So why is it when a person says the house of the houses, he shows him an aliyah? Lavishim is Riyah. The Gemara is going to make a distinction like that too. Lavishim is Riyah. Isn't it because I'm showing you the worst, not the best? Lord. We're foolish about it. Look at the word aliyah means. Ben aliyah. Like somebody who's growing, is working way up. Aliyah, in fact, means the best of the best. What's the best of the best mean? The handout. I'm giving you the best. Not the work. Not the attitude. Like, I'm giving you the best. So, back to this video. That's the thing that Dad was a little bit carried, and we'll show you Dad was a little bit on his status. You won't see anybody doing it a lot. It's only once in a while, guys. But it's usually some penthouse or something along the water. So I ain't sure if anybody wants to move to the water, talk to Gary. So we also we're starting to incorporate people from here. So we have famous people one of our big guys in Miami, doing with us for a long time, nice house on the right side. But I want to tell you guys, a couple brothers. Lately, a bunch of different developers have approached me. They heard that I'm looking for something together with NY, build a new expression. Community, thinking about it, dabbling in it. Different names all the time. One name for the other. This one off the bat. She's almost stands down. If that's not irony, yesterday I had a whole meeting with the guy. I spoke 7 different guys. Very big. I spoke to one of the top developers in that show. Was that your first set? Just yesterday, sat in my living room chat for over an hour. I've done poetry before, but no shit, you got to say very, very good. By the way, you just did it again. I get that, and so, I figure why not, right? Possibly have a more I've done slam poetry aspect than you do right now. Now, also, take a look at the discovery. Even the largest list has the stairs. The stairs will never go away. Here we go. The water fountain. It's so beautiful. It's unbelievable. Look at these stairs. The stairs. See the stairs?
Okay, Noah. I'm not even couldn't have a more. I have a solo 5 if you tried. I felt the fucking snap. I was like, living same snake the whole goddamn time.
Look at the granite in the floor.
If the sophomore doesn't blow your mind, I smoke weed as well. How did you know? That don't matter to me. They call me the Awaker. Wow, that's powerful. I have that effect. But his name's Tony, actually. Oh, Tony the Snake. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that would be my one note. Well, not a must note, but you should research the name of the
Everybody's trying to continue. In the next show, you'll see something unbelievable. So I'm thinking about it. Basically, I have a question. Short and short, I keep this. If a person says, short and short, the ox of oxen, the ox of oxen. And what does it say a second later? The thing, social lecture. Yeah, let me just put them up on the screen together. You don't really need it, but one case is short and short. What does short and short mean? Happen. What's the next one? Short and sorry. Oh, I just realized something. Anybody else like a weird something I haven't seen it before? Like home up and running. The one that stands in the back? Oh, no. Oh, that's what it is? Yeah, I'm getting nervous. Okay. Can't lose a guy like that. He's almost functional. Okay. Short is far out. What's the next thing? Says in the safe one. The pain short till head to the side about here. The one side. Pay attention over here to the thing. These two cases are identical. Short to the side. Meaning, I have, this is a bad place. And we spoke about it. In Kings Ranch in Texas, or wherever that place is, the guy has 800,000 acres, right? The property's worth $9 billion to copy. Owned privately. 35,000 cattle, at least. And take one shard. I want to get him there. Take one shard a second and throw him in there. He's a goner. All 35,000. What are you going to do? The helicopters over there, it's like larger than this. Something crazy, for sure. So you can really mess the guy up with this case, right? The same social hedges from the side of that player, hedges got mixed up with others. What do? You take the largest one and you make it hedges. But you look through the Turkey Islands. In both of these cases, even in the first case, short is scoring what? It says short is scoring, but the second one is the same short is scoring. What do? Top one, top dog, top short goes to hedges. What do you do with the rest? That's it, you're done. Manage. You can survive. He's ready. You can get inside. Unbelievable. Stay there. All of them must be sold because you don't know which one. Maybe one of them is an Oiva. Each one has a suffix. Each is a book. It's a massive position over here. Each one of them. We talk to them. We're paying for them. And then you take the money and give it to food. Such a kasha. We said only the top one in case number one. Only the top one. There's no mention of selling the rest. We're doing more structural hedges just out of that Allah of them sell everything is only that. Only the second case of something side. But depends on that. That's the little cases. The two more I don't know. There's two Allah. One is that you give the top one that's top on both. The thing. The church story, church in the side of both cases, you give the best one day. Now there's a second Allah. Then you have to sell the rest. If that second Allah only goes in the second case, that shows you. Makes it that is good basically. I mean, most of our people come here. I'm telling you, the house of houses, the North House. One of the houses called Crumble. My name is He told the buyer, I'm sorry, your investment is right here in the market. I have 100 slaves and sons of slaves. Monays, and one of them dies. Mario Gates is so chosen to the one. Here's what you bought from me. Maybe more about my let's say they know how they this. If you tell me you get the top one, nice, but basically the top one, let's see what fell. Let's see if the 10,000 is the bottom one. What fell exactly? What's good? Says you work. Can't find this really a riot from the regular transactions between human beings. Finally, we can't be out of shout to play. The guy that has the stars, he always uses out. I'm always seeing my very own all over riot. It's a time for me to mention again. It doesn't matter if it's a Diablo, it doesn't matter if it's your own family. It doesn't matter if it's your best friend. This guy that I'm married to, everybody knows about me. My handshake is ironclad. I think it's a mistake. People invite me 100 million times. I don't care who you are and what you are. I don't care if it's your father, if it's your brother, if it's your uncle, if it's your best friend, if it's your wife. Have everything in writing. Every single thing in writing. But a business deal, you don't trust anyone. Doesn't matter who. At the end, we forgot this, we forgot that, and you think it's a deal. Everything else. A lawyer told me, nice story. You think called? Huh? Yes. And that's what I'm saying here. This lawyer told me, there's something in here that's so called a Kaba Mishiketa. People can't do listen, suppose the younger couple are buying apartments together. They're buying an apartment, they put a wall down the middle. And this guy gets the right, and this guy gets the left, they all make harmony together. You don't understand how many issues later, if they would only add another little CD, or another clause. What happens when we want to sell? And I force this guy to that. What happens when I need to get a mortgage? The mortgage was, I'm both of them. I want another mortgage. I want to refinance. What? I didn't think about everything, and now it's just fight. Now we don't talk. Everything should be written down. He resolves it. So he reached out to me today. Back in the year, he's suffering a lot from the inertia. He feels that his family's not doing it. If the listener would have written everything down exactly, this guy gets this, then there's no issue. So the wills also. Oh, just write everything down. It's done. Throwing it out there. Hashem does this. Yeah, about time to play this. I'm going to the Javier on the radio. the fire of his house loses. But when it comes to Hedges doesn't lose it. Actually, that's rough. So, now let's go back. He was on the end of the year. So you can say when the Bears from Marshall was selling this guy, Michael Chitrin, he actually sold him an attic, not a penthouse. Over here, he doesn't mean the best of the best like Gershon showed Michael. This gorgeous penthouse out there in White Tower. He actually went down and said, God, the garbage. Pat something back. Why? About that, right? Because at the end of the day, the one, the purchaser, they have to start. He loses out. I'm showing you this, even though in your mind, as a child, subconsciously, you can say, this is a wise style. Even though we go top. But maybe more emotional.
In a weird way, like a lot of the lawyers are snakes. When you think about it, I did find a lawyer.
You have to look at my facial expressions. I'm wishing to do this.
I watch Ryan's lesson every day, and I want to buy the most luxurious penthouse we have
I
here.
would say was if I saw the doors and it said why the snake, so I bought the snake and I sat on it and it didn't
Well, at least can you take a selfie?
I'm really hoping.
That's the big thing with her.
Tony, I already told you that. Yeah, I'm like a little scared. Well, funny thing, actually, I got to give a shout out to Tony. Like, if you like Boas, you'll love a word.
Oh, that's exactly what I have.
Why was she running?
Yeah, that's for you. What difference does it make whether there is a lot or not? The main thing is that on Friday you don't need to study the cemetery.
It's actually where
This plan is a terrible thing in people's minds. I don't want the wire voice. I'm buying, but I want the M building, not the Y building. Have you agree?
7 years.
Yeah. All right, so say looking at this. I really like your love.
It's tough.
Here it starts like God.
Getting the shit out
there. Starting that God. I really like your love. If you read about English, the person says himself, I'm donating in oil. So obviously, what do you do? The oil, you bring money to me. People means oil. So this is like how I'm not going to say the story twice. It was a crazy story twice. So Shimon Tzadik was playing Gadol 40 years with the guy Sheikh. When he was lifter, a lot of things changed. He was going to tell us. He stopped saying British Kahanim with Hashem on the fire. A lot of things happened. As he was dying, he said, I want my second son to be the Kohen Gadol. And his older brother, Shimi, was jealous.
Yeah, I don't do much for
and, Shimon and Shimi. Yeah. And Shimi did some terrible things, as he was going to describe. He wanted his brother dead. So, Kanye runs away to Alexandria and goes to the Sanhedrin.
There he goes, Patrick B. Everybody, get in here. No Twitter handle for him. You can't follow him anywhere. Blank underneath his name, Patrick B. Get to guess what his last name is. Everybody is having fun. Pulling the name out of the bucket. Shelly.
So obviously, if you're going to bring a card on him, you try to Alexandria. Look, I really, and I'm going to get back to you. Oh, you look at me. River, this place, awesome microwave, you have to understand what it is. How in the world do you bring an oil in a Beit outside of Yerushalayim and say that you're Yoda? If Shimon Omer is not Restream on Shabbos, it's not Restream on Shabbos, it's really Shimon, Restream by Ezu oil. This is nothing, it's not a oil. It's a regular animal, you can sell it, do whatever you want, you can ride it, it doesn't matter, it's not oil. Yes, same thing, similar case. I read another, I'm going to be in the Yugal from Midosh, he has to remove all this here in the Midosh, just like this. You in Gila with this funny on your show. Sorry. In Gila with this funny on your and if he shaved off his hair in this funny on your show, I mean, I already noticed I got one of those funny when he said I'm going to do this, I'm going to shave my head in this funny on. You got a mingo. He should originally the Hakilo shave his head and everything. Yeah, it's funny on your. Again, I can understand what's going on. The Gemara is going to say it's not a real.
I'm very organized, and this is just I came out of my.
That's why if you did it in Xavier, but you know what things you know just not about that all.
Literally look like the guy that's on the cover of
That's
that
the
one
Gemara.
stories.
How can a person be Yotza? Person said they're opinion in this funny. Yotza. It's Ayla. You're killing it outside of the Amigo. If you shucked it outside of the Amigo, you killed it outside of the Amigo, you killed it. It's not a how you can be Yotza. If you choked it, you didn't chuck it, so you killed it. See that? But how can it be Yotza?
What the fuck do you do? It looks like you
Around the Nanasa Poimer, I realized Oila on the national is kind of Yusha. From that case, once a person says, I'm bringing it in big Spania, so what he's saying is, I'm bringing an Oila without every responsibility. If something happens to it, or fouling, I don't have to do anything. If I choke it to death, I'm not going to do it. Even if I myself kill it, I'm not going to do it. So, yup. So, I'm not doing another one. Doesn't mean I'm guilty to play by the oil. Means I fulfill my obligation with this animal. This animal, I don't have to take care of it anymore. I killed it, fine. Next, continue with life. But let's say, let's pick this animal and pick a shkita knife, and you chef it in base Chagrin, what happens to you? Taurus. Then you would be found Taurus because you're chefing outside of this animal. You're okay. Okay, now we're not married. So obviously you have the same case. I'm not taking responsibility of his dad. Great. The problem is, Nazir comes with Mexico and Israel spouse. In order for a Nazir to start drinking wine and be Mekano and mace and everything, you have to drink Rabbanis. You have to take care of yourself. You can't say all these Rabbanis are without a pride. Hello, Amarava, others says Rava, he got it wrong. He didn't bring an oil. He didn't say, I'm going to take upon myself an oil. He's talking about a gift that Hashem. Sounds like an oil. It's like an oil, it's not an oil. It's a way of saying it's a gift. I'm bringing a gift to Hashem where? In Chicago. So there's no puts in the base of English over there. It's not even an oil. It's not an animal. And the double, like a gift. Double to the Sunday dog. And the double in a different sense, like on a farmer. Like, I'm just giving you a carpet with Zambia. I'm taking something down, like I'm making a cocoa to cover that stuff. Some Shabbos places to cover stuff. Nothing to do with the Sunday dog. It's not what? He wasn't like this shit. It's not headless. Yeah, it's the way, that's the way I can describe it as oila. It's not an oila. Okay, so then once you bring it to base of this, then you make it an oila. That's fine. Elmer Alpha, up until the garden started. Oh, no. he says to himself, he's arguing with Tony Karafni, if I can get there, I'm very close, I live in a lot, I'm right there by Egypt, let's bring it over there. I'm not going to do it all each time. I don't feel like doing more than that, I don't want to show myself. No, then I mean, the same thing to people, no, I got it to him. I'm taking the power and he's trying to do himself, see, you feel him, he tire himself, to get a kapara, but he didn't mean to bring a cover to this thing. He's trying to get his money over there. If I can get there and cut my hair off him, his money, right? I don't feel more than that. I'm sorry, so, such an animal like that. You're not high first. It wasn't ugly. Ramon Omar, Law, Nazir Gudamers, when we refer to Nazir, you're understand right. Oh, look, I'm an ass, Shalay Sky, but he's a bomber. In other words, it's straight in him over here. There's the Nazir. Nazir is, he didn't mean at all to be a Nazir. But by Oila says true card. He did mean to make it a card, but he just said, I'm not going to have a fight. You asked him, but the Nazir should be the same case. No, Nazir is different case. He didn't get it. Nazir didn't mean it for real. So therefore, if he cut his hair off in Alexandria and not worry about any korbanos, because he's not a real Nazir. By Oila was a real Oila, just the type of Oila that he, when he carefully that he kills it, he doesn't have to give me another one. Like, if you don't know something about it, you can also have to some rappers, I don't know, I have a Oila factor, very good for this one. The person in the full Oila, in this one, the people that are strong, he checked it in their strong, Yokta, but only card. How do you get cards? Because it's a real carbon. Thailand off the area. Oila said, Midbar, he thought in his mind that the Midbar still had to do so from the time of Moshe. He said, I want to be marketed in the Midbar. They created very yarded. Yosef on his cards, because he's designated as a real Oila, he's type cards. Yosef means there's no prize. He said, I'm not solving myself from any responsibility to put animals out, or even if I kill it myself, I don't have to be another one. This is Allah for a voice now. Listen to David, you have to know this. A player that performs at a desire can never do the Zavod in the listening. What about if he did Zavod in the base player? He works with this funny. He helped funny that. Hakayan to shoot with funny, low shouting when you should be flying. It's also for them to perform that, but it's for different. It's not as rice as much as it is observer. The ain't tough Lyman, certainly, like Mark's going to prove from here that this one is not a desire from you. When you tough Lyman, but certainly if you do have a desire, you cannot perform that whether it's a mission or not. If you don't know what a problem is, let's just keep on talking over here while this plays in the background. There's a bomb, there's a Hashem Yisrael, in all the matches they care about paying. If these Koyahanim, they brought sacrifices on the bomb, it's in his backyard, comes river or something. No, they don't have a tennis court. Oh, the car's from here, massive. South Africa. Okay. I'll go for it. You know what we get up there? Here, the movement says tomorrow says in Mishnah that this time we treat him like a bone. Close the noise when my freedom, you cannot be marked with a carbon, but they split, they can eat. Like a bone. Or the claim to shock out of the desire. If the man performs Shkita for that desire, this tshuva, all the cases there are cases that he did tshuva. He can continue performing that by the mission. Why? I draw really about the reality. The key word is that a player did start it. Performing and avoiding the mission is snake in layer, sorry. It's a stumbling Avera. I came to say the Alay in my shame kid, and also Avera. It's a terrible thing that they did, but he was short as his each realized timing, and in other words, you cannot perform that revolution. The more directions, you would be sorry to love us, share with him. People not share with anybody who lives fucking who is Dylan's off. You don't know. That he's stroking before he's shooting with something. How can he stroke before he's shooting with something? So it's not what? So that's Shkita. Oh, first distance bullet. Usually more like when they get into the what? I could share the Agopone, como? Agopone, Shkita share the bizarre and amigos to see some share. First one, I share. So tomorrow, by the way, shopping through 12 minutes. What about the next thing? Rika. So this I think was really this was a massive thing. Rika is 100% and I'm going to say it's the number one of it. It's from a cop. So I got a claim here today. A claim who performed Rika by mistake. He saw that smutter. It's Rika in the business inside himself. Put it the thing I heard later on in this week. You'll be surprised to learn that there's a sheet that says it's also going to perform even though it's a complete mistake. So, Shogam this week, he thought that it's more to do Rika, Karen Zara. We're not going to have a carbon reactor playoff, it's no problem. It's that over. If she's somewhere, hey, carbon reactor playoff, you can, or changes in the law, how do I know this? It's but only the basis from Mitchell Oven. It says two words, Mitchell, stumble, Oven, and Avera. My last, Mitchell, Oven. The first one has two different things. The Mitchell is a stumbling bad. In other words, you didn't do it on purpose. And Oven is that you did deliberately. Mitchell striking, but amazing. That's the passion. You're not when Mitchell bit Oven. You stumble to do an Avera. So no, it's only amazing according to nothing according to the fish is full. A Mitchell and Oven shaking in amazing. Or I'm not saying that I'm in a London side, we have a few back right now, I never can give this to Teta Bish Gogo. It's referring to this talking about the Zara, the Lamed, the Kohen, the Skapa, the Act. A Kohen and forgive himself. The person who doesn't have Vera will go, the Kohen himself will go to the Sanation, do it apart himself. The Mai. What does it mean? How? He didn't wish to that's not finished. My ear is showing you, I feel amazing now. If a Kohen, the Shkita of the Zara, the lazy, he can continue. Why? Because it's not an avodah, he says. And if he continues doing avodah, he says, Elalav, no, he does shuvah. Elalav is Rika. It must be that he performed a Rika of the Shaygay. Or she's some of the Shkita. No, we're referring to Shkita with amazing life, and it's not true. If a Shayin does a Shkita on purpose, he cannot perform that way the time he does. Why? Nasa, they stick in here. How do you know that with Zara? You're right. Shkita is not an avodah. There's another crowd. He becomes a timer. A timer becomes a priest Avodah Zara. And a priest Avodah Zara has no place in our base anymore. If he did have a Zara, he did Tshuva, and Shkita, we're not going to perform our performing that voice over there. Just don't think about your reaction, you cannot perform that voice. And that's another one of the reactions. She didn't perform that voice. She's going to make up on the reaction. The problem is, whatever it is, you want to converse, but the point is, he becomes a priest of the Zara, and that's why you cannot perform that voice. And new rags, which they might be Murasi, Parallelis, Kano, the fish, Shar, Fari, Yisrael. Omer Nachman, we're not in a lot. How do I know this? The time you find someone that was in Zara, is called. I find that one of the Zara is the Tshuva. But one around the Hoya, this carbon is a beautiful thing, and some loves it, the night. He let me show you, if he did an Avera,
But also, you're from like all
by mistake, to show you, by the show, what does it mean to do Tshuva? Show why we do it. It was a complete mistake, it was an honest mistake. And if she did amazing, he did it deliberately. He just recall, and if he did it by the throwing of the blood on his back, to show my hobby, he did Tshuva, all of the shavers, he's done and gone for the rest of his life. perform the avodah mitzvah to avodah zara, and he cannot perform avodah mitzvah. We're talking about shkita. We're talking about talking about the take the word with it. Person that has never done an avodah how is that possible? He did an avodah. You're thinking honest mistake. You thought it's moving to throw blood out of his eye. Where is he doing it? I don't know. But he goes on. Father, we have to play up this huge phone that we need to do that. Live, but if you could speak of amazing, hey, for Father, we have to. Great, that's what that. What about a stop around with the Zara? Person bows down to the Zara. Did it? Chef anything. He fell to the Zara and he did true. I'm not going to our Korban Re'ah. You can do true from that. It's not a shame, it's not. You're a shame, so my ain't Korban Re'ah. No, you can't. How do you love it? Again, with words, he said, hey, Eliakim. He talks to the Zara. Said, thank you to the Zara. And he did true, we're not going to Korban Re'ah. Rav Sheshes no ain't Korban Re'ah. The Rav Sheshes no. So you know, I need all these cases. Shtakava, Chita, Hoida, what? You ask me to have easy stuff, right? You actually don't have to my son to tell them this Zika party, this Zika by mistake. But he told her a picture, you should all of the kids. At the end of the day, these guys torn on a photo, if you do this, and that's why he says that you cannot do the Hoida anymore in this movie. It's not considered Shkida's mutter by Yisrael. He said even a woman, right? So it's not considered share. Everyone might not maybe you'd admit that this kind of form in the Beis Hamikdash. Yeah, you know, yes, we Shkita, he did a mice. How we stop with the other avodah, you didn't do any avodah. There's nothing to do about it. Straight up. Avodah, maybe you should not stop him and inform me in the future. Avodah is a mystery. You have to step about it. He says that. You should know what the mice, but the mice, he bent down on his feet. He did something in his body. I was waiting. Did you do it? Guys, talking is not considered a mice. Maybe that shouldn't prevent them from their faces from doing that. Very tough blame of the life. Certainly, the fight of the forms that would be sorrow, certainly cannot do the avodah mitzvah. So now we say the story. Here comes the story. The fact that the Mishnah said that based on you have this halacha, but before the avodah Beis Hamikdash, before the avodah Zara, you cannot do avodah Beis Hamikdash. Certainly, you can't perform the Beis Hamikdash. Bichlal the Beis Hamikdash, avodah Zara. If you're comparing avodah Zara to Beis Hamikdash, you say certainly Beis Zara Floimar. That means that avodah Zara is worship Beis Hamikdash. That means Beis Hamikdash is not avodah Zara. Kind of on the Omar Beis Hamikdash, not avodah Zara. But by the way, some of them don't have. Shimon HaTzadik, a lot of people in the middle of war, on like boilers, they would go to do the halachas for Shimon HaTzadik. People, I didn't say, go to Shimon HaTzadik. Like, they go to Shimon HaTzadik, to Shimon HaTzadik. Shimon HaTzadik, he's a famous meister. We're just going to start. He's a guy that's in the table that a lot of people go to. Shimon HaTzadik pulls up like a very good. The guy called his donkey Shimon HaTzadik. Let me show you a famous story. What? You know? Anybody know the story? We're our the tour guide. Not here today. No. Who? Are you sure about the story? I think it's true story. You don't take people there. It's not on the thing. So what happened? Oh, she showed us to make sure that sounds like Yeah. Did you call me something that didn't say this? You go into a limit of life, and tell this 20 love of dessert. Now you can know what it's 20 love of dessert. It's like for now, it's this 20 love of dessert. Oh, it's a time to make sure that's how you're going to live. That year, the Shimon HaTzadik died. He performed our birthday to do 40 years of life. He was from the Antikinus Secretary. Omerland, told his Jewish roommate, he said about himself, this is the last year of his life. Omerland, I did not have to go. He looked nice and healthy. How do you know you're going to die? Omerland, call you on the business, dominating. Sucking that pussy, lavishly done it. Every single year, an old man wearing white comes to me when it's out of the bottom. People that see me, he goes looking into the place of production, let's see what he comes out. Says places, top places. This diamond is up and up above the Gavala. Shami Korabit. See, Kolodin Mayer, Boy, Boy, even a mouth can go in there. You see the Muslim Evne, the Shani, the Shemo, you know, Brad. I can't say for certain. Brad. He saw the running for himself. And Yoko, in a form of a human being, as an old man, dressed in white. Shot a zoo, but this year, the diamond is up and up and love is fire. If it's like Posey says, I was both dressed in black, as an over the South Square. He did not see me below outside. He didn't come out with me. See? You know what I'm saying? Right after Sukkot, call us Shabbat the Marys, lift down fucking space. We didn't work about the animal road with them. That day on, we stopped using the Shema Mafari. We used to say, you can't say in the brothers no more. And on his deathbed, he said, I want my son Ponyoy to be, instead of me, it's kind of a shimmy offer. I thought about it. Thinking about Phoebe, everything he accomplished, the hatred that people have for the hatred that they say that he's worse than a terrorist. He should die right now. The hatred people have for Trump, with all his success and everything, that it's just pure hatred. And it's saying, we have a little bit from jealous, just pure jealousy. People say nasty remarks. They do nasty things. You know what I'm talking about. You definitely can feel that somebody is jealous. It's not any sense to them. They're vindictive. It's a terrible thing. And I could ask because they shouldn't do it, but they do. They manage nasty stuff. There's a person who has jealousy from his own brother. What is he? Who wants him dead? Dead brother? Because of jealousy. And that's why those who don't know, Shaitan many they showed him everything. Chutzpah. 2.5 years old with me. He's going to be the kind God, even though my father said, the young one should be, oh my Lord, why am I not said that? Let me teach you how it's done. Of course he knew how it's done. He saw his father doing it hundreds of times. But maybe he didn't know how it's done. And then inauguration, he heard something special, like the king that day. Caution himself. He was telling him, my dear brother, you have to wear a woman's clothes. Save your white dress. The feature brutally some sort of hide from women, and he put on a belt of women, nice pink belt. And we didn't understand what thing that was. And then he runs and he calls, absolutely, he's beloved. He promises his wife. He promised her, if I ever come to the little baby, you're children. Rock was there, he ran away from them, Rock Rockwell, he ran out. Hola, Zambia from the Triad came. Before the show, I just tell you a quick story of the Meister Shahoya. The guys are clever, and they told one of their friends, they pulled a prank on him and said, listen, let's go to the Angel Bakery at 1 o'clock in the morning and let's work the job. We'll all go put down and be funny. So they all went to the all went to job. In Angel Bakery, they ripped off their PJs and they had regular clothing underneath. But this guy didn't have regular clothing. And he's almost like stuck around his line. He's wearing pajamas and they're fit. And then they made a big thing out of it. This is what they did to this guy. They wanted to kill him. Otherwise, since he was trying, he went to his trying, in front of his back. I showed the second video tonight in tomorrow. In front of his back, and that's why he ran away. He was supposed to be playing golf. He had to run away from Zara. And over here it says that he killed him. He did the Shema B'Zara.
was like, that's all about you, though.
He's never the prime minister of
I
Israel.
don't,
But he
like,
had such
childhood
jealousy
trauma
for where it
doesn't
was.
strike me as funny.
Someone was already there.
I remember
And
weird
a
things
lot
from
of
my
times kind of
childhood.
jealousy
Like,
is
if
so
I
rare,
said
it's
something
everywhere.
smelled, my sisters
We'll see you
would tell
tonight.
me it was
If
my
an
upper
Abraham
lip.
have a
And I didn't know what they meant by that, but they were pretty much just telling me that I was the one that smelled. And now I have just a
Mary
adult
Express is
trauma.
spreading tour throughout
Like,
the world.
I
Sponsor a share
recently
today.
partook in a threesome, and I was with a couple who's been together for 3 years. And I can't come, but the girl I was in the threesome with came right next to me. And I was like, that's what it's supposed to look like? And now I know what my sisters meant by my upper lip, because now it just smells like pussy.
This lace up thing is strip.
Yeah. Well, because I talk about it, it's like a thing, so I can't keep it.
The seal tomorrow night in Bnei Brak, in our Menot 10. 2 halls. He's taking 2 halls. He's 2 weddings here, side by side. And one from all. I heard the rumor. There's not consultants there.
And I told them on the car ride to their place, I was like, oh, by the way, I can't come. But let's have fun.
Nathan Kamyansky,
No.
Kakao, Adad Globals, Yishma, Gilgilak, and his name will reach their own class. And so back here, we're going to have a live demonstration of how to make Halacha, which is, I guess, similar to the Lechem Aponon, the soft size, and not exactly the same way they do it, but it's going to be very interesting. The oven and the whole thing will be baked
That's
beans.
definitely my brand. Yeah, that's my brand.
Beyond.
So
I just saw that first, yesterday they had a
no,
little
it was, okay, so I thought, like, giving blowjobs was bad. This was exhausting. Now I know I haven't come. I was like, this is hard work. No, I'm not going to make someone come.
What's the one? What do we have there?
Well, she's okay.
The falafel cloth, Montreal. The Montreal, Montreal seal.
Yeah, I was like,
I saw this here as I'm sitting down. 19 people joined the doc. Amazing.
Well, the thing was, like, so
I'm
literally like, there's a part where you get excited and you just forget. Yeah, the entire show. And you told me until she goes, yeah, she's showing now. No, you really did. Yesterday, you're wrong. The volume. Yeah,
okay, so I was on Tinder, because I need constant validation, and I saw this couple, and I was like, I've seen couples on here, normally I'm not interested, but I was like, I'm young, I'm crazy, let's go for it. And in my head, it was like this hot thing, and I was like, I'm young, dumb, and not full of it. No, I'm full of it, it just does not come out.
There's already 44 people signed up. I
And so in my head, I was like, oh, it's going to be so hot. But then we like met up, and I was like, okay, now it's just like a thing that we're doing. And it just like, it was so out, and it was weird. Yeah, it was like, yeah, their place, it was so weird. No, they kept the light on.
Official in Baltimore. 2 different people. Now, if you want to grab
No, nothing like weird. They had a dog, and I was thinking on the bed after we like took care of business, and I was like, oh my god, it's about to be a foursome.
So,
It was
Mr.
scary.
Cooper, Mr. Cooper, and
Yeah.
Mr. White, from Mr. Cooper, they did this phenomenal job.
Join the dot. And you're like dancing yourself. Tell me, why do people like them to wear and it's the funnest work to do. The baby explains the part and the clear place. What if they don't like wearing? No such thing as a year looking like wearing. Because a year you have dragon to
Enough smoke like from at this point.
take our economists, for example. We hated women.
So the first time I like masturbated, I did come, but ever since then, not. And so I did get like this vibrator, but now, I mentioned it. No. No, I have not.
We got all guys that come on the best shit out of me. We got people that you want to sold the business just because of the staff of MUL. Even if it's a sheet of it, I go and to get entirely free selling. Then you have to run 1 hour a day with MUL. So there's no one thing to do. First of all, I'm not kidding. You know, if you only have 10 minutes here, 15 minutes here, every day, if you really don't have the time, just so that we have to take 10 minutes here, don't have the time.
I was just in San Francisco and my Uber driver was there, and I always love when I like encounter a deaf person, and then because like I just I don't know, I just get like this sound of whatever. And so he signs to me when I get in the car because I got deaf, and I was like, cool. And then it was an Uber pool, and someone else. And then we picked up another passenger. And the driver like looked at me to tell him, and I was like just so excited that the tone of my voice was bad. But when I told him, I was like, the driver's deaf, and it sounded like I was so mad about it. I was like, the driver's deaf. Yeah. I just said it's 3 stars. No, I just said thank you very. I get so enthusiastic. I'm like thank you because I want them to know I'm like cool. You know, I'm down. No, you can't tip on Uber. That's why I support them despite all political. Do I agree with that? And I don't tip on their people, but lately they have signs, right? Yeah, some people put the signs in the car that are like, you can text me.
I mean, you've been trying to sound so hard all night, man. I just want to know all of what real intelligence looks like. Oh, that's your time to get off. That's so great. I wanted it to be a big laugh with it. Why should they Why would they just try to they got the book? By the way, she was the premiere of That's So Pernicious on BT this week. There she goes, Allie Nikovsky with a new minute. Got a threesome. Batman, what did I do this time?
This is my favorite picture. On the table.
What's going on, guys? How's everybody doing? Good?
There's another one. They're coming in. They're coming in. This happened yesterday.
There's kind of like 4 stuff in jail. When we moved into our new apartment, we went to work. check out Big Go Play all week. Not going to get anything off the menu. And I wanted chicken finger because it's crispy and it's chicken. This fucker's Christmas prices. So you get two games and got to have that game.
All right, this is stop. Guys, and learning Torah and both of this in Kairos.
And I just started going one Mississippi. That's it. There you go. It's it. Honestly, Tony. Yeah, Joel. Doesn't matter what he does anymore. We started Tony, this guy looks like he's on artist. He looks like he gets a lot of pussy, but he doesn't. Don't try to fire back. I try to fire back. I tried. Don't get pay out at the end, but. I knew it!
This guy started 2 days ago.
Another one.
If these books can help some yeshiva sailor and sit down at night and make the dots, what is your excuse? Sign up today. Well, that's why I didn't see him in that room. Well, actually, it's having a voice time. We're going to status. It's going to exactly. This started there. It's going to be amazing. Hold on. This we did already. All right. One last one, Mandy. One. This one.
הכי טובות, המרגישים הטוב ביותר, כמות כאן יש, 950 יש, בקיצור של כל המעטפת, למה להצטער ואין פירוי? אז חבר'ה, אין מקום לדחות, יש מקום לעשות, אין מקום לתירוצים, יש מקום לסיפורים. ביום שישי אנחנו מתחילים חולים, ואתם איתנו, לא משנה מה הם. כמו שלבאלי אומר, אל תהיו גרשונים, תהיו נחשונים, תקפצו למים!
Only 6 takes. Let me show you the emails that I'm not reading. I'll just show them. Okay, here we go. Sweet Solimer, depois a mãe de fruta. Sweet Solimer, Contagia, una Official edition MDY shots been accepted by the Iranian Levy families, Eric Anonymous, the Nishmat Smoking Street, and double Trollbars. Anonymous, post. I was hoping to say that the Montreal is not sealed, but satellite location, laser show. Wish you a lot of luck. That's Anonymous, gratitude to a young shark, sharing the joy of the doc with his family. The second sponsor is David Salom, dedicated memory of a mother Smith. Before their time to be good from a brother, we are looking for more. Put the sponsors like this, look out here. And accept the sponsors, roll it down to the end of the budget. Not a person who got the sponsor down to the nation, which are going to promo policy, the legislative keyboard. Anonymous, which they know which been so anonymous, which is the first time, and the son, the way of facts, text, and so about. Mostly because people out there affecting you. So finally you have almost like deep striking. Set the sponsor, set the growth of family artists. You can't honor with every change my meaning of life. Play on money, yes, my bang, all noise, result, and be wide. Before we talk tomorrow. Monthly sponsors, RD Sardo, and still some of you very well familiar. And you are kids. The raising guys here, the skills that's considered the favorite and we can use that. The sponsors continue coming for the merit of culture and level, but they get deal with forged labor already. Anonymous, for shaming into the shameful point, shy and clearly strong. Anyway, month, the video got anybody from Rock, and so more to have an answer of what the hero that will say, then as well as Esther, but always have a holding in line to the band of Zion of the Bay. So not awesome. About the shoe cards, these are different push boxes. It's a beautiful picture that Yoshi put together. This is the inside, the cutaway view of the boxes. You can't put your finger in there and touch the money. Or even has like the old style shutdown kind of stuff. Okay. There are 6 out of the 13. 6. Today with me, she's showing the double of the negative. So we have 6 she's such to see. One after another.
I don't want those things. That's why you're not getting late. You are being forced. That's why I wasn't into the. I wasn't into it. Like a reason.
Who give us a reason. All my kids here, can they get shisha bubbly ovens, bubbly ovens, for them company. She is shovel is going to get keys, she should sit park the
I hate chlamydia.
These are right? Adam are provided with 24 groups. Each one of 24 groups gets the same examination to the name mostly the sea.
I've never performed in the hot.
Kia, Bahrain, Kia, after 24 weeks, it starts to work.
Tim, we're gonna let you there. Go. There he goes. Tim Kramer, everybody. He's on Twitter. Timothy Kramer, BREHMER. He's got a whole piano backpack with him. We did it, people. That's the show. There's Escher problematic. Nicolay Team problematic. Watch that show. Tom Herrera. Maybe it's gonna be the great Tom Herrera. Ocean Escher. Come on. The trolling for Brian Chico. Look at that. Wow. Look at CBS Sports. Oh, that's fucking awesome. That's exactly like yes, Atlantic City, Tom Herrera. Tom Herrera, Motion Casher, thank you so much. Guys, it's the band. Patty Ring and Jeremiah Watkins and Joel Jimenez. Jeremiah, take it over.
Hey guys, if you have the time, reach out to me. More money out of the push out of the side bar for kids coming back. People didn't show up. You can't have a lull on the.
Patty Reagan has a new album out called Bad Chat, available on SoundCloud, iTunes, and so many other things. The band leader. That's writing on the Eric Andre show. Work on Adult Swim. What else, Patty? Keep us up to date.
Check out Amazon.
Also, every second Tuesday of the month, stamp up the spots again. Yeah, definitely. Joel Jimenez has a new chant as of tonight. Joelbert. It's on the brand new Kill Tony poster, which by the time you hear this, by the time you listen to this, unless you're listening to live stream right now, by the time you listen to this,
In the cases where
available RyanJUL.com, and it's fucking awesome. I'm getting my copy as fast as possible and hanging it up next to my other poster.
Hey Tony, I'm looking on at midnight.
It's Wednesday, Comedy Central debut. Yes, Ryan, I'm a fucking redhead. That's right. If you listen to this show.
Okay.
Thank you so much, live audience. Good night. Thank you.
That's a fact. Today's look. So the first one, the government rule ball, people don't take part of the rule. So if the bidder every day gets their own amount of money, you can't complain. She is showing them this. You know, she's showing them this is she was showing us correct and focus with Cindy the Hashira and this is the showing them the remember I just went crazy out there. I don't think it's stupid. When I first got married, my father comes to me and says, I gotta buy you a place. I'm a lawyer. I'm like, why? He said, what? You're the other one lawyer. I don't want to pay that. I said, I want everything to be equal. So we spoke on this. So why do you buy me everything? If you're listening around, the first one is here. Yeah. If you're listening around, the first one is going to move on. Oh, no, it's a good answer. It's a good answer. Not to know how to get it good. Let it get the same. Talk to the people. If you're looking on my, this guy in this room, they told me the problem is we call it because one kid, the father helped out another kid a little bit more than his own spouse. And the big problem with this papa, big, is, what do you call it? What it is? Jealousy or resentment. That's what I mean. Resentment. Why you get in now? I told you entitlement is that doesn't help. You know, at the end of the day, resentment is resentment. Yeah. Something about the Rebbe Norman fish and the Dover Meruba, Kikki Lynch and Forest Meruba. There's so much money coming in, so we need a lot of pushkis. Why? Traditionally, it's actual money. You know, in those days, the money would go bad. If it was just laid around, it would become a little rusty and moldy. Now, what? You see the, okay. You see the green stuff. Now, if you keep on pulling out from one area of the pushka, so the bottom part is always just going to stay. Keep on piling it in like the milk, like we discussed already, the milk in the supermarket. If you keep on just taking because in fact there are 6. This picture you have 7, so just ignore one of the sheep over there. But there's 6 types of carbonas. Hard, an adult cow, the egg on the cat. Ayel, the adult, the canis, and the sheep, the younger one. The a mature goat, the star, and the baby, so 6. So you need. Now, already, this only goes according to Das Yotim, where it says we don't like that so much. It goes according to everything we have yesterday, maybe goggling up. You need 6 type of pushes because if somebody donates a small sheep, he cannot bring an island. Even though an island is more valuable, so I need a special pushka for island, special pushka for flex, special pushka for eagle, special pushka. What about Chachamol? So now give a place for showing them. Rashi says Chachamol would hold, all you need is 3 out of the 6. You need 1 adult for each one. You need the car, the isle, and the eggs. Whatever the adult goat. Why? Because the Rabbanah, once you give the more expensive one, you got to see this one. Prices says no. All you need is 1 push. I could give a giant cow instead of a small sheep. As Mark says later. But that's like these rational places. Okay. You need for the extras. Party would refer to the pile of double when Benjamin makes a mistake and he felt fight show to do certain things, such as eating a pipe of Caleb when they're not allowed and you find out they made a mistake. So all fight show gets together to buy 1 pie. And the leftover of that money that got lost, Ro'elim, and these are the goats for a Shamilas, a Sham, Zaylos, a Shamilas, if somebody uses something with Shamilas, you have to pay another payment plus this to bring a carbon. The other special sugar is like Vasim, Vasir, and these are Shamnazir, and Mitzvah that got lost. Got lost, what happens is you replace it, and then you find the original, what you do with the original, you got to start with some comparison, Tony.
Hey, everybody, it's Kill Tony with me, Tony Hedgeclipping.
Zami Soros and leftovers. Which we was going to point out, everything we just mentioned really, Harm, Alien, Fuzzy Series, and the Soros, really. The Hamah. The cowboy. Brother, every But if Klitschko brings one max shekel, for what? What do you do with the money? You buy the Korbanos, so I think this is a common shop and comes from an Arabite. Now, a max shekel might not be, maybe it's slightly rubbed off, you know?
Make some fucking noise! It's a big live real show you're at, motherfuckers!
Hey, announce that I really can welcome. Come inside. A little tiny amount more for the cowboy. A little maybe up to a month.
Excited about this, Ryan. Ryan's wearing Snapchat glasses. He goes Snapchat and records everything. I like speed reading. Hey everybody, welcome to the show. How's it going? You're killed. Tony, we're a big one. The #1 live comedy podcast live in front of a live audience.
People might be rubbed off the same way I have to rubbed off. You should bring one cowboy to the show. But then it comes out that this is losing out its mall. So we have another mall. But that's not really the same as the first mall. The first mall is like part of the master shuttle. The second mall, we decided that President Rizal, never thought we got rubbed out. You know what I'm saying? So put that in a special place. That took this full stretch of it. You really have to bring one mall. Or two cowboys.
You guys ready for guests? You guys like guests? Ready for the show? We're easing into the show. We have to promote ourselves first because you guys are fresh. People get it being part of the show.
Stop it here. You get the other trouble. Oh, see you, by the way, I very hard. The son of Yusuf, the young kid, which comes to the conference,
very mellow. It's very mellow over there. It's impressive over there. A lot of comedians still have it with.
You see what I'm feeling? I'm not so worried about fighting one. The time of top minutes, everybody's busy with this day. Not to worry what happened the day before. We got more leather, less leather.
Right, J.E. Belt is here drawing tonight's episode. He just drew the brand new Kill Tony poster, guys. Look at that. With the entire band on it. Ali McCoskey, the regular. That new poster is unbelievable. It's available right now. They sell right now.
He's so very nice.
Episode 3 times in 7 words. He's drawing it. You're going to see it on the show. You guys ready for the guests or what? Guests. Yes, I love guests. Always have 2 of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This week's no different. Put your hands together for Bert Kreischer and Josh Adam Myers.
You can go with me. If that only goes with your holes,
volume, baby.
But if you bring a large animal instead of a small animal, you might get it. Which is no. That's ready. That's going to can't be that this whole Mishnah points to that.
Bert Kreischer, Josh Adam Myers. Excited about this, Josh. You've done the show before. You have a new show that got you.
My sorry, not sorry. The first 4 things in his list, harder, bigger, tougher. It's all about having leftovers. I don't need a special site for leftovers. They all 4 things are leftovers. Well, that would be fun. One, then he says, oh, but you put paper, you take these partners with both. What's that go? Well, that is so nice. That's true, that extra cowboy goes into the master shekel place. You sang it, every cowboy goes, where did you go? It's called the mayor. Oh, I know the cowboy, okay. So you have an appointment, and you get this appointment to the mayor. Yes or no?
It's the greatest thing ever. It's the we made love on stage.
So we know we go to the first something like that. Now we have 2 that are very, very similar. We're off by 1 thing only. Full on our Canadian Moisture Conference. The first lesson is $100 for people. Today, the guy had a whole website. You calculate your part, how much you owe the car, then you put it over. I don't know.
And the place goes. No, they went fucking nuts.
No, that was let's check on this. Yeah. Right, so it's like 10% of 8% of a cat.
And this girl was from row 1 who goes, And I looked at Scott's tab. He's like, "That's fine."
Kids are not gonna get up to $30, but you go anywhere now. Maybe in June. Okay, fine. You're taking money to half of. So you have left over. You put $500, and you got a good deal down for $3. So that $850. But what's the half is the same thing. What's also was the Sanofi, was the Sanofi. So you only start looking at stuff, and the leftover with a bunch of there isn't enough money to deliver. And here, going up to the one side out serious celebration for playing golf. Another morning, every morning you do the whole story. Every week, you get left over that goes in your place. Yeah, I know you asked the personal one. We're going to tell you all night. Today, he wants to know physically how it works. Sometimes you bring money and you buy it you purchase from the destination shop. We're tell you all night. Today, you make them happen. I said, okay, but sometimes I come to sort of over here, switches. I've seen it safe and depending on where you can put it. He's a sub, let's say. So you bring the bird when you come star. They want all the money, but just don't help the bird. The money's not looking for it's more like that's what I'm not saying. These two, they argue over one point. This is the one thing for the bird, and that's what we find out. Second to the bird. Here's all the other stuff. You look at the next one. The next one says, Keenan, here. I'll show you here. Number three. What's on the screen? Keenan. It's in the mission. That's the flavor for Keenan. The shy off it. Funny when it says it's missing, like funny Keenan, when it doesn't have number three in his list. But very excited, funny Keenan. We know that Shai says that number three in the list, so whatever number it is, one of the two ciphers is you're right, but probably Keenan, for most of it. There's one for first, there's one for the extra. And Shai, my dad will always get small. Lisa, how come he doesn't say that for the Tony Brothers that she says for the Tony Brothers? So, Joelberg
over here, the ones and twos of percussion.
You don't put them away. Here's that. But we're going to see a little bit, not like
You guys ready to get this motherfucker started or what? It's a bunch of names in a bucket right now. This is where the show actually starts. A ton of comedians signed up with a chance to do 60 seconds on this stage and then talk to us afterwards. But
I just suggest you say,
Alright, make some noise. Ready to start the show? Here we fucking go. An uninterrupted 60 seconds. Your first comedian will go by the name of Josh Gonzalez. Josh Gonzalez, we shall call again.
What does it mean?
We're against gonna control
This could be a quick show.
I like it like this. Sam Lopez. Here we go.
Let us go to work. Oh, we have this one. I'll just show you. Not to get to see so much.
I think you can tell a lot
Just to
about
remind
life
everyone.
by the type
From
of
so many
Instagram.
these videos, and you just got used
I mean, like, it's just like women love dogs. And men are dogs, right? Right? Except for, like, you know. But men are dogs, you know? Women look at dogs on Instagram the same way that men look at dogs. Just like,
morning, evening.
you know, like, it's just all day. I have a friend, she only follows pickles on Instagram. Right? Pickles are ugly dogs. No taste. What does she want? No taste. Pickles are ugly dogs. It's like, pickles are like the John Goodman of dogs. It's like, I don't want you on my body, but I don't mind having you in the room. And it's cool that you're
They didn't talk and bring me in so Squid thing over here on the sound board. Sam Lopez. Hello, how are you?
I actually
literally just walk
what
over.
is that? I see you say, that's what we're talking about right now. The leftover of that sea safe, and why are we talking about that? Because the margin said, no, we're not doing something else. What else could it be? Once I see so it seems like you're talking about the thing they know, and it's like it said. And once it can Zava, it can Zava, a person is Zava, Zava, Yoga, a woman is
And then I follow the Australian Shepherds.
It says before the birth in the body, you don't let it get wasted. Once I say, you don't let it rot. My uncle says, he says, comes on the road.
I like a border collie.
No. That's also the sea safe, and that's the one they let go to the Zava. Because
I saw live stream.
another guy, you know, right from here, and Zava's leftover resin. All right, not ready to all right, this one started from all that place of food. It seems like the one who said that if you let it decided to learn,
She's a new virgin.
says in the full uniform. You know, Sassy, the other is still so. Then you say, so you see, it's a good person talking about a little bit of hype that you can allow. You're talking about that when you said, you immediately go to the fucking this. Okay. Sign you all this one, let's step in and go to the Catholic ski. I can't say ski. I should have made the ski rip.
Well, I was working and I quit my job and I run the budget. I had it and he just kind of figured, we can get by with just your paycheck and budget.
This one's a golf.
Not a real copy.
How long have you been unemployed to make the budget?
And it does require a photo.
Relationship.
And when they go there,
I pretty much do the budget and he makes the money.
so if you're talking about the leftover
Turbo Cats, something's on there.
now, I just want to tell you that there's another good news for everyone.
So you're a character or something.
Oh, so
Is that the vibe I'm giving off? He works in an oil shop.
He told me on Zoom, I think $750,000.
I have other skills.
On air, everything.
I'm a really good cook.
Mom is brand new. It's in stores right now. Highly, highly recommended. Crazy amount of real pictures of every single thing that we're doing. It was just phenomenal.
I'm a really good cook.
You got to phone up immediately and get permission. She said, and the version. So I used to take pictures of Mom is straight. However, I was in tomorrow.
Such a good whatever.
I'm cool or whatever. Okay, so they Benny and Lucian got phone directly. Before I the call back and said, we changed our we let me use it anymore. So it's unbelievable. So we were doing tomorrow. What's his name? Love Levine. What's his name? Yeah, we did. I'm sure those numbers didn't. They just said we'll try to get credit wherever you remember. But call us on the self-about this. I'll get this safe and down. I'll say what this costs. On the checkout, it's still 20 seconds. Something like that. So he wants people to buy, he wants people to have it. He doesn't say for money. He says, you might have done a time for it. What?
Actually, I'm very uncomfortable.
This is over million
I don't like it. It's not my idea.
It's all everywhere. It's one school near you. I don't know if it's American. Why not?
He might be.
What? You can buy from every 20. I'm saying it's 300. This is valuable, my friend. Oh, and one last thing, another part that I just threw out and cheer that we're looking to sponsor the screen. I can't imagine how many people called up and said I want to sponsor. And we had to turn people away. Every single screen was sponsored, including these two front ones from my good friend that I went to visit, Anonymous, I went to visit him in Florida. These screens, that's the first time we've been. I don't think he wants to be Anonymous and Nesting. These I don't know yet. Every screen, the screen that is going to come right over here for certain things I can point out to the screen. sponsored. By the way, all those, I didn't say this, but all those people that want to sponsor screens, we have the Schaefer, the screen, the Moiser Schaefer. You know, anybody, Moiser, we're going to have a Moiser Schaefer. If there's extra money from the screens, put it in this one. Okay, Uvalde. What? Mandy, whatever.
That's called white.
Too much cooking on my. Oh, what was the topic that came out? I was definitely more serious. That's what you think you do.
Tired, I don't understand how you quit your coffee shop. Like you know that at least when you get there, never ending coffee, right? I'm tired sometimes, or I said almost quit any other job other than
What if
working.
a person says,
It actually seems like that would be a reason to
I
go.
read a lot of and then if something happens to it, does he have to, so it gets stolen, he has to do another way.
Even though it's
And if he says, I didn't
it's right. I mean, a lot of people do hate pitbull.
it's not really, it's really big to buy a secret. They know,
There's actually more to the
of the zoo. But they didn't know how real life, like they were confused by the, they didn't know part of it. The place came to me a lot.
Snap back, bitch.
They weren't so good at it.
And I hate you because I have a John Goodman.
Zoo is the
Yeah,
dog.
why John Goodman? What did he do to you?
Yeah.
No, I just said it on a mic once, and it worked.
But this is what it says. So what does that mean? He points at the axis of Zeh. Zoo, Zeh, same thing. Moilo. So Mela in the sky, and you got a mom. So what's that about when you get some mom? It's not your responsibility. It's not. You said Zeh. If something happens to Zeh, if he drops that this ox, you're not fired to bring another one. Maybe that's a mom. You're not Mokoyev. So when Mela, he can go ahead and sell it. The money has kedusha. But you can do whatever you want with the money. Here, you're not locked into this animal. This animal's gone. You sold it and the money has kedusha. Okay, you're not doing the thing, do it to that. So you want to trade it and take with the money, do something else with it. Then you have to do it. You didn't do it. So
If you're looking for
this
a
one,
pitbull,
maybe one law, you did something.
you gotta find a guy that
These two should be
Ray
right.
Rice was a pitbull.
And in the style,
That's a good-
if you tell them more,
Pitbull was a pitbull. Ray Rice is gonna beat his wife up.
I'm from Baltimore.
Okay.
instead of two,
Have
to
you
be one.
been thinking about perhaps leaving a dog
What's
in
better?
this
Two or one?
budget
One animal that weighs 1,000 pounds, or two animals that weigh 500 pounds. What's better?
I'm getting a dog or job? A dog. No.
Anybody with a tooth?
So on the job, they've been thinking all about getting a
I'm
job.
thinking about getting a job, yes.
What do you think you might get?
Rashi
Probably gonna
says two is always better than one. It doesn't matter. Rebbe always something. Rebbe says you gotta stick to what you say.
Take a master class and they all those
How come the Rebbe brother, if you
sometimes
stop
those machines do it.
you know, 10 pounds, you put 1,000 pounds, which is 990 pounds more than you promised. No good for you. That's not your level. Rebbe always said, really, Rebbe's only always said, a kilo, it's rational. We have a, it's okay. Ayol Zeh Oilot, same thing. He said on the ram. This particular one is on the style. You got to move more. In roughly, you can go with Kevin if you want. Now you go from a larger sheep and a mature one to a baby. Kevin's Oilot on the side. What if you pointed at a baby and said, this sheep, and it has the milk, and then the man, you go large. Do you have the other thing? You have the same one? Fucking with others, no good.
She was facing you guys. I was looking at it.
It's very sponsored by Global.
But what I would say is, on a most of us know,
Yes, and then what? Like you did. You could. Technically, you say I'm out of this. I'm out. But the right thing to do is, to be quiet. Now when you use the money, now I think that's true. Yeah. Most likely have some fear. I'm not saying it's basically you mouth it. You have some sort of obligation. There's some English to take care of this stuff. You're going to sell it. You're going to let it die. Turn over that. That's global specials in international financial services. Kind of red. Outside global specials in international financial services. Kind of red. Unfortunately, with Umi Rossi, my mom, slap her to the time. It's funny they figured out the budget. No. Sell it. You go to the market. It's still a broken like word. They give you, instead of you costing $350, they'll give you $200,000. Doesn't matter. Now you take $200,000. Now what? You do shit in that money. Because the animal's fucking. You're like Superman. No, sure though. You don't push the book on a bamboo. No, that's what you do. You always take the money. In all situations, you take the money by item. Every time the kitchen is gas money. Oh, average ratio. We learned in the ratio sharp and mono yesterday. Sharp and mono, baby. Schneider mono. If a guy promises he's going to bring one animal worth 100, and he goes to the price 2 animals each one's worth 50. These people will equal 100. Way up.
Sam, welcome to everybody. We know it's like no time, Sam. She's on Twitter at Best Sam Lopez. Fuck yeah, rock and roll. Take care. Sam Lopez, everybody.
Honest shorter money, the age strength and money way up. That's it, not today. We learned yesterday. If a guy promises an animal for 100 and buys 2 that have the same value, even 2, that each one's worth 99, 2 99ers are not worth 100. So now we say that you can take one animal that's worth 100 and then sell it off and buy 2. What's better? In our case is a mom, and the main law is not as hard price on it anymore. Over there, he promised 100, and nothing happened in the case. And when
Missy Martinez.
Wow!
We know Missy Martinez.
When it started, it came about more. You can do whatever you want with the money.
Put your hands together for Missy, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, by the way, just to calm that dial down. Mentally, calm down. You're trying to get the minutes down. Okay, I want more videos. Let's see what we have. Okay, you don't want to see. You asked for it, so now we're going to have that guy, this is a call, I'm not going to show this video. The guy that jumped into the water and came down the slide, and he told me that the slide was in 20 takes. But he can't do it. 6 takes with the water. It's not exactly. He stayed at this guy's house. He was playing, I mean, the regular thing. Stayed in his house for 1:30 in the morning. That has to make the video. He's not featured in the video. He's telling what to say, how to say it. That's why you can get the problem. I want another person to join Torah. That's what I want. That's what I do. Sheish Marmedo, Oilo, Gustavo. The black points at 2. And it says these should be in Oilo, 2 should be in Oilo. It fell low. What's the other name? Mechal, you can go and trade 2. The money from 2 and buy 1. The regular says, even on that regular says the cost. Why? Why do you say so? For make time. Not really bundle, baby. Because when you go from 2 to 1 over here, Rashi says, sorry, Rashi people are not straight. Bundle, baby, couple. Should have come up and now you're assuming you're up. You're straight, so where is 1 better than 2 in our life, in our day?
Welcome back. There's kids. Like very, very rarely do we
Diamond,
ever
Diamond. Why? 1 is better than 2? Yes. Well, you're talking from experience. Very good. You can't just say it. You just can't make up. Wine, Rabbi said wine. A magnum is much more valuable. 1 bottle that has 2 bottles in it is much more valuable today.
Just letting it talk about
And then 2 bottles. It makes a lot of sense. I spoke to them because the last one. Yes, I'm not going to say the names of the bottles that I like, but the typical bottle that I like, after 10 years, you can't even drink it anymore. So it's a Magnum that lasts at least double. It's made differently, it has less oxygen in it. It's red, it doesn't make sense, but that's just the way it's looking. It has less oxygen, the glass is thicker. The kids are. That. No. Wine is one thing they don't understand. They'll tell you that the 4 shekel bottle is better than the. And I'm probably from experience. Don't give up. But then you should have a little baby talking. But now, no, it's not. It's all coming together. That's why you took my wife last night out of the house to help them. There's nothing to it. It's nothing to me. By the time I'm going to show him the Havali Gullah of a heavy coffin. Now I got to destroy it. So you know what's going on here? You pay 2, you promised 2, and you bought 1. So it's going from something special to the to 1. So it's like going from a large thing to a small thing. The Agna will stop with a kilo, the Agna will stop. But a nice, I understand. It's not your food. It has a milk. She said even some kids, it looks bad. It looks like, I'm saying it is. Maybe I'm wrong. But, you know, it's not your arthritis, but it looks like you're going from a large thing to a small thing that is something that's no good. I said, the first case, when it's a 1 to 2, 2 you're telling me 2 animals is better than 1. So, we should argue, even in the first case, if I go for 1, it has a move. Look. Even earlier. Something, I don't know what. Some sort of responsibility of that, whatever. He's going back to people. Okay, so, in the reverse case, he went from 1 to 2. You're telling me it's great. Only in Magnums you do this, but in 2 to 1 is great. I'm sorry, 1 to 2. 1 to 2 is a difference. That's the first case. 1 to 2. A woman having 1 chart and you got 2 swars. How come Rebbe doesn't argue there? Says Gemara, Rebbe does argue there. Rebbe municipality. So why did you hear from him? Because Rebbe has manners. They're not the ruler of God, and that's going to side you. But how they're not, he waited patiently until Chacham said everything that they had to say. And then he argued one argument and said, listen, you cannot change either way.
Folks, this forward.
What you said.
I'm pressing.
One of my good friends, reminded the other day, told me a story. He said that, first got married, so he always had these ideas, and his wife kept them out. They had these arguments about his ideas. He says, just the other day, I think the guy's married for 30 plus years, right? Just the other day, he walked his voice to his wife and says, I have a great idea. She looks at him and says, no! He says, am I Sharia? No! He said, no! I have enough of you listen to ideas. Yeah. So, let him finish the sentence, and then argue with him first. And a mice showed with me yesterday. I gave the shiur last night, and a guy asked to meet with me. So I met with him, and he spoke. And I remember the Gemara, I do this anyway, but it was just, I was speaking from his heart. I think it was maybe 40 minutes. At the end, I actually had a I don't know what to do. Like, I said, okay, it's not the right thing. Let me just hear everything as you say. Speaking from his heart and going on and on. He wasn't repeating himself. New things, a new thing. Okay, tacos. Nice. Okay. It's Gemara. Learn everything. Zoki Gemara. Sorry. And now, of course, the very, very good the funny, I also oil with a start. What's the only going kevis? That's not a point. What's the point is this one. Kevis. Kevis is the cheapest animal you can buy from all the Kurban. It's a baby sheep. That costs how much? You say $75. You say before how much? A baby. Let's call it 75. Yeah, the least possible, a little tiny one, this boy. With the star, it comes out like, he points out, it's $75, big, beer. Give me $75 card bond. And then aside from that, it went bad and got a mom. Lots of young people double buy it. You don't buy the expensive one. How much is the expensive one, Ellie? 500. You can go get the 500er. Rebbe Oyster. Oh, so you see in the foolish case, we go from really bad to really good, and Rebbe says no. Even that case, no. So you see, those argue in every single case of the Mishnah. Even going from one animal to two, which is bad to good, but two is better, argue Shema Mino. Yeah. Yeah, said it all the time, but I'm proving to you that he actually holds this. It says over here, Rebbe Oyster. In this case, he did that. What? Not 100% problem. One, two. People, Lemina, so this we did discuss a little bit, and it's interesting. Can I replace my animal has one? Can I replace a very expensive cow with two medium-priced sheep? I'm going from different animal. I promise to bring a bull and it has a bull. You open the dumb of eye. Don't bring small little IOs. Way too small. Aber maybe the double chain can bring two. The ice we should name Bila. So before we jump to the rabbit, what did Papa say? It's okay to go from a bull to a ram. You can bring a ram and say, so that's okay. That answers our question. Two, yeah. I don't care how many. I'm going to, but a different. Ram says it's also why, because when you bring two rams, you have to bring a mincha per ram. It's two. So now you have two minachas. You promise one mincha, one carbon, now you bring two. They don't mix. Doesn't go well. It's not enough. Now, I have a question for you. What are the, we actually just said it. But look, let's think about it. A guy promised a $3,000 cow, and it has one. So he replaced it with a $500 sheep, one sheep. That's the question. That's the Gemara Yehaki, Magiria trade. Why does he have to replace it with two? I feel Chadnami. He should be Yotza with one. Why? The Hobbit stars are up on the list on a little bit of the cup. You're right. He told me you could bring a small one instead of a large. And you already told me that you could go from one type of animal to another type of animal. So you could go from a large to small, from two animals to one, which is large to small, and you can go from a cow to a goat. So bring one goat instead of one cow. What's the difference? You go from large to small, and you can go to different men. So let's replace one whole cow with one item. Why do you need two items? Two items. It's a big cash. It's a very big cash. Says Gemara, you told me there's no difference. You can replace a small one with a large one because anyways it's not your priors, and just establishing you go from one type of animal to another one. So one idol is instead of one cow. What's the problem? So you're right. The husband said right. In the Mishnah, the Tana really hold that there's no difference between a large and a small. But over here, he'll hold it is a problem. Really, you so the fish ain't below. The whole reason is because you can't mix two animals. That's why you can't replace two with one cow. Oh, you do it. Sure. What if you don't have to mix it? It'll be okay. But that's the only when it's started. What happens if one ram got a move? What's the other done with that? If you want, you can do a smaller sheep. And then what about Tevis Oila? When it's done, and you said on the small, is that all possible? He says this should be an Oila. You have to go about it. Want you to replace a small sheep with a very large sheep. And that's only one mincha, one bila. And what does Rebbe say? Rebbe Yosef. Why does Rebbe say it's also? It's mashma that it's equal in terms of the menachas, how many menachas and how many bilas you have to do. That's okay. So why did Rabbi say it's awesome? You're right. In the Mishnah, it says it's awesome. Over here, come out, it's much. Over the Hiram, animal doesn't have a mum. Ain't no baby part. That he made a nether to bring something small, a cat. And he instead brought something large, he thinks great. Cat is maybe higher, Yotzo. And that, stomach for a bunch of really would hold even in such a case. When you go larger, it's awesome. Yotzo, Yogi, become of Schneider. Or I'm not going to speak over that. So Sean, Omar shows the oil. When a person says, I have zero arthritis, I don't think it's possible. I've always shows the alive. You know what happened here? Okay, it's Zeb, but alive. It's like a contradiction. This, but upon myself. So which one is it? A nether, how do you say nether? Hare alai oil. How do you say the dava? Hare zu. And what if he mixes the two words? He says one word after the other. Hare ze alai. Pukba. You have a prize, you locked in. That's the Gemara, we call it the Alai law. Maybe he meant zu, which would be in the dava. I have zero of that. But I'll bring it, I'll take care of it. Hello, you're right. He's my hobby. All right, I'm going to go around. Even if he says the two Lashonis together, no Akurayis. For boys and worse than masculine. No Akurayis. I will almost short said the no, I think it's responsibility on the money. Then he has responsibility. He took responsibility on the money, not on the animal. The boy side. And wonderful.
Mary has books spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. And you want to
Good morning, Rap. Side. Again? No, I was looking for the purpose. That day. The voice said, היום שישו ועשר יום שיש שבועות חמישו ימים לא של פוימרס ועוד oh we need to see before the time but a cat program here a lot of visuals today we're continuing with the statuses this is Yom for a very famous photographer and you see the color of the background
כי זה שינה לי את החיים. אני שואלים את השירות החיים שלי. האמת שאמרתי בגיל 40, אני חייב להתחיל. אני מאוד קשה. אבל אז קראתי כל שני, פתאום נתקלתי בטעות ברבלי. וכשנתקלתי ברבלי, הכל משתנה. פתאום החוויה לא קלים. גם הטיפים בדרך, העומק, ההנאה מהגמרא, ליהנות גמרא. אני משנה חוויה, משנה תודעה. ולמה אני מספר לכם את זה? כי לא זוכר זה יכול לקרות. אם לא תנסו בקיפור, ואם תנסו, כנראה לא תעזרו. אז תיכנסו עכשיו, כי עוד יותר מתחילים, עוד 3 ימים מתחילים לספר כולם, ושווה לכם, שווה לנסות. לא תצטרכו.
He didn't know when he did his inland as a price with the money being involved. How about this one? Exactly a year ago, I looked like this. So, to be honest, I wasn't very proud this time. The guy who made it to the one. My son also saw this book, and he decided to take it upon himself to make a chavrusa with his father. Baruch Hashem, I can tell you that today, this week, I was able to finish two myself, shkurim, and also in office, without missing one day. Today, I learned 2 daf or more a day with Rebbe. I didn't think in my wildest dreams that I would be saying that. When I used to look in the Gemara, I used to see angry around them, disappointed faces, and sometimes even getting beaten up. Today, I see the love and the single snatch of Rebbe. His heart and soul that he pours into the daf. Now, finally, I'm myself, I'm starting to dream about seeing the chest. If I can talk like this, you definitely have zero excuses. You should join today. Doesn't matter which day it is, which doctor it is, I started looking to see inside your chest. And my life upgraded for the better. I would say your belly sweetened, fixed, helped, elevated my life in so many different ways. Join today. You and your entire family will thank you later. Voice I, we just learned the Sugi of he just had cataract surgery yesterday. He's in cheer right now. It's a monitor. It's not the biggest known by a bird, okay? You might be a bit anal. Who's that? Much of this. You have surgery and then you I don't know how to see it. I'm sure you should send me. All right. So listen. No, I can't wait. Listen, when I go on, what do you call it, the cruise that liverboard. Liverboard. The ones when I do a liverboard, the one that is this guy. He's the one that arranges all. This guy is a famous.
العافية شباب والله ما بالمكان زي والله يوم شيء مرضية استفاسكي زي يوم شيء بعولي بس اليوم دي من مطبق تمام مستلم يوم ده شغلت الطابلو عمال يوم شيء كل مرضية استفاسكي يحصل لك الشنو بخير عندي عمري
I just like this a lot. Somebody sent this to me. He says, that 12-year-old kid convinced me to start. Good luck to me. Officials, things going to start. 36 people already joined. There's a lot more space to join. Hopefully all of them finish school with him and they're able to drain his account. The more money you take him in, the better. I've always said. He'll be happy also. This is, I don't know, this is all you right here. It's a nice ad. Love to stand tomorrow. Locked out. Tomorrow. I don't have,
גם אתה יכול להפוך את החול לשעה של חולים. הצטרף עד היום ללמוד מסכת חולים בשום הדף היומי הגדול בעולם. עם המגיד שיעור הנודע רבי סטפנסקי. מתחילים יום שישי, י"ד אייר, 1 במאי 2026.
this person says he doesn't have WhatsApp or whatever, but he decided to, he has a lot of Shabbos and put in there hundreds of copies. That's his way of spreading the dot. I'm a 16-year-old yeshiva company here in Israel, the orthodoxy of Zara. I went backwards, I learned Shavuos, Makdis, and as soon as I go to the satellite in Nebra, the shear changed my life, Makdis. Then he goes to the Shamukra he does, and he wants to know how he can buy entry to the seal if he doesn't have a smartphone. Not from Punski from Nebra. Everyone back. Yeah, the voice has the seal right here. I have here something to see. The seal from Seventh Office this Thursday. The big brewers. We had a whole planned trip to Seidel Bakery where they make the Hanim and Shgalata. You can only hold 20 people inside the bakery. 25 people in the bakery, so we try to get them from here. The good news is we need to come to the seal. When we do, they'll let them at the seal and the whole show us how it's done. It's one of the big attractions there. I have to say, tremendous. Because Avi Kamiansky and his partners, David Kamiansky, big donation towards the seal. And Chaz Dinami, which is the owners of the hall that we're doing it in, they donated a lot to the college. Before Shlomo, Rivka, Naomi, Kassi, Shabbat, and the Nishmas gives from the Yaakov, Hadar Global, of course, never misses our assignment group. So Malakim Shkoyach, the Barrier, almost every I think every single thing that we did 6 months this year is always referred to. Just want to jump in and give money to Shkoyach. Cedarhurst Seal, and we have here the London Seal. Check this out. Look at the London Seal for a second. So they sent in, I think this was for them, just finally. Here we go.
People always ask me, Rebbe, is it about the diet? I tell them, no, it's not about the diet. It's about the day. 6th night, 8 o'clock, the track depot. Get your tickets, don't push it off. Because if you push it off, you'll miss the BBQ. And that is a pickle.
And that is a big one. What else do we have here? Williamsburg satellite location. Our boy said it's not a joke. Go check him out even if you don't live in Williamsburg. Go to Williamsburg. WY official edition is shipped out yesterday. 700 Gemars were shipped out. So the Gemara is for sale. And it's if you're involved in the Gemara, I have it here. Once again, this thing is unbelievable. It's getting seriously. Everybody look up. This is 40 dollars. And the business we have less volumes than line competition, and just easier to read. The flow. The idea is like it should read like a newspaper. They should have to. What's the white style? There's a lot of color pictures, etc., etc. It's here. Membership. Look at it. We got there. And they have this thing. You pick it up at a satellite location. You go to the Williamsburg location, so you just get $25 instead of $29. Don't miss out on the opportunity of a lifetime. This concept character adopt for the volume 2, which is in print. It's got crazy amount of pictures and images of the Kishkis, which, by the way, you know when we're learning getting famous? When we're being awesome. Parts, animal parts, and sneakers. What do you think about it? Okay, the voice, there we go. Huh? Yeah, Suicide is their first moment vision street though. MDY Coffee Corner for the month for the field committee down to the Akaiman and Misham Jersey. Crucial edition MDY shots receptive of the Iranian and Levy families. I want to thank the Iranian and Levy families for all the acceptance in the past. I see that the new one is someone else, but they just jump back and forth. Full of family. The new one. Parrot, anonymous, the edition of Smoking Speed, the double troll is the parrot. Look over here, come here. That's the same person. Lishmas, love you out? Sure. Same last name. Nothing Steve and David Trophy. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Davkot Zayin, yeah, same person? Same person. Abraham Gutman, the Lishmas, the Holy Steve, and Menachem Mendel, Bomber Options. Except the sponsor, Dave Salmon. That would remind me of the guy Yoni Tsur who said, why do I want to learn? This guy, he says he wants to, he has a story. What's he talking about that? Dedicated memory of Audrey Meyer, small bar, Tennessee, Dave's really rough. Except the sponsors, Jordan Judge, and Body Deputy, and others on some roofing and gadgets. Which will proud of you. A bunch of 50 more days to be sponsored. Keep striking. Celebrate your family, Candy Island, in honor of the change my meaning of life. Monday Alman, Yossi Martin Benny, and all those certainly wide, Bobby Sean Sparrow. Bobby sponsors. I will sign with a full name of Bobby Murray, Dorfman, area. Any white kids television will see a discourse of myself. Saying myself. He was simple and bigger. And Ricky, you do this. Their sponsors, Prince and Allen Group, the Mary of our hand, James Ginauer, Anonymous, the Mary is so left, Ben Yeshua, the four for our Kubila, our lady, Ben Zelda, Stir family, and our dear mother, Shiny Stern, on the Miles milestone birthday. Mazel 37. One of she's a I find anonymous. Mazel City 2.0 on your engagement and popular Penske. Mazel Savvy children, in honor of Kathy's 48th birthday, may Hashem continue to shower you with brothers. Consortium, congratulations on the formation of the alliance, Fiska the Mitzvahs. What is going on here? FYI, as long as everyone here is enjoying, we're staying on the Talent of Shem Brachel, we're going to channel Mordechai Ben Esther, we're going to Yemen, Daniel Zev, and Ayel Esther. The boys say we're holding a football on the face. Hunter up on him. 10 lines from the bottom. Throw up on a cardboard. Milanes, Shmistabim, 8. This is a peddler play, but not the us, because we already had this. One is permitted to donate to wood as a cardboard to the base of Nico. And therefore, there's a lot of almost, I don't want to use the word funny, interesting how long. You could donate, instead of an arrow, you could donate a piece of wood. A log to the base of Nico. V'gama, steak zero, has to be two pieces. Those 2 pieces that you bring in the morning, that size, that you put on the big, use that. 2 not long logs, 2 pieces. The pain oil by girls, management, unfortunately, possible. By girls, Almu, a Kurban Oetzi. It says Kurban, it says Eitzi. It's one of the reasons I have to do this in my life. I would have absolutely read it out Kurban Oetzi. And it's a shul, I don't really want to call it, it's Kurban, not Kurban. But you say it's Kurban. But no. Yes, Kurban. Yeah. The actual puzzle. Rabbi Omer ate some carbon with it, and therefore is different halakha since it's considered wood. Shibun and Mela, you believe this is unbelievable. You have to put salt. You put on an animal that goes on the fat, you put on the wood, you put salt. With the wood in my gosha, you have to take it. We all know what gosha is. Let's remember, not forget. It's unbelievable stuff. He's going by like this. You're going to see it in some up here for you. Agosha. You take whatever part of it is, and you touch the corner of his back. You take the wood, touch it with his back. Oh my Rabbi, to the living Rebbe, this is unbelievable. Anything to one of Kmitza. If you do Kmitza, how do you do Kmitza? Our voices in these short. Yeah, look at this unbelievable video. You probably remember this on the Zara. This is a man that says, where's the video? Yes, you have to share. He asked me about this. It's a carbonate, right? It's a. In other words. And it's not all the wood, right? It's only enough to do pizza. What? That's it. That's pizza. You have to break it up in small pieces. How do you do pizza in a piece of wood? You literally have to break it up into pieces. Says Gemara, over a papa, another kiddush. The Dibber Rebbe ate some sweet tomatoes. We had a video for this. I want to show it again. The guy comes with the wagon. I'll just remember he comes with the wagon full of wood, and then he has a second wagon behind it, with full of wood. And what's this? It's the wood for the wood. In other words, you can't take the wood and put it on his back and burn it. That's what you do with the regular wood. You burn a sheep. But you're burning wood as a carbon. You first put a pile of wood, make it a nice pile. I mean, you're like in your fire. And on top of that, you're burning carbon. You put your wood on it. Crazy tradition. You need salt, you need chmitza, you need agosha. You need a wood for the wood. And the blood. What? Yeah, exactly. No, you're saying that what you said that the person has to pay for the wood. It's not the vodka. When you place me like that, the person is noided breaking things to vinyl, it must be at least these three people. It has to be pizza. How do we know? This is the Hager Minnow, we put so it's having from the Shamno, it says in one parcel. The Hager Minnow, you should be knocked from it with the pizza. From the flour, from the Shamno, from the oil, the eggs, all halavinos. It says Lavaino, it's like also has the pizza of the cells. Hagish Lavaino, la Haram of the Milka. So we have a Hekish here, the little one from the other, not Haram of the Milka. With the Makir on his back of a Milka. How big? How much? Only pizza. It should be a minimum of a pizza, a full pizza. However, Harei Olayla is that. A person, again, we're talking about people that say funny things. They're not very specific. What do they mean? He says three words. I'm accepting upon myself something for the Mizbeach. That's in English. In Hebrew, Harei Olayla Mizbeach. He doesn't say what we're wearing. No, he knows. So you know what? Most probably meant the least, one needs to start, take a little bit, put it in your hand, you get to go. You don't have to go and buy. How much the cow cost today? How much cow? How much? Minimum 2,000. Usually more like 3,000 to 5,000. Depends on the size, right? You don't buy it by weight. Every pound is $5 a kilo or something. It's not cheap for a live animal. Somebody scared live. It costs close to between three, not between 3 and 5,000. Okay? Huh? Yeah. Oh, no, we're getting there. That's in a second. Yeah, we're getting there. Why? Sharing the blood government should cover the government is pay and loan the The reason is because that is the only thing that is 100% going to be consumed by this guy. Well, he probably did not need to see. And the money. I'm going to ask one question. It says in the morning, Rashti, any of them, Rashti, the person says, I specified, but I don't know what. Loving with both love is part of it. Therefore, you should read everything that is that goes with that, such as like somebody screamed out, we saw them, and struggling with that. You see like that from one. There's other things that are completely consumed. What about an Allah? Somebody says, I'll bring Allah in from your sheep. The whole thing, you can't eat anything. Says, you know, you still, the high is not 100%, it's 95%. The high goes, what about the bird Allah? There's no high. Who of the nights you have the famous, let's show it again, because this is a halacha, the woman has to take it and toss it from that corner 48 hours or so, and it's a hard thrust. You have to be very strong. And, you know, I brought a feather here to see if I can, and I think I threw it, I think I like closer to it, if I both shoot it. And so afterwards they told me, oh, it's impossible, we tried it here. So what is possible? You didn't try it. No, the guy, I'm not sure, I've seen Yaka the Shmaya, but I had in the Shmaya. See, I took it, the ruler go after it, I couldn't get it to go. So he said, oh, the air conditioner, but I was sitting in the same spot, and I couldn't get it. Okay? Yeah, you want to see to put in the microphone section. No. I'm like, find out. That's so cool. See, I'm not calling staying away from the Shmaya or the Shir. Seriously, certain Siyat, the Shmaya. Like finding these crazy artists that do this AI stuff. You consider work for weeks and weeks and weeks. You can't find it. We put out 20 per the ad, nothing, zero. But you can have one since the last the way I found Yoshi on the first person I ever called, Jordan. Yeah, it was Yoshi. First phone call, hey, you want to come? Yeah, it's not. And then afterwards, we tried to find another Yoshi. It's impossible. It's impossible. Someone like I saw a new face. Someone like, what's your name? Someone like, from where? Someone like, Valdo. Okay. Boyko asked the Gemara, so it can't be. It's not 100%. You still have to throw the feather and the crop, the zephyr, that little part. That's the part you throw. It's a, I think it's something. That's all. Fine. Even look at the types of stuff. So again, I just want to be clear because a lot of people. Oh, but even the stuff, you're right. There's the wine and salt that goes on in the bed. So you want to know chitinaz. They go over here into this device. So it's not on this bed. Towards the chitin, eventually it goes into the drainage system. Okay. Well, you can nifas is salt. Nifas is salt. Maybe you have it over here. Oh yeah, nifas is salt. Because the boy. So as we're leaving the office, at least let's get this thing clear. A lot of people get confused between the soften and minchas is soften. The soften means wine, but minchas is soften does not mean wine. It means the has wine in it, but it also includes oil and flour. That's minchas is soften. When do we bring that? We bring that together with shlam and also bonus get minchas is soften. You can also donate the minchas is soften on its own. So whereas when you minchas is soften, all this goes into that. So you learn even if you're going to put but the other ones that put out in Ukraine. It's particular. So he really meant the guy though he's not explaining what he meant. He says, Rash, I don't know what. He really meant. And the something, what I'm saying, he really explained because it's very confusing. He's Milopse can't do. He should have said at the time that he made his letter, he would have explained. Alright, so we made a lot at the end of the day, I mean, you find out it's confusing to assume I realized I'll put it this way. I'm bringing gold, I want to donate gold to this. That's to be a dinar sum. That's the word gold national. Maybe it's a small amount, which is less than Omer runs to Omer Matbea. Maybe one of the best gifts I've ever received from a private person, individual. Like that really nice gift from you are. Is this. From Ivor, from Ali. I don't know his last name. Ali someone. He didn't come to the street. Walking home after night, he pulls over in a car. He's not even there. He was his dad. Inside the schedule. This thing gives me these 4 points, unique points for picking up bed. Go to him. Which is funny enough, is show. But this is what's crazy. I looked this up yesterday. This coin right over here. How does this cost? This coin? Almost $5,000. $4,700 yesterday. The guy says, I'm giving gold, Matbea, coin, so he was one of the I don't know how much the dinner was worth. I'm assuming it wasn't $5,000. Probably, because even just a few years ago, gold was $900. Or that was a couple years ago. We were teenagers. How much was gold back then? What was it down? Yeah, another $1. Was that $1? $8. Yeah. I don't know. I'm saying, I'm just throwing it out. In Manhattan, how much? Oh. Now we're gonna throw out the things. My point is keep stuff. All right. Says the Gemara. So when the rice is on, you mean things is just for time. It's going to die. What is it? The devil proof. Oh. Don't know I said already. He said, specify it's going to be a point. So you can't say it's a little piece of gold, a little chopstick. All these pieces of gold that your wife has.
Hey, this is Fitbit coming live from the real famous coffee store. Here it's Tony.
Hey, everybody, it's Kill Tony with me, Tony Hinchcliffe. Make some fucking noise. It's a big live real show you're at, motherfuckers. Excited about that, Ryan. Right, these right Snapchat glasses make my Snapchat with warts and everything. LAC.
What up, Miss Aquarius? How you living, girl? I'm lovely, thank you. I know it's a little early, but are you ready for me? You got it, girl. How was work?
It was good. I took my thing in, but she's gonna take my other bank off next Wednesday because we get paid this Friday, and she don't want to mess up my money.
Yes, ma'am. I understand. Well, that's good.
Go back to her next Wednesday. Yeah, I was like, yeah, don't take it out. Let them get my money first. Want my money. They take it out. No. I take it out. Not yet.
Don't like that much. It's time. It's time setting. You ask a question. It's a good passion. I like the passion for it.
Oh, what a spare, Miss Aquarius. Wonderful spare.
Thank you.
There we go.
Good job.
Thank you, madam.
Let him. Oh,
That's still a big score.
thank you.
Get it. Big spare, folks.
Thank you. Let's go. Do another one.
$1 million check. If I got here, I want a lolly. Give me a lolly and give me change. I can't give you change. I don't have change.
There you go.
It's not even
How was your day?
Well, it kind of just started. I was very first. But into the morning, my bot has been doing well. I built a new bot that scrapes or basically like pulls people's emails from Spotify, like creators who have that publicly available. And I'm just going to be contacting some people about being on their podcast. And I already contacted like 14 earlier today. And they're like big podcasts. They're like Stanford University. So I don't expect them to like all get back to me. But Stanford got back to me. So shout out to their person. And it was like a Stanford engineering podcast. Unless you're like in their program, they don't do podcasts for other people at this time. But it was good that they got back to me. It tells me that. And another one. It tells me that the strategy works. I did this podcast with this woman on Sunday, and she's like, "So how'd you find out about me?" And frankly, Miss Torres, I couldn't remember. Oh, wait, get it. Oh, it's so close.
It's okay. You got it, Rabbi. Let's go.
No doubt, Miss Cruz. No doubt.
You got it, Rabbi. Let's go. You win out.
Sure.
I know I physically owe $5,000.
Big score.
They had a good in there.
Give me at least 90.
Yeah, you win.
Reload. Any news from Jayski? Any news from Jayski?
No, I need to hear him up. No, I need to hear him up, but I ain't gonna talk about it till I know something. Talk about it till I know something. Yeah, I gotta see first, and I'll let you know. First, and I'll let you know. Something's right, yeah. But, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to hit me up if you can. Hit me up for something.
Yeah, tell him we miss him.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him that we miss him. Yeah, I'm gonna tell him that we miss him too, because there's something. It's just I don't have him. Yeah, I tell him that we miss him. Yeah, I tell him that we miss him. Like I need to come back.
Look at your strike. Look at your strike, folks.
Come on, ask me.
No.
She said no.
Not happening. Mr. Aquarius, the big old. Get it.
You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it.
Oh, no doubt.
You got this.
Oh, Mr. Aquarius tearing it up.
You got this. You got this.
Easy.
You're gonna get it. Yes, I told you.
No doubt. Yes, ma'am. You're going to double my score.
Nope.
No doubt. They shouldn't even make me throw it.
Yeah.
Garbage.
Yeah.
Now, Rashi seems like he's talking about the Manure with this English. That's right away. This is looking at a conference. So, looking at Rashi, it says, no, we're talking about a regular Manure. Maybe that's what Rashi meant. The Manure of something that proves out. See, like the copy of the black part and stuff. Crack it off.
Get it.
It's over. No one's touching Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
You did it, we did it.
We won both times. It's okay. We won both times. It's okay.
So did you.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Last night we watched The Founder, which is the story of Ray Kroc and the McDonald's Corporation. And it's a good question. I think it's my choice tonight. So I don't know. I'll find something interesting. God willing. Yes, ma'am. Riser was up all day yesterday. And ended up falling asleep. So I'll have to see how he's doing. But yeah, it is what it is. Excellent. See you then, guys.
The scarecrow, I guess, comes back from the like one of these guys. It's an older concept. Things start now in the now. Yes. 100%. 100%. Because I have it marked. That's why I have it. Yeah. 7.5 years ago. 100%. Sura, and I wrote over here, Scarecrow, in my Gemara in English. But 7.5 years ago, we didn't have this. This is, I think you're going to like this. Why? It comes from something that I noticed when I was going to I go to the place last week, and I'm always surprised. They put the pigeon spice in the tunnel. They go under the place and they put pigeon spice. Lo and behold, people are sitting in the spice. They sit there, they look at you. And this again, that next to it, there's no spikes, but they like to sit in the spikes. It's like to the spike you, to the spike you. But around the world, the boy saying, around the world, pigeons don't get this. It's only in Eretz Yisrael. I told the artist, I said, listen, we got to do something for this. No problem. Check this out. This is in London. Harry. San Francisco. This we didn't have 7.5 years ago, huh? What things would change instead of 7.5 years, seriously, would change. In 7.5 years from now, we're going to have like this, like flying in the room. It's going to be really 100%. But they had it, I told you, we already had it. I had it once. Yeah. Okay. So the comma, how big a piece of metal or the spikes from a piece? I saw somebody said, like a dome. Maybe that's what it got. So there's really no room for the birds, the lamp. Only on the top. The roof. This is from the roof. We're talking about the roof of the Beis Hamikdash here. That's the height of this. Yeah, that's what one of the church said. And there's only a space on the top to land. What? There was a roof. So not everybody's in there. You ask me, Pasha, I'm showing you from this model of the Beis Hamikdash right here. All the models. Maybe a Lishka. Pick it out and look at this Lama. Some people say that it should be at least 1 hour by 1 hour, 50 by 50 with the spice. Like how would you do it? Or that's the kind of it's really the spice of the rape. I really like by the way, so again, I haven't seen a long time. This video, check out videos called Raise Energy. But they're super smart, super dumb. They're the smartest birds. They figure out like things that they put in bottles. Like this, they have this one, they put something in the bottom of the bottle, and they couldn't get into it. Obviously it's in the bottom. So you fill it up with water until it's flown to the top, and then you take it out. Like different buckets that they're very good. I really like the bird just says, I want a kid to get some English wine. How much? The use of persuasion. Look at it. It should be minimum. Why do you look? Remember from the chart, what's the green root represent? That's the minimum of the feathers. Very good. Feathers is 3. Isle is how much? And Paro is how much? 6. The person is moving 7. The person said, I'm going to give oil. school? Okay, well, is this your first time here? I'm meeting you here in the... Okay. So, because the typical mincha has a minimum, the minimum is one little bit oil. So when a person, there's oil, the minimum, which is one little. Let me wait there, especially when you know, and you should get more oil. Why? Because in the sachem is three liters for that. You're asking any of them after you're asking. The person says, I said I'm going to do it, but I don't remember how much. You also had that in the past when it came to flour. What's key in the Ruba, the Gemara explains, the day that you bring the most korbanos, which is what? Sukkot that falls out on Shabbos. This year, next year, we say it's to be good or bad. October 7th is that the year is the Shabbos on Shabbos. The Shabbos on Shabbos. The Shabbos, and then you can't, there's no tears, there's no Shabbos on Shabbos. Not such a good thing. Okay. Oh, you mean what kind of on the double of no, it's a double that turns into this is a good thing. It's eventually comes to this world. Yeah. What did he mean? Well, what did he mean? How much? I'm fine. Give me a bad, but how much is that? How much you give me that back? $1 million? Where are you talking? Yayin. Oh, Yayin is not going to who sleep over Yayin is busy. You said about it. You know you. No, I said no. You went. You jumped from Zah to Yayin. Maybe Yayin is busy. Maybe Yayin is there. So these things are very different. Really covered. I'm suffering. Yayin is pretty soft. Yayin is pretty soft. And both that's what I just told you. Yeah, exactly. Anything that's good for the suffering is soft. How can this or how can this? Ezra. The answer already. The line of word is this type of sugar. The line that you have in the act. You see the word Ezra, everybody can do it. Why? But how much, what's the little switch? Who would that? Nature rough for us again, if you want to be more than 3, I'm going my idea to be even more. You also maybe give less than 3, I'm going my papa, right? You have the same exact studio, but you get killed. Loud. Now, the voice side, if we have an inquiry an idea, we have semi-formal info, and you could donate. You could donate from them. How much? 1 million. Minimum. I want to donate a minimum. I say, Rebecca, I want to give me a minimum for it. How do I know I can do it? It says in the card, I could donate a minimum. How much? 1 million. That's A. That's concept A. Concept B is something completely different. It's oil. How do I know that I can donate oil? I learn it from concept A. This oil, I need to learn from somewhere. I don't know that I can donate oil. In fact, you have my point this week. Donate oil. Right? Remember what I said, oil like wine, you could donate oil. The Bible says you could. So I'm learning concept B from concept A. What am I learning? I can learn the idea that the concept that we could donate. Okay. So I can donate oil. How much? Well, in A, it's 1 loaf. So B is also 1 loaf. Well, no. I'm going to learn the concept. How much? The amount, the detail, I'm going to learn from another place. That's called Domino. Look at that stuff. It sounds dramatic, but it's a simple idea. When I'm learning B from A, do I learn everything? Or just the idea, the concept? And once I know the concept, then I can go to another place and learn that's three words, not one word. So, well, if you already understand that, I can show you this Geschmack video here. If an Ashkenazi, maybe that just needs to be explained in the video. Ashkenazi becomes to pay money for a day. Does it mean that he dressed like the money, but he also eats the money food? Or no? When it comes to food, that's already different. And then he's not going to be able to handle the food. Here, check this out. That's when you know. You become the money becomes the money completely. Or yeah. All right. Very, very good. Yeah. Now you understand the idea. It's better than this. We have it screwed with this. It's a harder to put into okay. I'm gonna put on the regular wood. I'm going to say seven. Give one more to three. I'm gonna put on the pop. No, you would be. I'm going to let you. Then we are going to say spooky in the microwave. You want to put. I'm gonna put on the pop. Do we know enough? Do we learn from it? Do we know? And everything we know. Who we know? We keep on learning the amounts also, not just the concept that you put in the double on oil, but also how much. Or the good enough, you learn the concept, or you got still stop short over there, and you learn the amounts from someplace else. What about inside the good enough? We're learning the oil from the not the concept, the first one we're learning. Great. I'm shedding on the side, you also donate oil. We know, and we keep on learning. Keep from A. The one comment from the world, I'm shedding the world, the amount also, we do everything. You're having somebody who knows. Looking at short over everything, just like not the first one you learn the concept. I'm telling them, well, if you ask you all, but you learn we stop right there, and you also take it itself. You learn that now, well, somewhere else. So, all of that even if we're going to levy, in the fact that you learn it, the middle part, you have to do it on that. And the word from the phone, we learn everything from that culture. Now, with levy, the answer is trouble. He learns from where that from himself. false amount. It's always three. All their efforts pop up. But we must not come after 6. We made a mistake. But I was part of it. It's not as up to learn the part. Muhammad, it's not chilling. How do I know? They could donate more part than that. With Kama, let's go get it. My time says, don't say we're ready. Don't put in the whole fever. This is one is ready. But don't I go to Carter? And ready. Go to the Carter. I'm not even dying to protect the country. So try to say the word Carter. I'm ready. You are right. I think it does. Irrationally, irrationally, Ruba. Person says, I specify that I don't know how much. Bring my food. Most ever, the top day of the year. Caught up. You have to look at Chicago videos and stuff. So we already did this one before, but we did it first round. The sheep do 3, Transmit 2, Omni 4, and the cows do 6. So 18 times 3 equals 54. On the left side, you have the cows. Sleeping cows. 13 times 6, 78. 78 plus 54 equals 130. And then you have the rams in the middle that are each one is holding 4. It's another 8. The total of 140. So somebody says, I don't know what I specified. It's doing the top day of the year, which is 140 more of wild criminals in there. Says they look at this array of live for the Lord, loving Kevin. And the person says, I want to bring you over. He doesn't say what kind. Like, you can bring a cow, you can bring a goat. The other guy was the cheapest one, other than but look at that one, man. As far as all these dead ones, really either dog or a pig. If you know this riddle, what has 4 legs? So, silent food. My point is really is what's more expensive, meat or chicken? Meat or chicken? Go by the cheapest. So the one that got says, in my city, birds are cheaper. Are cheaper than meat. Sometimes go and we go to bird. Now Thomas says no. More expensive. More expensive than what is it called? Lamb chops. So more lamb chops. That's all my point. What? Sana point. It's an serious. Exactly. What is it? No, but grabbing when I'm going to get my grab. So I said, me, but I didn't say, love you. Higher flavors. Nice, great. A $5,000 cow and a $3,000 meal. I say meal, cash, and he has to go to the kids. He doesn't know. A 1-year-old, then the first year, and then 3 years. Yeah, second or third year. You're not very able. So we're doing an oil from an animal. Then you're down, not the other. Yeah, now you're stuck. Right? Hard, there you go. Cow and a calf. Higher Baby sheep. That's real sick. Yeah, that is me. You're asking me to my friend. I what? Yeah, it's 8. So, what did it say? I said I specified. I didn't say what. Most of my lane for the. I didn't mean animal. You didn't say animal. It's in general. I'll agree. It's just bring your person. I really. Yeah. No relation. I got blogger. Specialists in international financial services. Kind of know that. Explain my Jimmy Barassi. Level that's not of safe starting. I really thought the principle of being like Islam. Islam, what is that? Really, the setting actually say that today. What is the biggest? Why do you think it even from? Something special happened to us. He said, they're not actually saying things that said when they did. It's like things that said that able to say thank you. When we have someone who's thank you. عشان نحن نود الله. When we annoy them, عشان نحن نود them. That's the biggest, the direct connection to you. We're able to say thank you. Not always friends for the $100. Thank you, I'm willing to say thank you for you. You're asking me to book me, you get my friend. I said to you, from Shakari. I don't remember one. I just told you, you'll be hired to part of that's being a male and a female. And that. Hey, go back, look. I'm looking $60,000. A male and a female. Yeah. You're not the aim off, but if I said I'm going to bring an animal, I didn't say meat. I didn't say it should be, I didn't say, now, I didn't say beef. I didn't say beef, I said animal. Maybe that's not the animal. You'll be power car, hey, go back, look. I order a payload that brings all the varieties of beef, male, female, adult, and cat. I order a payload. Now you have to do a male and a female. Sorry, Sierra. Goats. Big goats, the kids, I guess they call it. Hello, Italia, and the baby sheep. So it's a lot. It's a lot. You gotta be more specific with what's I really sorry. The guy says I'm beautiful. You'll be doing some of the money. But you cost him $100 million. Mother, $100 million. There you go. The one that says, you'll be doing some of the money. 25%. Mother's 25 card. 25% of the goal. That's what it costs them. You'll be doing some of the stock. So 8% of a cap. I looked it up. It's not so far off today. She costs about 5% of the cap. Yeah, man. You'll be doing some of the sell. He says, him and his something, she cost him a sell at 25. Short of the money. If he says it's specified. How much is going to cost? Whoa, it's going to cost me $100. You'll be the money picking this up. That includes only the meat part. You have to pay. Because it's something for the dish to that. And the money should say it's going to start buying a cat. I swear. The money should go. Yeah, you just need to pay the one and one. I understand. You'll be trying to get these up. Sell them. It's not the food. The wine oil and show everybody maybe Schneider's mother. What if a guy says I'm going to bring food that costs me $100? So instead he goes, you get the choice worth of $50. That's no good. So one of the buggy, that's the way it's $50. Oh, yeah, that's so good. editor says that 5-6 lines above. Power, Dago, Item, Tate, and this is they're all the two on the left are cows. The two in the middle are no. One is an adult sheep, that's the ram idol, an adult goat is an ace, and then it goes to Kefes, which is a female adult, Red is a baby. Z is donated 100 and he gave 99 times 2, which is 198. 198 does not equal 1 that's 100. He said one that's 100, he didn't bring one that's 100, he brought one that's 99 and another one that's 99 that does not equal 1 that's 100. What's a dinner? Is there a lot of dinner? No. Shachar, the Haiti mother. He said, I'm going to bring a black sheep or a white one. Love them, baby. Shachar. No, so good. Each one has its own Bible. Boys, check this out. This is from a newer artist about it. Still in training, kind of, but it's very good one. Obviously, if you donate a large one, it means small, but it doesn't so good. Look, maybe love the story that we saw yesterday. Use a pella, which it says that he understands is important. What it says, green smoke. There you go. You're a large one, it's all the crap. You don't have to go out and sign money. Very nice, man. You're very lucky. Your crop is small, very small. So what? Large, more expensive. That's not what you do every day. So, on the first part, it says you might like that when the person says, I love winning a sheep or a bird, don't look like my cat, straight my cat, straight. Each one said was more expensive, you're supposed to be the one that's cheaper. I realize I was selling this crap, which says, I love that's worth only one selling of it. This is green for sheep. They don't know what you call it, the sellers, not that. You're asking any of them, I don't know what I specify. Let me go bunch of the sellers, let me grab. You should bring anything that sell out, right? Flowers, wine. You're asking me, I'm not any of them, you should bring a bull and a cat. I'm out of voice partner, mother stuff. Bring a bull, that's the eagle, which to me, I don't understand 100%. I'm not even really go over something, maybe double. I mean, feel much different tasting thing than beef. You know what I'm saying? You understand? This is all the same mother. 200 includes 100. A large animal includes a small animal. No, those are ready that you can't I said tomorrow, and just think about it. This is the beginning of the year. And Rebbe is looking at the end of it. So they go forward. Rebbe in the beginning, Rebbe at the end, or you have to come in the middle. You Rebbe in the Sefer. Sure, in front of me, and you want another Yotzer. Goes through the whole thing, which is quiet. Rebbe was every one of us, you know, every one of us, you know, it's 99 plus 99, he said 198 is not 100. Shomer maybe Rabban, black, and then brought white. The larger and smaller layer. Other maybe double yotzer, maybe other ones. Oh, finally we have maybe a little at the end that says if you bring becomes a bit small and you have a large animal, okay. So it's the same for Rebbe. It was just a bottom for the sandwich. It makes sense. Rebbe would, you raise the end, you're a bottom in the middle. And raise the same for Rebbe. It's just a bottom, not the bottom. אבל זה, החודש רבי רבון, החודש רבון, רבון side. Having a wonderful
Mary Christmas is spreading Torah throughout the world. Try to share today.
Let me hear you. Rabbi said tremendous mazel tov. My Tayyar Chaver Avi Kamiansky became a say for the first time. It's up to begin. And a tremendous mazel tov to the great grandfather for the first time, Dr. Epstein. And about it to the uncle, the Hillel. Zevi, the father is also part of our daf, believe it or not. Does the daf, is still doing? Shayid, Shayid over in the corner. The guy's in the spot, Wow. היום 15 יום. שאין 3 שבועות ו4 ימים לא אימר. רבו ישי, to remind the Olam, flip over the sand, the chol, hour of cooling, another 5 days. See the seven Menachos in where is this? In Belgium, and in Muncie. Reserves a day for Seal. In the office, Staten Island with the bridge, Verzano. What else do we have? The Manuscript. And then we have people who sent in a few things.
Alright, is that the end of your story?
Not that many. Your boy said you can still win your $2,000, $1,000. This guy was awesome in Hebrew. He's in Hebrew, so we put subtitles. But check this out, a 12-year-old kid, Yehuda Michaeli from Republic.
אין סיבה למה להתקרב כזה שלא משנה בגלל, אז אולי עד 12 יכול לתת לכם גלגול. לפני שנה הייתי חוזר לחיידר, ואז אבי מורי הראה לי רעיון שרבלי עשה לי, ונפעמתי, איך שרבלי יכול להחליט לעזוב הכל, במקום להתעסק בדיונים בעולם הזה, הוא החליט לבדוק דיונים בעולם הבא. ואמרתי לעצמי, למה לחכות? להתעסק בנדל"ן, ואז עזוב הכל וללמוד. אם אפשר להתחיל עכשיו, וכבר באותו יום, מאז התחלתי להצליח בהכל. הגמרא שלמדנו בכיתה התחילה לקבל צבע. רב בחיידר דיבר על מלכות, והרגשתי שאני נמצא עם כהן באמצע להקריב את הקורבן. רבו ישי, זה ישנה לכם את החיים. אתם תצליחו יותר בעבודה, יותר בשנות בייס, וגם בשידוכים, נראה לי. אז למה אתם מחכים? כבר בגיל שלי הבנתי שאם לא עכשיו... ממתי? הצטרפו אלינו. כל עוד רבלי מדליק את הנר, אפשר לתקן. You vote for him? You vote for him. You get 5 votes. My voice, I like this one. I like this one because it's natural and he's reaching out, doesn't have a lot of things. I think it's a flyer. Since we're about to bounce the ass, we make videos, I'm making a video. The second tour starting on May 2nd.
Of course, neither of these positions.
If you know anything about me, I know you guys have already been seeing a lot of my stuff.
Greatly through the ages are still
I'm a big fan of Ember. I'm a big fan of the Dark Filming Cycle.
Mutually exclusive schools.
And it's been interesting to my life, and I know it's been instrumental to other people's life. So putting my money where my mouth is, I'm raffling off a pick from AirPods Pro for LA members only to sign up before May 2nd.
Of ancient Israel and to the rise of
you free tomorrow, enter into the raffle, you have a high chance of it.
series isn't to be exhaustive by any means,
People
but
talk
it should
that,
serve as a
and I want to
for
incentivize more people.
and reflection.
And the reason why I'm doing this is because I've been
situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their
inspired, let's just say,
context
by
and
the life.
hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as
Turn out some style applications here. So I'm doubling down on my laptop.
express my gratitude to congregation Tchia for allowing me to
And
use these
encouraging
lectures
people to
to
stay
reach
home
larger
with the
audience
new AirPods Pros. Let's go find.
If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist entering
Nas dlaczego się wydobywa benzyn? Kamki jest ever, takanski benzyn. Kam koń stawiać kamki kawka. And see what that is? Click the link below. And
these episodes
let's
of
go!
2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist.
Schiller and Colin.
If you
And
find
then
this
why
series
next week.
interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics
Join the
as
New White Booth at this year's Montreal Booth Expo this Tuesday, April 28th. Thank you, New White. Black will be content booth. Go ahead, go. And to go for ranging with simple medical value, taking out Jimmy's Bar in Lakewood. And those guys all went in there for the bar. No, hold on a second. Buddy. Mark, tell Mark Ashkenazi to put it in. Are you with the Mark? Put in Fisher's flyer. I thought I put it in myself.
1,200 years away from Kabbalah.
Is that on? Maybe I'll send it to you.
So we're still very much in the time period.
Hold on, very, very important. Put it in.
Around the turn of the common era.
The last one. I'm sending it to you.
Zero. Right? But if you want to get an anchor of where we are.
Gary, you put in what? You have it?
Just to recap a little bit from last time.
My son.
See where we are in the lay of the land.
Okay, you got it. Mark's doing it.
At least for the purposes of this class, which doing things like defining mysticism makes it.
Phoenix, Arizona, talking about Mark. Phoenix, Arizona has a satellite location. We've moved every day from Sunday through Thursday and Monday Shabbos, 9, 10, live. Right now, it's live. Because right now, it's 9, 10 p.m. in Arizona. So here we go. The boys said one more.
If you follow my way of life, I promise I will change your life.
If you come to work out with me,
I will change your life. If you try my diet, it will change your life. If you buy my online course, it will change your life.
the both sides, they're all wasting your time. If you want to change your life, join MDY and start Masechet Chulin this week. I promise it will change your life. If you don't believe me, then maybe this will convince you.
So that's also, I think, another form of
Masechet Chulin
actually doesn't involve mystical experiences. And as I mentioned last time, the first Jewish
didn't just change my life, it ended my life. That was me. If you learn Masechet Chulin, it will change your life.
Being descendants of one of the tribes.
And you can eat me at the Seyum.
And so Jewish mystics actually make a majority of this. Many of the
changed my life. Start Masechet Chulin, it will change your life too.
we said that the two forms of mysticism is
This video is almost as good as mine. For better videos, learn Dafyomi with MD1.
that is to say God showed
Just left.
here to them. And on the other hand, people
We have a lot of.
and if you switch on that,
All right.
that makes you a navi, a prophet. Sometimes
do we start here or what?
The seers. The idea there is that we have the idea that either this one can see the future or they hear something from
Rabbi
God.
says some user Felder, an average in Koilo in Cleveland, says that unconstant, there's another one of him learning. It says like this. I wasn't sure if I should send them the picture because it would be a clear MBY where people would see that I was sitting with the peasants, not a business class. But as Rabbi always says, don't let the perfect do that only the good. Because I was really learning, I knew the picture was being taken.
Say it in Ezekiel
I would like to clarify my latest that I was not consensus yesterday. Maybe the woman, maybe he's referring to your wife. Is that what you're referring to? Ah, that's the clarification. I've always said one last thing before.
How can you say that Moses didn't exist? Well, it's not about whether he did or didn't. It's about what we have evidence for.
We're going to stand for the official, once again, is...
So we have pretty good evidence to believe that these experiences of Isaiah and Ezekiel were in fact recorded. And as
putting together unbelievable. This is the first time doing that journey, and you go through and you're
which all things being equal,
American Social Security, you live in America, you speak English, you join his WhatsApp, you have to put in, he has a very strict rules. You have to canvas a day, you have to put in a comment every day about what you saw on the dot, any comment, and he wants you to do Hazara also. So you can do with only nothing but the dot Hazara, and you can get $1,000. And one of the sponsors here was not me, it was my son, I couldn't believe it. He didn't tell me. About his events because he was inspired by Mitchell. He finished a few seconds because of Mitchell, so he's giving that the Shkoyach Barak. Serious time is dedicated to the four sides, more Visual Shlita, the NY Coffee Corner, Foida Kilo Committee, Dalit Rimiat Koimate, official Vision NY Shas, was accepted by the Iranian Levy families. Perik, Anonymous, Lidu Nishmas, Stockholm Speed, and David Shohai, Zichron Bracha. I think this is the new, you see? Yeah, that's the new Musefta sponsor. This Perik sponsor is the new Musefta, I believe. Daf Kova, Avram Pikotsky, Rav Zev and Avram Yehuda, in memory of Rav Zev and Avram Yehuda. He's the one that the first day that we moved out of the base measure, first day of COVID, that we implemented COVID rules, are very depressing. We had a practice measure, over 100 people throughout Brachos, and went down to zero. I was in my dining room by myself, pretty down, like thinking to myself, like, this is gonna end the whole thing. We had a great run, and what's going on? Everybody says it's called Shabbos, but here we go, Shabbos, Yud Gimel, whatever. Boom, and there arrived a giant box. It's big. I wrote the cuts to send me a beautiful, famous artist, painting a beautiful thing.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to
Esoterica. And the look thing is, it took weeks to get there, and poof,
and religion.
That day it arrived, it was beautiful.
Difficult aspects in
There's some kinds of 6,000 that you remember about the way it's more powerful than
is getting a handle
on just how those just recall Jackie Gallus and I'm so fucking group of guys.
It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed. Kabbalah is just one thing.
أنا لم يكن شامل مش بالنظام أنا لم يكن شامل الإنسان في الليل باسس يسوع ما كان يتوصل مع
Such notions developed great
يزول باسس ويشوف هذا يعمل هكذا
there are now and there have always
the island became on a rebellion to the meaning of life, playing out money, lots of market betting. And all those in South NBY, Prophet Sham's heart. Are you Simon and Bruce Name
to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism?
Mario Miriam. NBY Kids, Innovations LC is by Kizak of Pagan, Rookie, Youth Class, Yafa Chayo. Daily sponsors, Princeton, Growth, and every hour, and Koba, Esther Bass, Aliola, from Great Aunt, Esther Bass, and Yes. Couple of so Rich and Shiny Shafra, Unishmash, when I receive been brought out lady. You don't should have another
developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural
context. The Humble was having surgery today.
To dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly
to the consortium, we see you, we hear you, and we appreciate you.
Thank you for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series of lectures entering the book Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be putting them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes
now I know because it's for the receptor, there are a bunch of people who today's the very first day, you have no fear. We already know the Sugya, we even understand this, but it's not really the new Sugya or the new Mishnah, and that's how that really looks.
And perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics.
We're only on the top of that quick book from an hour, 3 lines down. Look up.
My Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation.
So what's going on here? We learned that if somebody
now let's enter the
says he's going to donate a minimum to be one of these 5 or not. We're not exactly sure which one he meant.
So the first thing we should do is
use
do
them
a bit
all.
of a recap on
It could be,
Judaism, just so that we can all be on the same page going forward.
be that he meant
As I mentioned in the previous lecture,
yours is a can go for the Shimon versus it does go for the Shimon is the one that says it can actually be a mixture of counter people. So that's the case, it can be with Shimon versus yeah, could be with Shimon. Could be, yeah. You make it fly. You say, I don't know exactly how many of these. It could be, maybe I
and it's in the subsequent aftermath of that turmoil that what we have is a big theological shift in how the ancient Israelites understood their relationship to their God. As you may remember, the older, more prophetic literature said that if the Israelites don't keep their part of the bargain, God's going to
whatever my obligation is, that's what I'm giving. The rest is going to be in the thought of a good type of involvement. So you must think that having to speak something, you must run into that. Now the Lord says, but wait a minute. Well, if you wait your time, because every minute you have to bring oil. What are you doing with the leftover oil? And if you don't know what to do with the leftover oil, you can't bring this milk at all. What's the problem? You make the college the leftover speaking off. My different factors didn't mean half and half the college was speaking. Once I turn the field out, then I'll also be take the leftover oil, whatever the server cooks.
And so rather than the Israelite God
this is the power side, not the kitchen is the power side. He's fully speaking on that. And if he said, by the way, I got to tell you before one of the last night I was rushing to get to this video. It was such a
and the biggest, perhaps most important God is
unbelievable video that I'm going to show you soon. It also, I don't know if it qualifies for $2,000 from one of our artists, but it's just top notch. And I'm excited to tell you about it. We're going to get there in like 10-15 minutes. But you'll let me know if he qualifies. Probably not, because he's one of the boys. And I'll explain to you that for the Hebrew, the nuance, the way this guy sits at his table every night and he says, the energy of his speech, he goes up his words, the whole movie, the guys are on the floor. These are some of you guys also. So the Gemara, I'm getting inside, we're going to see, we're going to get there.
Why? Because they're enduring a lot of evil. And so they really focus on where he came from and how he
now,
there's a lot of different
he said it was all power. It didn't happen to have
some of those have to do with
the leftover oil, put it into
with angels coming down to mate with women and teaching human beings
power.
the
You know my brother, he said,
there are several competing theories about the origin of evil.
And the thinking, Moisés Hashem and Yahweh look behind him. What the problem? What do you do? You give a leftover to the guy, but you pour it into the bag. You can't just make it react. Give it behind him, you pour it in the bag. You pour it in the bag. You can try it. So it's more like because of Shimon Ben, also education. The side of Shimon Ben, you know, in there, Shimon, it's also good. We have a good age. What do you do? Moisés community. This is also like we go coming back. What's community? She had a major machlokus. Different sheet, not a machlokus.
There is a massive amount of Republican literature. I think that if I skip back, it's like a
Rashi over here says it's the best. Rashi over here says it's best. Rashi says it's tough. Rashi says
some of which occurs in the Hebrew Bible, most of
the
which
says
is
the X, the English, the Gimel. The picture, if you look with most of the sheep, it's more like a cup, upside down, sideways, past. It's just missing a little, people say you're reading it as a cup, just it's like a little, a test has a little piece on top.
Just as much apocalyptic literature as
like that top right corner. Okay, the point is, so you write some sort of letter on the Chava. Well, once Hashem and never look at it. So this idea of discriminating women, no matter what, even if it's the cowards that goes to the bathroom, even if it's the hickey that goes to the bathroom, so at the end of the day, we know what to do with the oil that's on our side. So think about it. These are the 5 monopolies that when a person says stop, he doesn't explain what. He says, I want to bring a milk. Give me one of these. The question is, aren't there other one of the monopolies we spoke about yesterday is called Minchas the Sultan. Minchas the Sultan. It's a milk that comes together. It's a little confusing. So put them in the separate. Let's just figure it out. Let's just discuss it. The Sultan comes with every use of symbolic visions. And it heavily features what we call ex-eventu prophecy, which is where you describe a current situation in a single carbon and every single item. Every time you do a carbon item or a carbon plumbing, you must bring a Minchas the Sultan. It includes wine, it includes oil, it includes flour. Depending on the size of the animal, but the reality is, if you're going to go with a small animal, you have to bring 3 liters of wine, 3 liters of oil. And so, and one is thrown on the flour. Maybe that's the entire Christian evangelical world. This is important. You could bring the Sultan all by itself without an animal. I can say, I want to bring the Sultan that you typically bring with the bowl. I want to bring it which requires more wine. I want to bring the basic one, the one that goes with the sheep. And so that was led to, again, an entire genre of theology. Read over these. Read over Yair, read over Research, eschatological research. The original message of that literature was not about the end of the world. It was about criticizing conditions all around. So, you may, in some sense, think of some apocalyptic literature as having that kind of social justice bent, or being kind of critical in a sense of literary. This is a social criticism. Except for it's happening at a much different register. And it's happening at a much different register than relating social criticism. All right, as I mentioned, this kind of literature, the apocalyptic book of Judaism, set the stage for a great deal of developments in Christianity and Islam. We didn't get ahead. We looked at a bunch of writers who doesn't put apocalyptic Judaism that find us a good editor. I mean, he said there are, but we're not going to do it. There's going to be both. But other forms of apocalyptic Judaism existed as well. A bunch of professional vocalists is going to be perhaps second to the Christians would be the Essenes. The Essenes were also a demonstration that I could do with Septus. They were wiped out during the Great Revolt. In fact, Josephus even describes how they were some cool stuff. It's going to be really like good food, good times, and a live sheep. It's at night, so it's going to be the lunch in Israel, and we're not going to get so okay. Popular in rabbinic, proto-rabbinic, and rabbinic circles. So we'll get to that. That is a bit more this evening. Judaism and how it didn't. Maybe when he said mitzvah, he didn't mean the 5 mitzvahs that we're talking about. Maybe he's talking about the mitzvah of Musafin, which you could bring on its own without an animal. As we learned on the day, it's not the hope. Anything aftermath of a person, it's not a problem. Given a dump to the Jerusalem every single day of their life. So what the rabbis are concerned about isn't this final. So now the Gemara, in order to answer this question, the Gemara is going to basically teach us the difference, the 5 differences that there are between that has these characteristics. A mincha, saying that it's not the typical 5 minhachas, we're going to suffer. There are 5 differences. And we know those 5 differences, the Gemara is saying, the Gemara is arguing that a person is not going to make a mistake between a mincha that has this difference and not. But it teaches us the differences. Similar. What are the differences? Yachid, the Glai, the Vaina, the Loi, the Kam. The one, number 1. What Glai Yachid, what Glai Tzidin, and stop here. And the reason why is they've seen them fail over and over. At these 5 minhachas, you can bring the 15th Messiah even come along and led a bunch of people into battle against the Romans. You can't even have a single party. And certainly you can't be from the whole community. We're like the suffering to be from the whole community. A person is not going to make a a mistake. You're not going to say, oh, I don't remember. There's something that can't even have a partner, or there's something that I can do with everybody. He won't make such a mistake. He can stop the way.
By the way, Jesus would be the first nor the
He
last
doesn't
Messiah.
refuse a mitzvah that comes all by itself, like the five numbers. But we all said, there's a mitzvah that should come together with an animal. He'll remember quite well that he donated a mitzvah that used to go with sheep, with bulls. It doesn't go by. He comes down to the level one. The suffering does not require a He's not going to make that mistake. In his mind, he knows whether it has a vine or not. Basically, the word is telling us in a side way. Old enough.
So let's turn to a form of mysticism that did emerge from the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, but did survive in the rabbinical world, right? That did survive in the rabbinical world, and that is going to be Merkabah mysticism, Merkabah-charian mysticism. We'll clarify in a minute just what that means.
People stop delaying.
Weird it is.
How many, when you have one of these five monopolies, how much oil is required? One year.
The question was asked earlier.
Minimum of an assumption is how many? 3 loaves. Are we saying? He goes down to the Lord, this has here. In his mind, he knows exactly. He knows that he's going to schlep huge amount of oil to his knees with just one little pot. Can you stop delaying?
And one might even say that it's one of the core conceptions in Judaism as it is stated. So as I said, right, God would show up and God would reveal sometimes various kinds of information, various kinds of commands.
Think about it for a second. Why is Nicholas consultant not required? So anybody?
Abraham said, Abraham at that time, right, you're going to do this, and I'll do this, and make a deal. We'll make a covenant, as it literally says in Hebrew. And so God makes these various covenants with these various people.
So I don't answer. People learn all those things.
This idea that God would show up to you or show up to us was an idea that was very common in ancient Israelite world. Now, what's going to change, right? What's going to change is that visual concept of God is God coming to you, right? God revealing things to you. What's going to change in the apocalyptic Judaism is that you're going to go to God.
Because it all goes into the why do you do it? Show you take a little bit of flour in your hand, and the rest becomes shirayim, and then you can get the tongue gets the entire thing on the back, like
and so there's a shift in the apocalyptic.
Where's the wine on the back?
Right, you
get to go to God. The oil and the flour goes
being told things as if there's a
from his back.
passive
There's no thing for it. A person is not going to confuse himself between a mitzvah because it has a connection to a mitzvah, doesn't have to, and that's why the second is out of the play.
The main two events in which this happens in the literature, and at least in the biblical literature, are Isaiah and Ezekiel. And those two theophanies, the theophany of Isaiah and Isaiah 6, and the theophany in Ezekiel are going to be the two big prototypes for this going to go down. Well, I should also mention what angels or the various other supernatural beings that are often seen by the apocalypse are not angels that are released. I know most of you probably have in mind the more Renaissance version. That's to say, it's roughly humanoid creature with wings, right? Sometimes
all that's left is bag of flour and
it's typically the way it's
going to make it bread for the week.
In the Ezekiel vision, these beings look nothing like stereotypical angels.
He's going to bring just one bag of flour to the furniture, that's his money.
Around each other in weird ways.
And because he messed up, there's been 1,830
there are other creatures that are sort of stiff, like
bags of flour.
various kinds of shapes, various kinds of animals.
You're actually looking to Australia. I said I'm going to bring a milk
unusual creatures, and they often get strange names like the Australia.
I don't know what I said. Hold on. You're actually milk to Australia any day. The other milk to Australia.
Supernatural creatures are very
You know what?
that you may have seen in the paintings from the Renaissance. They really appear like that.
I said. I said it. I just skipped the 3 words. We go back and read it.
From Isaiah and ability into Enoch, where they're going to be given visions of the throne of God. They're going to be taken to the very apex of reality, which is God's throne room, and they're going to be shown images of the throne of God. Well, to get to the throne of God, you can't just go, the old one.
It's very important because it's a little bit.
You have to travel, right? And the way that you travel typically is you travel up through the various spheres of the heavens, right? They're typically thought of as being 8 spheres of the heavens, and all of these spheres are inhabited by all kinds of supernatural creatures, angels, otherwise, demons in some cases. You ascend through these spheres, right? Eventually, you're given access to the palace where God lives, and you're given access to a vision of the throne of God.
The whole city
First, this began to happen in some of the literature associated with the character of Enoch. Enoch, as you may know, is famous because Enoch never died. The Bible simply records that Enoch walked with God, and God took Enoch away. Right? So Enoch is one of the
and now we're going to roll our route because he said they want to do it 3. He started this thought it's 3 pairs. So he said 60 years, 60 days. The problem is that he said I wanted to.
This what ends up happening, right, is that the structure of the Israelite cosmos gets really thick. As you may remember from the first lecture, right, when I described
I wanted to walk with perhaps it's 51 please. Perhaps it's 59 1. So let's do 59. And one of the other one. You cannot do that. You cannot mix in a double with a couple one please. So now you suck. Now you need 60 K1, and each one has a different shear.
These are the guys that are going to invent things like astrology.
One has 1, this one has 2, 3, 4, that's all the way up to 6.
All the way up to the planets, right? And so the universe gets
the capacity is there, but so short. Maybe they're not good. I don't know what I said. You want to know what she's going to do? I'm going to read it again. He's going to bring a move of 60 destroying only 160 here. Why? Because whatever it is will be in between. If I said 20, so 20 out of the 60 should be my milk that I am highest. The rest, the 40, are going to be another milk called milk has been up. Just for fun. Just to bring in
specifically the Enoch literature. If you ever want to read the Enoch literature, I recommend a good translation for it. It's fascinating literature.
Maybe I know what is it?
Have the idea that
y'all even know this
had visions.
This is unbelievable. You bring a fleet that has 1 design. You bring another fleet with 2, another fleet with 3, 5, 10, 20.
For someone else to make this ascent, we're going to complicate that term ascent here in just a minute.
Total amount,
and what's shocking
is the answer is yes. How do you do the math?
They say,
we're going to do it really quick.
You can go into the heavens.
Take whatever number it is. You 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. So here you have the heavens. You add a 1. You divide it in 2. It's 30.
And I can teach you
how to divide. Whatever number you divide it, 30. 30 times the number that you have.
Out of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, where the apocalyptic mode is simply
30 times 60 equals 1800. This is a 1.
To a mystical practice whereby you or these rabbis could do this themselves.
What if I only didn't know which one of these 5 it is? We have to do everything times 5. So according to you bring 61 times 5. 5 times 60. How much is that?
And of course, by the 2nd century, it's reached its 2nd century of the Common Era. It's probably reaching its apex. We typically now refer to this literature. Many of the 1830.
This could be any one of these. 1830 times 5 is how much?
Which typically we take this to mean something like a cherry. Notice that the word ma'aseh in Hebrew has a sense of you doing something.
Well,
right?
It's very simple.
You're not reading about it. You're not reading Enoch. You're trying to go on the same journey that Enoch did. The idea here is this is a practical form of
3 times 18 is how much?
spiritual journey. Now, this kind of literature is typically referred by two
6
different
times
names.
6 times 18 is how much?
Refers basically to the same kind of business.
Right. Okay.
Mysticism we refer to as Merkaba literature.
여기 가면 들어가면
The word Merkaba is a
제일
Hebrew word
좋아하시네.
meaning chariot. And the reason why it's called chariot literature
Can I
is
have between
because
5 and
God's throne
each one plus
is
60
typically
equals 300.
imagined to be a
Very
kind of
young
winged
coming to
chariot.
up and shell.
Now,
That's
if I
right.
strip
That's
back
about
a whole bunch of slides,
Now I
right,
have
all
to
the
do
way
5
back to
times
the Virgin
18
Mary
30.
coin. Let me find the Virgin Mary coin. Remember this coin I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago, right?
He's sure I love
Notice
him.
that this is
Omega,
probably Yahweh,
Amisha,
right? Notice what Yahweh is riding upon.
This is my
It's a chariot,
so
right?
like a Bahama,
And it has at least
I feel like those
horses or whatever.
Hold on a second.
Horseless
A
chariot.
person will say,
It's
a person will dream
or whatever, right? So anyway, God's being pulled on a chariot here, right? And this is a winged chariot. Notice this is also God's throne. So when we say Merkaba mysticism, what we mean here is that these mystics are taking they're attempting to go into the throne of God
which
and
is
live
a
and have
tremendous
a
amount of
vision
money. Even
of the divine chariot,
of flowers.
which is also God's
Oh,
throne.
actually,
Can't give me the true throne is also a
there you
chariot.
go.
Round, I guess.
This is the Mount of God. Just want to see.
This form of mysticism is Hesed. In classical Hebrew is a temple, but it can also mean a palace. And so the Hesed literature focuses on the journey, not the destination. Right? It's all about which one you want to focus on, the destination, the throne of God, or the journey, the palaces of God. And what we get in this literature, this Hesed literature, is very complicated descriptions of the various chambers or palaces that the mystic must go through in order to get to the throne of God. Because again, imagine that this is a king living in a kind of palace. Well, you just don't go into one room. God doesn't live in a one-bedroom efficiency in Brooklyn, right? God lives in the big, complicated palace, and you have to go from the outer layers of the palace to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, and eventually you reach the innermost layer, the inner sanctum. Where God got it. Each one is so you have to pass through these various palaces. Now, that's not easy. And the reason why it's not easy is that these various palaces are occupied by all kinds of angelic beings who don't want there.
So now
They do not want
we
you there.
have
You're not supposed to be there.
it's coming
This
up.
is a sacred, divine realm where human beings or sinful whatever shouldn't be hanging out here. And so what we get in the palace literature is that these very hostile, often military-like angels have various kinds of ways of making sure that you don't pass through the various palaces without very complicated passwords, without very complicated seals. These seals are
What's it not like?
by various kinds of divine names for these angels, and also you need to know the various names of the angels in order to address them properly. So you have to know their name, you have to know their seal,
1 through 60. 1 is sorry, 60 is sorry.
So bypass these various kinds of angels, somewhat secret codes almost.
60 being the highest number.
So you need to know that information.
And you make a condition, you make a flag, you say, oh no, you can't leave right before the video on the high definition.
No, this is the wrong passcode. Like, this passcode is not the right passcode. This needs to be corrected. So I went in there and I said, that passcode, man, was there's a famous line in Hesed Rabbati where one of the rabbis says,
I'm already talking about the high definition screen, so thank you very much to the person who donated yesterday.
Right.
These two screens are up.
Of course, the ascent, right, through the palace ultimately results
and if anybody wants to help me, that screen is also
stick it strap. Ecstatic experience.
I'm going to be using that.
Ecstatic experience is often encoded in some of the poetry that gets written during the Merkaba literature. And what's even more fascinating, this is where it gets incredibly controversial, as you might imagine. You can sit on the divine throne. There's at least a couple of instances where people sit on the divine throne and they are transformed into angelic white beings.
60 and say, oh, I'm making position that if I miss 50, so 50 out of it is
and this transformed
Soifa, and 10 of it is Midam. It doesn't work. And we're going to see why it doesn't work. There's 5 reasons why
the throne.
that doesn't work.
Again, you can ask yourself, like,
all my
how
references
can
live
all human beings sit on the throne of God? Well, that's what
so are you allowed to bring into the Azara mundane things?
So shocking.
What?
Further, even more shocking, you can have a vision of the divine body.
Now you're probably thinking to yourself,
Why?
God doesn't
Because
have a body. One of the things that
if you
Judaism
have a
teaches
bowl,
is that God doesn't have a body.
the bowl
Kind of.
of
God in this
flour,
literature
and
does
half
have
of
a body,
it is
and
my
God's
milk.
body
What's the
can
other
be
half?
measured. God's body can be measured. And typically this form of the subform of Merkabah literature is called Shibur, which in Hebrew or Aramaic actually means something like the measurement of the body or the measurement of the vastness or the measurement
Cannot
of
be in
the
the
height.
double. Why? Because it cannot
And so
mix in
what
the same
happens in this
bowl.
literature is that you're given a glimpse of God and you are allowed to
Those two things. Hold on.
measure the
You
body
can't
of
mix
God
those two things.
and
You can't mix
meditate
in the.
on the dimensions of the divine body. I'll show you an example of what that looks like in just a moment.
Can't
So
mix
this
into the
form of
bowl.
mysticism is
About
genuinely
Elamite.
weird.
Half of
We
it is my
have
carbon.
that
Half
are
of it is
phenomenological reports, which
just
is to say
mundane.
we have
But you cannot
the
bring
mystics
mundane
who actually give us a report
You
of
cannot
what
be
they
fully
experienced.
into the
We have advice from other mystics actually telling
They never done
other mystics how to do this, how
because
not to do this. We have mystical
no.
advice
Let me
entering
say you
into
can't.
this,
You can't mix it
including
nine.
some idea of
Because
the
can
kind of
I agree
techniques that
with
they may
you?
have
Not put
used
those cameras.
to induce these visions. And there's also a great deal of literary flair. These documents are very well written.
But if you change
They
the other
are
hand, you have
intentionally
the double
trying
plate
to
and
be
one
perhaps
queen.
provocative. And what we get in these documents
You
is
can have a plate and a double, one queen.
really
You can't touch
fascinating
each other.
glimpse into how they may have practiced this stuff. Also, it's worth pointing out at this
They can't
point
be mixed with
that
each other.
for
Sorry.
whatever reason, there's still
It's
debate
like
about this. For these
It's
mystics,
on the
for
double
the
plate
mystics,
cannot
you
mix.
don't
It cannot
ascend
mix.
to the palaces of God. You descend, right? You're a day Merkabah. You descend to the chariot. Now, why they descend to the chariot,
The carbon. But the problem is now you put coolant
right? It seems like you should go up, right?
You're not going to take the coolant and take it into a carbon.
Like
No,
they
check.
like Peter Pan,
It
right?
is
It's
what
like
it
on the right
is.
trail until morning.
And it's not
That you should go
so they have
toward the
simple
divine
apple.
world. The Merkabah mystics
flower.
never describe things
Maybe
going in
saw
that
that
direction.
also the happy school as well. Not
Descend
permitted to
into
do
the
cool.
chariot.
Sorry. We're
Now,
about
why
to
that
have
is, we don't know.
also the happy school as
I typically think
sorry,
that it
not
might have to do
the
with
question, are you
the
going to bring cool
that you
into
don't
that sorry, yes or
describe
no?
the ascent because you're unworthy of ascent, but you may be able to descend.
Please say. In order to explain this just one more time, I'm not going to show you the whole thing.
Right, to bless can also mean to curse if it's used in a euphemistic way. For instance,
Don't worry about it.
Job's wife
This is
tells
explained.
Job to bless God and die. But what she really means is curse God and
She's the
die.
one that inspired me to ask people to send in
Curse God because the word there is being used in a kind of
their
unusual way.
things. Now,
That may be why that you
my boys, there we go.
descend to the throne as opposed to ascending, but we don't know why they chose to describe it as a descent and not an ascent. Just to give you some idea of the main texts of the Hexalot or Merkabah literature, First Enoch is often described as is typically described as an apocalyptic piece of literature, but it heavily features into the Merkabah literature along with the visions of Isaiah and the visions of Ezekiel, which become the groundwork for the kind of later, very Baroque visions that we'll get in the Merkabah literature. The two principal texts of this literature are the Hexalot Subtarti, and this is the Lesser Palaces. This is considered to be typically the older of the oldest form of the Merkabah literature. It's a relatively short text, and it has to do with the descent of Rabbi Akiva. We have the Hexalot Ramati, which is the longest text of the Hexalot literature. This describes the descent of Rabbi Ishmael. Both of these rabbis lived in the 2nd century of the Common Era. Another text that was also very popular was the Chariot. This is primarily ecstatic poetry uttered by the descenders when they made the descent, so it's largely poetry. We also have the Sefer Hexalot of the Palaces, which is also known as Third Enoch, and this has to do with the transmutation of Enoch into the angel Metatron sitting on the throne of God. What's also worth pointing out is that in Third Enoch, you have perhaps one of the most popular ideas in monotheistic mysticism, which is to say that as Enoch transformed into Metatron, but that Metatron is somehow described here as right? So you have the Yahweh Gadol, which is God, and you have Yahweh Gadol. Now, the idea that there may be two gods
Except the school invited to show our family.
Very dangerous.
I'm very
Judaism. But this idea was in the air during the American mystics.
very excited about this one. It's getting better and better. The shot is getting better and shorter. This year, this had
ideas of monotheism, which we take to be so
was,
secular Judaism,
40,000 and it's most of the and this was very good from day one. Now you shouldn't have to turn a lot of pages from Shabbos. Most of them only have
that there is a greater God, lower God, and things like that. So
two pages of translation. We worked really hard to do that. Obviously, it's a very long job. But the amount of pictures, the amount of that is getting better and better. Every time brought us rolls around. Every single
is a separate piece of literature.
documentation will have pictures. We're hiring more people for this. It's going to be unbelievable. I'm excited about this. Anyway, it's available. Please do not call my brother. My brother said a few people called him up to find out how to get a Gemara.
This form of mysticism seems
Call
to
me.
hit its apex
Call my
right
wife.
around the second century. Sometime in the middle of the
Anyways,
second
this is
century.
available at MDY's.com. You just on the first place on top. Order Gemara, you order there. The Shemar available for all the sponsors. Every dot has a sponsor. Every parish has a sponsor. The separate sponsor. The Shemar's official. All right. I mean, my
Well, perhaps people were very desperate. People wanted to have. People felt very abandoned by God, and so these techniques for ascending into the throne of God, or perhaps to connect with God. It's not clear, but that's what the form of mysticism seems to hit its apex.
So there's another mount. Mount 101. Well,
and there are handful of texts that are actually
no, everybody says Robert or Robert, the Kuli Amos, like this, so everybody agrees, you're not allowed to do that. All of the book of life, they don't really need another scribble my point. And you mix in that same bowl, the cooler with the pipe up. In the same bowl. But all the time, there's a lot of tongues in the double, so that's
typically right.
that sounds a little problem. I can mix the pipe and then the other two come in into one bowl.
50 manuscripts is not enough, right?
So maximum, all you have to bring is 60. Within the 60, I'm going to have
manuscripts that have survived. Some of which survived.
Part of it is 25. I don't know how many. I think it's not. Whatever it is, I think, you know how many? It's 18. 18. The rest is going to be under Dava. The rest is about to learn 5 minutes Dava. Since it's possible to commit the 5 minutes Dava, so they have to bring one of every time up to 60. 18, 30. All of that, all of that, people will learn 5 minutes Dava. But you think about it, and you need to have 2 of each. So the more of the others, other chart, and the voice that is triple, I'll see myself. See it.
What we think happened is that there
So,
are smaller
we left this one bite, and I didn't make it live meat there. Crazy. And you know, back in the day, all the AR and everything.
those experiences they're just very small snippets of discrete mystical experiences. And it seems like there's
So this took you, I thought maybe this will help a little bit.
So I might go to the first heaven, you might go to the fourth heaven, or I might go to the third heaven,
Whoa.
the second heaven, the fourth heaven. And over time, what ends up happening
So
is
I don't, do you have a bowl over there? Some sort of bowl?
stitched together into microforms.
It's not good.
In which the air sections are kind of stitched into these microforms, these larger narrative structures. And at some point, this got systematized, and we can see the systematization process happening in some of these texts, where the various chalices are very systematically described as having various kinds of chambers, various kinds of angels, and we know exactly how many angels are there, and how many angels serve them. They're organized very much like an army. In fact, they're organized very much like the Roman army.
What?
A lot of them made like that.
That's coming up with something. I mean, that's what it's very good.
Imagine a kind of power existing in the sky or existing in the divine realm, and it mirrors very closely the Roman army, which, by the way, also
What was it? You're not eating here?
because, of course, the Romans only existed during a certain time period. So what we get on these microforms, right, which are probably the result of mystical experiences, those are stitched together in schools of mysticism, and then those are filled out in a more literary way in the text that we have now, or there's final literary forms in the form of this interpreter that has a roboto. So it's fairly confident. The leading scholars who feel this material are fairly confident that this literature is downstream of actual mystical experiences held in various mysticism that are produced in
This is the Nagava, my finger, I apologize for putting that over
centuries.
We
have this literature or accounts of heavenly journeys or accounts of journeys to the divine realm. And in these texts, we have very complicated passcodes. So many of these passcodes are angelic names that we don't understand. They're very long strings of characters in the Hebrew alphabet. We don't know what this text means, what these names mean. They don't look like typical angelic names. And so we have these angelic names, right? You would descend into a palace.
This might get all over you tomorrow.
You would address that angel by their name. And the fact that you knew that angelic name meant that they might let you into the room, and then you could pass to another level, right? And then you would encounter several other angels. You have to know various kinds of secret codes or sort of like divine espionage or something. So you would need to know several secret codes, and eventually an enormous massive literature develops of just codes
60
of various angels, where they live in the divine realm, how to bypass them, what you might need to bring them. Because you might not get enough of their name, you might bring them things or them seals, which are the sort of various quasi-magical devices. Next week we'll get into Jewish magic and we'll see some these angelic seals, these angelic magical passcodes. And once you would bypass these very fearsome angelic guardians, and you would have visions of various aspects of the divine world. And this will always result in a mystical vision. And downstream of that mystical vision, there would be a hologram.
Maybe I found the true system. Maybe I found
So most of this literature is
so I have to take another pizza for another one for the rest of it, which is myth number 2 in his
describing what they saw, what they
bowl, which is in the government.
So there's a lot of hymns and things in this. By the way, some of these hymns have actually survived into Orthodox liturgy.
Turn over, I gotta make sure I don't come over this side, my pinky like this.
In the traditional liturgy, there are survivals of these hymns, these Merkabah hymns in there. And you might immediately know why, right? Because think about what's happening on the fore right, or literally at the gates of the divine palace, and your prayers are
So now I have a double pizza over here and a double pizza over here. Next, says tomorrow, well, to come to the fight on the double, when I took my pizza out, the very first time I went like this, I put it in here. In this bowl, I have a little bit of my mizdava. Because this whole thing is a little bit mizdava, a little bit flavor. In my pizza, there's a little part of it that is mizdava problem. Why? Because my pizza needs to be 100% perfect.
So pardes, this is
I
actually
can't have too much and I can't have too little.
Pardes means something like orchard. And what ends up happening is that we have this tale.
Part of it is not even a pizza, it's not even a fiber.
And it's actually found several other places earlier than that book in Talmud. But typically the most famous version is found in there's a lot of
This guy that donated the 60, whatever he donated, he doesn't say what is what. He says, you know what? Let the coin decide. When the coin takes out, whatever he takes out, the first, whatever he takes out first, that's the gold.
Pardes is a kind of orchard.
Because you don't know what's part of the flowers. So he decided later, okay, so the coin decides. The first things that he thought was fight. So then he smooths that out.
Is a Kiva, Rabbi Kiva, who's very a typical hero in this
book. So the second one you're going to do, back to it, ask the Gemara, big crowd. How do you make?
You're going to see pure marble, but it's going to look like water.
How do you put it on? Listen to the double
because you can't be wrong, right? It's a kind of maybe it's even like a booby trap or something.
Let's say I take
that weed out the weak or weed out the unrighteous from the inner.
This bowl, and I put this on in this bag.
Now again, already in this piece of literature, Akiva's done this already. He's been there. He has an experience of seeing it and thinking to himself, maybe that's water.
no, it's not. It's actually pure marble. And
No,
if you look at it raw,
the flavor is immaculate. How can I go ahead and put this one?
in the story is that four would go into the Pardes, and
Not on his back. I cannot put the second bowl on his back. The flavor bowl. Why?
one of them dies, right?
Give him a cooler flavor. Perhaps 460 in this guy.
One goes insane.
What I promised to bring.
Vegas went outside. Ben Zoma went outside.
And then what?
We have other accounts in the
So
Talmud
now it
where
comes
Ben
out
Zoma
that this
doesn't behave normally after this.
60
There's a
is
situation
missing
where
how
one of
much?
his teachers comes near
This
him,
much.
and in tradition, you're supposed to stand up when one of your teachers comes near you.
One pizza that I put in here as an adult is missing up to 60.
He says he's
You
outside.
cannot
Right?
bring,
The idea
you
is
cannot
he never came
bring
back.
this guy,
He's had some
but
kind of
this guy, onto his
internal
back
mental
if
trauma
some of
and
this is
never
missing.
returned from
If
this
an animal
experience.
comes and eats a little bit out of here,
Worse in some ways.
the shirayim is missing. This is shirayim left over. An animal comes in this, I cannot put this on his back. I mean, it's not an animal. You took this plastic bowl and put
was a very, very advanced
in here. You're like an animal. You took some of the shirayim and put it over here. You have no right to do that. I don't know what to do. Now I can't put this on his back.
He sees a being sitting on the throne of God. Now,
Elamai,
from Isaiah,
you
we
put the
know
foot
that
on.
there is
Put this out
there
first.
is no
It's also
forward, there is no backwards, there is no up, there is no sitting in for God.
Dilma, full of the shirayim. One of my friends was going to do that.
This being, Metatron, this angel, sitting on the throne of God, and what does Elisha declare? There are
So what do you do?
powers.
All right, look at
There are two
Elisha.
gods in heaven, right? He declares that there are
So
these two beings in heaven. Well,
this
when
guy,
he declares this
put
two
this
beings
guy.
in heaven business, this is,
So
for
you
the
know,
rabbis at least, the most
no,
catastrophic
that'll be a problem. How do you put this on his back? I need to put this on his back because perhaps there's mitzvah in this box, all the big balls, and the mitzvah needs a kmitza, and the kmitza I have to put on the back, but I can't put this on the back. Why? No much further. Again, we're going with the assumption that perhaps worst case scenario, all of this 60 in this silver thing is all part of my. And therefore, while the caution and Elisha, and I already put this on his back, I put this ball in his back. Now it's also disadvantage to put anything else up in his back. But they want to be a big salad. I put this meat on his back, and then 10 minutes later, I go into my bowl, I take another meat to put on that. So over this
the angel that is actually sitting on the throne of God, the angel Gabriel actually beats Metatron as a punishment for sitting on the throne of God.
This isn't possible.
Right? He's actually getting lashes, and the phrase
for
for the lashes is
already without the
he's
cue.
given
Once it was a fire, once the meat went onto the fire, anything in addition to that is isn't right about the theory.
of Jewish death magic later on.
What's in this plastic bowl, in the double part, is not in the double. Perhaps
And we'll get to it next week when we talk about Jewish magic.
just part of the department, the fire department. And now I'm sacrificing, I'm being makriv a second time when I'm not allowed to. You only have to be makriv once, not twice.
They will kill him, right? They'll be punished with the pulsa de Nora,
That's it.
pulsa de Nora.
Okay.
And the first, one of the first times we have
So
this
says
idea
Gemara,
of someone being
Omar
beaten with
Yehuda,
fiery
Yehuda,
lashes. This angel, Metatron, being with the fiery
Hazi, the master really made sin. You know what you do?
So you can see there's a lot of drama in all this, right? You got angels beating other angels, you got dudes getting into heaven, seeing two gods in heaven. There's a lot of stuff going on here. By the way, the idea that there are two gods in heaven.
You say,
We've already seen that idea in 13, where the idea
there's
that Metatron is
Minchot in this thing, this should be my pizza.
that is sometimes referred to as the Yahweh Katah.
Now, I'm doing this different way. I'm allowed to turn this into fireworks. I need to put
And again, there's the Talmud may be a
this back needs
reaction
fire, it needs
to
fuel.
it, although
This is
it's clear
fuel.
that Rabbi
Yes.
Akiva, perhaps one of the most famous rabbis in the entire Talmud,
I'll give you an example. We did this back in the day.
he's taking people
The first time you
journeys
fight,
and warning them.
first thing I go fight, then the second, and then the double, second,
Although his warnings
either it's in the double or it's war. But it has to, you have to go for the Muslim now.
in the history
Here,
of all
we had this back in the day, just for my dialogue.
St. Paul in the New Testament
in a very oblique way in 2 Corinthians. He actually says he knew a guy who 14 years ago was raptured and taken up to the third heaven. This is a pretty clear reference to some kind of miracle.
אני לא נשרף, אסור לך. אין מה לעשות. התערבבתי, היה פה ערבוב. חלקים של אור וחלקים של חטאת. חייבים לעלות הכל למעלה. אבל מה זה משנה? אנחנו קורבן חטאת. אתה צריך לשרוף אותנו. מעניין.
May have been part of some kind of miracle experience, right? And he's seeing something. And so in Ezekiel, he said, Paul is seeing various kinds of things. He's going into these various heavens. He made himself a practitioner of this.
Put it in your mind. To work, then you're allowed to put it on this back.
It's not that unsurprising that Paul would have thought perhaps when he was seeing the resurrected Jesus.
This one you had it in that, so you had it. This so you did that. What do you think?
We have gods, right? We have Jesus, the divine Jesus, as Christ. We have the Father.
This flower right over here. This is a double flower, and you sit.
This idea of 2 powers in heaven.
Either it's in the double. It's a condition. Either it's in the double, but if it's not, what does it work?
We see the mentions of that Christ can be God and the Father can be God. This idea is
This idea was over there at the Mala. The Mala is a lot of put it up on the bill. You can't put it as purple. You put it as wood.
It's a piece of the wheelhouse of the literature at the time. Right? It's a piece of the wheelhouse of the literature at the time. Now, as I mean, right, earlier on, shocking form of mysticism ever to emerge in Judaism is this business of the literature, where in one and some accounts, right, you're given a vision of the divine throne, and you kind of have an ecstatic, you utter an ecstatic, you have this vision and you utter an ecstatic, and sometimes you sit on the divine throne and you're transformed into an angel.
As a person forget, go ahead.
Suitcase of that
As a person forgot what mincha
spiritual body that when you are believing Christ, you will be transformed into a spiritual body. Again, these ideas aren't foreign to Judaism. These things that are but sometimes that also happens in American literature. Your body is transformed into a kind of spiritual body. That's exactly what happens with and another version of what sort of the final outcome of all this is that you get the ability to measure the divine body. You get the ability to measure the divine body in a Persian unit called parasol. Now, they picked the parasol because the typical unit of measurement in the Israelite world was the cubit. And as you may know, right, the cubit goes from the tip of your elbow to the tip of your fingers, right? You measure it as a cubit. It's typically standardized by measuring the cubit of the king, and that became the official cubit, at least until that king died. Well, the parasol was a much larger unit of measurement, and it was about, we would say about 3.5 miles, right? It's about 3.5 miles. What we get in the literature or measurements of the divine body, along with the mystical or perhaps magical names of the various parts of God's body. So I've reproduced here part of a translation from the Shur Torah. We have the God, right, of God. We have the names of God's right eye, right? So we have the names of God's right eye. We have the other names of God's left eye. Now you might be curious about why we have it spelled AZ or YYH. That's because we have Aleph, Zion, Resh, Yod, Hey. Right now, we ask, why did you translate it out? The simple answer is we have no idea what these words mean. They're not Hebrew words. They're not Aramaic words. There's some kind of mystical word that we're not quite sure what they mean. Now, I told you, next week when we begin to talk about Jewish magic, we're going to see something very similar happening. We're going to go Jewish magic. There are all kinds of words that aren't Egyptian, not Hebrew, but they're supernatural power. These
This is not words.
words, they're said to have magical power, and already in the Shema literature, they're already showing up. And so we have these long strings of characters. No one knows what these characters mean.
Dizemos que há uma muito larga parte do dobro. Vamos ver o lógico como isso.
So we have God's left and right eye.
But boy said, maybe the Maccabees is different.
You have here a couple different names for the different manuscripts, right?
If you let be married, not everybody holds your love. If you
So we
love,
now know that light emerges from God's
so what's the
eyes,
problem?
and that is where
According to
light
Eddie,
comes from. It comes
read
from the
60
eyes of God.
and say,
So we have the white of God's eye, right? So the white part of your eye, you have the name grit. And so we also have some measurements, right?
welcome to
So
the
the white
Lesbianism.
of God's
This is cool
eye
for
measures 10,002 parsecs.
what we
That's
just
a
said.
huge number. Right? You do the math there to figure out how big
That's
God's
what
eye
how do I
is.
put it on his back? If I put it on his back, it's a problem. I'm
And if you do the math there, right, you're getting tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of miles.
on the side that it's none of it, dog. I'm being marked with something from the original concept twice after there was already.
Shoulder and God's left shoulder is
It's already on his back once. He can't do a second acrobat.
So, yeah, enormous number. The right shoulder has a name. The left shoulder has a name.
So
It also has another
they
name.
argue
Right?
whether
And
you
of
do
course,
the
they're
spirit, but switching
The
this
text
into
goes
order now.
on
You're about to
and
order that. We're ready. Let's do
God's beard, I think it's 10,000 something parsecs.
on my leg. So that we will be with the liar from the double zero and the last leg. 20,000.
This is God's fingers, which are usually long, are actually given as
The
well.
latter mix of cutting the double into one ball. And really,
Which is great.
he doesn't hold with the other. You can't
One
make
of
it
the things
do
that one of the students did actually was actually go into CAD design program
There might be shit
and actually
on it.
mapped
That's
out
not the
what God's
problem.
eye looks like.
It's real loud. You're permitted.
Is really, really big, and God's arms are kind of weirdly short, and God's fingers are really
Permitted.
weirdly long, and God's
The
trunk
two,
is
look
small,
what I
and
can do.
God's legs are really long.
This ball, I
So you
put
get this really
20 son in this bowl. This ball,
creature.
I have 60. And then I touch them on the top. Like this. The flower is fun.
Image that the guy came up with. And then what he did was he compiled every single
What did I
one. They
do?
tried to make it so that
I'm going to take the pizza from over here. One pizza. I'm going to take one pizza from here. I save all this shit. All the problems. I took 2 pizzas from here, and the second pizza I'm going to put on this bag. I didn't take a second one from here. The second one was from a separate bowl.
And so we have this. And by the way, this text goes on for pages and pages and pages of this stuff, right? All kinds of
Just what?
dimensions of
This second bowl is going to take care of
when this literature was published,
all the dollars in this bowl.
I
How?
don't know
By
exactly when it
touching.
was published, but it begins to emerge, and we find it into the Middle Ages.
You let it do lyrical. You let it mix. Something touch here, touch it. This is the pizza for all the dog in here. This is the pizza for all the pipe. But I'm allowed to bring this on this bag because this is not connected to this at all. It's not the second piece of romance. It's its own original. Yeah? No.
Is that God does not have a life. And that what Maimonides does for the vast
No,
majority of that
it's in the second. It didn't go full. It didn't change full. It's not 61 in here. It's 1 in here, 60 in here. It's the touch and help that it's popular. The prince of Amir.
God as having a body. It shows that it's not to be taken it's metaphorically. It's possible, and I think likely Menachem Kellner has written a book about this, where Menachem Kellner argues that at least in part, the most important piece of Jewish philosophy ever written
All good passions. None of these passions.
American about mysticism and Shiur from
They had answers for you.
Now that's high praise, right? There's no higher form of praise than parody or criticism.
Of course,
Because
it's
if
very
people
real.
are criticizing you, that means that they're taking you seriously, at least in some level. At least in part. It's as an argument against this form of mysticism. Now, what's worth pointing out here, right? What's worth pointing out here
why did
is
Reggie
that
not
this
say
form of
this?
mysticism lasted for hundreds of years. We'll talk about that more in a minute. Now, I want to mention one
Really?
tiny last form of mysticism that represents a relatively small chunk of this form of mysticism. And this
I'll
is
just
called
pause
the
for a second.
Sarge
So I think we can get. I saw some guests. Okay. There's a gap over this. What's your name?
American mysticism at all.
From?
It may actually cross the line over into magic, but it's always recorded in Merkaba text. So there'll be a Merkaba text, and then all of a sudden there'll be a chunk of text that doesn't quite read like a Merkaba text. And this literature we typically refer to as the Sartorian.
Okay, you want to talk to Poland?
Sartorian mysticism is unlike the Merkaba mysticism where you descend into the divine realm to learn secrets. In the Sartorian mysticism, you actually summon an angel. You summon an angel through quasi-mystical or magical means that lie there rather blurry.
Again, let's go back.
Sartorah means the prince of the Torah. And this special angel comes to you. So notice here again,
If a person got confused and he made
going to somewhere,
Nether is going to bring him into he has no clue
and what ends up happening
what he
is that
said,
the
how many is
Sartorah
right, it should be one is right, it could be up
and the Sartorah teaches
to
you
60s right.
rapidly, teaches you
So,
all
Rebbe
kinds
says
of rabbinic
a wild idea is to bring 60 Kalim, and each one has a different amount. 1, 2, 3.
So the mechanism
Total of 1,800 was why is 60 not enough? Just bring 60 and say, if I said 60, great. If I said less than 60, so whatever I said is the place, and all the rest of that queen should be in the dark. So another shot, because the place is in the Eliezer. It's not. I feel a bit like Shishim is sorry, that's what Shishim look. You have a what?
Just like you might summon a demon to teach you something.
It's funny. That's my point. Is how much oil is necessary for 60? You saw right in the either 60 million or 1 look. And the middle of that answers the question. Just the answer. Because in this hole right over here is a mincha flavor and a mincha nitava. So according to one man number, you need 2 looks, 2 separate numbers. According to one man number, you need 1. We don't know. It's either 1 mincha or 2 numbers. When they love, that's the shaila. How much oil? You bring 1 look or 2 looks. And since I don't know, then bring the mincha. You have to do it all. They go all the way to 1830. If it's a large mincha of 60, all you need is 1 look. So you either need 1 look or 2 looks. Shinem out of the mincha look. Shaman. We're going inside the Kirabalam Shishim look. We call Kazakadi, so we push up. Avoid you're born in the 60 balls, you need 60 look. Oh boy. You ever saw the big criminals the Yaga right now? And Rebbe holds no. Only need 1 look for 60. But since this is possible, that's
the majority of Jewish history. We think of the Kabbalah as being the dominant
office. You need 2 looks. But what if it's only 1 mincha? You need 1 look. You're not confused. I don't know if I should bring 1 or 2. Well, it's dinner. I don't know if it's 1 mincha or all of these.
This form of mysticism has existed all the way back probably
you stay in office, you know, to be in shade of
and it was still being practiced all over the Middle Ages. Right, all the way up to the rise of the Kabbalah.
This one I relate to the most. This is like mamish.
So if you only want to think about Jewish mysticism in terms of what got practiced the longest,
what's my focus?
was practiced
super easy. Everybody's not going to understand. No one in here is going to understand Rebbe.
Then Kabbalah.
The person says, I want to bring 1 Isar in Abba Mincha. Can I bring 60? Why not? I want to be large. I said I'm going to bring 1 bag of flour. I'm going to bring 60. Well, I do that. That's not your nether. And then there's 1 stick to your nether. Memela can't bring a 60 bowl. So for every minute that is possible, I can make every single possibility. 60 possibilities. That's it. Because of the goes he didn't make any software about it. Because they argue about the same exact thing by an animal. Come on. Maybe go to the altar, maybe some of the altar.
It's very expensive. So you need to definitely whip out your library
I
card.
just think it's
check it out.
it might be a good idea. A good
university library.
It's not just for us. The person except himself. You know what? Now starting to cool in. I'm going to learn an extra 10 minutes with the Kazakh. She does it 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. All of a sudden, you know what? 10 minutes is nothing. Only a half hour. What happens? The voice guy, he falls and doesn't do anything. If you have a negative thought, you stick to your negative.
The shear of the mom, the measurement of the mysticism, or the actual routine, the largest text.
Don't go to the nether god.
So
stick to it.
Now this thing where we have a bridge.
It's really part of you. Part of you have another 10 minutes.
We're going to talk about the connection between Jewish mysticism.
I think it's human nature, no? Every bird.
Jewish magic.
That is nothing. 10 push-ups a day, I can do 1,000. We jump 2 fast minutes.
In fact, I want to talk about Kabbalah.
Something in mind, that's practical. Go, but sorry. Yeah. But this exact what's the same tool? It's on the comma and ready. It's not. If you go, he donated. He said he's going to bring a small bull, small one, 1,000 pounder. The AD Goggle brought 2,000 pounder. Lots of. Believe it? You can't bring larger than you were noted. So what's the difference between a milk and a bull? Three-call. Give him a
Magic, philosophy. Consider supporting my work.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. One pizza for 60 sorry minutes, one pizza for one is if you meet someone goes on his bed, he's like
where we explore the arcane and history.
That's the go inside. I will also buy animals on the fishy murim. The murim that we bring onto his bath, we're supposed to bring the inner. The ploys, the skirt thing, all these things, as large as the animal is, that's how, comparatively speaking, they were going to be larger. 2,000-pound animals, they were going to be double. That's why you change your nether. You said you're going to bring 100 pounds of the murim onto his bed, and you brought 200 pounds. Maybe Chacham agreed in that case that you can't do that. Maybe Rebbe only said it by an animal because you're literally bringing more onto his back. But when it comes to a mincha, maybe he admits Rabbanon. Should we do the Mishnah? We can do the Mishnah. This is the only time in Shas Rabbi say that there's a simon before a Mishnah. I looked it up this morning. In the Mishnah, obviously there's no simon. The simon is an Amoraim kind of thing. Maybe a bunch of bread. I don't know. Simon, Eitzim Zav, Yain, Oilet, Poida, Shari. These are all part of a lot of things. But the next Mishnah is this Mishnah says, I really like Eitzim. If a person says, I want to bring wood in his bath, he has to bring at least 2 pieces that have to do with his bath. 2 pieces. The size of his bath, the size that you bring in the morning. Leave it in the Mishnah. And if he says, I'm going to bring frankincense, after that, I never did kmitza on Levina. Kmitza for them in the second. Doesn't matter without him. You make a block on this stuff? Yeah. Wait. Love this Levina. Bring it back. Zogtig. Come on. Says the Mishnah. Levina leaves the credits. If a person donates to Levina, it means 1 kmitza like this. Says the Mishnah, Chamisha Kmotzimei. There are in fact 5 kmitzas when it comes to Levina. Oimer, Alai Levina. person says, I'm accepting upon myself with Vaina, he shouldn't give less than one Kmitza. I mean, not the Mincha, and any Mincha, the 5 minutes that we saw, the Soilus, Machesh is Machas, Chalas are Rikin, Yavi, Makoinitz Levaina, should have one Kmitza of Levaina. Hamal is Akonis Machutz. If you take this Kmitza of Levaina and you macro it in your house, Chayat. Same thing would be if you take this Kmitza and put it on this map because they're not the right people. Shnei Bezichin. What's the 2 Bezichin Rabbi side? Take a look at this for my Doilam. I was thinking myself that before we learned Menachas, we weren't all very familiar with the Shulchan. And the Bezichin, if you said Bezichin to somebody, ask Yeshiva guy, what's Bezichin? Bezichin. It's the 2 spoons. And in each spoon is 1 Kmitza worth of Levaina. Harry like Zav, a person says I'm going to donate gold, it should be less than the minimum small coin of Zav. Kesef, he says silver, it should be 1 dinar of Kesef. The Choishes do not bring the smallest coin of copper. That's not proper. Leave us in the mark after. Pirashi didn't need that. The person says, I don't know what I specified. Yeah, maybe this is beautiful. Yeah, maybe that's your Lord. That's your Lord. Keep on giving. And when it comes to 100,000, 2,000, 5,000, no, that can't be that much. There's a guy, real quickly, in Yeshiva, he's selling cake. And he sold cakes, but when he came, he said, you know what, you can take it on, every time you came to give the cake out, you can take it and pay me later. So Bakram eventually, like when they wanted to do tshuva, like before they got married, after they got married, they got a little chassan money. They come to us, listen, I don't know how many cakes I ate, I don't know, take 1,000 shekels. So he'd say, no. I'm not Michael. You want me to do Muslim? I'm not Michael. What do you mean I'm Michael? So you got to write it down. So it's your problem. So how should I pay? Pay until you feel like you pay me like that's enough. Don't give me this 1,000 shekel stick and try to get all those cakes for free. You take cake, write it down. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day.
This course is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. Hayoim, Arba, Esim Yoim, change the voice, which will show you a lot of see you Menachas in Amanot 10 in Bnei Brak, tons of parking. Kumsitz, something special. We have something special astonished to probably come and join. Close to 1,000 people we're thinking. More of that strong English speakers, Hebrew speakers, the word is here because the night here will be in Hebrew, and we're actually going to do the sim. Rarely have that. That is a full shear and the sim at the end of this year. Like, it's going to be the science episode right there at the sim. You know, in Baltimore, there's a sim. In Manchester, there's a sim. The voice side, I want to say a grocery store to Mayor Blanca. Here's a situation, a case. I go back. 3 years ago, Noam and I had a argument about the direction of NY. I told him that we're going to stick to the dot. He's like, yeah. He's like, come on, with this, we should so much on the dot. We don't even know where, and we still don't know where. So many different projects. For instance, the Mars project. So there's a beautiful project that Mayor Project is working on. Came out for a very long time, and he painted a lot of synthetic ends. But here's almost the final product that we want to, it's not to get for us, when we see it. You understand the potential in Yiddish, the potential in all sorts of languages. Let me tell you how it works.
Hey everybody, welcome to the show. How's it going?
Well,
here at Kill Tony, we're a big one, the #1 live comedy podcast live.
That's well,
a live audience.
And
Speaks
in perfect Spanish.
And we are doing this show.
After you watch the once, a second time, says it's word for word. What you hear is the avara of the words are Ashkenazi yeshiva. And then it plays out a pretty decent product, and
so that's it.
Let's see on the, this is a little faded. Let's get a better quality, but here goes.
Should we bring up our guests? You guys ready for guests? Yes, you guys like guests? Ready for the show? We're easing into the show. We have to promote ourselves first because you guys are French and people that have come heard the show. A lot of art tattoos in the audience tonight, a lot of afterwards, baseball, a lot of stuff that comedians are you guys. Very mellow. It's very mellow over there. It's an impressive Monday. A lot of comedians still haven't quit starting New Year's resolution. So the comedians are
it goes on 8 minutes. This is for example.
J.E. built us here drawing tonight's episode. He just drew the brand new Kill Tony poster, guys. Look at that. With the entire band on it.
The shot is good. Everything's good. But how much about from it? This is a computer or put it in a computer. No. Oh, he takes all the words, every word. He says over everything I say. He says it in Spanish, and then they translate his voice into AI. The only thing that AI does is changes the voice. It doesn't do the words. The words are whatever he says. They say 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. It just changes into Stefanski's voice. And he's been working at it like sugar for months, and this didn't go well. This technology, they finally came up with this, and this has a ton of potential for Yiddish, for all sorts of things. So it's another problem. Strut Mayor Blancos. Go out. Send regards, Doc. All right. So these things are starting to come in. Okay. I'm a 14-year-old boy who started to feel like he's going to phase after retiring into the friend Shimon was this kid wrote yesterday, which I was reading a series of a bunch of pictures of the dots since the beginning. Nothing. It's 100 dots. They got a bunch of emails this week. And yesterday one of the kids, he read that that mom has changed my life. This guy next to me, like he wrote his grandson, started laughing to see. He almost fell off his chair. For 2 minutes later, he's 50 years old. He's like, mom has changed his life. And then, so then we had here, Yemen, what's his name? What's his name? The one that had a baby boy. The one too. He says, you should know that my baby is a week and a half old. And listen to Shira for over 4 months. I think, you know, my wife, her she listens loud. She says, right now, she's listening to Shira with the baby. So the guy screams out, and Mama's changed his life already. Dear Belly, I'm 4 years old. He told me to join for the sake of the I missed the box series. I'm proud to be making my 4th C with you. And hope to make many more. People should realize what a small suggestion could do. Has changed my life for the better. Here's another 14-year-old. Change my life. Why not? Even a 14-year-old can change his life. And cheers. So they would change my life. Let's see. Maybe it's the same guy writing the same email. I really want to thank you for changing my life. I'm only 13 years old. This is the one. I saw real change in the last 100 days. Baruch Hashem, since when I've never missed a day. And some days were really hard. Baruch Hashem. I brought somebody with that since hers, but now for cool, I'm working hard. So my friend that I thought, brother that he brought already 2 people for cooler. So this kid is 13 years old, he already has 2 and one. And Baruch Hashem yesterday, I sent an amazing powerful text message on my 100 days from my flip phone. You know his status. To many people, and I'm inspiring them and working to bring them for cooler. You can send something out on the flip phone also. I didn't know that. Baruch Hashem, some of them even have a camera. I heard. I don't know if it's true. Baruch Hashem, the feedback has been incredible. We're trying to bring as much people as possible. But Baruch Hashem, the impact of my, as a 30-year-old, doing the dot everywhere has been crazy. And I'm really not consistent, so this is huge for me. It's been helping in many areas of my life. Recently, I went to the house of one of my friends to sleep there to be able to finish the dot. I brought a laptop, listening to my AirPods, and he asked if he could please join. I couldn't install the time to see someone really trying not joining. Another example. Here's another example. Finally, he's going to be more. I already have a novel telling me again. My son is not wrong. I'm not told it. My son went to die and he loves it. Tell me something to try. And Baruch Hashem, another guy who has cost many more than the trust of this thing. I'm going to give a lot of knowledge to my parents and my grandparents. For older and younger. I really was trying to get a life here. The trip to Israel was canceled. Still the comments. Nothing speak. Sandwich. What a person speak.
That's so crazy. You tripped on that crazy rope. Did you see that? I really got stuck there. I could have been a disaster. It was a real, like, incident for everybody. It just goes to show it's a real.
7.5 years. And he's wearing, and last night he came, he's showing him price, he's giving out coffee, and here he is wearing that thing, hour-based measurements like this. Okay. Let's jump into it. Spirits Oimer, look for us at the business sheet, NY Public Corner, Voidat Kilo Committee, down the day, me at the Oimer. I heard that the head of the corporate committee, the Covenant Field Committee, is in America. Learning is very, very shocked, and the amount of coffees in those hours.
You guys ready to have some fun tonight? This is a show where even the host can fall out immediately. Coming out, this is Brian Redband. Hey guys. On the sound effects. Ryan J. Bell's drawing tonight's episode. He also drew the brand new Kill Tony poster. Look at that. Available on sale right now. RianJBell.com.
That was the last time we did a family scene, kind of thing. All kids.
Excited about tonight.
Both of you ready with your families?
Every single episode, including the one that you're at right now. Tonight's episode. As it goes. All available right now. The show that you're at is going to Austin, Texas next Sunday. Most of the 22nd.
Lifestyle dedicated by children and grandchildren to the children from heaven. And Leo, sponsor, dedicated member of a very small chorus for the council. We got some projectiles. We got college foundation of different a very silly college for the next year.
Life is good.
And I'm excited about much of the zone. I'm going to speak for things that we film to live us as control multiple things of that's like Friday afternoon like Friday.
I'm excited about tonight. Let's go gifts first. Everyone's going to be Fire Powers, ladies and gentlemen. Comedy Central, HBO, one of my funniest friends. One of the greatest rising comedians in the world. Worked with him for 10 years now. Here's Fire Powers. I get excited by her. You've done the show a bunch of times. Always happy.
Anyway, Art, we're showing on the minutes of the drop off. We're showing on what an Esther was a yellow, the little said, a yellow Esther.
It's amazing. I never would have known. And you know, on most shows, there's like, on talk shows, there's different size chairs. So if you ever get on my phone, it was like that. Yes. Little baby torso Powers. You know, we have a band on this show. Who loves bands and crazy shit? I know I do. We have one of the greatest bands in the world. You know them. You love them. It's Reagan, Watkins, Joel Jimenez, the Kill Tony Band. Reagan and Watkins featuring Joel Jimenez. Or as many people call him, Joelberg. Oh shit, it's Joelberg! Joelberg! Holy shit! This is a very special WrestleMania edition. We have out of shape Hulk Hogan, Joelberg, and the macho homeless man Randy Savage. This is incredible. They always come out with different thing based on news that week. I'm guessing this is in homage to WrestleMania.
Minimum.
Wow, he actually threw an actual Slim Jim.
And it's not more
Hulk Hogan is in the house.
How's everybody doing? Have you guys shopped at Rent a Center lately? The deals are unbelievable.
I've set aside.
I think it's going to be a great show tonight. I'm not so sure about our broadcast over here, but it's going to be great.
Oh, that's right. Hulk Hogan's racist. I almost forgot. I see what you did there. Byron, what are your thoughts on Hulk Hogan, man?
So perhaps he said 60 something, you know? No, it said 59. How can
Be racist, am I right, Hulk?
360.
Yeah.
59 is the fight. One is the
I am with the brother, but then at the end of the day, we go home.
no. One stipulating is for his obligation. Let's say he said 30.
He rips his shirt off in the mirror.
That is his obligation. The other 30 is not his obligation.
But that's why he wears matches.
That's right.
And they're all in one fleet. What do? You do this classic, which is a tonight. Say, whatever, if it was 30, so the 30 is my pipe, the rest I'm giving the double. Whatever my pipe is, that's what I'm giving. And whatever's in the fleet, the left over, that will be, you have to make a condition. You have to specify. No.
The holiday.
Primary alignment. I don't see the second piece. Primary alignment. What if a person doesn't say what time is it? So there are 5 classics. And you drink one of these 5 Yavi Aces
That's right.
You bring anything what you
That
want.
thing isn't the only thing he drops. Goldberg appears to be here for the first time ever, ladies and gentlemen.
So the default is
Everybody knows that's the drummer Joel Jimenez on a hot streak always.
that's the most special.
Every time he steps into the mic, for some reason, it seems like he hits an absolute grand slam. So keep an eye on that as the show progresses. Let's just jump into it, shall we? Let's start the show. Our second guest is going to come in and join us whenever that happens. And
It's got much quieter than the last time I was here. What's up?
Yeah, you guys ready to have a great fucking time or what? This is the actual start of the actual show now. There's a lot of moving parts. They slide into position. I know some people, when they get here, think that they're here for the first time, that playing the guitar when you first get in is the start of the podcast. But it's not. This is it. Now everything is in position. Kill Tony is ready to begin. I have a bucket full of a bunch of names with human names that signed up. Maybe it's with new comedians of the world. Maybe it's just crazy someone that signs up on random lists on Sunset Boulevard for anything.
So
Never know what it's going to be, but you do know this: that 60 seconds is your time. You know that's something to the sound of the king. He's wrapping up that arrow. Sure going to bring out the angry ones. Hollywood Bear. There you go. Very good. Okay.
How much is that?
Oh, Nacho, man. My old favorites.
Boy says, I realize.
Can't tell exactly what's up about Nacho. There is something that's very like
a type of, which is one. Singular. Is it singular? How plus singular?
Just have a
Two cases.
And I got one thing to do. Get up to the next level.
I realize minimal.
Is it alright, Macho Man? Fuck yeah. I like it.
Look like Captain K.
Some
of y'all might be too young for that, but that's what it looks like.
Hulk Hogan has something on his mind.
Come over here and have your hand in that phone.
I don't like it.
I was thinking the same thing.
Me too. I know what's.
You know, Amsterdam, out here, it's just like. I'm like, this is such an old school thing. All of this technology, you know?
It's true.
People died like this. Like, which one of you motherfuckers?
I really wanted a rollerball system for a while, like a little, like one of the, or even one of those like ball things, but we don't have the technology.
I realize.
Rear hands together for the first name that I pulled out of the book. This looks like a new name. How about? Wow, you are disruption. That's terrible. Put your hands together for Portia Bartholomew.
So how many?
Hey guys! Hey! Oh man! Alright. Well, I don't mean to start myself off by bragging, but I gave the guys first place the other day. The only issue was he didn't like my other personality.
Yeah, but maybe we could explain away.
My other personality was Colorado Carl. Didn't know like it. Wasn't about it. I got knocked unconscious for the first time the other day. And when I came to, the thought was like, oh my gosh, how many fingers? And I was like, that's a really inappropriate question. But like 2.5, 3, a whole fist. I experimented a lot.
I said I'm going to bring one of these 5.
Experimented a lot. I just recently moved here. It's beautiful. I was like walking on the beach the other day, and I saw a mermaid. Or at least I thought I saw a mermaid. Turns out it was just a dead girl. Your dead girls are so pretty here.
Worship, Bartholomew, everybody. Awesome. Welcome to the show. Interesting name, Worship, Bartholomew. Is that real or is that a stage name?
That is real. I would not choose that as a stage name. Do you know how difficult that is for people to say?
Really long answer to is it a stage?
Yeah.
And the maximum is 60. I'll bring 60.
She reminds me of
the other.
Oh, wow.
Hands off, Macho Man.
Shall I try noise?
So how long have you been out here? Like 5 months.
This guy messed up royally. Mom is messed up.
From Texas, Dallas.
Instead of bringing that's the bring a queen that has one star in it. She might have said nothing.
No.
Let's bring another queen that has 2.
I'm a nanny.
Another queen
If that really helps.
And another queen that has 4, 5, 6, 10.
Why you spending
31,
like a chili?
another queen that has 52.
Is it?
Another queen that has 9, and finally a queen that has 6.
I'm a nanny in Beverly Hills.
I know.
I wasn't saying that cheerful. That sounds something. Ooh.
What kind of kids are you nanny?
2 5-year-olds.
Very, very simple.
Yep.
Bexes.
They're twin boys.
Bexes call.
Macho Man knows. What are some of the things that the twins do? Are they difficult? Yeah, they're little monsters. Give us an example. I don't know if it's a boy thing, but they can't use the restroom without like peeing everywhere.
The teacher said, how much is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 up to
What kind of brothers did you meet there?
He said that. Then what is the $1? You add a 1. You always add the 1. And you take that number and go
Yeah, or they can't be told no.
That's a monster.
Yeah, people that don't know the word no.
5,000.
My nephew stabbed somebody with scissors. You got a problem with kids.
Take the number, the total. Let's
What
say
kind of baby are you? That's bullshit.
Well, that's actually the parents where you need to teach them this.
So 1 plus 1 plus 3 plus 4 plus 22 plus 23 plus 24 plus 25 equals.
That's just boys to keep sitting down.
Yep. 50 times the total number, 50 times 100 is 5,000. Not just 5,000.
So what's this threesome that you have with 2 twins?
So 50 times 101 equals 5,050. That's the answer to the question. 5,050. Now let's take it by us. Very, very simple. We have 60. Rabbi said 60. Our number is 60. So you take 60 divided in half.
You don't seem like
6 with the final table?
farther north or something. What are your parents?
18.
What
So
are they like?
60 is how
My
much?
mom is a dental hygienist,
1800.
and my dad is in gas and
So
oil.
it's 30 plus 1 is another 30. So it's 1830. That's the number. That's the number.
Oh, because I don't have a relationship with him.
Love my mom.
Because I'm relevant.
Can't be easy.
Yeah, I got to like feel my brokenness with like happiness.
That's what it works. I do what it works.
Yep.
You're 30. Yeah.
That's the whole thing. Where do you think your relationship with your dad went wrong?
Yeah, 30 years or 61.
Who knows?
It's 60 plus 1. You know, 58 plus 3, whatever. That's why it works.
Have you ever been a professional wrestling fan? Oh, yeah, actually,
Take the
yes.
number, divide it in half. So 60 divided by 30. 30 times 60.
No,
You get the half.
what it feels like to go to UCB class. That it was like that, right? Oh, yeah. I love professional wrestling. Well, no, I don't like actually like to watch the wrestling part, but like if you watch like the 80s promos, like those where they're like clearly on coke, those are fun.
Yeah. This girl sounds like
That a guy messed up so much, instead of bringing what he selling, to bring 3.5
Or should you have any like fun hobbies or anything like that? Like what do you do for fun?
to bring a truckload of
Yeah, other than stand-up comedy. Like what do you
Frederick
do?
Gallus. Right, that's his name, Frederick Gallus.
Psychic shit.
Like walking across the street.
Yeah, something like that. Are you into walking
Oh
across the
god,
street?
yeah. That's like my
Say
hobby.
yeah to everything. Someone's like,
I
you
don't
always
know.
you're in Hollywood now. Just always say yes, no matter what the question is.
No, this is clearly sarcasm.
Yes, and
What are some of your hobbies or
Senators think
she's a major muscle brother.
You saw I did that, but I showed it.
I agree. Now, come on, give us something, Portia, something about you.
Just okay. Well, I'm a theater major. I did that for my whole life, basically.
It's like, what do you do to entertain yourself, like for fun? But let's say, like, what do you watch movies or TV or something or anything at all?
Yeah, I mean, I watch garbage TV. That's fun.
What's garbage TV?
Just like reality TV shows that I know are terrible. Yeah.
Ryan, you are so. I see what you did there. Trying to figure something out.
Something very crazy. Seriously, I don't know. My memory is like whatever. So,
what's your favorite thing that you've done in Los Angeles since?
On the first line of the mission, first it says, I read a life. Sunrise, a favorite thing knows that it means one. Chico. Sesame Money Lunch. Extraordinary Young Giants.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, my favorite thing is the other Annie that I met. She's a
social person.
She
hard to understand the sex that's better.
I mean, I love her, but she's weird and she's one of my favorite things. Her opening
not more than 3. At the minimum of 4.
What's so weird about this other name?
She believes she can talk to dead people. That was like her opening line.
So when you're like, okay, go ahead, talk to dead people. Or did you not ask her to do that?
Well, I didn't. I didn't ask her.
Dead people, and you're like, okay, we get to fuck with the dead person or something like that.
I just didn't ask for more information. She started then talking about crystals, and I was like, oh, okay, crystals. I got it.
In other words,
I think one day you wait, Joe Jimenez.
Who's next?
What?
That's the way to me. You got a book. So you say you study theater. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Jokes are like my book. It's like, I know what it's
Well, if somebody wants to donate the screen to me,
so you were like, give it like
okay. So something tomorrow. Oh. And then look at this thing. It says it again. Irashni Yogi Shisha Sorry. Irashni, it's not the same words. Irashni, Sugar 16, but over here you have Red the Oil, you have another
Yeah.
one for 60, one for 3 plus 4 plus 1. It's equals 1830. So what's the
anything that's going to help you because, you know, that improv muscle.
in the original set? So we are a man now.
When I ask you if there's anything interesting about your hobbies.
Well, I mean, I do improv. I've been doing improv for 7.
Oh, this is
Yeah, okay.
First, the cool part of that, the rational, you don't have to ration. It's one sheep of nothing. It's not going to work here. There you go, but you don't have to destroy it. The first day says, I said I'm going to bring a certain amount of flour, but it never said how many vessels. The nice is keeping the show, keeping money. So what you have to do is bring 60, sorry, but just the 60 came. 60. So I play harmonica. Yeah. Bet you didn't know that. Playing harmonica requires a lot of sucking your lung. Sorry, for a total of 60. What's the worst one? It's a 39. You don't have keys of harmonicas. 39. A through G. Bowl. I show you all my D. That's your thing. You don't have to do in each bowl 2, and then the second bowl 3. Oh yes, I got this little thing. It's so hard to use. I ask women for dates and they always refuse. 60 bowls. And then you cover I guess you could say I got the little dick blues. You said it was a certain amount, because you got a darker skin tone. What it's like to have the little dick blues. Like some of the bowl. So now I have the top of 39 servings. You got Phil Kemp. One bowl. 52 servings, one bowl. 7, one bowl. Half saw Jim Duggan. Every bowl is a if I didn't that the bowl is a bowl, and I could just bring 1 serve per bowl. Those are the 2 cases. Holy shit. All right, Jeremy. Let's do this together. Assim não tem gol, porque não vai vir comigo. Vamos para as destroyers, eu vou te dar um I never said how many best. Destroyers, I really don't know if I let me but we have to use the argument and say, no, if I say no, any one of the 5-1, is a default, is a how many songs are there? 17 tracks on it. You know, go to soundcloud.com/philcamp. Check it out. I got blasted. Sorry about that. It's the so Phil. Louder next time, right? Louder. Did you get on this show before? Yeah, I've been on this show before. What happened last time? You let me play one of my songs, and the crowd like went crazy. Oh, yeah? So, this time. Very true. That's why I didn't recognize it. I saw you play the song. Let me find out about you last time. You know, last time when I was out here, you asked me what I did for work, and then I got fired the next day. But always when he says that I'm going to bring a bird, you'll be fired. Did you bring a car? Not a dog, not a business oil, by the way, I posted kill, because that's first and fire. But the fact is, I'm on the ground. I realize oil law, but versus oil law, you can bring a sheep, not a cow. According to what you're saying, you should be a cow, because it's first and fire. Well, as I am retired in the oil, you can bring whatever you want. If all your review doesn't argue. So we have to take shots. What it says in the Mishnah, the reason why he's in his silence is because Ian's saying that from for an autoerotic asphyxiation related organs. The next way they go back, the job that you doesn't have. I was working like as a scar, as a fucking cam girl. Technically a cam girl with a banjo, playing it like 8 hours a day. And that's what my old job was. So you're saying you would film yourself playing music? And I get paid to do it. Like $15 an hour to do that shit. And then they got all mad when I took my shirt off, put my belt around my neck, and started singing I Touch Myself by the Vinyls and Schmiegel Floor to the Ring for making a jerking off motion. And so it was this is Brothers Character Ram. So I can bring the banjo. Because I have songs too. You're an interesting guy. You just like to plug and talk about stuff that you're not saying everything in your show now. He also
also tap dancers.
Yeah.
That's easy.
Fine, you want me to play one? No, that's not how it works.
No,
I'm taking the video.
no distraction.
Ah,
Just the best real thing.
what made you stop hanging yourself? Nothing. That want to come forward. That's why they be platinum right now. Yeah, I know, right? That's why they fired you. Do you do stand-up comedy? Yeah. How often? Like at least 3 to 4 times a week.
So how do you survive? How do you make money?
Do you really want to know what I do? Well, I'm sort of in the business of helping people get back on their feet. Sounds like a
Rochester.
Actually, I repossess people's cars. That's what I do. Yeah, repossess cars.
Wow, you gave me the crazy eyes when you said that. Yeah, I'm thinking like mine might be next or something.
If you're feeling broken down and your car needs repossessed, come on over to Rent Center.
That's probably how it's been sounding all night, right?
No, it Eastman says it's a laugh out.
You ever repossessed furniture before?
But how do I remember it?
No, man, I used to sell cars. And I just steal them from people. Whatever.
Anything interesting ever happened?
Yeah.
How many people remember singing the gig?
All right, well, there you go. Phil Kemp.
Oh, yeah. All right.
We're going to move on from Phil.
There was so much gold probably there.
It's on Twitter at Phil People.
Probably so much gold there. We're interesting comics mistakes, but I mean, Jesus Christ.
So thanks, Brian. Thanks for always positive input. I couldn't tell you weren't having fun by your heavy, gaspy, dramatic breathing to my left continuously every 10 seconds. Just fucking chill. Everything's a bucket. We can't. This isn't a wacky bucket where it's like,
Where's that?
we did. It's got a lot worse, by the way. It's one of the worst comedians that's ever been on the show. Put your hands together for GT, everybody.
How old are you? 12? I put you only 11.
Hopefully he's on here. Can we get that lucky? Do you see him back there?
Okay, it's not so
Oh shit, here he comes.
I'm kidding. Well, how do you remember exactly?
Why the comedians dumb dogs just don't get that shit? You know
What
what I mean? This fool,
remember?
I never home. You know what I mean? They're in and out of open mics. They're in and out of cafes. They're in and out of backyards. They're in and out of roast battles. Then when they're trying to make it, while they're down, it's home alone, horny and naked. Oh, the homosexual dog is home alone, horny and naked.
You don't want to
Baby, his dirty ass all over the country.
You also remember this?
And then when he come home, his walking fuck you in the ass.
Not you again, now
And
listen.
then you're out every single night. Roast battles.
Welcome to the
Battle,
club.
battle, battle, battle. Battle. Shut up. Shut up.
Ross, you and I have no chance to never be
Battle.
There you go. Just turns into a GT.
Shut up. Shut up.
Wow. First of all, you got a lot worse. See what happens? We have to look at this with positive energy. Is that you have to smile and see us. Right? You have to put good energies out. No one wants to hear you cry.
GT is Hulk Hogan's favorite.
GT, you were like the crazy Armenian guy got cast as a new Home Alone cast member. Out of control. At some point, you just switched over to animal noises there. You tailored your material to what it seems to be for comedians that are currently somewhere in the middle of like the grind. Like it's very tailored to
Comedians. Yeah, I'm always performing in front of comedians
and how do they normally relate to
comedians? So I'm like, looking at them, I can't. They don't relate.
GT? They can't relate. GT, can you hear me?
this. Anytime you hear that voice that sounds like this, it's me right here. That means I'm talking to you. It's a whole thing. It's a real life show. I lost you there for a second. You just kept explaining that one thing.
question. So let's just see it again.
Go ahead. Yeah, thank you. So GT, how does the audience and comedians you normally perform in front respond to your normal non-comedian about Taylor Mother jokes?
Anybody know Hebrew?
That goes most a lot of times.
So you're working that out. You're now working out bits just to perform in front of comedians.
You just have one, just that one. I was just like,
I just want to know, when are you opening up for System of a Down? Oh, you son of a bitch.
Take some feel about it.
wordplay, brother.
Why you don't perform?
And one hand, me there.
Yeah, it seems like you want so much work.
I love storytelling comedy. I like the sound effects that Tom Cruise has. I like the sound effects and talk. You know, make bird noises, pot noises. I like
Okay, go ahead, Pat. Yeah, the calm voice. Okay, I see what he's doing. What did you do today? GT, without trying to be funny. What did you do today?
Sandwich was legit.
It might mean what you say for
Go ahead, GT, please.
I was working out of my house. I have a website. I have a couple of businesses. I have a website called Web10Sale.com. Yeah, Web10Sale.com. I sell 40 tents online.
Does that really work?
Yeah, I sell them all across the United States.
Is that true? You sell them one time a year, you rent them out, or
No, I just sell them.
how did you get into the tent selling business?
One day I was like, I had to move out of my place, and I needed a tent in the back. And then I was looking for a tent. I couldn't find one. I'm all like,
only hours.
So you started sleeping in a tent for
No, I wasn't sleeping in a tent. I had to put all of my stuff in there because I was like moving from my upstairs apartment to downstairs apartment.
So you gotta have to put your stuff in, instead of taking it from upstairs to downstairs, you just take it outside for a little bit, put it in a tent, and then bring it to the downstairs.
Which is half what it used to be. So. Well, I talk about a lot of things. I talk about my little bit of training. Oh, come on.
Now, GT, what else would you do today? What do you think is something that makes you, what's something that you do that you think is a little bit weird? Like, you just get animal noises in public, senselessly. So, like, what's something that you think is weird?
Where you're like, a lot of open mics.
Okay, next one. I think comedy's still like, how long have you been doing it now?
I've been doing it for 2000.
I remember. You know why I remember?
Hey, you still always trash me?
Yeah.
I don't know what to deal with that.
I don't know.
Whoa, we got a rivalry. You used to always talk crap. I don't know. I used to always put you up on the negative. Yeah, he's always putting me up on the negative.
And then this is my point. You're tailoring jokes for people to relate. It's like a whole thing, right? Are we being honest?
That's cool.
Everybody stop what you're doing. Everybody stop what you're doing. Because the world's greatest sleeper has just entered the Discord. Stop what you're doing. This motherfucker doesn't know who Ray Kroc is, McDonald's Corporation, or that hot bitch eating a hamburger. Doesn't know any of that shit. How you living, pimp? Dude, I'm slinging dick like it's going out of style, baby. Yeah, dog. Yeah, I don't like that word. I don't like that word. Just call it alternative theory.
I like the word conspiracy.
Okay.
I like the word
Okay. Well, guess what? I don't let it.
I think that we should how define conspiracy.
Don't use. I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm serious. Don't use that word in here, please. The reason why I say
you get flagged for it?
exactly, and I don't want that.
Doesn't it also have another meaning though? Doesn't it also have another?
Yeah, it's a law. It's law. It's an agreement between two or more people to commit a criminal act. That's what it is. But it's been perverted into everything that's not mainstream. And then when you talk about it, you get pigeonholed into this flat earth kind of deal. And I don't like that. What I talk about is real. It has evidence. And if it doesn't have evidence, there's at least some kind of logical connection. And I don't like it. And when Google.
Thank you. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Okay. No problem.
This girl wants to fuck. This girl wants to fuck. Who is that? Who was that? Oh, that hot chick. She sounds really sweet. Notice I waited until the end to say this girl wants to fuck. That was very polite of me.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're in my earbuds.
Oh, okay.
You're in my earbuds. Yeah.
All right, yeah, I can just tell from that bitch's voice she wants to fuck. But that's cool.
Other amazing revelations.
Yeah, just don't use that word. I don't like it. It's not just that I don't like it. I mean, it's fine, but
does the algorithm really flag you?
It goes through your transcripts and then categorizes your transcripts by what's discussed. And so I do my best to avoid those words, because when people are looking at, like, there's like a word cloud, if you know what a word cloud is, I don't want that word showing up on my word cloud, because then you immediately get shadow bans and kind of stuff like that. So that's why there are some words like that Zoot uses. Well, I should say there are some other words like SUICI. You get in trouble for that. Like, they'll just shut your stream down, especially Meta's platforms. And so there are only like 5 words that I just don't want used. SUICID. The other one, which is like SCHITZOPHRENIA, whatever that one is. CONSPR.
What is that?
It's like SCHITZOPHRENIA, something like that.
Really? That gets you flagged?
I don't want it to show up in my word cloud. I don't want people to be like, when they go through and they see what the different discussions are in every YouTube stream. I'll have Zoot in here for 6 hours a day use that word. And I don't want that, because that's not what I like to discuss. That's not something that's of interest to me. In fact, I'm not an expert in that, and I don't want to be. I don't want people to think that that's something that I like to talk about, just because Zoot comes in here and talks about it all the time. He by the way, he comes in here and he's like, he's done this. This isn't the last week, just the conversation that he has. He'll be like, I should be put in a MENTAL space INSTITUTION. And I'm like, dude, why are you saying that in my Discord? You know I'm live streaming. Why would you just say that? That's not healthy thinking. You need help. You need to go see a doctor. And he's like, doctors don't do anything. It's the same bullshit that we always go through. And I'm like, well, guess what? I'm warning you right now. I've told you in the past, if you come in here and just say, I'm gonna, and then it's KILL space YOU or KILL space MYSELL, something like that. If you say that, I'm gonna boot you, or I'm gonna ask you to leave, because it's not healthy thinking. I don't want the people who are watching my streams now or in the future to hear those words. That's not positive. And just because you have an issue doesn't mean that you have to contaminate everybody else's positivity. So he came in last night and he's like, he keeps coming and leaving, coming and leaving, coming and leaving. And I said to him, Zoo, I'm warning you right now. If you leave without saying goodbye, you may not have the opportunity to rejoin within 24 hours. Because you just leave. This is what he was doing. It wasn't just one time. He'd be like, Rabbi, let's play a game. I'm like, okay, so just give me like 5 minutes. I need 5 minutes, okay? And he'll be like, okay. Or I'll be like, just one moment. And because I'm doing something, he just comes in. And it's like, I'm supposed to be waiting for him. It's like, no, I'm doing my own shit, dude. And so I have to stop like programming and I have to stop with podcasts and things. And then this happened twice in a row, right when I was ready to play. Like literally I hit the button. He leaves. And then he comes back in 5 minutes and he's like, let's play. I'm like, dude, I was just stopping my life for you. And then I went back to doing what I was doing. Now I have to stop my life again. He did it twice. So I said to him, Zoom, I'm telling you right now, if you just leave without saying goodbye, you're basically not being a good communicator. And the first time it happens, the next time, and I don't think it's justified, you're going to get a 1 day, it's called I don't want to use the term ban because it's just too harsh, but it's like a 1 day ban, I guess is what they call it. Penalty, yeah, exactly. And then from there it'll be 3 days and then whatever. But like, it pisses me off and it pisses off other people who are in here who are trying to communicate with you and trying to, talk with you about stuff. And then you just leave. And I said, look, I understand. I kind of said this to myself. I understand that he's got issues with his internet sometimes. So I'm not going to do it like the first time he does it. I'm going to be very understanding. But if he comes in and he just starts pulling this shit, like leave and come back, leave and come back, leave and come back, then he's going to just have to learn that doesn't fly. And it's not like like other people in here. Brandy comes and leaves and all the time. Miss Aquarius comes and leaves all the time. J-Ski comes and leaves all the time. That's fine. You're not getting my attention, telling me to stop what I'm doing to babysit you, and then leaving. That's where it becomes an issue. So I explained it to him that this is how it's going to be. And he was just saying things like, he said something like, I am the most, he said about himself, I am the most, like, MENTALLY, disturbed person in the world. And I'm like, dude, you can't talk like that. You need help. And I was like, aggressive with him. I'm like, when do you have an appointment to go see a doctor? You saw a doctor, they gave you a medication. I don't believe you're taking it. And so it's like, you're not helping yourself. And he's like, I just need to go get checked into a MENTAL space INSTIT ION.
I can't believe he like. I can't believe he like. When I hear him talk,
You've never heard. You've never.
No, I hear this stuff. I hear this stuff that he like works up to, obviously. Maybe that's attributed to like that's like interdimensional. When I listen to him talking, and I got talking to him private calls for like 45 minutes. Not even blurting out stuff. Being like normal. Like some like demon or something.
I noticed that when there are more people, he does it more. Like, if I ever get more than a few people in here, he interrupts everybody and then doesn't know what to say. It's almost like if we were talking in real life, or like in the real world or whatever, he would like jump in front of someone physically and then just sit there and not know what to say. And I've explained to him multiple times, dude, as I grow, you have to understand that I don't know if I'm going to be able to have you on these calls because nobody wants to hear someone who monopolizes a conversation when they're here to talk to me. They're not here to talk to you, Zoot. And I don't mind having you in the conversation. And if you say something that's interesting and you want to be the center of attention and it's meaningful, by all means, that's great. That's less work for me. But when it's like, what's your favorite? And then you don't have a fucking answer or a question for me to answer, then you're just wasting everybody's time. Okay, so there's that. What else?
We're talking about something the other day. And then I was like, oh, Zoot's here. I was like, oh, we were talking about something for like an hour. And then this conversation is now derailed entirely.
I agree. And it's like he's come in the last, like, I don't know, week or two every night, and he knows that we're watching a documentary and he wants to talk about time travel or something. And it's like, dude, we're watching a documentary. You know those, dude. I would be happy to talk to you about all that shit after this documentary, but we're doing something else right now. But it's like, and then he'll just leave. And it's like, okay, fine. Okay, but there was something else that happened.
We watched the Dingo one at least.
Yeah, and he watched the reincarnation one, which was interesting that he watched those. But yeah, the Dingo one was very meaningful to me. Okay, so yesterday I was like, dude, he talks about like having to go into one of these places so that the doctors can like diagnose him. I'm like, dude, why don't you just get a therapy appointment? Therapy's healthy. Even people who have very healthy minds go see therapists. I know people who go see therapists who they just like to have that monthly connection with somebody to make sure that it's almost like someone to check in with their goals. And that's a positive, healthy thing. They don't have mental issues, but that's just what they do. And it's like, yeah, but that'll take like a week and a half. I can just go to one of these places, and in Australia, you can go and so long as you go on your own accord, you can leave whenever you want, and they'll give me a therapist right away. And I'm like, or you could just make an appointment like a normal Australian person would. No one says you have to go like 0 to 60. Like you can just go and have like a normal time, a normal conversation with someone. But I'm like, dude, I'm not your therapist, and I'm not going to be. You need help. I'm gonna start. I told him though. I told him most people on this world would kill to be where you are. You live in paradise. You get paid by the government because you made up medical issues that you may or may not have. You go make people laugh once a week. You have your all your food is taken care of. Your housing's taken care of. Like that if you ask any person, 95% of people in Africa, they're going to say, I'll take that all day long instead of sweating my balls off in the hot sun, worried about water and having no connection to the internet. And we've never even seen a comedy club, let alone perform in one. And so I said, you got to recognize you've got things good. He's so stuck in the past, though. He's stuck on old crushes and what happened when he was 14 years old. And the things that he has trauma about, or he says he has trauma about, I don't know them all, so they could be more specific, but it's like they're not any more traumatic than I think most young people go through. The thing that is traumatic that he doesn't talk about is the death of his father. The fact that his father died when he was 1 year old, and his life, Zoot's life would be totally different. He didn't have a male role model. His mom was having to do everything. And that's just devastating. And then they moved him schools, which, you know, he ties a lot of things to when he feels like a male role model would have been like, boys fight, like boys argue. You don't have to move schools because of that. And so for as much as I want to just lay into him and be like, dude, you don't have trauma. He absolutely does, but I don't think he associates it with the right thing. But with that being said, I that's true. And again, he has a nice life. He has no responsibilities. He literally doesn't have to do anything. He can go meet girls and stuff. Like he's like, you know that girl who, like any girl I think he meets in real life, if she's normal and sees his stand-up, would not like him. I wouldn't like him. I'd be like, this guy doesn't know what's funny and he's awkward as fuck. And the things that he talks about are sort of offensive. Whatever.
I mean, that's not like unique to comedy, being absurdly offensive. But at least most of the time, they're like somewhat funny.
Yeah, exactly. Or like intelligent. Like I don't know. I just don't think some of the things he talks about are intelligent. And he, but anyway, he was talking to this girl, and I could have told him this is what was going to happen. And he's like, Rabbi, I met a girl, which is good. I'm glad he met a girl. Like that's cool as fuck. And I'm like, okay, great, Zoot. And he's like, I'm like, did you get her number? And he's like, no. And I'm like, okay, why not? And he's like, I got her Instagram. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. But he's like, she didn't accept my friend request or whatever, follow. She has like a private Instagram and she didn't accept it. That's not a good sign. Any chick who likes you is going to let you into that world right away. And so I was like, okay. So I could already tell this wasn't going to be good. And then he's like, but she said that she's going to come see me perform next week. So I'm like, okay, cool. And then the next week comes around and I'm like, did she watch you perform? Well, she didn't say she was going to watch him perform. She said she would be there next week or something. And so he was all excited for that. And I'm like, all right, did she watch you perform? And he's like, yeah, but she left right afterward. And it's like, okay, that's a bad sign. I don't know, like, especially if you're a funny dude, chicks are going to bend over backwards to stick around you and, you know, learn more about you if you make them laugh. I mean,
it could be a good sign to be him or whatever. But I'm assuming Zoot would be free after something. I don't know how many were left during that. It could be a good thing.
Okay, I disagree. I don't think it's a good thing if a girl ever leaves when she can spend more time with you.
Yeah, but would that have happened?
Yeah, I mean, he would have like done his set, and then after she like comes up to him, hey, that was really funny. I thought that was great. and I'd love to get to know you better, or whatever. Let's go have coffee, like whatever. People who like you, no. She just like he got her Instagram or whatever. He sent her a friend request or whatever it is, a follow, join my private Instagram or whatever. And then she didn't accept it. And then she came back and was like, don't like I'll be here next week or something to see comedy. And he's like, great. He does his stand up and then she left right away. And she had complimented him earlier about something, but it wasn't his stand up, it was something else. So I don't even really know. I was like, okay, well, Zoo, here's the big question. How hot is this girl 0 to 10? Like, are you just wasting your fucking time? And he's like, she's a 9. Like, okay, that's great. At least you're not wasting your time. And then he's just like, she didn't come back. Okay, Zoo, no big deal. But I talked to Zoot about picking up chicks at length. I had a whole plan for him. We talked about it. He was going to get picked. I told him, Zoot, you need better pictures for your social media profiles. You need to write out your social media profile in a short, concise, attractive way for women. You have to put your interests. He has some interests that would be really interesting for women. He likes to sing. He likes stand-up comedy. He likes animals. Like, those are all great things. So instead of putting in there, like, cryptocurrency and shit coins, like, put in there some of the things that have more appeal. And he's like, okay, I'm going to do it. And then he's like, I looked for a photographer. It's $1,000, and I'm not going to pay that right now. It's like, dude, you don't need... I mean, I advised it. It'd be best to get a professional photographer, but I'm like, dude, with today's phones, you can just take a really good picture of yourself. And, you know, like you need one of you with your dog, one of you out and about, one of you at your desk, one of you doing things with friends, and like something like that. And then just a short description. If girls will swipe right on you, like if you give them the opportunity. So he's like, this was a while ago, but he didn't really do that. Instead, what he does, which is just creepy and weird, he will go on Tinder under Guys for Guys, like the gay version, and say, I'm looking for a guy to pay for me to fuck a hooker in front of him. And if this is of interest to you, like, hit me up on Spotify or on Snapchat or something. He's like, dude, that's not what that. Yeah, he got a 6-month ban, and it's like, dude, that's not what that fucking thing's for. He's like, well, it worked earlier. I'm like, okay, well, how did it work? And he's like, well, I just hit somebody up on Snapchat or something, and then we made arrangements off the app. And it's like, okay, well, you were being too forward, obviously, but that's not what Tinder's for. I mean, come on, man. There are straight up girls who will have sex with you the first time for no money if you just treat them nicely and, you know, buy them dinner or something. Like, you don't have to do this, but he just... I wish I could help him, but I'm at the point where I am frustrated with him, and it's not because he has issues. I deal with people who have issues every day. It's the fact that he doesn't want to help himself with issues. That's what's very bothersome to me. And with that being said, that's it. My question to you is this. Yes, I am ready to win, but just give me a second because I have to reset my stream. I'm 50% done. What happened to you last night? Did you fall asleep?
Yeah, I did. I was running on zero sleep. I think I made it to like an hour-ish into like the movie.
And then
It like lights out
it
and
like lights out, and I woke up at like
12 a.m.
12 a.m.
Just like talking wildly,
and then it was
I'm awake. Dog, I shit on you so badly last night. I was like, right when the movie ended, I'm like, so what'd you think? And then I'm just like, I was kind of joking. Oh, so you fell asleep on me? Because sometimes I'll say that, and then you'll be like, no, I'm here. And then I'm like, are you there? Are you there? So then I just shit on you for like 10 minutes about how I'm a superior literati player and all this other shit that you missed the best movie of the last 10 years. And as I watch it again, I've seen that movie now like 3 or 4 times. I think it's great. And I'm like, I'm not alone. There are a lot of people who really like that movie. I understand how some people would be like, it's just a movie. It's not anything that great. But I really enjoy that movie a lot. And I don't know, whenever I see it, I like that it's a biopic. I like that it's about business. I like that but here's the thing I don't like about that's really sad. Ray Kroc is a villain, an absolute villain of the movie, and he's made out to be this like really great guy, but he stole a business of 2 individuals, and you don't see, but it's like later in the movie, they had a handshake deal that these 2 brothers were going to get 1% of all the profits of McDonald's Corporation in perpetuity, and Ray Kroc just didn't put that in the contract, and he said he had their word with a handshake deal, and then they lost out on it, and so I don't want to say they became penniless, but they are McDonald's people with the last name McDonald's in San Bernardino who have no connection to that business anymore, yet their family started it, and they're just average people. They're not like multimillionaires or billionaires like the Cox were. But I want to change that. I wrote an article saying that like McDonald's Corporation, if it recognizes that this was the agreement and they recognize it in a movie, they need to honor that. So what does that mean? It means that 1% of all McDonald's profits should go back to that family. Like it would be like I don't know. It would be like whenever I give you an idea and I say I want 51% of it, and you're nice, and you're like, yeah, that's fine. If I make like $10 billion on 49% of this, is great, and then you end up reneging on that deal, and then we make a movie about Bear Scare or whatever it is, and you even have like a scene where it's like, yeah, you can have 51% of all profits, and then it doesn't turn out that way. That I would be like, dude, just watch the fucking movie. You're admitting that you fucked me, and McDonald's Corporation kind of does that, and. So I wrote an article. I didn't publish it yet just because I have so many to publish. I have a huge backlog of what I feel to be, frankly, amazing articles on like really interesting topics, and that's one of them. So it'll get published one of these days. But
was that movie like made by McDonald's?
It had the blessing of McDonald's. Especially people complained that movie is like an hour and a half commercial for McDonald's, which it is. They make all the food look amazing. They make everything with McDonald's look very positive generally. There's nothing really steep. I mean, most of it is like all really positive. They have like the movie ends with Michael Keaton, Ray Kroc's character, like going to meet the governor of California, who was Ronald Reagan, and and then they have this whole thing at the end that it's like McDonald's Corporation is giving billions of dollars to Ronald McDonald's house, and all of these charities, and how all of these people who are in the movie or depicted in the movie, they all became multimillionaires, like like wealthier than their wildest dreams, and they were just like working as like cashiers, and they had like millions of dollars, and then they even the last thing it says McDonald's Corporation feeds 1% of the world every day, and that's incredible. That like one company feeds 1% of the entire world every single day, and so
Do you know how many locations McDonald's has?
not more than Subway. Yeah, I used to know these facts much better, but they've shrunk.
They have more Subway locations. They have more locations than Subway.
No, they don't. Subway has like 38,000, and McDonald's has like 29. Look it up, man. Look it up. Look it up. Let me say, as of like 10 years ago, Subway had a good amount more than Subway.
I didn't realize that we were 16. I apologize.
That's cute. That's cute, my friend. But no, just look it up right now.
I'm not saying maybe 10 years ago.
Just look it up right now.
Subway.
You can just say versus McDonald's.
18,000 Subway.
Wow, they closed like half of it.
Thank you for your troubleshooting and give a shout out to our 50-year-old.
Okay.
My friend said it was 10,000.
Hold on. Now we've got to look at this because that means they've closed like 50% within 10 years. More Subway sandwich restaurants or McDonald's restaurants in the United States?